Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy.
This big guy actually has some dirty tricks in his mouth. Can such tricks be used on the battlefield? We use the same tricks that serious men use. And arrest him? Listen, is this human talk? De Zhuang saw no excitement and was disappointed. At this time, Cheng Yaojin took Lu Xian's arm. Brother Lu Xian, let's wait for Brother Qin to come back from the hut later, and let's worship together. Hehe. Become sworn brothers? Why do these words sound so familiar? Qin Kaing's sense of presence is extremely low today. The main reason is that she still doesn't want to get too excited. She just wants to spend her old age in peace and leave something to her children and grandchildren. Brother Lu Xian, come on, come on. Although we have an advantage in terms of age, you will definitely not lose out if you become brothers with us. Lu Xian looked at the three of them with a smile. Actually, I think so too. The three of them are rare, gentle, handsome, and unrestrained people in the Tang dynasty. I, Lu Xian, have always liked making friends with rich, ordinary people like you. But I have already become sworn friends. If we want to become sworn friends, we have to ask my eldest brother. My eldest brother is such a petty person. As soon as he heard that he was being petty, Cheng Yaojin immediately backed away, with a look of contempt on his face. Brother Lu Xian, you are not good at judging people. Who is your eldest brother? Is he powerful? Lu Xian smiled faintly, and then sighed. My eldest brother, the most fierce man in Chang'an, the most brave man in the Tang dynasty, killed Buddha when God stood in his way, killed Buddha when Buddha stood in his way, punched the Imperial College, kicked Bai Tian courtyard, stamped his feet in Yizhuang. No one dares to take a breath. People in the world say that the bloody hands slaughter the red eyes, and even kill their own people if they become ruthless. Do you think he is powerful? Are you scared? Cheng Yaojin and the other three were drunk and sitting on the ground with their arms and legs spread out. Now, upon hearing this, they all stood up straight. You say that your eldest brother is a scholar, but the three of us have nothing to say. If you say that your eldest brother has good conduct, respects the elderly and loves the young, and unites brothers, we won't say anything. But what if you say he is the most powerful man in Chang'an and the most powerful warrior in the Tang dynasty? Tang dynasty generals Cheng Yaojin, Niu Jinda, and Yu Qigong came to report. Brother Lu Xian, your eldest brother must like to brag a lot, right? I guess he is young and has a lot of bragging skills. I will call him Mr. Niu from now on. Ha 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 ha. The three brothers laughed triumphantly. Lu Xian was stunned for a moment. He never expected that Li Shiman had such a nickname, which sounded like a very good one. Three of you, my eldest brother is not an ordinary person. Brother Lu Xian, the three of us are not ordinary people. Three of you, my eldest brother is not a good person. Hey, Brother Lu Xian, you underestimate us. The three of us have definitely killed more people than him. Three of you, my eldest brother is slaughtering people with his bloody hands, killing all his own people. I'm worried. Your safety. Before he could say a few words, he was rudely interrupted by Cheng Yaojin. Stop talking about it. How can there be such people in the world? A person needs face and a tree needs bark. Brothers, loved ones, relatives, and friends are the most precious existence. This person is so shameless and shameless. Yes, that's the word said. On the wall, Lu Renayuan silently recorded these conversations in his mind. Lu Xian is helpless. I have hinted to this extent and you still don't know? How many talents are there in Datang? My eldest brother dared to hold a knife to his father's neck. Hehe, to be honest, if I didn't have the chance, I would dare. My eldest brother dares to suck his father's breasts. Cheng Yaojin's face stiffened. The three of us dare. Lu Xian frowned. My eldest brother dares to eat that stuff. Cheng Yaojin suppressed his blush and said, the three of us also, With his mouth blocked by Yu Qigong's big, greasy hands, Yu Qigong solemnly said, the three of us don't dare, but our eldest brother does. Besides, your eldest brother must have a grudge against Buddha. Yu Qigong smiled and touched his beard, and printed a 5-finger mountain on Cheng Yaojin's face with one hand. The remaining flesh foam on his hand almost made Cheng Yaojin choke to death. Just when Lu Xian was speechless, a person walked in outside. Looking at the bragging people in the backyard, his face was rosy and his hair was blowing up. Nonsense, I don't dare. Qin Kaiang was older, and usually walked leisurely, euphemistically calling it the way to maintain health. At this moment, he was walking like flying. He walked up to the three of them and knocked heavily on their foreheads. How can you be so? Nonsense, that's all nonsense. Why are you trying to compare? We are both mortal friends. You don't know whether I can eat that stuff or not. I'm just going out for a while, and you guys are talking bad about me behind my back. Do you still have me as your big brother in your hearts? If you like to eat that stuff, go and eat it yourself. Don't hold me back. Qin Kaiang's chest rose and fell, while Cheng Yaojin and the others grinned innocently. Especially Cheng Yaojin was not convinced at all. Brother Qin, mainly brother Lu Xian, insists on saying that his eldest brother is the best warrior in the Tang dynasty and the most powerful man in Chang'an. Where does this put you? Who recognized it? Brother Lu Xian, let your eldest brother come out. I want to fuck him. When Qin Kaiang heard this, she immediately raised her eyebrows, silently glanced at Cheng Yaojin and the others, and stood a little further away. Brother Lu Xian, your eldest brother's surname is Li. Cheng Yaojin and the other two people felt nervous. What's your surname? Li? What the hell? Lu Xian, you kid deceived us. When Cheng Yaojin looked up, he saw Lu Renaiyuan squatting on the wall, looking at them with a smile. That's right. Boom! At this moment, Cheng Yaojin and the other two no longer knew who that person was, and they were afraid that they didn't deserve to live. Thinking of the fact that His Majesty called them brothers all the time today, the three of them suddenly looked pale. Cheng Yaojin stamped his feet and snorted coldly, Brother Lu Xian, I told you that you can't judge people accurately, and you really can't judge people accurately. We know your eldest brother. He is righteous and brave. He respects the elderly and loves the young. He respects his brothers and never does anything that harms the world. He is a role model of the world. You kid, you always make us sweating. Lu Renaiyuan wrote on the wall, smiling and remembering another sentence. Yu Qigong's face was solemn and serious. That's right, how can such a person be narrow-minded? That broad mind, accommodating the world, is a real person. Niu Jinda followed the words of the two and continued to brag, your elder brother is above, we really dare not swear brotherhood with you, it's a pity, the hero of the world must be your elder brother. Look, he changed his words so quickly. After a brief exchange of greetings with Lu Xian, Qin Kaiang went out of the door with a bad face. Wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and look at the three people. Fortunately, I came back quickly. If I was a little slower, you will definitely be beaten tomorrow. Lu Renaiyuan is still on the wall. Why don't you dare to put some glass slag on the wall? Cheng Yaojin said with a smile, Brother Qin, you are right, if I hadn't been smart, I would have fallen into the trap at that time. Brother Qin, you know how smart I am. At this time, in the palace, noon passed and the sun became colder. There was a grey mist in the sky, like a sign of rain. Queen Changsun looked at Li Shimin lying on the couch and sighed. If it rains, the ground will probably freeze tomorrow. The weather has been getting colder and colder recently. Your Majesty, why are you always so brave? Suddenly, Li Shimin sneezed several times, and a carp stood upright, his eyes blurred. Huh? Where is this place? Why does it look like the Manna Palace? Huh? Maid Guanyin, you never said that you are three sisters. Who the hell is scolding me again? Empress Changsun picked up a bowl of hangover soup from the side and said, Your Majesty, please drink some of this. Li Shimin took a deep breath and drank a few mouthfuls of hangover soup. His mind suddenly became clear. Although he was still dizzy, he didn't look at 2 or 3 people anymore. Hurry up, I'm going to try that yellow mud. And the bullnose ring method. A moment later, in the palace, yellow mud mixed with coal that had been crushed almost into powder was placed in front of Li Shimin. Li Shimin frowned. This thing is like mud. How can it be made into the briquettes in Lu Xian's home? Li Shimin rubbed his hands and carefully recalled the appearance of the briquettes in Lu Xian's house. Suddenly, he thought of an idea. Come here, bring me the straight pen holder from my study room. Get some more brushes. After a while, Li Shimin carefully released the mud-like coal formed in the pen holder, which looked like a cylinder. Li Shimin flipped up his hair, nodded with satisfaction, picked up the brush, and poked a few holes in it. Your Majesty, are you playing in the mud? Li Shimin was suddenly startled by this sudden voice. When he turned around, he saw Wei Zhang's face that needed a beating. Ah, Wei Zhang. Your Majesty, what is this? Wei Zhenke didn't care so much. What Li Shimin said was not important. What was important was that he entered the palace to present the memorial. When he saw Li Shimin playing with mud, he became instantly interested. There are almost no people in Chang'an who don't gossip. Wei Zhang had no choice before, but now Wei Zhang decided to integrate into the atmosphere of Chang'an and challenge his weaknesses. In other words, even if a manure truck passes by his door, he still wants to taste it. You go away, I'm doing something big. Wei Zhang smiled and put his hands behind his back. Your Majesty, is playing in mud a big deal? Li Shimin was not happy at that time. There were still black traces in his hand, so he took action suddenly. Wei Zhang's eyes only felt blurry, and then he felt something stumbled on his face, and there was a pricking feeling when he touched it. I was careless and didn't dodge. This is coal, what I use to help people all over the world survive the winter. We will start selling them in 2 days. Wei Zhang, do you think my briquettes are doing well? Briquettes? This name is fresh. There was a strange taste in his mouth, but Wei Zhang couldn't hold back his curiosity. He lay on the ground and looked at the briquettes that looked like a pen holder. Wei Zhang pondered for a while at the hole poked with the brush. Big eyes stare at small eyes. Your Majesty, why haven't you heard of this thing before? Li Shimin wiped his hands and waved to the guards on the side. Come here, you all, and get 100 yuan for these briquettes today. Wei Zhang, you don't understand. Haven't you met Lucian before? Wei Zhang's heart skipped a beat, as expected. Just talk about why Your Majesty suddenly granted Lucian the title. It turns out that this is the reason. Today, when he returned home from the court, Wei Zhang tossed and turned at home and found it difficult to fall asleep. After the morning meeting on the 5th day of the lunar month, he could obviously rest, but Wei Zhang couldn't sleep. He was curious. Why? Your Majesty, is it just because Lucian cooks delicious food? I see. Your Majesty, is this thing much? Li Shimin couldn't show off in front of Lucian, but he could do it in front of Wei Zhang. After all these years, Wei Zhang has been resisting me for a long time, and finally I found an opportunity. Wei Zhang, what's the matter with you? You don't even know about the great people and treasures of the Tang dynasty. This is a baby bump that is everywhere in the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin raised his head, and the sun peeked out through the clouds and shone on Li Shimin's body. It was golden and full of energy. Your Majesty, are you serious about this? Wei Zhang instinctively became suspicious. After all, His Majesty never boasts in court without a slap in the face. The frog at the bottom of the well is short-sighted. Wei Zhang, do you dare to question my words? Li Shimin took out a picture from his sleeve and threw it to Wei Zhang. Take a good look at it. We in the Tang dynasty have a lot of this thing. From now on, all people in the world will no longer suffer from cold. Wei Zhang took out the picture and his eyes widened. Datang, map? The area marked with a circle seems familiar. Jiniang, black gold, coal. For a moment, Wei Zhang thought of the ups and downs of Wu's 3rd year. There are many circles, and there are actually quite a few around Chang'an. In an instant, Wei Zhang's eyes flashed with light. Your Majesty, you are wise. Li Shimin sat aside. What is the king of life? At this moment, Empress Changsun happily led a weeping old cow to the front of the Manhwa hall. Li Shimin felt excited when he saw it. It's done, Your Majesty, it's done. Wei Zhang stood aside, staring blankly at the old cow in the hands of Empress Changsun. What did they do to the old cow? Why is there tears in the old cow's eyes? Your Majesty, according to Lucian's method, this old cow is very docile. This is already the most ferocious one in Chang'an. Li Shimin raised the corner of his mouth. Good, this is a good thing. Well, Wei Zhang, come here. I want to ask you something. Changsun Wuji has been asking me for marriage recently. Which princess do you think is better to marry? When he was happy, Li Shimin would always deal with some bad things to balance his expansion. Your Majesty, this is your family affair. Hey, just say it, I don't blame you. Wei Zhang's mind is full of Lucian now. Where is Li Shimin, not to mention Changsun Chong, or any princess. Thinking of the draft of the clan history he saw this morning, Wei Zhang smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I think Princess Jie Yang is virtuous, smart, kind, and benevolent, and is a perfect match." When Li Shimin heard this, his mind was stunned. Jie Yang? Jie Yang is less than 5 years old now. Wei Zhang, you'd better speak properly. Wei Zhang looked righteous, with a smirk in the corner of his eyes. Seeing Wei Zhang's stubborn look, Li Shimin simply spread his hands and said, "Forget it, Chang Sun Wuji should consider the matter of Chang Sun Chong. I am not his father, why should I think about this?" In the Sikong mansion, Chang Sun Wuji was stroking his beard and reading a book, and suddenly his hand trembled. Chang Sun Wuji looked at the few fallen beards on the table, his mouth grinning. Is something good going to happen? Chang Sun Wuji narrowed his eyes. Chang Sun Chong looked at Chang Sun Wuji from the side. "Dad, I think I have to go out and prove myself. I didn't perform well at the poetry meeting." Chang Sun Wuji turned his head and looked at him, shaking his head and sighing silently. Chang Sun Chong was lying on the couch at this moment, with his legs crossed, one foot on the table in front of him, and the other hand was still picking his nose. No one would have thought that in Chang'an, the man who was said to be comparable to Wang Xianzi would be in such a state at home. Chang'er, this year's Golden Autumn Poetry Festival has many suspicious points, which is unusual. Chang Kumo and his ilk can also write a poem, shocking Mr. Li Gang, and so many scholars of ordinary origin can speak out eternal verses, which is really unusual everywhere. Don't take it to heart. These days, pack up and go to the palace with your father to see the emperor in 2 days. At the beginning of the year, your father and your majesty had discussed this matter. At that time, you almost decided this marriage for you. I think it should be almost the same now. At the beginning of the year, Chang Sun Wuji, Li Shimin, and Empress Chang Sun almost verbally decided on the marriage of Changle and Chang Sun Chong during a casual chat, but it seems that there has been no movement in the palace for so long. Why did His Majesty suddenly stop mentioning the September date that was originally agreed upon? There must be something fishy about this. Don't panic when encountering things, squint your eyes and look at the sun, pretending to be deep. Go to the palace to see the emperor tomorrow. At this time, Chang Sun Chong was still holding back his anger. He had to follow the rules at home, and when he went out, then didn't he go out for nothing? Changle, whom he had been thinking about for a long time, had not yet arrived for marriage. He was already impatient, and then there was a farce at the Golden Autumn Poetry Festival, and he was beaten by Chang Kumo, which embarrassed his grandmother. The more he endured, the angrier he thought about it. The more he took a step back, the more he thought about it. It must be Lucien. If he hadn't interfered, Sister Changle would definitely not have behaved so abnormally. Thinking of this, Chang Sun Chong snorted coldly. Lucien, Lucien, where did this unknown person come from? Damn it! Chang Sun Wuji was originally reading quietly, and suddenly heard the 2 words Lucien from Chang Sun Chong's mouth, and his eyes narrowed even tighter. Chang'er, who is that Lucien you're talking about? Dad, he's just the owner of some dating restaurant, nothing special. Oh, dating restaurant. Chang Sun Wuji stroked his beard, shook his head, and seemed to be thinking about something. Chang Sun Chong was very upset. Dad, why don't you open your eyes every day? I heard from my mother that when you were young, your eyes were very bright and big, so I learned from you, and now I can't open them either. Chang Sun Wuji looked at Chang Sun Chong calmly. Your dad has opened his eyes as wide as possible. What else do you want? Go to school quickly, you're unruly all day long. Do you want to learn from Chang Kumo? When this name came out, Chang Sun Chong couldn't hold his temper. Dad, don't insult me like this. In the Chang mansion, Chang Kumo's trio locked the door to the backyard and used several large vats to hold it tightly. Suddenly, Chang Kumo sneezed loudly. Achoo! Ouch! A ball of transparent liquid appeared out of nowhere and rushed straight to the sky. Niu Jianhu and Yuchi Bailin dodged in an instant. Only Chang Kumo was left there wondering, what did I just spray out? Looking up. Pa! Chang Kumo wiped his face. Where did this bird come from? It's almost winter, and you don't know where to hide. You have to come out and embarrass yourself. Do you dare to come out and fight? Niu Jianhu let out a long breath. Motzi, look in the pot, are we missing something? Chang Kumo put his hands on his waist, holding a wooden stick in his hand, squinting at the huge iron pot in front of him, which was filled with cut beef. I asked the cook at home, just stir it. There is still foam on it. You know shit, that's the essence? Chang Kumo, will take a bite first. Niu Jianho and Yuchi Baolin were skeptical, picked up a spoon and schemed a little, and put it in their mouths. A moment later, in front of the stone pillar, 3 people leaned against the wall, hunched over, like 3 big shrimps. Ugh, puff puff puff. Motzi, who the hell did you hear? That was the essence. Chang Kumo's face turned pale, and his black face turned white, which was also a miracle of the Tang dynasty. I figured it out myself, is that not okay? Last time my father cooked pork, he also thought so. When they heard this, Niu Jianho and Yuchi Baolin's eyes instantly lost color. I really believed your lies? The Lanshan Marquis mansion has a brand new look. The servants stood aside, and Lu Renayuan no longer wore the guard's uniform, but a butler's uniform, which looked very decent. From now on, the head of our family is the Marquis of Lanshan in the Tang dynasty. Remember, the title must be changed. Since the head of the family is the Marquis, we cannot let down the Marquis's reputation. You guys should walk more like a cat when you have nothing to do. Girls, walk more gracefully. You guys, don't be idle all day long. All of you should stand up your ears and prop up your eyes with sticks. In the Marquis mansion, not even a fly can fly in. Even if it flies in, it will be chopped in half. Lu Renayuan put his hands on his waist and paced back and forth. It was obviously Lu Xian who was made a Marquis, but he was happier than anyone else. When thinking back to what His Majesty said a few days ago, Lu Renayuan suddenly felt ashamed. So, His Majesty was testing me? This Lanshan Marquisate was His Majesty's purpose? Lu Renayuan, come and help. While he was pondering, Lu Renayuan heard a shout. Hey, here comes the Marquis. In the side yard, a large pile of sand was placed in front of Lu Xian. There were also black ash and plant ash next to it. Lu Renayuan, this is up to you. Put the plant ash and black ash in those bags and sprinkle them with water. Keep the water that comes out and save it in 3 large jars. Call me. It was already afternoon, and Lu Xian was thinking about something in his heart. Now that he was the Marquis of Lanshan, it would not be too much for me, a Marquis, to do a little business, right? I am a Tang Dynasty Marquis. I can make some special products and sell them for pocket money. I have a big family and hundreds of people ask me for money when I eat, drink, defecate and urinate. It is reasonable for me to make some extra money, right? Li Shimin? He was given the coal and furnace business, and the movable type printing technology in exchange for some convenience. Li Shimin had already said in the backyard that as long as Lu Xian did not harm the world, he could do whatever he wanted. Maybe Li Shimin just said it casually, but Lu Xian is ready now. I don't know if Li Shimin is ready for the new impact. Marquis, what is this? This is a good thing? The monks said that this thing can prolong life and bring Buddha's light. Lu Renayuan's eyes lit up. Marquis, don't say anything more, I'll drink a sip first. Drink heavily and don't stop. It's best to drink it in 1 sip. Lu Xian's heroic voice came, and at this moment, Lu Renayuan shuddered. That doesn't sound right. Lu Renayuan came over angrily. Master Ho, what is that Buddha's light you are talking about? Lu Xian smiled. Lu Renayuan, do you know about Foguang glazed? Lu Renayuan was confused when he heard the words Fo Guang Liulai. If there was light in the Tang dynasty, it must be this Buddha's light glaze. In the 3rd year of Weud, black gold appeared and thousands of miles of fertile fields withered. At that time, foreign monks presented the treasure to the emperor, seeking peace in the world. Master Marquis, do you think this Buddha's light glaze appeared in the 3rd year of Weud? Lu Xian frowned and began to search for memories in the memory of the original owner, plus some folk gossip he had heard recently. I finally understand. In the 3rd year of Weud, after a flood, the surface soil was lost and coal was exposed on the surface. People farmed the land, but none of the seedlings survived, which became a black gold curse. At that time, a foreign monk appeared with a glazed Buddha statue. Under the sun, the glazed Buddha statue shone brightly and streamed everywhere, frighteningly Yuan. Later, the reason why the curse disappeared was simple. People moved away and no longer farmed in that place, so the curse naturally disappeared. However, someone discovered that those black things could be burned, and after consulting ancient books, they found out that they were called charcoal. It's just that it's burning and poisonous. You don't care what year it is from, just tell me whether this thing is expensive or not. Lu Renayuan immediately frowned. Master Ho, it's not a question of whether Buddha's light glazed glass is expensive or not. It is a symbol of light. It has been consecrated by a Buddhist monk. The color of Chang'an is hard to find. Lucian nodded. So, you can't drink this water. You can drink it if you want, just pay for it. Isn't it said that 1,000 gold coins are hard to come by? If I don't cheat you, I'll charge you 1,000 gold coins. Lu Renayuan had never thought about this, but suddenly, it came to his mind. Ho, 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 Master Ho, you want to do Liulai? What? No. Okay. Lu Renayuan's voice became weaker. Liulai was to the Tang dynasty just like porcelain tea was to foreign countries, and it was like Laoganma to the west. But, Lord Marquis, the method of colored glaze seems to have been lost. I once heard a nobleman who was very fond of colored glaze say that Chinese colored glaze is extremely complicated. Although it is exquisite, it is also extremely fragile and breaks when touched. Although the colored glaze of foreigners is rougher, it is better than just usable. It's just that the world has changed, and Fan Bang Liulai, which was once worthless, is now extremely valuable. Lucian didn't expose Lu Renayuan. The noble person in your mouth is undoubtedly the one named Li, right? The whole of Chang'an knew how much that guy liked Liulai, but he was the only one who kept it in the dark, thinking that others knew nothing about him. Lu Renayuan, if you have such a glass, what are you going to do? Lu Renayuan looked at Lucian suspiciously, then looked seriously at the bright sky above his head, and said sternly, Master Ho, if Lu Renayuan has such a glass statue, he will definitely serve it with incense, or donate it to the largest Cin temple in Chang'an. Hearing Lu Renayuan's answer, Lucian smiled and continued to ask calmly, it's understandable at home, but what do you mean by donating it to the temple? Are you willing to? Lu Renayuan was pointed out by Lucian, with a smile on his face. Hey, Lord Marquis, it's not like I don't have that thing. If you ask me to donate colored glaze, I am willing. If you ask me to donate millions of gold, I am also willing. But if you ask me to donate a house, then the appointment will not work. Because I really have a house. Hearing this, Lucian smiled, you're such a naughty guy. In a few days, I will give you this piece of Buddha's light glaze and see how much you can sell it for. Lu Renayuan suddenly realized something. Lucian didn't seem to be joking. No way. Can Mr. Ho really make Liulai? In Chang'an, colored glaze is expensive. If Lord Marquis really has a way to produce colored glaze, it won't take long. At this moment, Lu Renayuan's eyes were all in the shape of gold. Lu Renayuan, wake up. The water hasn't poured on you yet. Lu Renayuan's tiger body trembled. Master Ho, Lu Renayuan will fight to the death to complete the mission. In the Tang dynasty, the status of a marquis belonged to the nobility, and he could live in a city with thousands of households. That is to say, the taxes of these 1,000 households supported a marquis and his family, and there were also 1,400 acres of permanent land. It was hereditary and could not be replaced. Basically, it's a step to the sky. Yaya and Dezhuang are competing over whose new clothes look better. Dezhuang puffed up his chest and put his hands on his hips. My new clothes have patterns on them, like ants. Yaya was not convinced. Because of her size, she had to raise her head and stand on tiptoes to barely see the big face. There are butterflies on my clothes. There are insects on my clothes. Dezhuang suddenly smiled strangely. You have a big bad wolf on your clothes, right behind you. In an instant, Yaya's originally proud face turned pale, her mouth was open, and her fists were clenched tightly. His big eyes were trembling, and he was about to burst into tears. It felt like two teenagers who had dropped out of school together and suddenly found out that the brother they had sacrificed their heart to had hundreds of acres of fertile land, tens of thousands of cattle and sheep, and more than a dozen buildings. Been deceived? Dezhuang grinned a little. It's okay, I'll fight off the big bad wolf for you. But it was no use. Feeling cheated, Yaya kept rushing to her little room to take off her fur coat. The maid couldn't stop her. It wasn't until Lucian came out and criticized Dezhuang righteously that Yaya started to wear the fur coat with satisfaction, but she always looked back from time to time, as if she was afraid that something would come out from behind. The weather was getting colder. Dezhuang squatted at the door, looking at the fewer and fewer ants on the ground, feeling a little disappointed. Dezhuang, what are you looking at? Master, I'm wondering where the ants will go in winter and whether they will be frozen to death. Of course not. Ants spend the winter much warmer than you, but some will be frozen to death. Dezhuang frowned, then stood up. Master, if ants can be eaten, I will eat them into my stomach. They should thank me. Lucian was stunned. In the 7th year of Zhenguan, beside the bluestone slab outside the gate of the marquee mansion, under a big banyan tree, a shadow as thick as a hill was almost sticking to the ground. The whole person kept using the small stick in his hand to block the ants that were about to return to the nest, sweating and extremely excited. Tonight is hard to endure. For Chang Sunwuji, it is even more so. After calculation, the cost of making a path mentioned by the Majesty is at least 50 coins. Sell it for 20 coins? Does the Majesty have any rewards from other places? Otherwise, this business will lose money. When he was depressed, Chang Sunwuji suddenly realized something. Chang Sun Chong didn't know where he had gone. There was a flash of uneasiness in my heart, but it was quickly dismissed. For such a big man, he is out in the wild every day. He can't do anything random, right? Even if it's a random act, nothing can happen, right? In the night, the curfew had not yet started. The cold wind blew through the streets, picking up the old leaves on the road and the shabby clothes from unknown places last night, indicating that Pingkangfang had experienced many fierce battles last night. Lu Xian comforted Yaya and De Zhuang, and wanted to take Lu Renayuan out to have a look and walk around Pingkangfang. Now that we have come to the Tang dynasty, since our status is in Chang'an, and since we are already the Marquis of Lanshan in the Tang dynasty, we cannot embarrass our seniors who often travel through Lanshan. Wherever they can go, I, Lu Xian, can naturally go to. Where they can't go, I, Lu Xian, can still go. Yes, it's just a matter of fighting to clear up the name of the time travelers. It has nothing to do with Pingkangfang, nor does it have anything to do with the girls inside. What's so good about a girl? No matter how good looking you are, can you still be as good looking as those star teachers in future generations? It's a pity that when I traveled back in time, there were still a lot of teachers learning materials on the computer hard drive, and I don't know what the restless young man was saved from. I hope that those works that have accompanied me throughout my college career like beacons can shed light on the doubts of those who come after me and point me to the dark road. Although Lu Renayuan looks playful and smiling, he does his job conscientiously and hides a lot of secrets under his plain and unpretentious appearance. The new clothes are a bit strange, but I can't put my finger on it. Lu Renayuan, are your clothes specially made? Lu Xian could tell at a glance that something was wrong with Lu Renayuan. His clothes were very thin and he didn't wear much underneath. There were bulges in some places, as if he was hiding something. Could it be that he is also a power bank wholesaler? Master Ho, our clothes are from above. They are very useful. Lu Xian patted Lu Renayuan's body. No wonder the material of the clothes was different at first glance. It was completely different from the folk clothes of the Tang dynasty. Not surprisingly, there should be fine iron wires inside, mixed with silk, to make clothes. Like soft armor. Huh? Lu Renayuan, what is this? Lu Xian frowned and touched a place similar to the handle of a knife. Lu Renayuan grinned, untied his robe, and slowly opened his arms. At this moment, Lu Xian took a breath. There are more than a dozen neat knives hanging in Lu Renayuan's robe, with leather scabbards, of different styles and lengths. The smallest one is about the size of a thumb, and the longest one is as long as the forearm. What are you doing? Why do you bring so many knives? Do you want to be a cook? Lu Xian smiled. Don't you call yourself a Confucian general? Lu Renayuan seemed to remember something he had boasted about. After a moment of embarrassment, Lu Renayuan became serious. Master Ho, a Confucian general is a Confucian general, but when we go out, whether we are killing people, fighting enemies, or cutting meat, etc., you have to use it. Hehe, we can't use the Yanling knife to eat meat, right? We are Confucian generals, that's so indecent. You have to use a knife to cut the meat. Lu Xian continued to ask, then what are you doing with these alls? For it all. Well, when we go hunting, we have to bleed the prey, right? Lu Xian nodded. It made sense and the explanation was reasonable. It should be difficult for others to misunderstand him. Whatever else you have on you, show it. Upon hearing this, Lu Renayuan hesitated for a moment, then approached Lu Xian and asked, Master Ho, this is very troublesome. Don't be afraid of trouble. You are now the chief manager of the Ho mansion. Are you still worried about this? Lu Renayuan licked his face and smiled, then Mr. Ho, you are showing your shame. There are iron wires in the hair, silver needles in the hair, a soft knife as thin as a cicada's wings hidden in the waist, and there is actually a chain knife on the side of the body. He kept saying that he was a Confucian general, and when he lifted up his robe, there was an armory inside. There were daggers on his arms, short knives on his calves, flying knives on his thighs, and even a wooden box with a bulging bag in his crotch. Lu Xian looked at the wooden box for a long time, but didn't understand it. Is there poison hidden in here? No, no, Lord Marquis, the poison is here. Lu Renayuan shook it gently from his cuff, and a dozen black things appeared. This wooden box is a hidden weapon. If you bite it lightly, the lid will open, and the needles inside will scatter and shoot out. Anything that is shot will instantly become a sieve. Lu Renayuan's mouth turned ferocious. Confucian General? Have you ever seen a Confucian General wearing these things on his body? What kind of serious Confucian General could be playing with these things? To put it another way, why do you put this wooden box in your crotch? Aren't you afraid that if you accidentally come across a hidden weapon like a pear blossom needle in a rainstorm, it will turn you into the father-in-law in the palace? Not bad, very energetic. Lu Renayuan, do you have children? Lu Renayuan squinted his eyes, then puffed up his chest. The last general is from the home mansion, and the marquis has the final say. Then you should give birth to the baby as soon as possible to avoid accidentally pressing the wrong button one day. Lu Xian frowned. Do you rarely go to brothels? Lu Renayuan looked at Lu Xian. Master Ho, how do you know? How could I know? You put that thing in your crotch. How dare you go to a brothel? If you accidentally touch it, it will last a lifetime. Unless you spend your whole life trying, you won't be able to touch it. Just a random guess. Okay, Lu Renayuan? It's normal for a military commander to carry a few knives when he goes out. You can't fight with others with bare hands, right? It's so cheap and embarrassing. Let's go to Pingkangfang today. Lu Renayuan suddenly had a bad feeling. Pingkangfang was crowded with people. Before the curfew, it was definitely the most crowded place in Chang'an. Even after the curfew, people just couldn't go out of Pingkangfang, but activities in the square were still allowed. As long as you get in before the curfew, you can do whatever you want. But Lu Xian was different. He was holding the Ziuao away token left by Cheng Yaojin when he went out today. In Chang'an, except for the palace, he could enter and leave freely. When the curfew drum sounded, Lu Xian and Lu Renayuan arrived outside Pingkangfang, and took advantage of the hurried crowd under the drum sound to enter Pingkangfang together. My lord, we are too low-key. This is not in line with your status. Lu Renayuan suddenly reminded. Lu Xian was a little surprised. Although he was a marquis, he was just an ordinary nobleman in Chang'an. How much more do you want to live up to your status? Then tell me, how should I be high profile? Lu Renayuan raised his mouth, spread his arms slightly, and straightened his chest. His legs, which were originally walking normally, suddenly opened slightly, like a huge crab. In an instant, the space he occupied was twice as wide. In a few breaths, he bumped into several people, and even bumped into a pillar and walked sideways. Even if he bumped into a pillar, Lu Renayuan never gave in. Lu Renayuan, who had hit the pillar, was like a muscle man in the gym in later generations. He got stuck and hit the pillar twice. When he found that the pillar was a bit thick, he slowly moved away. My lord, this should be in line with your status. Lu Xian shook his head. You look like a lackey. You are the material that deserves to be beaten in Chang'an City. If you meet ordinary people, they will give way to you. If you meet someone with a ruthless hand, I'm afraid you will fight on the spot. Lu Renayuan walked in front, raised his nose, turned down the corners of his mouth, and looked contemptuous. For a while, when Lu Xian walked, there was no crowd around him. Not long after, he arrived at Fenjia Tower. It is said that some Hu people gathered in Fenjia Tower tonight. It is said that a large number of the best liulai in the western regions came, and these people wanted to celebrate in the brothel. Standing on the stone bridge outside Fenjia Tower, Lu Renayuan grinned. My lord, I've been here. Lu Xian put his hands behind his back, pondered for a moment, and swept his eyes across the crowded and noisy Fenjia Tower and said calmly, Did you bring your box with you at that time? Hehe, of course I didn't bring it at that time. Well, my lord, is it too late for me to take it out now? Lu Xian ignored him, but just calmly took a look at the scenery outside Fenjia Tower. In the night, under the bright lights, a rockery was lying in the water. One side was flat with strange rocks, and the other side was as smooth as a mirror. It was 3 feet high and looked like a secluded cliff from a distance. What a Fenjia Tower! Weeds grow around the house outside the door, and clear springs moisten dragons inside the door. Lu Xian couldn't help but sighed. Lu Renayuan flattered him, "My lord, what a good poem. Have you ever been to the rockery and the cliff over there?" Lu Renayuan narrowed his eyes, put his hands behind his back, and was very proud. "My lord, this place is not accessible to ordinary people. But I have been there 3 times. 3 times on the cliff? So terrifying?" Lucian couldn't help but take a closer look at Lu Renayuan. There must be something wrong with this guy going there. Either Li Shimin came, or he came here to monitor the people Li Shimin asked him to monitor. This place, except for me, basically no one can go there. There is no one with my skills in the whole Chang'an. Lu Renayuan boasted. As soon as the words fell, those who strode into Fenjiao Tower and those who leaned against the wall to leave Fenjiao Tower couldn't help but look at Lu Renayuan for a while. In the air, a burst of cursing could be heard faintly. "Why are you pretending? Bragging? You must be Niu Shao." A young man walked out from the crowd. He was tall and looked a little haggard, as if he had not eaten enough. Although he had a scruffy beard, his eyes were extremely bright. He stared at Lu Renayuan blankly. "You dare to bet?" Lu Xian took a look and immediately became interested. "Lu Renayuan, you are pretending to be cool. If you encounter someone who sabotages you, just deal with it yourself." Lu Renayuan raised the corner of his mouth. "Boy, where are you from? In Chang'an, you need a background and power. What's your career?" The man looked calm and his arms were around. "Just say whether you want to bet or not." While speaking, Lu Xian could hear that the man was very impatient. This impatience did not seem to be due to impatience, but hunger. "Hey, kid, let's make a bet." Lu Renayuan knew that the artificial river in front of Fenjiao Tower was like the girl in Fenjiao Tower, deep and wide. It would take some effort for ordinary people to jump up to the rockery in the middle. There are not many such people in the whole army. Even if there are many people who are more powerful than Lu Renayuan, they will not be like Lu Renayuan, who has been training with weights since childhood, climbing walls, and jumping back and forth. 10 strings of money. Lu Renayuan sneered. "Come on. 10 strings of money is 10 strings of money." Lu Xian leaned on the railing beside him and observed the young man who took the initiative to come and provoke the bet. The man swallowed his saliva, but it was vaguely visible that under the moonlight and the lights, he had a handsome face. He was not a handsome man, but he had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and was very square. The aura he exuded from his body was very much like Qin Kaiang. While Lu Xian was pondering, he suddenly heard a cry of surprise. The man jumped lightly and reached the railing, then bent his legs suddenly, like a frog. Suddenly, the white jade railing shook lightly, and a figure rushed out in the night. The next moment, a voice came from the rockery. 10 strings of money. You can't default on your debt. Lu Renayuan's mouth seemed to be stuffed with a duck egg, which was bent into a circle. As long as you wanted, you could put your fist in it, but you didn't know if it could come out. How is this possible? My lord, did you see it just now? Lu Renayuan couldn't believe his eyes and rubbed them again and again. While he was talking, he heard a whoosh and the man came over again. Are you convinced? Bring the money quickly. Be willing to accept the loss. Lu Renayuan widened his eyes and looked at the young man in front of him, and he choked out a sentence for a long time. I went up 3 times. The young man didn't waste words and took a deep breath. A moment later, he went up the cliff 3 times and looked at Lu Renayuan. 10 strings of cash. Lu Renayuan suddenly felt that he was too arrogant today. That was 10 strings of cash. Lu Xian smiled calmly. Brother, you did it on purpose, didn't you? The young man frowned and looked at Lu Xian with a calm look. I'll accept the loss, brother. Since he has spoken, I must respond. A real man should keep his word. You are hungry and have no money, so you go to him to make a deal. The young man seemed to be unclear about what the word make a deal meant, but he could vaguely understand it. He still did not answer Lu Xian directly, but looked at Lu Renayuan. We are both upright men, why are you hesitating? Lu Xian could probably guess who this person was, and smiled calmly. Lu Renayuan, if you lose, you will get the money. Who asked you to agree? Lu Renayuan grinned and scratched his head. How can I have money? The young man opposite was stunned, and then sighed heavily. Then how about you treat me to a meal? Lu Renayuan heard this and felt that this was a good relationship. Okay, leave it to me, ha ha ha. In Fenjiao Tower, the Hu people were noisy. In the private room on the 2nd floor, Lu Xian calmly looked at the young man, and the plates and bowls piled in front of the young man, like a small mountain. The key is that he licked it clean. He is really good at eating. He is comparable to Dazwang. Lu Renayuan regretted it so much, but compared to the 10 strings of money, he would rather let this person eat more. I tell you, I'm full. Let alone jumping back and forth 3 times, I can jump back and forth more than 10 times in a place like that. Lu Renayuan saw that Lu Xian was silent, and he had a slap on his face. I shouldn't have said that. You haven't eaten for a long time, right? Lu Xian's voice came faintly. Huh? How do you know? Lu Xian sighed. Not only do I know this, I also know that your farmland was occupied by someone, and you went to Chang'an to file a complaint. Right, Shueli? Boom! The young man's face froze, and his arms suddenly placed on the table. His expression became tense, and the rice was still hanging in his mouth. He swallowed it hard and planned to run away. The body rushed out like a bison. There was a window in front of him. When he rushed out of the window, he saw the river in front of Fenjiu Tower. The wide river was perfect for running. But no matter how hard he tried, his body seemed to be nailed in place, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move. Turning around, he saw a hand lightly placed on his shoulder. This hand is extremely beautiful, like the hand of a scholar, but the heavy weight on the shoulder is not a lie. I'm telling you, I'm not here to complain, I'm just here to see Chang'an. Let me go, and I will return the money to you when I make money later. After struggling like this for a while, the young man collapsed on the ground and looked at Lu Xian aggrievedly. What are you doing? Lu Xian grabbed this guy's shoulders, as if watching a dance. When Li Shimin drank too much yesterday, he complained in the backyard firewood shed that there were too many places for coal mining around Jinyang. Lu Xian thought of something at that time. Near Hejin, there seemed to be a descendant of a down-and-out noble family, Shuirongui. At that time, Li Shimin also talked about the people who went to dig coal there encountered some situations. Yuan Tiangang was knocked over. He was very energetic and young. He could fight 1 against 10 and he would not fall behind. If that person's family is poor, there will be no difficulty. At that time Lu Xian thought of Shuirongui. Today I saw that this man's dusty boots had his fingers exposed. His whole body was unclean, his eyes were bright, but he was a little tired. Coupled with this deliberate behavior and his behavior like a top-notch meal when he was hungry, Lu Xian was roughly determined. As soon as the word Shueli came out, the other party ran away. Lu Xian is basically 100% sure. If you want to run away, there is no way. I heard that you don't have much to do now. Our Daedang hotel is short of a waiter. If that's not possible, go to work in the Ho mansion. I know you're scared, but don't be scared. I'm not a bad person. The more Lu Xian emphasized, the more frightened Shuirongui became, with fear in his big eyes. He has never seen anyone stronger than him in his life, and the only stories he heard from his father about those fierce men were in legends. Today in Chang'an, I saw this extremely handsome young man, who seemed to be younger than me and seemed to be extremely weak. Why did he hold himself down with one hand? What do you want to do? I, Shuirongui, am not a fool. Lu Renayuan was stunned for a moment. That's a good name, Shuirongui, good guy, there's something about it, brother. But don't worry, my master doesn't want to do anything to you. If he wanted to kill you, he would have broken your shoulder with just one slap. Shuirongui finally calmed down, lost his energy and couldn't move anymore. How do you know my name is Shuirongui? Did those dog officials tip you off? Lu Xian shook his head. Why should they tip me off? I don't know them. There is nothing else I am good at, except being able to predict the future. You eat so much in front of me, so I can take a look at you and get a glimpse of your destiny. Isn't it understandable? Shuirongui was stunned on the spot. Lu Xian continued, you don't believe it? Okay, let me talk to you briefly. Your name is Shueli, and your father's name is Shuigui. If what I expected is correct, you used to be an official, but then your family declined and you have been making a living by farming, right? Shuirongui's eyes flickered. He had been reckless just now. He had been hungry for 3 days and couldn't bear it anymore. When he heard someone talking nonsense, he immediately thought of a way to eat enough. You can tell that he is a farmer. It's very simple. People who farm have calluses on their hands, but you can tell that his family members. This is a bit outrageous. Okay, let's talk about you. You should have a wife and children. You can barely make a living by farming. However, in the past 2 years, seedlings in the farmland have often died for no reason. Your farmland has been occupied by someone, and you don't want the money given to you, because your officials only want food for tax collection. There is a mole on your left butt. Your wife's name is Lu Yinhuan, and she is from the Lu family in Hedong. You like to read spring and autumn period, secretly reading storybooks on cold nights, the kind with pictures. Lu Xian calmly told some things about Shui Rongui, as if telling his own things. It is said that history is like a mirror. As long as you stand in front of the mirror, you will find that it understands you better than you do. Do you think Shui Rongui has all his strength for nothing? But he has also read a lot of books since he was a child, and he has a deep understanding of justice. You said he has read books about sages, and doesn't talk about strange powers and chaos? But now facing Lu Xian, every time he heard a word, there was a needle under his butt. Can't sit still. Shui Rongui was a little dissatisfied at first, but gradually his face became serious. Especially when he heard some secrets about himself, he was completely confused. When Lu Xian mentioned that he had a mole on his butt, Shui Rongui couldn't close his mouth. In order to prevent Shui Rongui from screaming, Lu Renayuan stuffed a steamed bun directly into it. Sir, how do you know? Shui Rongui didn't believe in ghosts and gods, so he swallowed the steamed bun and asked in horror. What is the difference between this person in front of me and other gods? The key is that the strength was so great that it easily crushed me. Lu Xian smiled faintly. It's hard to find food and clothing in the countryside. My last name is Lu, the same as your wife's, so it's fate. My family lacks people who can do things. Are you willing to come? When Shui Rongui heard this, it's impossible to say that he was not moved. Sir, Shui Rongui has never been defeated by anyone in his life, but you are the first person like you. May I ask, sir, can I get food and clothing by working for you? Can I gain knowledge? Can I practice skills? Can I serve the country? Hearing this, Lu Renayuan was unwilling, with his eyes squinting and his hands on his waist. Even if he lost the bet, it didn't stop him from being crazy. You know who is sitting in front of you. The youngest marquis in the Tang dynasty. If he were in the Han dynasty, he would be like the champion marquis. The wisest marquis in the Tang dynasty. With a wave of his hand, he can relieve the winter cold of tens of millions of people. The most ambitious marquis in the Tang dynasty. You know, even the kings and generals dare not come in easily. Of course, you have to sit down obediently after entering. Lu Renayuan's bragging skills are definitely a talent. Given time, this skill will definitely be better than Cheng Yaojin and Li Shimen. Moreover, when you come to work for the marquis, you can improve your literary and martial arts, and you can also make your wife and children worry-free, and you can also realize your ambition to serve the country. Isn't it wonderful? Shui Rongui didn't seem to be tempted. Lu Xian smiled. You are here. Lu Renayuan will practice with you every day. If you think it's not enough, let Dazhuang practice with you. Follow me and have a full meal. When he heard Dazhuang, Lu Renayuan lowered his head consciously. Shui Rongui narrowed his eyes. After eating and drinking, he calmed down. If you say what kind of person is destined to be a noble person, isn't this person? Eat a full meal? I have a big appetite. Dazhuang has a big appetite too. Sir, this Dazhuang is my younger brother. Is he very powerful? Shui Rongui's eyes gleamed. Masters are always willing to compete with masters. Lu Renayuan started to speak at this time. He didn't mind others looking down on him, but if they looked down on Dazhuang, that would have to be discussed. It's not a question of whether he is powerful or not. He is really that kind of rare. He is as strong as a mountain, and he can kill a cow with one hand. He looks silly and can confuse people. He can beat 10 Jinryu guards by himself. Shui Rongui was moved and obviously couldn't sit still. His face flushed. He took a deep breath and continued to ask, since you are a marquis, you must be famous, but why have I never heard of it? Lu Xian smiled faintly. Do you want to fight? If you can beat me, you can go home. When Shui Rongui heard this, he showed fear in his eyes. The strength just now was not something that a human could possess. What are you fighting for? If you can't beat them, join them. Sir, Shui Rongui is a scholar. He doesn't like fighting and killing the most. It's not that I'm afraid of your martial arts, but I admire your simple and innocent heart. It's settled. With Lu Xian's assurance, Shui Rongui relaxed at once. The food in the brothel tasted just so-so. Lu Renayuan didn't want to move after eating 2 bites. Lu Xian didn't want to continue eating. However, Shui Rongui had been hungry for a long time. Today, he had the opportunity to eat a full meal, so he certainly couldn't let it go. After finishing more than a dozen bowls of rice, Shuirongui finally burped with satisfaction, and the whole person was very comfortable. Lu Renayuan, you will arrange someone to take the token to pick up Shui's wife and children tomorrow. Lu Renayuan stood up and bowed. Don't worry, Lord, Lu Renayuan will definitely arrange it personally and dare not slack off. After all, we will be colleagues in the future. Shuirongui took a deep breath and bowed to Lu Renayuan. Since General Manager Lu has spoken, let's forget about the 10 strings of money. Both of them were both civil and military men, so they naturally met happily. At this time, Hu Shang was toasting outside, and suddenly he started to make noise, as if he had encountered some trouble. I'm going to fuck you. I don't know where the voice came from, but it was as loud as the eunuchs in the palace. This voice was a little familiar. Lu Xian poked his head out and looked. Who else could it be but Cheng Sun Chong? At this time, Cheng Sun Chong was covered with girls all over his body. He looked like he was fished out of a wine jar, and his face was full of indignation. You Hu people, you are always talking about making money from us Tang people. What's the use of such good glass? Do you dare to take it out in the West Market? Lu Xian noticed that the Hu people seemed to be silent one by one. Several Hu people who wanted to stand up were immediately pulled by someone. Someone whispered something in their ears, and then those Hu people's eye sockets were sunken, and their faces were gloomy. Cheng Sun Chong waved his hand and called, Luo Wanggu, Yang Liufang, you two, settle the bill. Hearing this, Lu Xian's heart moved. Luo Wanggu, Yang Liufang, these two people are following Cheng Sun Chong? But think about it, these two people are so arrogant now, they don't look like people who have confidence in Chang'an. Who is that person? He is so arrogant. Can I beat him? Shuirongui stuffed a piece of cake in his mouth and looked at Cheng Sun Chong. He was restless, as if he wanted to find someone to fight after eating. Shuirongui, come here. Lu Xian smiled and said a few words in front of Shuirongui. Shuirongui's confused face instantly became energetic. My lord, this is a good idea. Outside Fenjia Tower, on the stone bridge, Cheng Sun Chong was hugged by people on both sides. The smell of rouge and powder mixed with the smell of alcohol dissipated in the wind, causing people on the side to cover their noses. What are you looking at? If you look again, I will dig out your eyes. The passers-by were scolded by Cheng Sun Chong, and they left in disgrace, walking against the wall, not daring to look at Cheng Sun Chong directly. There is no way, this little devil who is in the world really dares to kill. In Chang'an City, especially in brothels, no one dares to provoke those who are drunk and crazy, unless you have a father who is a duke. After walking away, a few passers-by spit and cursed, which seemed to relieve their hatred. The depression and resentment in Chang Sun Chong's heart all came from Princess Changle, Li Lizi. At this time, Luo Wanggu and Yang Liufang looked at each other, smiled and came over. Brother, do you want to go to Narcissus Pavilion to relax? The girls over there are strong. Chang Sun Chong glanced at the two of them, and then looked at the two women twisting their waists beside him. Let's go to Narcissus Pavilion. You two lackeys, go to the front and squat for me, I want to get in the car. If it were in the past, Luo Wanggu and Yang Liufang would definitely do it. After all, in Chang'an, if you don't know some powerful people, you have no backing. Is Chang Sun Chong powerful? Of course he is powerful. Are Luo Wanggu and Yang Liufang rich? What's the use of being rich? With just one word from Cheng Sun Chong, Feng Zexuan in Runfan building was closed for 3 days. Brother, my back hurts. Brother, we both hurt our backs while moving books for you this morning. Cheng Sun Chong sneered. Cheng Sun Chong, want to get in the car, no matter if your back hurts or not. At this moment, a cold snort came. Is this the Chang'an person? There are such rebellious people in Chang'an. It seems that Chang'an is not that good. You are Cheng Sun Chong, right? Luo Wanggu's heart skipped a beat, and Yang Liufang's heart suddenly jumped. Cheng Sun Chong squinted his eyes, winked, and looked in the direction of the voice. On the stone bridge, on the white jade railing, stood a very cool man. This man was wearing thin clothes, which was out of tune with the cold night. He was dirty all over, like a beggar on the roadside. The stubble on his face and the pair of dark eyes were vaguely visible. Faced with this provocation, Cheng Sun Chong waved his hand and left without any hesitation. As a relative of the Tang dynasty, I have a very high status. Do I need to argue with a person who has no knowledge? You scold me, do I have to fight with you? I am the son of the Duke of the Tang dynasty. Do I have nothing to do with fighting with the gatekeeper? I am honored if I win. I don't know if it is honorable to win, but it is shameful to lose. Put down my sister. After this shout, Cheng Sun Chong was stunned and looked at the two women beside him. Do you know him? The two prostitutes looked at the figure standing on the railing blankly and shook their heads. Young master, how can we know him? Xuerangui's voice continued to be heard. You are such a scoundrel, bullying my sister, right? My sister is pure and innocent, my brother-in-law is upright and honest, a good family is ruined by you. Look at the beating. After a while, the figure disappeared. Ping Keng Fang returned to peace. Cheng Sun Chong was lying on the ground, his eyes were dark and his dark circles were swollen. Bringing my younger brother and hugging the girl, I was beaten up as soon as I went out. Who did I offend? The key is, who are you? This may be the most aggrieved day in Cheng Sun Chong's life. Brother, get up quickly, under you. Luo Wanggu and Ying Liufang covered their noses and pointed at under Cheng Sun Chong. In the air, a smell that made people excited and wanted to escape slowly floated out. At this time in Fenjia Tower, Lu Renayuan counted the top-grade colored glaze mentioned by the Hu people, and beads of sweat flowed from his forehead from time to time. Finally, after a long time, Lu Renayuan bowed to Lu Xian. My lord, I have counted them clearly. There are 13 in total, all of which are rare treasures. Lu Xian nodded. I didn't expect you to speak Hu language. It's rare. People like you should be sent to the front line, holding on in the wind and snow, fighting with foreign races in the yellow sand. Even if you die, it's a worthy death. When Lu Renayuan heard this, the expression on his face instantly became unnatural. It's okay if there is no war in the border area. If there is a war, Lu Renayuan will probably die. My lord, you are really joking. My little skill is not worth mentioning at the border. Besides, I will be a drag if I go there. Most of the soldiers at the border of the Tang dynasty can understand some Hu language, especially the Turkic language on the grassland. Lu Renayuan has been to the border, so he naturally knows some Hu language, Turkic language, and is even quite proficient in it. But since ancient times, the border has been a bitter and cold place. After finally returning, who would be willing to go there? Unless the descendants of some princes want to go there to gild themselves? Then you can just go there to improve yourself. Lu Xian's voice came again. Lu Renayuan understood that this Lanshan marquis had a way to scare people. The next day, there was a lot of noise outside the Datang Hotel. Datang Hotel, even if it is located in a very secluded and remote place, even if every morning and night is covered with white frost. Inside the Datang Hotel, there were already 3 people sitting upright. As the saying goes, some roads, when you hold gold and beg for mercy in line, some people have already passed through unimpeded. Brother Lu Xian, today's new dishes, the 3 of us can't stand it. Yesterday the 3 of us didn't get anything, today we have to get ahead. Cheng Kumoniuji and Hui Chi Bailin sat upright. How did the 3 of them get in? Of course, they climbed over the wall. You ask them why they are sitting on the stools in an unnatural posture? It's right to be unnatural. Do you think the anti-theft device on the back wall made by Daz Wang with glass slag is just for show? From now on, the glass slag on the back wall of Datang Hotel can proudly say to the world, we open the eyes of the world, we suffer blood, and we sing to express our aspirations. Among them, Cheng Kumo's buttocks were the most severely bruised, and his grinning appearance made Daz Wang, who was standing beside him, a little bit unable to bear it. Ah, brother, let me get some ash from the stove for you to wipe. Daz Wang was stopped by Lu Xian as soon as he opened his mouth. Now, the stove in the backyard is not plant ash, but coal ash. Can that thing be applied to the wound? Motzi, don't be upset. The first person to break through the fortress always comes out with some blood on his body. The people queuing outside the door were like the locusts that appeared in the locust plague in the 2nd year of Zhenguan, dense and crowded. Daz Wang squatted at the door, watching this scene, and became dazed. If it weren't for Lu Renayuan and Xuerangui who just joined to maintain order, it is estimated that the Tang Dynasty Hotel would be surrounded by people today. What outrageous things will happen at that time, such as the fragrance in the air cannot float out, and is constantly sucked dry, and then someone faints due to suffocation, and the cold air can make more than a dozen people fall down. Outrageous, but it is not impossible. Looking around, there are at least more than 1,000 people in line, and the entire Liquanfang and Zishi seem to be filled with densely packed heads. Queue up, queue up. Don't squeeze in the back, I'll fuck you if you push me again. Who the hell farted? Can't you bear it? In the team, there are still many people looking around, grinning, looking around excitedly, although they don't know what happened. But since they came to the land of the Tang dynasty, they have also become local customs. There are so many lively things in Chang'an, and you can't see them all every day. No matter what happened, no matter what the situation is, if you see people queuing, queue up first. Otherwise, nothing can be eaten hot. Squeak. The door of the Tang Dynasty Hotel opened, and the two burly door gods nodded, looked at each other, and let two people in. The first in line were naturally Luo Wanggu and Ying Liufang, who puffed out their chests happily, glanced back, and the corners of their mouths rose unconsciously. Welcome. The loud voices of the maids wearing custom-made cheongsams were exciting. The high slits and the looming spring light looked like the most beautiful taste in the Tang Dynasty Hotel. At this time, Lu Xian had already started working in the kitchen. Opening the system panel, Lu Xian took a deep breath and looked at the system store. Grass carp, 10 cents a piece. Soybean sprouts, 1 cent a pound. Chinese cabbage, 1 cent a pound. Tomatoes, 1 cent a pound. Eggs, 2 cents a pound. There are both meat and vegetables, very good. De Zhuang, come and kill the fish. De Zhuang would never enter the kitchen unless Lu Xian told him to. At this time, looking at the water tank in front of him, there were fat fish jumping and wagging their tails, extremely jubilant, and tears flowed from the corners of his mouth. Fish are so cute, young master, you must make them delicious. When the water boiled, throw the tomatoes directly in. After a while, take them out again. The outer layer of skin has become soft and will break with a light tap. Lu Xian smiled, get the pan ready and heat the oil. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, priced at 50 cents is not too much, right? Boiled fish, 500 coins is not too much, right? Can't afford it? Impossible? There are so many rich people in Chang'an. In the kitchen, Lu Xian waved the spatula in his hand, and the fish was quickly gutted in De Zhuang's hand. In Lu Xian's hand, the knife flashed and it became a fresh fish fillet. At this moment, even the sun seemed to be unable to resist peeking, wanting to sneak a peek at the dishes of the Tang Dynasty restaurant before the diners. People of later generations often say that if you don't eat tomatoes and scrambled eggs in your life, you will eat all over the world in vain. This dish highlights a home-cooked dish, with a fresh and fragrant taste. It is the nemesis of rice and the sworn enemy of beggars. If a hungry person sees others eating anything casually, it can still be justified. After all, when people are hungry, they can eat anything. Want to eat. But as soon as I saw others eating tomatoes and scrambled eggs, I couldn't bear it at that moment. If I didn't go up and fight, I would be considered a coward. There are countless legends about this slightly sour, sweet, and juicy dish. Diamond suit. At least Lu Xian had heard of 1 or 2 people who were desperate and planned to commit crimes. They went to a restaurant late at night and ordered a tomato scrambled egg. In despair, their almost twisted mentality softened at that moment, and they finally changed their ways. This kind of story is as outrageous as peeing on cow balls to save an anorexic patient, but it does not affect people's love for scrambled eggs with tomatoes at all, which shows how popular this dish is. If you don't know what to eat, have tomatoes and scrambled eggs. If you are full but feel your mouth is bland, eat scrambled eggs with tomatoes. If you wake up early in the morning and have no appetite, feel dizzy, or feel depressed after being wronged, then eat scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Master, can I have a taste first? De Zhuang was rubbing his hands on the side, staring blankly into the huge iron pot, with an idiotic smile on his face. Lu Xian smiled helplessly and immediately felt lucky. Fortunately, he was De Zhuang. If it were Yaya, he would have already mastered it by now. After serving De Zhuang a bowl, Lu Xian began to put it on the plate. The girls outside the door had been waiting for a long time. With a wave of Lu Xian's hand, they twisted their waists, came in, picked up their plates and went out. At this time, in the big pot on the side, the boiled fish was in the final step. In the iron pot, after adding Sichuan peppercorns and heating it, the oil gave off a smell that made your tongue stiff when you smell it, and even paralyzed the air. Zilla. On the fish fillet, the smell of chopped green onion and coriander stimulated by the hot oil instantly filled the mouth and nose, followed by the sweetness of the fish mixed with the aroma from the hot oil. This is what the meal tastes like. In the Daedang Hotel, Cheng Kumo and the other 3 were squirming in the corner on the first floor when they suddenly stood up. Motzi, do you smell it? Niu Jianhu's nose twitched slightly, and his body seemed to be hooked by something. What the hell? Does it smell like you? Or does it smell like the beef we had last night? Yuji Baolin's expression changed when he heard last night and beef. After they cooked the beef last night, each of them felt more uncomfortable than the other. Fortunately, the cook from the Cheng family came over, took a look and told them, the foam is blood and cannot be eaten. I smell it, a fragrance, no, I can't help it. Cheng Kumo immediately slapped the table, you have to endure it even if you can't help it. We three brothers are in the same boat. When have we ever lost our composure? A little bit of delicious food, why do you two act like such bears? When I turned around, I saw that the maid in the restaurant was already bringing the dishes to the table. Alternate red and yellow, a big plate full, and a basin of rice. The lid of another porcelain basin was opened, and the smell inside rushed directly to the forehead, as if a god suddenly came down from the chaos, directly shattering the defense of the three people's taste buds. At this time, the restless sounds outside the door became even louder. People inside, hurry up, you grinders, hurry up. That's it, eating is like a mother eating gold. Can you be more efficient and like a bitch? You guys in front keep pushing forward, it's so empty, I want to smell it too. If it weren't for Shui Rongui and Lu Renayuan, these people would have crushed the Datang Hotel. It's so cool. In the Datang Hotel, Luo Wanggu and Yang Liufang took a bite of boiled fish. The spicy taste instantly invaded their brains and they couldn't help but exclaimed. Cheng Kumo immediately became unhappy, who the hell is taking my word for it? In the cold wind, a woman with a nervous face stood at the street corner, out of tune with the crowded crowd. Her face was very nervous. After taking this step, there was really no turning back. Zheng Luan took a deep breath and strode towards Datang Hotel. Hey, that girl, you have to line up too. When I saw someone in the crowd not waiting in line, I immediately became unhappy. There were many women in the team, including maids from various mansions in Chang'an City, women who served the nobles, ladies who came out to try new things, concubines of merchants, and even girls from brothels. Seeing Zheng Luan go in without queuing up, she immediately became anxious, put her hands on her hips and started yelling. Faced with these voices, Zheng Luan was not angry at all, she just felt noisy. Sure enough, ordinary people would never know what she wanted. Girl, you are here. The master of the house said that you can just go to the house. Clothes and everything have been prepared for you. Zheng Luan frowned, what's going on? Lu Renayuan explained, Yaya is at home, Lao Shui, don't move around here, keep an eye on it, I'll go and come back. Shui Rongui felt something was wrong, but seemed to be fine. He patted his chest, it's on my body. As long as I'm here, no one can go in casually. The only thing that wasn't very comfortable was that the smell inside was so fragrant that Shui Rongui couldn't help but look back. Although there was a lot of noise from people outside the door, he seemed to only be able to hear the sucking sounds of those inside. The tormented heart always feels itchy. I have eaten a lot, but I always feel my stomach growling. I must have a big meal today and eat my fill. Cheng Kumo and the other two looked very excited. They had already eaten 5 bowls of rice in front of them. They were sweating all over and even unbuttoned their clothes. So cool, so cool, so cool. De Zhuang looked at the 3 people, grinned and asked, who is cool? Cheng Kumo remained calm, cool, it's me, I'm so cool. Should we get more people here? Fang Yizhang is so upright, and I don't know what he is busy with every day. He doesn't go to brothels or eat delicious food. Are there beauties and delicious food in the book? It's a pity that brother Qin Huiyu is not here now, otherwise we can definitely eat meat and drink together. Suddenly I miss brother Qin Huiyu. I don't know how he is doing in his fiefdom as a son-in-law. Niu Jianhu heard this and suddenly laughed, you don't know yet. Brother Huiyu heard that Uncle Qin's health has improved, and he rushed back from the fiefdom overnight. The letter has arrived, so it should be not far away. Oh, the 3 looked at each other, licked their lips, and looked more excited than each other. Brother Huiyu is back, should he try this boiled fish? He can't drink urquatu in his fiefdom. There's also braised chicken, fried eggs with tomatoes, twice cooked pork, mapo tofu, dongpo pork, tisk tisk. In the eyes of adults, a day is nothing more than a moment. But in the eyes of children, it is a long day. Why is the sun so slow? It is not in a hurry at all. It hangs in the sky every day. Isn't it tired? Isn't it hungry? Doesn't it want to eat? Why doesn't the big bad wolf come out? Eat the sun, and I will come back. Yaya stood outside the door of the Marquis's mansion, pacing back and forth anxiously, with her hands behind her back. Miss, you should go back. It's windy outside. A maid called carefully. Yaya turned her head and said unhappily, but, I hasn't come back yet. The maid smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Yaya is clingy and makes a fuss when she can't see the Marquis for a while. Everyone in the mansion knows about this, but the Marquis specifically said today that Yaya caught a cold yesterday and had to rest at home today. She could go out for a walk only after she recovered. Yaya held two snots and looked left and right with her little head. Suddenly, he saw two burly figures, and then he saw Lucian. You are finally back. If you don't come back, the big bad wolf will come out to eat me. Lucian picked up Yaya, took the handkerchief from the maid beside him, and patiently wiped Yaya's snot. You clever little ghost, are you making trouble at home again? Yaya blushed, and then she said hard, no, Yaya is the best, never naughty. Lucian smiled and carried Yaya into the mansion. Suddenly, Lucian's startled voice sounded, Yaya, it's bad, the big bad wolf is coming. Yaya was lying on Lucian's shoulder happily, and suddenly heard the three words big bad wolf. She trembled all over, and even the snot she was holding suddenly stagnated and slipped back. Where? You have to beat the wolf away. Lucian pretended to be angry. No, you said last night that you can beat the wolf and don't let me intervene. You are no longer a child of 2 or 3 years old. You have to learn to beat the wolf away by yourself. Yaya's eyes flickered, and she looked left and right. How can I beat the wolf away? This is easy, drink another bowl of ginger soup. In Lucian's room, Zhang Luan blushed at this time. Standing in front of the bronze mirror, she always felt that her clothes were a little strange, but she couldn't tell. The moment she entered the Marquis mansion, she saw the huge plaque, and the strong desire in her heart became even deeper. Why does Lucian live in the Marquis mansion? Is he a Marquis? It's impossible. There are so many Marquises in the Tang dynasty, and none of them is surnamed Lu. Before Zhang Luan came to the capital, her grandfather brought a list. She knew the names, looks, and preferences of the people on it. There are all kinds of wealthy nobles in Chang'an, but there is no name like Lucian. Could it be that Lucian has a deep relationship with the owner of this mansion? Zhang Luan thought of many possibilities, but she didn't think of one thing. Is it possible that Lucian is the owner here? The door opened. After Lucian came in, his face was even more surprised. Huh? Why are you here? Zhang Luan blushed and lowered her head. But soon, she raised her head and looked at Lucian proudly, with the arrogance of a wealthy family in her eyes. Mr. Lu, didn't you ask me to come here? It was obviously a rhetorical question, but why did it sound like a condescending question? In addition, the clothes Zhang Luan is wearing now are very spirited. Why did you wear this thing? Zhang Luan said shyly. It was Lu Renayuan who said that women who come to the Marquis mansion must wear this. Lucian began to laugh in his heart. This maid outfit is not for you, but for the 10 maids in the Tang Dynasty Hotel. Since you are going to open a hotel, you have to do something special? It is not difficult to make a maid outfit, right? When Lucian was in college, a friend liked to go to the maid shop to play. Although Lucian didn't like it at that time, he would follow her to broaden his horizons. After a long time, Lucian knew what the maid outfit was and what it was. At that time, Lucian even thought that after graduation, if he became a fashion designer, it would seem reasonable, right? It's a pity that the buddy was obviously studying fashion at that time, but he didn't have clothes in his eyes, but only girls who talked about private Marseilles. And Lucian, who studied science and engineering, went there to experience private Marseilles, but accidentally lit up the skill tree. I thought I would never need this thing. 2 days ago, Lucian had a sudden idea. Especially when he saw Laoli always staring at the maids in the Marquis mansion, he suddenly realized one thing. Clothes make the man, and the maid costume is here, even the gods are restless. You know what, you look pretty good in this. However, such a cute outfit does not really match Zhang Luan's cold face. Professional attire seems to be more suitable. The black evening dress with high slits on the shoulders, the skin is like snow, and it looks like a blooming white lotus under the faint light. The queen, absolutely beautiful appearance, absolutely strong authority, wisdom beyond age, unparalleled strength. Just thinking about it, there is a different taste in my heart. Some thoughts flashed through Lucian's mind, but there was no movement on his face. This scene made Zhang Luan a little disappointed. This outfit is pretty good, why didn't Lu Xian have any fluctuations? Even if it's just a slight fluctuation, it's okay. Am I not beautiful? Marquis, someone is outside. Outside the door, Lu Renayuan's voice interrupted Zhang Luan's thoughts and gave Lu Xian an excuse to go out. I know. Zhang Luan stared at Lu Xian blankly, and her proud eyes seemed to become rippling. Sure enough, men are all liars. You are obviously a marquis, but you insist on saying that you are a cook. Man, you are very interesting. Zhang Luan raised her chin, raised the corners of her mouth, looked at the direction where Lu Xian left, and walked out with big strides. Outside the marquis's mansion, a carriage stopped. The three sisters Li Lizi were looking at the deep and luxurious mansion in front of them through the curtains on the carriage. Sister, is this where Lu Xian lives? It looks okay. Li Hui had not left the palace many times since she was a child. In her eyes, whether other people's places were good or not had nothing to do with her. Anyway, they were not as good as hers. Li Lizi smiled and did not answer. She just learned from the eunuchs in the palace today that Lu Xian was made a marquis. At that time, Li Lizi's first thought was, it should have been like this long ago. How could my father be so confused? Such a handsome man, even if he is not made a marquis, he should have a fiefdom, right? For example, if he becomes the biggest son-in-law in the Tang dynasty, wouldn't he have a fiefdom? Thinking of this, Li Lizi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sister, is it here? Why are you laughing? Li Lizi glanced at the confused Li Shu, still silent, just laughing secretly. If Lu Xian becomes a prince consort, it will be a double happiness, 2 fiefs, wouldn't it be wonderful? How could Li Lizi not be happy? It's out. It's Lu Xian. It's really him. Li Hui opened her eyes wide, and suddenly seemed to understand something. Li Shu stared at Li Lizi with even wider eyes. Sister, why didn't you tell me about this? Li Lizi sighed. I didn't expect that my father would suddenly confer the title on Lu Xian. Why? Didn't my father say a few years ago that he would no longer confer titles? Li Lizi smiled mysteriously. If the Queen Mother hadn't mentioned it unintentionally today, Li Lizi would not know the reason. Do you remember that the palace suddenly became as warm as spring these 2 days? Li Shu nodded. Sister is right, it doesn't seem to be so warm at this time of year in previous years. Then do you know why it is so? Li Hui suddenly exclaimed at this time, is it because of Lu Xian? Outside the gate of the Marquis's mansion, Lu Xian looked at the carriage and suddenly realized who was coming. When 3 beautiful figures got off the carriage, Lu Xian exclaimed, don't you feel cold? Looking carefully, the 3 people were holding a small hand warmer, wearing a mink wool gilded long coat, and they didn't look like they were afraid of the cold. Especially Li Lizi, her face was slightly sweaty and her face was ruddy, and Li Hui's face was even more red, like an apple that had just matured but not yet ripe. Only Li Shu was a little strange, with a bulge around her waist, as if she had hidden some treasure. Shopkeeper, you really live here. You moved into a new house, but you didn't tell us. I came here today and brought a small gift. Please don't refuse it. Lu Xian smiled and bowed. You are too polite, ladies. Guests are welcome. Please come in. Just call me Lu Xian, don't be so distant. If you come to take a look, then take a look. If you come to take a look with gifts, then you are friends. Lu Xian suddenly thought that if these 3 people knew that Li Shimin and himself were sworn brothers, should they change their words and call him uncle? What a big house, Lu Xian, is this your home? Why does it say Marquis Mansion on it? Li Lizi asked knowingly, her big eyes flickering. Lu Xian noticed Li Lizi's little thoughts, but did not answer, but asked calmly, how did you 3 know this place? Li Lizi was silent. Just as she was racking her brains to think about how to answer, a woman's figure came into view. In an instant, Li Lizi lowered her head. Li Hui was stunned, then smiled shyly. Li Shu coughed lightly and turned to look elsewhere. Zhang Luan came out, wearing a maid outfit. Compared with the maid outfits of later generations, the skirt was relatively long, but under the golden sunlight, the scenery on her chest was still quite conspicuous. I forgot to introduce you 3. This is Zhang Luan, with the name Yorong and the nickname Sunran. Zhang Luan didn't know what Yorong and Sunran meant, but she raised her head calmly and looked at Li Lizi and the other 2. Are you 3 girls here to visit Lu Xian? I'm here, what else do you bring? For a moment, Lu Xian noticed something was wrong. Zhang Luan was a little domineering. Did she treat this place as her own home? But think about it, it seems that there is nothing wrong. Zhang Luan is now the chief steward who manages the female family members in the Marquis's mansion. It doesn't seem to make any difference if she speaks a little tougher, has a little leadership, and has a sense of oppression and obedience. She is a professional woman now. It's Sister Zhang, I'm Li Lizzie. I'm Li Shu. I'm Li Hui. Zhang Luan, who was originally very arrogant, heard these three names and her body shook like a sieve. Although she didn't show it, Lucian still noticed it. When she shook, her whole body trembled, just like the teacher in the movie who forcibly held back the trembling for some reason. Now, the tough one met the tough one. How about you compare your backstage? It's obvious that Li Lizzie just envied Zhang Luan's beauty for a while, and then she returned to her true nature in an instant. I'm still young, but I have a promising future. What's wrong with Ping? That's because I'm open-minded. I've never had any crooked thoughts. I've never been greedy for Lucian. Although Li Hui is young, in terms of figure, she may be the best among the few. She is slender and gentle. Although she feels a little ashamed in front of Zhang Luan, she is also a prominent one among the Li sisters and has a lot of talent. She pursed her lips, smiling, and secretly swore in her heart that she would ask her mother for advice when she returned today, and she must surpass Zhang Yorong. Only Li Shu remained calm, saying, "You rely on your looks, I rely on my strength." Lucian can't always be obsessed with beauty in his life, right? A real man is always good at both civil and military affairs. Lucian has the civil affairs, and I, Li Shu, am not bad at martial arts either, so it's all done. In the main hall, Yaya saw a few people and rushed over with a snotty nose. Li Lizzie picked up Yaya and rubbed her little face. "Oh, Yaya, what's wrong with you?" Yaya didn't care who picked her up at all, but only cared about the box in the hand of the person who picked her up. "Big sister, what delicious food did you bring me?" Li Lizzie smiled, "So Yaya is hungry. Sister didn't bring any food today, but whatever Yaya wants to eat, sister can buy it for you." Yaya's face was full of grievances immediately, and then she looked at Li Shu. She remembered that this elder sister would bring mung bean cakes. Li Shu took out a box from behind, and in an instant, Yaya's face smiled again. In the laughter, a bubble was rubbed out of her snot, which slowly grew bigger. Pop! The snot bubble exploded in the air and smeared on Yaya's face, causing everyone to laugh. Okay, Yaya, wipe your snot and wash your hands before hugging your elder sister." Lucian knew that Yaya had a cold. In ancient times, catching a cold was still a troublesome thing. Yaya is hungry. Then drink ginger soup. But ginger soup is not tasty. At this time, Daz Wang's voice came from outside, "Yaya, the big bad wolf is coming." When Yaya heard this, her body shook and she ran to another table, where there was 10,000 ginger soups, still steaming. Tons. Who said that children can't endure hardships? Yaya can. Yaya is getting cuter and cuter. Li Lizzie smiled, then took out a box and placed it in front of Lucian. "This is a good thing I brought from home. My father and mother like it very much." When Li Lizzie took out this dragon and phoenix jade pendant from Li Shimon's inner treasury, Li Shimon didn't know it. This was a trophy that Li Shimon snatched from Yingguang. He never showed it to others easily. He valued it as much as the imperial seal. "Lucian, take a look at this thing, do you like it?" As soon as Lucian saw the thing that appeared after the box was opened, he knew what it was instantly. In the unofficial history, it is rumored that Li Shimon obtained a thing from Yingguang's palace that was passed down to future generations. It was called the Peerless Heshi Bai. It was different from the real imperial seal, but it was engraved with auspicious patterns of dragons and phoenixes, with red lines, like weeping blood, mixed with yellow marks, and formed the shape of a golden dragon. It is said that Yingguang was ambitious because he got this divine object, and began to build large-scale projects and send troops to all directions. Legends are legends, but this thing should be a little worse than the imperial seal. But when Li Shimon faced the questioning of the ministers, he directly took it out and said it was acceptable. After all, the imperial seal had been lost long ago, and I, Li Shimon, got the substitute of the future generations. Don't you recognize it? Li Shimon was good at using the most precious things to shut up those people. This is my father and mother's favorite thing. They gave it to me on my birthday last year. Now, I give it to you. Li Lizzie picked it up before she finished speaking, and the whole person turned into a crying monster. Although Li Hui and Li Shu were also daughters of Li Shimon, They had never seen such top-level things on weekdays, so they didn't take it seriously and just thought it was an ordinary gift. Li Hui took out a heavy package from her sleeve. When taking this thing out, Li Hui had some difficulty. No wonder she had been holding up her sleeve with her hands and refused to put it down no matter what. Lu Xian, this is a gift I prepared for you. I think you will like it. Lu Xian opened it and saw a piece of bullhead gold. Pure gold? It was big, almost the size of two big fists, and it was very heavy. When Li Hui handed the bullhead gold to Lu Xian, she obviously let out a long breath, and the sweat on her forehead seemed to no longer be hidden, and began to flow freely. Li Shu smiled. Lu Xian, I made a sword, the gentleman's sword? It must be suitable for you. Li Shu smiled and untied her clothes and belt. This action made Li Lizi and Li Hui dumbfounded. Zhang Luan didn't know how to speak now. Before coming to the capital, she knew very well what kind of nobles, what kind of names, what kind of family background, and what kind of background. Li Lizi, Li Shu, Li Hui, what these three names represent, and what the jade pendant just now represents, Zhang Luan is not unaware. Li Shu's action was not very good, but the soft sword taken out from the waist was really good looking. In an instant, Lu Xian's eyes were illuminated. In the sun, the soft sword flashed with cold light, soft like a piece of paper, but the sharp blade seemed to tell anyone who saw this sword that it was not an ordinary item. Lu Xian took the sword, held it in his hand, and gently waved it twice, bringing up the cold wind. The sword energy was bleak, and he couldn't help but exclaim, white light contains the sun and the moon, purple air is like a bullfight. What a good sword. In the iron smelting technology of the Tang dynasty, it is basically impossible to make such a soft sword hidden on the body. There is only one possibility, that is, the place with the best craftsmanship in the world, the General Works Supervisor. Learn literary and martial arts, and sell them to the emperor's family. The same is true for craftsmen. The most powerful craftsmen have long been taken over by the General Works Supervisor. Although they are just a small official, they have no worries about food and drink, and they concentrate on iron forging and honing their skills. Although there is no future, it is much better than being a craftsman. I guess this should be the result of the General Works Supervisor rolling it up. Seeing that Lu Xian liked it, Li Shu also bowed. Lu Xian, good poem. Lu Xian smiled indifferently and looked at Li Lizi and the others. The three ladies are so polite today and brought generous gifts. Lu Xian would like to thank you. There is nothing good in my humble abode. So, please wait for a moment, I will go get some food. Lu Renayuan, pour tea. Shuerongui, didn't you buy some snacks and preserved fruits? Welcome the guests. Yaya finished drinking the ginger soup and grabbed Zhang Luan's hand. Big sister, do you want to play in my room? There is a big bad wolf in my room. It doesn't bite people. If you play with it, the big bad wolf will not look for me. The main hall was filled with a joyful atmosphere for a while. Li Lizi put Yaya on the ground with a smile. Yaya, you are already a big child. Can you go and play with your brother Daz Wang? Or you can play with other sisters. Sister, I have to help your father. I'm going to do something in the kitchen. Li Lizi rubbed Yaya's head, and then followed Lu Xian's direction to the kitchen. When Li Shu saw Yaya, her scalp was numb. At her age, what she disliked most was children. Yaya was reserved, and she was even more reserved. I'll go chop wood. Li Shu also ran away. Then Li Hui was left. Li Hui saw her two sisters running away, and her eyes rolled twice, as if she remembered something. Sister Zhang, do you have anything to do now? Zhang Luan took a deep breath, and her arrogant look just now disappeared without a trace, leaving only a seemingly proud figure. But she had to be the same as before, otherwise it would be so embarrassing. Today is the first day in the Marquis Mansion. If she embarrasses herself, it will not be her own people who are embarrassed, but the people of the Marquis Mansion. Sister, do you have something to do? Li Hui blushed, leaned close to Zhang Luan's ear, whispered shyly, and then lowered her head, almost burying her head in her chest. So that's what my sister asked. This matter is a bit difficult. If it's an ordinary person, that's it. According to my method, after 3 months, I will stand proudly. It's a pity that my sister is extremely talented. If I want to go further, I'm afraid this method will be useless. Li Hui stared at Zhang Luan's chest in despair, then shook her head and sighed, and went to find Li Lizi. Zhang Luan took a long breath, her heart tumbling. Why did the princess come to Lu Xian for nothing? Suddenly, she realized one thing. These three princesses did not seem to be her friends. If you are not a friend, then you are an opponent. They are here to rob Lucian? Okay, you actually competed with me for Lucian. Sister, can you squat down? I can't see you anymore. Yaya took Zhang Luwen's hand and leaned against Zhang Luwen. When she raised her head, her sight was blocked and she called softly. Zhang Luwen smiled and saw that the braid on Yaya's head was loose, and said with a smile, Yaya, who braided the braid on your head? It's I. Zhang Luwen was stunned, no wonder one pillar held up the sky. Sister, I'll make up another one for you, okay. Yaya's big eyes showed excitement, as if all the hardships were over. Sister, help me quickly and I'll treat you to mung bean cake. In the backyard, Lucian looked at the jade pendant and gold bull head in his hand, planning to put them in the main hall, and they had to be placed in a conspicuous place. Li Shimin had so many leaky little cotton-padded jackets at home, so he had to let him know. After he found out, his expression must be wonderful, right? 50 miles outside Chang'an City, at the northern foot of the Qinling Mountains, there are mountains and waters. Today Lanshan County Magistrate Liu Yongxiao has been waiting for a long time. An old man of several years stood in the cold wind, with a dozen minor officials standing behind him, neatly dressed in official uniforms, waiting for the shadow of Marquis Lanshan to appear on the official road. Your Majesty, didn't you say that the Marquis will come to inspect today? The sun is almost setting, is he not coming? Liu Yongxiao stroked his beard. As his name suggests, he is already 58 this year. Although he is old, his eyes are still bright, like the lotus of Lanshan. No matter what season it is, whether it is wind, sun, or rain, they are always shining. Don't be too fussy, let's just wait until dark. When the Marquis takes office, it is customary to inspect the fiefdom. The Marquis may not come, but we cannot wait. Liu Yongxiao wrapped his clothes tightly. Although the late autumn air was not particularly cold, the coldness in the wind already made him shiver a little. On the loess, traces of repairs can be vaguely seen. The place where Guandao meets Lanshan County, especially the place leading to the county seat, seems to have few people coming here on weekdays. It is the newly plowed soil today. On the official road not far away, there was a fast horse dressed in black. In an instant, he was in front of Liu Yongxiao and others. When he saw the official uniforms on their bodies, Liu Renayuan knew that he had found the right person. Lanshan Marquis Mansion Liu Renayuan. Liu Renayuan bowed his hands to several people. It is impossible to salute. I am the noble general of the Jinwu Guard. I have a higher official rank than any of you. I can be regarded as your superior. It turns out to be General Zhonglang. Liu Yongxiao, the magistrate of Lanshan County, pays homage to General Zhonglang. Liu Yongxiao took the lead in saluting. For a young man, he bowed 90 degrees, his head almost touching the ground. The deeper I lowered my head, the slower I got up. This made me feel dizzy and dizzy. May I ask General Zhonglang, is the Marquis arriving soon? Liu Renayuan rubbed his hands, looked at everyone, and took out a notice from his backpack. The Marquis didn't come today. Lanshan hasn't built the Marquis mansion yet. He will be here in a few days. This notice was written by the Marquis to do something. The Lanshan County Magistrate engraved it and posted it in the county. There was no grand spectacle with gongs and drums, nor a mighty and majestic team. There was only one person and one horse, and a piece of paper was left behind. Watching Liu Renayuan disappear into the bleak autumn wind, Liu Yongxiao touched the corner of his mouth and opened the notice. Hiss, it's interesting. The young Marquis wants to recruit craftsmen. At this time, in the Ho Mansion, Lu Xian was facing Li Lizi's gaze. Someone has said that there is a kind of genius in this world who can open his eyes to the sun and see everything clearly. He can look at the same person or thing without blinking all day long. Such people were often called natural archers and marksmen by the ancients. At this moment, Lu Xian felt that women were indeed born shooters. Li Lizi stared at him for almost half an hour, basically not moving her eyes or seeing her blink. Ho Yi didn't even dare to practice like this. Li Shu was chopping firewood outside, and she glanced at Lu Xian intentionally or unintentionally, and kept showing her strength that was comparable to that of a man. When you chop wood, just chop wood. If you hold an axe in your hand and hold a flower, what does that mean? Growing up, I had heard of people using swords and flowers to attract people, and people using swords and flowers to attract people. After all, those two things are high-end and have a sense of beauty. Axe flower? At first glance, this thing has the smell of a reckless man. There is no one to imitate, but Chang Yaojin. Li Hui was a little simpler. She sat aside, added firewood to the stove, and kept asking questions. Lu Xian, don't think you live in such a big house, but you spend a lot of money every day. Yaya is young and hasn't studied yet. When she grows up and gets married, she will need a lot of dowry. De Zhuang is so good at eating. Manager Lu and that Zhuangxi Shui are not slow eaters. These all cost money. Lu Xian, I have a small appetite and I have money. Everyone else spends your money. Only I will feel sorry for you. Every time Li Hui opens her mouth, it's like she has a kind of magic power. She's obviously using various means to persuade you to eat soft food, but her soft and waxy voice is just like the girl next door asking you to catch butterflies together. It is obviously to advise you to give up your efforts, but it gives people an inspirational meaning, as if you don't listen to her, the world will be destroyed. Lu Xian, what is a tomato? Is it a fruit? Is it a persimmon? Li Lizi asked curiously, looking at the tomatoes cut into small cubes with curiosity on her face. It's a kind of persimmon. It's sour and sweet. It's delicious. Li Lizi continued to ask, do we have this thing in the Tang dynasty? Is it in Lingnan? Li Lizi subconsciously thought of Lingnan. After all, Lingnan is a place with hundreds of thousands of mountains, covered with mist, and there are many places in it that no one has ever set foot on. Not even in Lingnan. Huh? Lingnan doesn't have one either? Then where did you get it? There are so many. This is my secret, Miss Li. Do you like asking other people's little secrets? Li Lizi's face flushed, and she consciously sat on the small bench nearby. There was a trace of dust on the tip of her nose. I just think this thing is good. If it is available elsewhere in the Tang dynasty, I will find some for you. Outside the door, Lu Renayuan came back at some point, and he and Shui Rongui were fetching water from the well in the yard. The two of them had very sharp ears. When Lu Renayuan heard Li Hui's voice inside, he couldn't hold it back. Listen, listen, this girl is rich. She wants to invite the Marquis to come to her house. When Shui Rongui heard this, he immediately touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Actually, it's not impossible. Miss Li is so sincere, and she is not bad looking. She is barely worthy of the Marquis. Lu Renayuan shuddered. Shui Rongui, you are still a little timid. That's a princess. Is there anyone in the world that the princess can't match? A dozen faces flashed through Lu Renayuan's mind. They were those people he knew who had made great achievements on the battlefield and left legends on the land of the Tang dynasty. The last face that emerged was Lu Xian. Yes, who said that the Marquis is not okay? What's wrong with the princess? The princess is also a person. Can't the princess marry? It's already such a high status, how much higher can it be? No, then wouldn't the Marquis be a son-in-law? Lu Renayuan's mind was full of thoughts. The Tang dynasty had many opinions about sons-in-law. Generally speaking, they were no different from women. But everyone wanted to be a son-in-law. The father-in-law didn't give enough. Old Shui, which one do you think the Marquis will choose? Lu Renayuan suddenly started to gossip. The scar on his butt healed and he forgot the pain. The Marquis is not an ordinary person. I guess he wants them all. Lu Renayuan was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Don't tell me, this Shui Rongui is a bit interesting. The two talked all night long last night, and even lived together. The fire was burning at night, reflecting the faces of the two big men, making them look particularly passionate. Old Shui, do you know why the Marquis is so popular? Shui Rongui glanced at Lu Renayuan and shook his head in confusion. Everyone in Chang'an knows that people like you and me are already relatively handsome, right? But if you find a problem, as long as the Marquis appears, no matter how low-key he is, he will be noticed quickly. This kind of person deserves to be seen by others. Old Shui, you have never fought in a war. If a person like Marquis goes to the battlefield, he will definitely attract a large number of archers from the other side. Shui Rongui scratched his head. Old Lu, it is impossible for Mr. Ho to go to the battlefield. If we do, it will be the two of us. Besides, the Marquis is commanding from behind. Just tell us to fight wherever you tell me. I studied military science when I was a child. I know all the 36 strategies. I also read the spring and autumn period. When Lu Renayuan heard the words spring and autumn, a strange smile immediately appeared on his face, and he touched Shui Rongui's shoulder. When you talked about spring and autumn last night, your face turned red. So, spring and autumn, are you serious? The wind blew through the courtyard and into the main hall, bringing with it a tangy fragrance. In the main hall, Lucien took Yaya and De Zhuang, while the three Li Lizi sisters were sitting on the round table opposite Lucien, while Zheng Luan was watching in front of Yaya. On the table, there are several dishes neatly placed. Only Lucien is the calmest. After all, Lucien eats these mediocre dishes not once. There are so many delicacies in the future, all over the country, including high-speed rail trains, and he can go wherever he wants. Eat barbecue in the northwest in the morning, fly to Hainan to eat seafood in the afternoon, travel all night, and wake up to enjoy delicious lamb on the prairie. Lucien, you are so awesome. Li Hui has made rapid progress. From a princess who had never spoken to men in the deep palace, through observation and understanding, plus the use of some abilities, Li Hui quickly made great progress. Just realize it. If you want the man in front of you to get closer to you, you must not only be able to spend money, be willing to spend money, but also be able to praise others. They are just trivial and ordinary dishes. What's so great about it? Come on, try this dish. You may have never had it before. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Li Hui nodded and picked up the chopsticks openly, not treating herself as an outsider at all. At this time, it was Li Lizi's turn to feel uncomfortable. She was obviously the first person to know Lucien, but now, it seemed that the person she was most familiar with was Li Hui. Li Lizi's entanglement will never appear in Li Shu. As the woman who is most likely Shiman among Li Shiman's daughters, she stood up directly, picked up rice from Lucien, then picked up 2 dishes, a chicken drumstick, and put it on the table. In Lucien's bowl. Lucien, you must be tired after working for so long. Eat more. I brought some medicinal wine from home, as well as some tiger bone oil to activate the meridians. I will use it for you soon. I will ensure that no matter how busy you are, your body will never be sore. When the time comes, I will show you some skills with a gun and a stick. Li Shu was bragging for the first time. No matter how much he looked like a man, there was always a trace of clouds floating on his face inadvertently, just like the first clouds in the sky in the crisp autumn weather. The fair skin has a red glow, making him look somewhat heroic, which contrasts well with his masculine aura. It's just that this statement sounds very wrong. This woman is not serious? Who can play with medicine and wine if there is nothing wrong with a serious girl? How can a girl who plays with oil be a serious girl? How can any normal girl just want to dance with guns and sticks when she has nothing to do? Miss Li Shu, try this boiled fish. This time it was Li Lizi's turn to be anxious. Zheng Luan, who was wearing a maid outfit on the side, saw beads of sweat on Li Lizi's forehead and smiled at the corner of her eyes. She is also a girl, and she is a mature girl, a precocious girl. How could she not know what Li Lizi is thinking in her heart at this moment? Miss Li, look at you, your face is stained with hunger. Come, try this soup, it's sour. Zheng Luan had a smile on her face, was dressed in a maid uniform, and added her hidden words at this moment, suddenly making Lucien feel that the atmosphere seemed to be tense. Who says women are all gentle? There is a knife hidden in the gentleness? I'll poke you if it's okay. Of course, I also want you to poke her if it's okay. Yorong, why are you talking to the guests? Miss Li is our distinguished guest. She came to visit today and brought expensive gifts. Hurry up and serve food to the 3 girls. Zheng Luan wanted to continue teasing Li Lizi, but after being scolded by Lucien, the unknown fire disappeared for no reason, and she still enjoyed these words in her heart. De Zhuang looked at the others with a smile. I'll eat first, hee. Yaya immediately stretched out her little hand. Brother De Zhuang, give it to me first, I can't reach it. Suddenly, Li Lizi seemed to have found a breakthrough. Yaya, very young. Children at this age need someone to play with. Unfortunately, there are no children the same size as Yaya in the home mansion. Even if Yaya wants to go out to play, she can only play with De Zhuang. Lucien dotes on Yaya very much. Then we can only start with Yaya. The Queen Mother said that if you want to catch a man, you have to find his weakness and scratch him. There was light in Li Lizi's eyes. She didn't care what other people's light was. At this moment, her light was Yaya. She had so many brothers and sisters. If they could all be brought over to play with Yaya and make Yaya happy, then wouldn't it be easy to take down Lucien? Yaya, what do you want to eat? Sister will get it for you. As soon as Yaya saw Li Lizi speak, she immediately held her small bowl, put it on the stool, and dragged the stool to Li Lizi's side. Big sister, Yaya wants to eat tofu. Several women covered their faces and laughed secretly. Yaya was so young that she didn't understand what this unintentional words meant. But they knew. Lucian, your daughter likes to eat tofu at such a young age. She must have learned it from you, right? Li Shu was bold and started the group first. Lucian immediately waved his hands repeatedly. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. Yaya is a little kid with a lot of cleverness. I, Lucian, am upright, pure, and gentle. How could I teach these things? Don't take children's words seriously. Haha, please eat, don't be polite. Li Hui held her head and looked at Lucian. Lucian, teach me how to cook in the future, and I will cook for you, so you don't have to work hard anymore. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is very skinny. De Zhuang immediately looked at Li Hui with wide eyes, as if the meat in his bowl was taken away. Young master's craftsmanship can only be learned by me. Do you want to steal the Datang Hotel from me? De Zhuang obviously misunderstood and was anxious. Li Hui was not afraid at all. She smiled faintly, her beautiful eyes as curved as crescent moons. De Zhuang, you don't understand. I will only do it for Lucian alone. Only then did De Zhuang nod with satisfaction. As long as he didn't compete with him for the Datang Hotel, didn't compete with him for his craftsmanship, and didn't compete with him for those ants, he could say anything. Lucian looked at a few people and couldn't help but smile. Today's dishes are all those that have appeared in Datang Hotel, except for this hot and sour vermicelli soup. If you have nothing to do, you can bring your relatives and friends over to try it. Datang Hotel is famous now, so you should hurry up early. De Zhuang, starting tomorrow, we will only receive 100 guests a day. Upon hearing Lucian's words, the happiest person was not De Zhuang, but Yaya. You are finally willing to play with me. Yaya danced excitedly, the rice in her mouth almost spit out, and the tomato juice at the corner of her mouth was still flowing. If it weren't for Zhang Luan's quick eyesight and quick hands, Yaya probably wouldn't be able to hold on to this outfit for a long time. Li Lizi smiled. Lucian, I have many younger brothers and sisters at home. I have an idea. How about letting them come over to play with Yaya? I see that your mansion is not small, and there are many places to play. At Yaya's age, when she is most playful, if there is no one to play with her, she may become depressed in the future. Lucian looked at Li Lizi with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, miss. I'll see about this later. The main thing is not that Li Lizi's younger brothers and sisters, Lucian doesn't care about them. When they come, someone will naturally protect their safety. The main thing is, if they come over to play, can they play better than Yaya? Even though Yaya is only 4 years old, Lucian knows very well that any child of the same age, or even a slightly older child, will suffer a bit in front of Yaya. Sister, please let me lean on you. It's flat, soft, and so comfortable. The atmosphere became awkward again. Zhang Luan puffed up her chest at this time, and her face seemed to be shining with pride. Yaya, sit up higher. Li Lizi seemed to have not heard Yaya's words, and smiled and fed Yaya eggs. Lucian, whenever I cried when I was a child, my father and mother would make me egg custard to eat. They said that as long as I eat egg custard, I will calm down. In recent years, we have eaten all kinds of food at home, and we rarely eat eggs anymore. Your scrambled eggs with tomatoes reminds me of the taste of my childhood. Li Lizi picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. The next moment, Li Lizi suddenly became weak. Bang! Li Lizi was lying on the table, as if she had fainted. Lucian's heart skipped a beat and he reacted instantly. Is Li Lizi allergic to eggs? Lucian had only met one such person before he traveled through time. At that time, Lucian liked to eat with him the most, specializing in dishes with lots of eggs. It doesn't matter, just drink more hot water. In a daze, Li Lizi seemed to hear Lucian's words. You can't eat eggs. You'll feel dizzy when you eat them. When you were a child, you didn't become quiet after eating eggs, but you fainted. No wonder Chang'e died at a young age in history. It turns out that Li Shimen and Empress Chang soon played a major role. Tell me, what are you going to do? In the Chang mansion, Chang Kumo was sneaking around and wanted to climb over the wall, but was caught by Chang Yaejin. Hey, Dad, I have a date with a friend. Chang Yaejin looked at Chang Kumo coldly. Take off the bandage on your head. I don't know you yet. If you dare to hit that pillar, it means there must be something wrong with it. Don't worry, I've already replaced it. If you bump it again in the future, It will be firm and I guarantee that you will be dizzy after the bump. Chang Kumo was shocked, and then his body ached. $10,000? That's $10? It's just gone. Dad, why are you so prodigal? Dad, the kid does have an appointment with a friend. As you know, Uncle Chin's son is coming back. Chin Huiyu? When Cheng Yaojin heard the name, his face softened. You kid, you need to be straight. Chin Huiyu is the current consort. He and the princess are inseparable and have a good reputation in the fiefdom. If you dare to lead him around, be careful, I will break your legs. When Cheng Kumo heard Cheng Yaojin let out a sigh, he immediately patted his chest. Dad, don't worry, I'm going to take Brother Huiyu to eat delicious food. Although I just tasted Brother Lucien's craftsmanship this morning, I always talk about it. Dad, why don't you change the cook at home? After eating Brother Lucien's food, I don't want to eat at home anymore. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. You kid, you finally spoke to my heart. The same goes for your father and me. Eating at home is always a bit boring. In this case, you go first, and I'll go find some of your uncles. At worst, I'll steal a cow. When Cheng Kumo heard this, he shouted excitedly, Dad, I'm going first. At this time, Cheng Yaojin had mixed feelings in his heart. Even though Cheng Kumo didn't look like a nobleman all day long, like a playboy who always got into trouble, when he talked about Lucien, he seemed to be extremely serious and his words were full of admiration. The juniors do have to move around more. Speaking of which, if His Majesty hadn't interfered with it, he and Lucien would have become brothers, right? If we become brothers, wouldn't we have delicious food every day? Your Majesty, why do you love to rob so much? Before, you robbed others, and I helped you rob. Now that I have sworn brotherhood with Lucien, you robbed me first. Thinking of this, Cheng Yaojin's eyes rolled around and he looked at his backyard. In the backyard, the cowshed was quiet, and there was no one breathing in the sheepfold. Only the pigsty kept making noises. Cheng Yaojin looked at the old hen squatting in the haystack. I heard that you laid one less egg today? You bold old hen, cutting corners, dared to withhold my eggs. Cheng Yaojin, you are looking for death. Thinking of this, Cheng Yaojin suddenly felt that he was good again. I am not good at making pork, but I am not very professional at making chicken. At least I am someone that your Majesty has been greedy for. In the Battle of Hulao Pass, if it was not for the grouse that I shot, could your Majesty be the bravest among thousands of troops? Can he break through the barrier alone and kill all the enemy troops? Can he see who the enemy general is with his sharp eyes in the midst of heavy siege? Thinking of this, Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but touch his beard. It seems that today is the time for your Majesty to taste my old Cheng's cooking skills again. What was the word Lucien said last time? Sashimi? Yes, sashimi. In the palace, Li Shimin shuddered and sneezed a few times. Is there something bad going on? Li Shimin looked embarrassed and picked up the memorial. Just as he opened it, footsteps were heard outside the door. Your Majesty, it's done? Your Majesty, it's done. When Yuan Tiangong's voice came, Li Shimin knew that he had to start making money. In the manor hall late at night, there were constant sounds of heavy breathing. Your Majesty, it is estimated to be 1 million caddies. How many? £1 million. Yuan Tiangang has a grey head and a shabby face, and there is no trace of immortality in his body. £1 million a month. Master, do you know the consequences of deceiving the emperor? He was obviously very excited, his face was flushed, and he couldn't sit still, but Li Shimin was still here to test. Yuan Tiangang, who was usually calm, with an immortal demeanor, jumped up at this moment. Your Majesty, if there is not 1 million caddies a month, you can chop off Yuan Tiangong's head and use it as a chamber pot. Li Shimin took a long breath, his heart was pounding with excitement, the imperial engine was so terrifying. I can't use a chamber pot as big as yours. Starting tomorrow, we will start selling with Chang'an as the center. You will supervise it personally. By the way, remember to discuss it with Chang Sunwuji. His stove must keep up. Now that coal can be sold, there is no shortage of stoves. Li Shimin suddenly became more excited. Let's go and clean up the money. He will definitely fill it with money in the future. When he arrived at the inner bank, Li Shimin yawned, holding a broom in his hand, and took care of it himself. Looking at the empty shelves and some scattered wooden boxes, Li Shimin, instead of feeling lonely, was full of expectations. The white jade glazed horse is exactly the same as the war horse he once had. It was built with a lot of money by craftsmen from the western region and dedicated to him. The hanging Qingfeng sword was his first weapon. There were gaps on the sword's edge, but it had witnessed his journey to the throne and proclaimed himself emperor. That unparalleled jade pendant. Where's the jade pendant? Come here, here's my jade pendant. Who is so bold as to steal even my own money? It must be those shameless old people from the 5th surname and Kiwang. Li Shiman's angry voice echoed through the palace, and Yuan Tiangong's heart trembled as he followed behind. Yaya, if you don't sleep, the big bad wolf will come. Yaya opened her eyes wide and clutched her belly, full of displeasure. Big sister said she would find a lot of friends for me. Yaya is happy. When Lu Xian heard Yaya say she was happy, he knew that the little guy must not have any good ideas in his head. Oh, what are you happy about? Yaya suddenly looked left and right, and crawled up to Lu Xian's ear. Yaya has little friends. The big bad wolf won't eat Yaya anymore. So many little friends are enough for the big bad wolf to eat for many days. As long as the voice is quiet enough, the big bad wolf can't hear her loud plot. Finally, Yaya fell asleep. Lu Xian stretched his waist and planned to sit in the yard. A body that is invulnerable to water and fire is good at everything except for one thing: it is neither cold nor hot. It was obviously a cold night, and there was already dew on the stone table, and even frost could be seen faintly. Under the moonlight, it looked like a layer of silver sprinkled on it. The maids were all shivering at the side, but Lu Xian was only wearing a single coat and didn't feel cold at all. You guys go and rest. After sending the maid to rest, Lu Xian opened the system panel and kept searching in the system store. On a cold night, why don't you drink some wine to symbolically warm yourself up? Even if your body is not cold, you still have to respect it. Lu Xian searched for a long time, and doubts appeared on his face. Why was there no Wu Yanjai? Why is there no Mao Tai? In college, when Lu Xian drank with people in the dormitory, it was always Urquatu. Nothing else. It was cheap. It was only when he went home for vacation that Lu Xian saw the true face of Mutai for the first time. He heard that it was a good thing that his father had treasured for a long time. However, Lu Xian used it directly for cooking. After traveling through time and coming to the Tang dynasty, I have to have something good to drink, right? If you drink in the Tang dynasty and also drink Urquatu, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Finally, after flipping through hundreds of pages, Lu Xian saw that familiar name. Mao Tai, 100 wen per bottle. It's okay, this guy is quite conscientious, and compared to the guy in later generations who was hyped up to a sky-high price, he is already very conscientious. Taking it out and placing it on the stone table in front of him, Lu Xian suddenly discovered that anything he bought with a container, even if it was Mao Tai, was in a porcelain bottle. Taking out a small cup, Lu Xian poured a cup. There was a scent of sauce floating in the air, lingering in his mind. Gee, it doesn't taste good at all. Let's use it for cooking. What does it taste like? Second brother, what good things did you do to me again behind my eldest brother's back? Before anyone arrived, Li Shiman's voice came first. After a few breaths, a man excitedly and sweating rushed towards the pavilion where Lu Xian was sitting. I knew you were here. It makes me so angry. Li Shiman looked unhappy. Laoli, what's the matter with you? Why don't you come to my house if you don't sleep at night? Also, you came just as you came. You asked someone to report you, but you just barged in. This is not okay. Li Shiman raised his head stubbornly. Where am I going and why do I need to report? Suddenly, Li Shiman saw a porcelain bottle placed in front of Lu Xian. Although the porcelain bottle has been covered, the strong aroma of wine in the pavilion has not completely dissipated. Brother Xian, have you been drinking? What is this wine? Isn't it Urquatu? You, a young man, can't do this. Good things must be shared. Come on, let me have a taste. Lu Xian immediately put away the Mao Tai. Old Li, there is no need to grab it. This is a century-old wine that my family has collected. It must be 100 years older. Li Shiman immediately laughed. I understand, just add more money. Boom! Li Shiman was very generous this time and placed a box directly in front of him. Brother, open it and take a look, it's a good thing. Lu Xian tilted his head, opened a corner of the box, and then saw a dragon-shaped jade pendant. That's pretty much it. Li Shiman looked at the porcelain bottle and became excited. This tastes different from Urquatu. Brother Xian, you don't know, after I drank your Urquatu, no matter what kind of wine I drank when I went back, it felt bland and lacked the taste. Huh. Zilliu. Li Shiman's eyes instantly went straight. This wine is more fragrant than Urquatu, but the taste is behind good wine. Before he finished speaking, Li Shiman had already drank 3 drinks in a row. Come on, let's go sit inside, it's cold outside. Lu Xian smiled and stood up, and went to the main hall with Li Shiman. In the main hall, the maids lit candles and illuminated the hall. Suddenly, Li Shiman's face stiffened with joy as he was tasting the wine, and he pointed at the things hanging on the wall on Lu Xian's table. Why is this thing here with you? Unparalleled jade pendant, dragon, and phoenix appear auspicious, a trophy that Li Shiman is proud of. A little girl gave it to me. What's wrong, Laoli, you don't accept it? At this moment, the stiffness on Li Shiman's face instantly turned into calmness, and he quickly thought of one thing in his heart. In the place of the inner treasury, besides himself, only one person can enter and exit at will. Changel? This little girl actually brought this thing out and gave it to Lu Xian? When did you meet? How far have you progressed between you? Could it be that you have already decided to spend your lives together? In an instant, Li Shiman thought of countless possibilities. That was his most beloved daughter. Why did she turn her elbow outward? Li Shiman looked at Lu Xian, his eyes twitching. What should he call her from now on? Li Shiman and Lu Xian are sworn brothers. If Lu Xian becomes a son-in-law, this generation will be messed up. Brother, the girl you are talking about is surnamed Li. Yes, old Li, you don't know her, do you? Lu Xian smiled and said deliberately, oh, yes, you must know her, she is from your family. Li Shiman's heart was twitching, looking at the things he had robbed from Yingguang in front of him, his flesh was aching. I know her, I should know her. Suddenly, Li Shiman looked up and saw another thing. Golden, in the candlelight at night, shining with attractive golden light. That was the bullhead gold presented by the king of Lingnan in the Tang dynasty. There was a lot of gold in the Tang dynasty, but there had never been such a huge piece of gold that was naturally formed. Li Shiman's eyes began to twitch wildly. This bullhead gold, no matter how you look at it, is a bit like the one Feng Yang presented to him. The whole thing is like a bull's head, very fierce. This, good stuff, brother, where did it come from? Laoli, why do you like to ask so much? Drink your wine, this is also a gift from a girl. Without thinking, Li Shiman suddenly felt that the fur coat on his body seemed to be leaking. Li Hui, it must be her. Among Li Shiman's daughters, Li Hui is most like Li Shiman in that she loves money. Since she was a child, Li Shiman has rewarded Li Hui with several large boxes of valuable things. This ox head gold is the most valuable one among them. When Li Shiman wanted to build a palace, he knew that Li Hui had a lot of money, so he joked about borrowing money. Li Hui immediately ran out with a twisted face and did not show up for several days. She once became a laughingstock of Li Shiman. Unexpectedly, a daughter who valued money so much actually gave the most precious ox head gold to others. This girl, is her surname Li? Lu Xian glanced at Li Shiman and sighed, old Li, you don't understand, this feeling is very uncomfortable. I, Lu Xian, am a plain person and don't like money, but so many people are trying to give me money. Isn't this a test of my nature? I'm so angry. Li Shiman's chest rose and fell, and there seemed to be a hot current flowing on his forehead. Listen, what are you talking about? Is this human language? You don't love money? That dish in your dating restaurant must cost hundreds of coins? A bottle of wine, 500 coins, is that a small amount? You don't love money? Who told me that I was a businessman and had to mark the price clearly? I, Li Shiman's daughter, brought all the good things from my family to your house? Are you still talking about money here? Li Shiman wants to know now, what happened? Second brother, when did you meet those 2 girls you mentioned? Just a few days ago, nothing special, we just met by chance, it's a good thing to get to know each other. Lu Xian said with a smile, old Li, you know, I don't have many friends in Chang'an City, it's normal to have a few new friends. Li Shiman took a deep breath, those 2 girls. Hey, old Li, 3 girls, and 1 more. Lu Xian emphasized, also surnamed Li. Li Shiman felt that a layer of black fog appeared in front of him at some point, hazy, and he couldn't get rid of it, as if it was stuck on his face. Look, this is the sword she gave me. It's a good sword, the kind that can be wrapped around the waist. When Li Shiman heard this, he immediately remembered that Li Shu found him a few days ago and insisted that the chief of works forge a good sword. Huh? Old Li, are you drunk? Why is your face so livid? Old Li, you don't have any terminal illness, do you? How about I find a shovel to give you acupuncture? I tell you, my medical skills are taught by a famous teacher, you can rest assured. Why is your face red? Are you drunk? Li Shimin suppressed the fire in his chest. He wanted to give Lu Xian a surprise and talk about a marriage. After all, as the eldest brother, he has to set an example, right? But he didn't expect that before he could say anything, his house was robbed. Among the treasury, the arrogant thief must be Chang'e. And Li Shu and Li Hui, each one is more outrageous than the other. If it was a few months later, the women in the palace would have left some traces on you, Lu Xian. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Lu Xian, my brother is in trouble. Li Shimin couldn't get angry at Lu Xian, after all, Lu Xian did nothing wrong. But he still had to let out his anger, after all, it would be bad if he kept it in and ruined his body. Then he could only attack those people. Some guys are annoying, and we can't find a reason to do them. Lu Xian looked at Li Shimin with a smile. What are you afraid of? Why are you so stupid? I have a friend who always gets the best fortune when he goes to the temple to ask for divination. Do you know why? Li Shimin's eyes lit up. Why? Because he won't leave if he gets any other fortune. He just keeps shaking it. Except for the best fortune, the others don't count. Lu Xian continued, my friend is also very famous in the world. He is the leader of Erlong Lake and the boss of Tsim Sha Sui. That means the boss. He chops people and never asks who they are. He just goes to the temple to ask for a fortune. If he doesn't get the fortune, he will see blood and the person will not come out. I'm not telling you to chop people. Be happy. Isn't it funny? When Li Shimin heard this, the big stone in his heart suddenly seemed to be unblocked, and his face became more rosy. My dear brother, you are absolutely right. Come on, let's drink this glass of wine. Outside the Marquis's mansion, Li Shimin got into the carriage and looked at Yuan Tiangang in front of him. National Master, tell me whether it is appropriate to kill people. Yuan Tiangang heard this in a daze, and his body trembled suddenly. Your Majesty, where did you learn this trick from? I dare not start this. If I start it, from now on, I am afraid that the whole world will scold me. After I die, let alone being crushed to ashes, it would be good to have a coffin to live in. Your Majesty, it is past the midnight hour to not ask for hexagrams. National Master, I remember that you have asked for hexagrams at midnight before. I will try. Outside Chang'an City in the middle of the night, there are always some ghost-like shadows wandering around. But this time, the lonely ghosts actually formed a group. Several people squatted in front of the carriage, stuck their heads out, lit a fire on the ground, and looked eagerly at the official road outside Chang'an City, seeming to be looking at something. Motzi, why don't we go back? It seems that Brother Huiyu won't arrive until tomorrow. Niu Jianhua pondered and finally spoke. Qin Huiyu is the oldest and most prestigious among them. He has taken them everywhere to play since he was a child. Unfortunately, after getting married, he went to the fiefdom and it was difficult to meet him. It takes more than 10 days just to get from the fiefdom to Chang'an. If there is no official business, it will be fine. If there is official business, I am afraid it will delay things. They are used to seeing each other once a year. Motzi, have you asked clearly where Brother Huiyu was yesterday? Yuchi Baolin rubbed his hands and couldn't sit still. The night was cold and he couldn't wait. If they waited here, they might become slugs the next day. I don't know, that person is from Zouwivai. When I came back from Babeli in a hurry, I saw Brother Huiyu. Go back and wait again tomorrow. The three of them got into the carriage dejectedly. Are you hungry? I'll get you something delicious. Cheng Kumo suddenly looked at the two of them with a smile. That's a secret recipe I got from Brother Lu Xian. I heard it's extremely delicious. Seriously. When Yuchi Gong heard about Lu Xian, he immediately became excited. Motzi, you can't lie. Brother Lu Xian's cooking skills have impressed us all. What we ate today were tomatoes and scrambled eggs, and that boiled fish is the best in the world. Cheng Kumo froze. No, I just said it casually, pretending to be polite. Where did I, Cheng Kumo, ask Lu Xian for the secret recipe? I don't even know how to cook. Weren't you injured when you cooked beef last time? If you don't sleep at night, are you going to rebel? Niu Jianhua and Yuchi Baolin believed it. Their fiery eyes were like looking at a big girl, which made Cheng Kumo's face burn. Well, Huzi, Lindsay, aren't you sleepy? Niu Jianho patted Chang Kumo on the shoulder. I'm not sleepy, but I'm hungry. Let's go for a walk and eat your secret food at your house. Yuji Bailin yawned and cheered up. Don't worry, Motzi, I won't let you two secretly eat delicious food behind my back. I have to go and take a look. Even if the bull blows out, he must catch it even on his knees. Let's go to my house. Just in time, there is a pig in my house that I can't get rid of. Motzi, what shall we eat today? Large intestine, sashimi. In the Cheng mansion, Cheng Yaojin squatted in front of the fire, smiling. Brother Qin is not here today, so we three brothers will have something good to eat. How about it? I learned this technique from brother Lucian. When it comes to making chicken, we, Lao Chang, are the most professional. The weather was a bit cold in the evening, Yu Qigong kept sneezing, and Niu Jinda squatted in front of the stove and played with his arms. Old Chang, let's tell you something fun. Guess what Lucian did to make His Majesty directly confer the title of Marquis of Lanshan? When Cheng Yaojin heard this, he immediately scratched his head. He didn't know what was going on here. All I know is that His Majesty suddenly announced one day that Datang had a new marquis. Old Niu, you just stopped me from asking this question. Let's not talk about what Lucian did. We don't know what your Majesty is doing now. Yu Qigong looked at the two of them from the side, recalling Li Shimon's temptation when he was inflated, and suddenly trembled for no reason. The king's heart is unpredictable. It's better not to speculate casually. Come, have something to eat. Cheng Yaojin grinned. You can just eat what you want? Why are you trembling? For a moment, the atmosphere became awkward. Cheng Yaojin is good at everything, but he always says some inappropriate words in his mouth when eating, making the already poor taste more delicious. Lao Chang, aren't you a professional at cooking chicken? Cheng Yaojin glanced at Niu Jinda. What's wrong? Doesn't it taste good? Try it for yourself. This taste is nothing like Brother Lucian's technique. It's not like we have never eaten chicken cooked by Brother Lucian. Cheng bit the golden stem's neck and took a bite. The smug look on his face suddenly turned into pork liver. What's going on? They're both chicken, so why do they taste so different? Is there any difference between chickens from the East Market and chickens from the West Market? At this moment, the three people's ears started to move together, as if they heard some exciting words. From the wall of the courtyard next door, Cheng Kumo's voice floated out. Don't talk about this smell anymore, brothers, let me try it first. This thing smells bad and tastes delicious. At this time, Cheng Kumo and the others had cloth stuffed in their noses. They looked at the dark juice in front of them and the pig intestines cut into sections. As if they had made up their minds, they picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece, and started eating. Put it in your mouth. It was obviously for food, but the three of them had a determination to die that would kill thousands of people. Wait. You three good guys, what good food can you eat? Put it down and let me come first. After a while, there was a lot of excitement in the Cheng mansion. The sounds of vomiting, yelling, and feeble breathing continued to sound. It didn't slowly disappear until late at night. The morning sun shines on the West Market, covering people with a golden coat. On the street, several newly opened shops are very conspicuous. These shops all have black signs, and the clerks inside are also quite energetic, standing straight outside the shops. Lu Xian prepared breakfast early in the morning and took Yaya and Dazwang out. Lu Renayuan walked in front, Xuerongui followed behind. Dazwang and Yaya each held a fresh meat bun made by Lu Xian in their hands, eating with oil dripping from their mouths. Yaya, you are a girl, you should be reserved when eating. What is reserved? Reserved means that this thing is yours, but you can't eat it all in one bite in a hurry, you have to eat it slowly. Yaya rode on Dazwang's shoulders, and suddenly the movement of her hands stopped. For a little brain, she can remember anything you ask her to recite very quickly. But if you ask her to understand something, she will be a little down. Modesty, isn't it that you clearly want to eat, but you can't say you want to eat? Lu Xian smiled and rubbed Yaya's head. In an instant, the two braids on Yaya's head that Zhang Luan had braided became messy and developed in the direction of a pillar. Almost. Yaya frowned, looked at Lu Xian, and started to chatter. You said you can't say almost. This is almost, that is almost, and it will always be a little bit less in the future. Those big sisters clearly wanted to eat you, but they didn't eat you, but ate delicious food. This should be modesty, right? Children speak without restraint. At this moment, Lu Renayuan was laughing in the back. Shui Rongui looked innocent and pretended not to understand. Only Dazwang really didn't understand. Liang Feng had intentions, but Dazwang was ruthless. Perhaps human joys and sorrows were not connected. Yaya was wondering what modesty was. Lu Renayuan and Shui Rongui were both experienced people. They laughed at Lu Xian's good fortune, while Dazwang stared at the hubing and fell into deep thought. The golden hubing didn't taste good, but Dazwang liked to eat it when he was a child. Master, I want to eat that cake. Lu Xian smiled and said, Dazwang, when we get to the restaurant, I'll make you sesame cakes and rijiamo today. When he heard about rijiamo, Dazwang couldn't stop drooling. Although he didn't know what it was, how could the master's craftsmanship be bad? It sounds delicious, master. Rijiamo? Lu Renayuan's mouth was watery, and his eyes were also watery. How big must the meat be? Shui Rongui was very calm. After all, he never cared about what others thought of him. He just drooled. What were you looking at? If you don't agree, come out and fight. What is rijiamo? Yaya finally reacted and no longer mentioned any reserve. Rijiamo, the name sounded delicious. Lu Xian put his hands behind his back and looked at the shop on the roadside that was displaying coal. He said with a smile, Rijiamo, it is a golden cake like the sun, filled with meat and gravy. When Lu Xian spoke, he was still sighing in his heart. Li Shiman's actions were very fast. Today, the shop started selling, and he saw the iron stove and other things next to it. Many people have gathered around and started to carefully check the iron stoves and coal. Suddenly, he felt that the footsteps behind him seemed to become a little strange. He turned around and looked back suddenly. Lu Xian was stunned. The big and strong Yaya and two strong men behind him were all wet with saliva. There are no new dishes in Datang restaurant today, but after entertaining 100 guests, it doesn't seem too much to eat something delicious. Lu Renayuan nodded vigorously, not too much, not too much. Lu Renayuan's admiration for the marquis is like the surging river, which is endless. Shui Rongui smiled. Shui Rongui's admiration for the marquis is like the rushing yellow river, which is out of control. Lu Xian looked at the two and shook his head lightly. There is a great man who once said that his dream is to be a farmer. Do you know why? Shui Rongui was immediately interested when he heard this. Marquis, I was a farmer before I came to you. It should be the farmer you are talking about, right? No one knows farmers better than me. Speaking of it, Shui Rongui is also good at farming. After all, his family only has a few acres of land. It is a miracle that the grain he grows can feed their family. You know, Shui Rongui has a big appetite. In an ordinary family, if there is such a big eater, even if he is a landlord, he will be eaten out of money one day. However, although Shui Rongui's family lived a hard life, they survived. Lu Renayuan was lost in thought, and suddenly he had an idea. My lord, my ancestors were also farmers several generations ago. Lu Xian looked at the two people here, and raised his mouth. I said this, not to let you fight about who is a farmer, but to tell you the truth that the great man realized. Lu Renayuan and Shui Rongui looked at each other. My lord, what is that truth? It's actually very simple. Lu Xian looked at the blue sky in the distance. There are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no land that is plowed to death. There are still many people queuing today, but Zheng Luan brought the maids to the outside of the Datang hotel very early. When a notice was posted outside the door, the people queuing became excited. Just like the koi in the pond fighting for fish food, they are almost boiling. What's going on? Why are there only 100 people? No, the line is so long, 100 people is too few. Doesn't the shopkeeper want to make money at all? People in the queue are always worried that they can't get in line, and they ignore the beautiful girls in front of them, wearing high-slit cheongsams. Can the food in Datang restaurant be as delicious as it is for the eyes? No, those people who are talking nonsense in the back, do you want to eat or not? The rules of Datang restaurant are decided by the shopkeeper. Every day, hundreds or thousands of people eat. Isn't the shopkeeper tired? He is not an Iron Man, it is reasonable to take a break, right? The person who spoke was none other than Luo Wanggu. Luo Wanggu was still the first in line today. Even if someone came to line up early last night, they couldn't squeeze past him. You are the first one in line, what the hell are you talking about? If you have the guts, give me the first place. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Luo Wanggu looked at the others arrogantly. I am a frequent visitor of Datang Hotel. The maids counted one by one. and when they counted to 100 people, they drew a line with black and gray behind the 100th person, and then left. Even so, the people in line behind still did not give up. Lu Xian and his friends entered from the back door, Xuerongui and Lu Renayuan entered the main hall, cleaned up, and opened the door of Datang Hotel. Datang Hotel, open today? Guests, please come in. According to the standards of Datang Hotel, which is old and small, a maximum of 20 people can be seated at a time. It is not a big deal to have more than 10 people sitting in the main hall, and it does not seem to be a big deal to have 7 or 8 people sitting upstairs. Just like this, once there are too many people, there will be a creaking sound from the attic. This is the case with wooden houses. When there are too many people, they will start to creak and complain. In the back kitchen, Lu Xian prepared the ingredients and condiments for several dishes in the past period of time, and then waved his hand. De Zhuang, come in and help. In the West Market, Li Shimin walked on the road with his hands behind his back, wearing casual clothes. Looking at those people who flocked to the coal shop, Li Shimin couldn't help but touch his beard. Wei Zhang, look, when this thing arrives, the money will come. Today, Wei Zhang followed Li Shimin with a huge doubt in his heart. Obviously, His Majesty usually doesn't like to bring me with him. Why did he bring him with him today when he went on a private visit? Something is abnormal, there must be a demon. Your Majesty, this stone coal, that is, coal, is indeed extraordinary after your Majesty's improvement. Yesterday, I returned home with your Majesty's reward, and the whole house was as warm as spring. Hey, this is not my credit, this is Lu Xian's credit. Li Shimin waved his hand, then looked at Wei Zhang, and said with relief, I just did some insignificant things. After saying that, he glanced at the corner not far away. Chu Suliang, you should remember this sentence, right? At this time, in a corner on the side, Chu Suliang nodded silently, took out a brush, and wrote quickly on the book in front of him. Politics is originally a show, you know it, I know it, the heaven and the earth know it, but it can't be said clearly. In the past, Li Shimin played the role of the emperor who was bluntly advised by Wei Zhang. Now, Wei Zhang is uncharacteristically, and Li Shimin has changed his previous decadence. If people in the court saw it, they would definitely be surprised. How did your Majesty get involved with Wei Zhang? Your Majesty, it's rare that you are so happy today. I will treat you to a meal. Outside Datang Hotel, Li Shimin had a wicked smile on his face in front of the huge notice. Old Wei, as you can see, Datang Hotel can only cook meals for 100 people today. We don't have the luxury of that. Wei Zhang looked embarrassed for a moment, then looked at the people lining up. His eyes suddenly became sharp. I, Wei Zhang, had no choice before, but now I would rather be a warrior. Master, please stay here and don't move around. I'll find a place to come over. Li Shimin nodded. Wei Zhang had indeed changed and he no longer recognized him. Wei Zhang, who used to stand in the Hall of Mana and make himself dizzy with anger in the Imperial Study Room, finally matured and finally understood that it is useless for a man to be stubborn. At this time, Wei Zhang, with his hands behind his back, glanced at those waiting in line. There was a strong man, who looked like he was taking a break from the army and came over to have something to eat. There are also people who look after homes and buy delicious food for their masters. There are also merchants who have a big belly and look like they are chewing peonies. They don't know how to appreciate the delicious food, they only know how to gorge themselves on it. Wei Zhang is not easy to deal with these people. After all, Wei Zhang, at his age, would never be able to defeat a man with big arms and round waist. If you want to bully others, you have to bully those who have rules in their hearts. A gentleman is trying to bully someone? These days, gentlemen are easy to bully, and good people will have a knife put to their neck. Wei Zhang looked at a scholar in blue shirt who was holding a folding fan in his hand and standing on tiptoes looking forward. If such a person disagrees, Wei Zhang plans to use Confucius method. Rubbing his fists, Wei Zhang walked over excitedly. Do you think I, Wei Zhang, am really powerless to restrain a chicken? Don't you know what the 6 arts of a gentleman are? I bought this position. Wei Zhang's voice sounded. It's amazing how rich you are. The young scholar glanced at Wei Zhang, then showed disdain. You have found the wrong person. As scholars, integrity is our top priority and we regard money as dirt. How can we be attracted by petty profits? Wei Zhang squinted his eyes and said calmly, look, how much is this? I will come over to eat today. If you take the money, You can come over to eat anytime. Just think about it. Looking at your clothes, you must be ordinary at home. The food at the dating hotel is so expensive. Today you didn't spend any money, but you made so much money. After you go back, the people at home will be proud of you. You can calculate this, right? After all, the young scholar could not resist the temptation of the copper coins in Wei Zhang's hand. There was a lot of money in the full wallet. The young man left, and Wei Zhang waved to Li Shimin excitedly, "Master, come here. I'm here." While waiting in line, Li Shimin clasped his hands behind his back. "Old Wei, you think if I do this, no one will dare to say anything this winter, right?" Wei Zhang is now focused on his small family. As for the big family of the Tang dynasty, if the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. Don't you think that I, Wei Zhang, have a weak back? I am short and you can support me, but I like to spend time with my family, train my son, and dote on my wife. Master, if they dare to say anything, just let them go and do it. I will definitely support you. Li Shimin felt that Wei Zhang was too strange. Old Wei, this doesn't look like you. You've never spoken like this before. Wei Zhang touched his chin, lowered his voice, and leaned into Li Shimin's ear. Master, people always change. I've been working hard for so long, is it just for myself? No, there is still a family. I want my wife to enjoy every day, and I want my son to live without worries. If he wants to study, he can study. If he wants to be a carpenter, he can be a carpenter. If he wants to be in a brothel, he can go to a brothel. Master, I used to walk on thin ice, but that day, Lu Xian's mapo tofu made me know the warmth of home. Li Shimin felt an indescribable feeling in his heart as he listened to Wei Zhang's rambling insights. My family, it seems, that's all, the word family. Since taking the throne, many things have changed. Once a person starts to miss the past, it basically indicates that he is getting older. Li Shimin stood there and was in a trance. That night at Sunwu Gate seemed like yesterday. That night, he lost a lot. People in front of you, move away. Aren't you hungry? You must force me to fuck you. A voice came lazily, and Li Shimin's immersed thoughts were suddenly interrupted. His beard stood up. He turned around and saw a wretched face. Wei Zhang also turned around suddenly, and when he saw the person who spoke, he immediately started to laugh in his heart. Isn't this Chang Sun Chong? What's going on? Your eyes are black? Was this a black punch? I heard you want to fuck me. Chang Sun Chong met Li Shimin many times, but after all, one of them was sitting high on the dragon chair, and the other was following his elders. He didn't dare to look up and look directly at him. He could only see the dragon's face from the corner of his eye at the moment when he raised his head and lowered his head. He didn't recognize Li Shimin at this moment. At this time, Chang Sun Chong frowned. He didn't expect anyone to dare to ask him back. Who are you, so crazy? Chang Sun Chong's arrogant voice rose. Others didn't know Chang Sun Chong, but Li Shimin recognized him immediately. This man is exactly the same as Chang Sun Wuji when he was young, and you can tell at a glance that they are biological children. Especially the squinted eyes, which seemed like they could never be opened. You still dare to ask who I am? Who are you, kid? When Chang Sun Chong heard this, the corners of his mouth lifted, but when he lifted his mouth, the scars left by the black boxing the day before yesterday became a little painful, and the corners of his mouth were straight. Say my name, and scare you. Li Shimin looked at Chang Sun Chong with interest, wanting to hear what nonsense he could say. Zhenguan Wang Xianzi? Why don't you just die? Master, forget it, just an ignorant young man. Wei Zhang appeared at the right time, glanced at Chang Sun Chong, and leaned over. If he didn't go over, Chang Sun Chong couldn't see who Wei Zhang was. Wei. Hush, go back if you don't want to be beaten. Wei Zhang reminded. Uncle Wei, Chang Sun Chong, don't tolerate any sand in my eyes. You even want to hit the elders. When Chang Sun Chong heard this, he was puzzled. Elders? Is that person his elder? He leaned forward and slowly approached Li Shimin, squinting his eyes, almost touching Li Shimin's face. Suddenly, he felt as if he was electrocuted, and his legs trembled. At this time, he could no longer tell who was in front of him. Was he still called Chang Sun Chong? Thinking of the words I want to fuck you just now, Chang Sun Chong felt that there seemed to be thunder in the sky in front of him. In the Daedang Hotel, Yaya and Daz Wang poked their heads out. Someone fainted outside. Daz Wang was not to be outdone. Master, I think he fainted from hunger. Suddenly, Yaya exclaimed, "Uncle who gets drunk with one glass, you are here." Li Shiman's team had already arrived outside the door. When he heard Yaya's voice, Li Shiman couldn't help but walked out, picked up Yaya, and played with the braid on Yaya's head. "Yaya, who made this braid for you?" When Yaya heard the braid, she immediately raised her head and said, "Uncle who gets drunk after just one drink, I got this for me." Yaya's voice was louder, like a child talking, neither serious nor serious. Those words were heard by those waiting in line at the back, and smiles appeared on their faces. They looked at Li Shiman without saying a word, just laughing. There was also a kind of contempt in his eyes. Li Shiman immediately became unhappy. "Yaya, I don't get drunk after just one drink. Here, take this thing and convert it into money later to buy something delicious." Yaya held a jade pendant in her hand, then smiled and stuffed it into the pocket on her waist, and said with a smile, "Uncle, come in quickly, I said there will be 100 people soon." Li Shiman was finally satisfied. Look, Yaya is a smart kid. After getting the jade pendant, he immediately changed his mind and was worried that he would not be able to eat. "Yaya is good, go and call Yu out." In the kitchen, Lu Xian heard Yaya and De Zhuang's exclamations just now and shook his head repeatedly. Various dishes have been prepared in the iron pot in front of them. Almost all the guests have been entertained today. There are still about 10 people to go before the day's work is about to end. 100 people seemed a bit small. But it's really fast. After coming over, the task was completed in less than an hour. In the system store, the basic unit of numbers used to calculate Lu Xian's money has been changed to guan. It used to be a paper, but now it is guan. The number kept increasing, and finally stopped when it reached 5,000 strings. 5,000 guan, this is Lu Xian's first 5,000 guan since he came to Datang. This feeling is amazing. Set a small goal first, earn 100 million. Lu Xian said to himself. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came, followed by Li Shiman's hearty laughter. "Brother Xian, your method is so good. I went to a Taoist temple last night, and the gods are real spirits." Wei Zhang was confused when he heard this and looked at Li Shiman and Lu Xian. "Your Majesty's address to Lu Xian today is not quite right. Why did you call him Xiandi? I haven't been here for a few days. Could it be that there has been some unpredictable and subtle relationship between His Majesty and Lu Xian?" Wei Zhang usually doesn't think about these things. Because he doesn't think about it, he is upright when he has no desires. But it's different now, he has to think. For the family, there is a difference between monarch and minister. "Your Majesty, if you lack a brother, I, Wei Zhang, would even be willing to change my surname to Li." Lu Xian understood immediately when he saw Li Shiman's proud look and the dark circles under his eyes. Li Shiman must not have slept since he went back last night. He got up early in the morning to watch the coal shop open, and he must have been very sleepy by now. "Lao Li, are you sleepy?" When Li Shiman heard this, he stroked his beard and said, "My dear brother still understands me. I'm a little tired, but I don't want to sleep. Dear brother, if I put it somewhere else, I would fall asleep on the pillow, but here with you, the temptation of delicious food is right in front of me. Even if I sleep, I won't be able to sleep well." In the kitchen, bursts of fragrance wafted out. Now Li Shiman felt like his stomach was full of saliva. "You want me to sleep? Second brother, you are dishonest. One look at the dark circles under your eyes, and I know you haven't slept well." Lu Xian smiled and said, "No wonder. I heard that you use a glass pillow to sleep. It's no wonder that you sleep well." When Li Shiman heard Liu Lai, he immediately laughed. Most people don't know this. How did Lu Xian know this? Could it be that Cheng Eli let it slip? Or Li Shu and Li Hui? He squinted his eyes. Did Lu Xian know his identity? "Look what I did. You were drunk last time. You talked about everything, even what happened between you and your wife. Fortunately, I covered your mouth at that time, otherwise you would have been embarrassed that night." Li Shiman blushed and suddenly remembered that that night, he drank a large bowl of Urquato in one go and then fell unconscious. "When I woke up, my head didn't hurt or I felt uncomfortable, but my body was a little sore. If I looked carefully, I could see that there were scratches on my arms, thighs, chest, back, and even my waist. Mark. Hey, second brother, these are all things in the past. A good man doesn't mention his bravery in the past. Today, old Wei is treating me. I can't spare him. I will serve one portion of all the dishes, hee hee." Wei Zhang touched the money bag on his body and felt that it was a little stretched. Your Majesty, you really don't see anyone outside. If that's the case, don't blame me. Shop manager Lu Xian, Wei, I didn't bring enough money with me today, so I'll use this to pay the bill. Wei Zhang took out an exquisite gold lock from his sleeve robe, and it looked like an immortal lock. Yaya, come here, uncle will give you a good thing. Yaya, who was still mixing the jade pendant with mud, suddenly saw the golden thing in Wei Zhang's hand, and her eyes seemed to turn golden. Uncle, what is this? Wei Zhang laughed and said, this is the longevity lock. If a child puts it on, he will live 100 years. When Yaya heard this, she immediately jumped up excitedly. Uncle, if I wear this, can I eat good food every day and not be afraid of the big bad wolf? Forward. The big bad wolf almost made Wei Zhang lose his temper. Lu Xian noticed what Yaya was holding and rubbed her head. Come on, Yaya, let I keep it for you. Look, how do you use such a good pendant to mix mud? Although this immortal lock is good, Yaya is not afraid of the big bad wolf at all. Why should she wear it? When Yaya heard this, her little head seemed to be tangled for a while, and nodded. Yes, Yaya has never been afraid of the big bad wolf. Lu Xian was very satisfied, put away the immortal lock and the jade pendant, and said with a smile, Lao Li, you and Lao Wei go to the inner room to sit. Today's business is almost over. 100 people, to be honest, it was less than 2 hours. Obviously, after limiting the number of places, the money to be collected should be less, but today, those people not only ate by themselves, but also took away a lot of them. It seems that the daily revenue is about the same as usual. When closing, a group of people outside the Datang Hotel sighed and gnashed their teeth. If I hadn't been delayed by something today, I would definitely have been able to get in line. No, I have to pay someone to line up. It's still early today, I'll find someone in the evening, and I'll definitely be ahead of everyone tomorrow. At this time, they noticed that when the Tang Dynasty restaurant closed, a line of people had already appeared outside the door. These people sat down on the spot, chewing hu pancakes in their hands, with smiles on their faces. Everyone, tomorrow morning, when the Tang Dynasty restaurant opens, wait for the price to sell. Lu Xian, who was at the counter, heard the noise outside and his heart trembled. The scalper appeared so soon? In the inner room, Li Shimin looked at Wei Zhang with a somewhat unhappy face. Old Wei, what's wrong with you? I remember that longevity lock was the gift I gave to Wei Shiyu when he was born. How did it end up with you? Wei Zhang looked at Li Shimin with a smile and was not in a hurry. It was a taboo to sell the things given by the emperor. But who is Wei Zhang? A contestant of the Hall of Fame of the Tang Dynasty court debate competition, a legendary contestant who could make Li Shimin's mouth crooked, had already prepared the answer. Your Majesty, how can I keep the gift you gave me when you were the king of Qin? At that time, I hadn't followed you yet. Wei Zhang knows that he is in the wrong. Today, he took out the longevity lock and threw it away. This is to draw a clear line with the past. Wei Zhang was loved by you, but he didn't know how to promote him. He was clearly protected by you, but after you ascended the throne, he repeatedly offended the emperor. It's really wrong. Your Majesty, I exchanged the longevity lock and many other things Your Majesty gave me for money and spent them. This is to tell Your Majesty that I am different from the past. Li Shimin looked at Wei Zhang and listened to what Wei Zhang said, and he remembered the bad idea that Wei Zhang gave Li Jiancheng at that time. After returning from the war, Li Shimin went to the Hungmen banquet excitedly. After returning, he vomited a basin of blood and almost couldn't breathe. Li Shimin knew that it was Wei Zhang who came up with this matter, but Li Shimin didn't blame Wei Zhang. It's not that Li Shimin didn't hate Wei Zhang. The main reason was that when he ascended the throne, he was not legitimate in the eyes of the world. The existence of Wei Zhang, a censor, just showed the benevolence of me, Li Shimin. Li Shimin sighed, do you mean you sold all the things I gave you? Wei Zhang nodded. There was no way. If he didn't sell them, his money would not be enough to eat at the Tang Dynasty restaurant every 2 days. A meal starts at least 1 guan of money. The consumption here is really terrible. If I, Wei Zhang, eat too much of the bland soup, I will be at the end of the road. Your Majesty, you don't understand. I, Wei Zhang, know in my heart that people can't fall into the same pit twice, and can't set foot on the old path. Well, Wei Zhang, I won't mention the past. Your child is also 10 years old, right? Wei Zhang nodded, 11 years old. When the child is 14 or 15 years old, I will promise you a marriage. Thank you, Your Majesty. At this time, the door opened. Dezhuang's head came in, holding a huge basin in his hand, which was full of boiled fish. Wei Zhang was stunned, his nose twitching, like a hound that smelled something tempting. What is this dish? Boiled fish, uncle. Dezhuang's silly voice always makes people laugh. What about this one? Tomato scrambled eggs. I see. Wei Zhang stroked his beard. Master, please go first. Dezhuang's silly voice sounded. Originally, a plate is not so big. The young master asked me to eat with you, so I added one more. Look at the mapo tofu in this plate, doesn't it look like a small mountain? Dezhuang was asking for credit from Li Shimin, and Li Shimin looked at Dezhuang with a smile, and the more he looked, the happier he became. Whether it was Yaya or Dezhuang, they seemed to be natural existences. In their eyes, there was no status, no emperor and people, only real and vivid people. Where's Yaya? Yaya, get the Rujiamo. At this time, in the main hall, Lu Renayuan and Shuirongui both looked resentful. My lord, Dazhuang took a portion from me, and there's not enough for the two of us. Look at Shuirongui, is he eating? One mouthful of rice, can he taste it? Lu Renayuan was anxious, mainly because he hadn't moved much, and the food was almost gone. Shuirongui glanced at Lu Renayuan, and silently put a chopstick of egg in Lu Renayuan's rice. Eat, Lao Lu, it's so delicious, my lord's cooking is unparalleled in the world. Lu Renayuan rolled his eyes. The lord's cooking is unparalleled in the world. Who in Chang'an doesn't know this? Do you need me to tell you? No, go slower. Leave some for me. Don't touch my Rujiamo. Lu Renayuan was anxious. In the room, Dezhuang was eating in silence. Li Shimin and Wei Zhang watched Dezhuang eating. Suddenly, they felt that as long as Dezhuang ate, no matter how hard it was to swallow, it would taste delicious. It looked delicious. Brother Dezhuang, the Rujiamo is here. Lu Xian brought Yaya, who was holding a big basket excitedly. When he saw the neatly arranged cakes in the basket and the meat looming in the middle of the cakes, Li Shimin couldn't hold it back for a moment. Old Wei, listen to me, pay the money, pay more. If you miss this village, there will be no such store. I think you don't want your wife to not have Rujiamo, right? Under Li Shimin's persuasion, Wei Zhang reluctantly took out a small piece of gold and put it on the table. Lu Xian frowned and looked at the two of them without saying a word. You want to eat Rujiamo with this little money? Yaya placed the Rujiamo in front of Dazhuang, and each of them took one and took a bite. Crack! The sesame cake was made with a special technique, with a crispy outer skin and soft and tender inside. When you bite it, the crispy outer skin with a little bit of brown fragrance falls off instantly. Dezhuang reached out his hand, caught the crumbs, tilted his head back, poured them into his mouth, and chewed them with the meat in his mouth, not wanting to waste any of them. The juice flowed along the cracks of the golden cake, as if it would overflow at any time, and it seemed to be absorbed by the cake. Li Shimin trembled all over, and his index finger moved. Second brother, I'll do it. Li Shimin immediately took out a gold ingot. Lu Xian took a look at the two of them and put away the gold. What's going on? What's the situation? You are one of us, why do you still pay? Wei Zhang was stunned. No, Lu Xian, you mean you can eat without paying? Brother, you don't want money today. Lu Xian sighed. Hey, forget it, I'll give you a discount next time, but forget it this time. Money collected and water poured out, how can it be returned the same way, right? Li Shimin and Wei Zhang looked at each other, and the monarch and the minister seemed to have reached a consensus, and then each of them picked up a meat bun. Crunch. Slurp. For a while, the sounds of biting sesame cakes, sucking juice, chewing, smacking lips, and Wei Zhang's taste buds being amazed by the green peppers and garlic inside were heard. Lu Xian smiled and touched Yaya's head. Yaya, look at the way they eat, what do they look like? Yaya had a Rujiamo in her mouth that she hadn't swallowed yet, and thought for a while, they look like the dogs in our family before. If it were in the past, if someone said he looked like a dog, Li Shimin would definitely get angry and beat the person. Even someone like Wei Zhang, who was a debater, had to find a guide to stretch his muscles and start exploring his talent in martial arts. This is really poisonous. But when Yaya said it, Li Shimin and Wei Zhang were not surprised at all, but enjoyed it. Yaya is so cute, children say nothing, why are you arguing with a child? Rujiamo is delicious? If Yaya is happy, it's okay to learn to bark like a dog? The delicacy of the gods is just like this. After eating and drinking, Li Shimin burped happily, and broke off a wooden stick from somewhere and picked his teeth. Brother, I heard that you smashed the Hu people's colored glass last time, and said you would give them an explanation within a month. It's been many days, what are you going to do? If it's difficult, I'll find someone to do it for you. Wei Zhang stared at Li Shimin in confusion. Lu Xian is now a marquis of the Tang dynasty, the Marquis of Lanshan, and it doesn't matter if the nobles of the Tang dynasty smash a few colored glass. Don't say that the price of colored glass is worth 1,000 gold, even if it is a priceless treasure. So what? Isn't it valuable only when people use it? Broken colored glass is worthless. Besides, Your Majesty, you are the emperor of the Tang dynasty, and you don't need to do such trivial things. This kind of thing that can bring you closer to the Marquis of Lanshan can be left to us, the people below. Don't say it anymore. I, Wei Zhang, will start to visit the Ministry of Revenue when I go back, and contact a few censors to talk about the taxation of the Hu people. Practice more strength. Maybe I can smash a few to relieve my anger. Old Wei, I'm asking Brother Lu Xian, why are you so angry? You're so grown up, but you're acting like a kid. Look at Yaya, you don't think so much. Li Shimin saw a strange look on Wei Zhang's face, and immediately guessed what Wei Zhang was thinking, teasing him. Wei Zhang's face sank, and Li Shimin's words seemed to touch a string in his heart. He instinctively took a deep breath and prepared to speak. The draft in his mind didn't even need to be thought about, it came out naturally, and it was already on the tip of his tongue. From the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, to the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period, to the Qin and Han dynasties, the 3 kingdoms, the Wei, Jin, and the Southern and Northern dynasties, all kinds of allusions have been held back for a long time, just waiting for this moment. Suddenly, Wei Zhang shuddered. What are you doing? What are you doing? You are no longer the Wei Zhang of the past? Why do you still subconsciously want to confront people? Just like a young woman who was aroused, or like the wet yellow earth that was waiting to be plowed in spring, the thought of being rude to others suddenly made me feel itchy. Master, I just feel sorry for Brother Lu Xian. Your Majesty can't be rude, but it's not okay to be rude to a barbarian to vent your anger, right? The names have all changed. He used to be called the shopkeeper, but now he's calling me brother. Li Shimin's brows flashed with displeasure, so I'm a cheap elder brother, right? Master, Brother Lu Xian, although I am not the kind of person who is eloquent, I also know that foreigners are ambitious and can be called ungrateful. Is this glass expensive or not? Can the people of the Tang dynasty not know? In the past few years, there are many people in Chang'an who like glass. They will spend all their money to buy it. They have lost their houses and wives. They have become miserable with their wealth. Isn't it all caused by glass? Especially those monks in the past few years, they said Amitabha on their mouths, but they thought about gold, silver, and silk in their hearts. Brother Lu Xian smashed it well. Wei Zhang is now talking without reason. The butt determines the head, even Wei Zhang is the same. Li Shimin looked at Wei Zhang in disbelief, and then looked at Lu Xian. He always felt that Lu Xian had given Wei Zhang some kind of love potion. Otherwise, why did Wei Zhang become so different? Li Shimin nodded at this time, just smash it. Second brother, you don't have to worry about it now, those Hu people dare not say anything. If they knew you were the Lanshan Marquis of the Tang dynasty, I'm afraid they would line up to send you colored glaze for you to smash. Lu Xian looked at the 2 of them, as if he was looking at 2 big enemies. You 2 have bought at least 10 colored glazes, if not 100. Li Shimin's old face blushed. No, just a little bit. Wei Zhang stroked his beard, the rice was very fragrant, and the rujiamo was very tempting. Wouldn't it be wonderful to eat and watch the drama between His Majesty and the Lanshan Marquis? When asked by Lu Xian at this time, Wei Zhang was justified. He had never bought a few colored glazes in his life. Even if he had, they were given by others. Brother Lu Xian, I only have 2 pieces here. This colored glass is fragile and can only be used as a decoration. It is not practical at all. If there are not hundreds of pieces, let alone as a pillow, even as a teacup, it would be a pity. Lu Xian shook his head and sighed. You guys, really? You say that colored glass is not good, but you buy more and more of it faster and faster. What's so good about the colored glass of the Hu merchants? Is the pattern on it beautiful? Third-rate stuff. Li Shimin planned to comfort Lu Xian. In his eyes, although Lu Xian couldn't stand the Hu people making money from the Tang people, after all, colored glass is really precious. Lucian, to be honest, the pattern on this colored glass is not better than the craftsmanship of our Chinese ancestors, but our craftsmanship disappeared in the war. Now it is rumored that only the people of the Lubin family can make exquisite colored glass. If there is really something better than this pattern, more exquisite than the Hu people's colored glaze, I will really spend a lot of money to buy a few, put them at home, and support the occasion. Lucian's mouth corners raised. That's right. Alas, what a pity. This kind of colored glaze is 1 in a million, it must be a priceless treasure. If it really appears, I am willing to bear the pain and give it up. Li Shimin and Wei Zhang looked at each other, not quite understanding. With fog in their heads, they did not fully understand what Lucian meant. After eating and drinking, when they came out of the back door of the Datang Hotel, noon had passed. Li Shimin was a little sleepy, and he got into the carriage and started snoring. Wei Zhang looked at Li Shimin and sighed, like a loving mother looking at her useless son. That look was a little strange. Your Majesty, you are really something. I, Wei Zhang, am not a stingy person. But if your Majesty did not have a lot of colored glaze, I, Wei Zhang, would definitely tell you that colored glaze is not valuable. As for why colored glaze is not valuable, it is mainly because Wei Zhang once read ancient books and read a lot of books. In the past, the glory of colored glaze in China shone through the ages. In the backyard of the Datang Hotel, Yaya covered her belly and began to sleep. Dazwang looked at Yaya, while Lu Renayuan and Xuerongui were packing their things. Lucian smiled and looked at the packages on Lu Renayuan and Xuerongui, and smiled calmly. Let's go, we should go to Lanshan County to take a look. Lu Renayuan bowed his hands. My lord, when you go, should we ask the county magistrate to take you? No, let's take a look ourselves. 20 miles outside Chang'an City, the bleak autumn wind was blowing, and Lucian poked his head out of the carriage. The world outside Chang'an is still different from the world inside Chang'an. There seems to be very few sights outside Chang'an in the original owner's memory, probably because he goes out less often. In Chang'an, those who have the leisure time to go out and have fun are all high-ranking officials. Most people are exhausted from just living for a day. After working, they are satisfied if they can have a meal as soon as it gets dark. At this time, not sleeping, waiting to get hungry, ordinary people go out for a walk and have to eat to fill their stomachs when they come back. Children from poor families don't have so many opportunities to play. The endless plains are covered with dim yellow earth, which looks particularly spectacular under the golden and red clouds in the evening. The carriage moved alone towards the place where the fiefdom was located. When passing through a flat land, Lucian asked, "Where is this?" Lu Renayuan looked at the place pointed by Lucian not far away and smiled. Master Ho, this is your fiefdom, but there is something evil about this place. It is said that it was a mass grave in the Pre-Sui dynasty in the early years. All day long, there are a lot of lonely ghosts here and there. It's pretty scary. Lucian looked at Lu Renayuan. You are a grown man and a soldier of the Tang dynasty, but you are always talking about ghosts and gods all day long. You are silent and have strange powers and chaos. Haven't you heard of it? Of course Lu Renayuan had heard of it and knew the meaning of this sentence. The master didn't want to speak, so he used his strange power to beat the person unconscious. You should tell me what's evil about this place. Master Marquis, this place could still grow food in the past, but it didn't work anymore, especially after a severe drought in the second year of Zhenguan. Lu Renayuan was still frightened. You don't know, at that time everyone said that there was too much resentment in that place. Resentful? This place, Lanshan, is a geomantic treasure. Where is the resentment so high? Lu Renayuan, people, you can't have preconceived ideas or stereotypes. Look at this place, how nice it is. I plan to build a house here. As a Marquis of Lanshan, it shouldn't be too much to build a Marquis mansion here, right? Lu Renayuan was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes became frightened. Master Ho, there is no grass growing here, it is not suitable. Besides, I heard that there are female ghosts who specialize in sucking people's yang energy. Lucian raised his eyebrows and immediately relaxed them. Looking at Lu Renayuan who was anxious to stop his thoughts, you asked, specializes in absorbing people's yang energy? Is there such a good thing? In a certain period of time in later generations, this female ghost will definitely be a bodhisattva-like existence. On the autumn land, there are some weeds that will not wither until winter, and their vitality is very tenacious. But on the land of Lanshan, the official road under the walking feet is used as the dividing line. On the north side, there is still a hint of withered life, but on the south side, there is only withered yellow and no life. The empty land, with its edges and corners among the rocks, seems to indicate that this place is not simple. Among the rocks, there is a flat area, which is very abnormal. Looking for the dragon's fixed a cup ointment and looking at the winding mountain, one level of mountain is one level of pass. There are mountains on the back and water here, the breeze blows slowly and the water waves are calm. The reason why there are no grass and trees growing is because after the severe drought, the water and soil nutrients under the grass and trees have been lost. Of course, the main reason is that there is something underneath. Lucien sat on the carriage and pondered to himself. Compared with the cars of later generations, the comfort of ancient carriages was almost zero, but Lucien felt an uncontrollable excitement in his heart. This matter can only be done by Li Shimin. Letting anyone do it would be an insult to the seniors under his feet. Laoli, no, brother, just bear the insults. I will earn a little bit of this money. Is it reasonable? Where are the craftsmen? Lucien asked about craftsman Lu Renayuan. Lu Renayuan opened the curtain with a smile and looked back at Lucien. Master Ho, don't worry, the arrangements have been made. According to your request, they are trying as soon as possible. As a former bodyguard of the emperor, Lu Renayuan knew very well that the opportunity for him to develop was with Marquis Lanshan. If Marquis Lanshan was prosperous, he would be prosperous as well. His Majesty's words don't even count. He had arranged all the craftsmen in advance, and asked Zoevi's people to gather all the craftsmen, set up camp on the spot, found a place that no one cared about, and were busy working. The carriage jolted forward and soon arrived at a strange place. In this place, no one could be seen from a distance. There were only mounds of soil standing high like graves, like a cemetery, but there were no tombstones. But when you get closer, you will find traces of human activity inside. Those earthen bags are not cemeteries, but simple earthen kilns that are like burning porcelain. At this time, in the Tuyao camp, the Ziuaowei officers and soldiers who had been borrowed by Lu Renayuan looked at the craftsmen who were working bare-chested and pouted. The craftsmen's eyes were fiery, and they were rushing through the dozen or so earthen kilns, carrying buckets of water in their hands. The sound of sizzling is endless. Master Marquis, this is where they work. Lucien got off the carriage, looked at the surrounding bamboo forest, and then at the location of this simple factory, and suddenly felt a little crude. Cut down those bamboo forests outside. If someone hides in them, the secrets will leak out. Master Ho, the bamboo forest hides people's eyes and ears. Since Mr. Ho doesn't want people to know, this bamboo forest is the best cover. Lucien shook his head. Lu Renayuan, you have fought in wars. It is possible to hide an army in such a deep bamboo forest. But the next moment, Lucien thought of another thing and nodded. Yes, then build a high wall to surround this place. Let's call this place a factory. Factory. Lu Renayuan had never heard of such a word, and his eyes were a little confused. Xuerungui, you can do this. Lucien calculated that he had a lot of money in his hands now, at least a few thousand strings of cash, although less than 10,000 strings of cash, but in Lanshan, building a wall and some earthen kilns inside, I am afraid there is no problem at all. At this time, a cry of surprise broke out from the earthen kiln not far away. Got it? Got it. Guzi, you got it. Then there were cheers. The next moment, Lucien noticed that a group of men, with their upper bodies naked, came out of the earthen kiln, sweating and panting. They hugged each other tightly, with excitement on their faces. People who didn't know would go home and wash their eyes immediately when they saw such a group of shirtless men hugging, cheering, and making incomprehensible noises. My lord, I'll go and take a look. Lu Renayuan trotted all the way, rushed into the crowd, asked for a while, and ran back quickly, holding something in his hand. Lucien looked at the piece of smooth and transparent in Lu Renayuan's hand, but there were still a lot of impurities in it, and there were a lot of sand and mud on the edge, and smiled instantly. Who is Guzi? Lucien heard the voice that just broke out in the crowd. Lucien remembered the name Guzi very clearly. This name is very special, and it is a good memory for Lucien. Before graduation, Lucien had a girlfriend, and the girl's nickname was Guzi. Children in rural areas all have their own nicknames, and the older generation believes that the meaner the name, the better the fate. The girl who studied chemistry was very ambitious and dreamed of becoming a star in the chemical world, shining brightly. However, when graduation is approaching, she will face the competition of society. Who can guarantee that he will definitely be the pride of heaven? The girl taught Lu Xian the ancient method of making glass, and even improved it. It's a pity that the biochemical environmental materials, the grave of graduates, led to the two of them parting ways. At this time, I saw the glass made by the ancient method again. No, in ancient times, it was called glass. Lu Xian felt a sense of relief inexplicably, but looking at the dark and thin young man in front of him, Lu Xian felt that the name Guzi suddenly changed. Your name is Guzi. The young man's face was stiff, standing in front of Lu Xian, not daring to breathe, his legs and feet trembling constantly. The Marquis is asking you a question, why are you shaking? Lu Renayuan laughed and said, relax, the Marquis is not a big bad wolf, and he doesn't eat people. The young man named Guzi was about 17 or 18 years old, and wiped the sweat and black marks on his face. I'm not good, the Marquis's method is good. The old man on the side looked at Guzi who couldn't control his speech and sighed, Marquis, I am Guzi's father, a blacksmith. This child has never liked to talk since he was a child. The Marquis is of noble status, and he stutters even more when he sees you. I am of low status. Lu Xian interrupted the old man, change his name. Also, who said you are of low status? Lu Xian looked at the craftsman with a serious expression, the world is peaceful, the war has ended, it is a good time to recuperate, make more money, and develop your career. No matter what your status is, we are all Tang people. What is noble and low status? It's nothing more than a different position. Who said that blacksmiths have no future? Look, Guzi has made a good thing. Lu Xian nodded to Xuerongui, and Xuerongui trotted all the way to the carriage, poked his head out, took out a cloth bag from it, and then stuffed it directly into Guzi's hand. The craftsmen who responded to the recruitment this time were all poor people in the counties around Chang'an City. Under normal circumstances, although the status of craftsmen was lower, they had enough food and drink all year round. After all, who didn't need to make something? But they were different. They were looked down upon and had no food to eat. When the notice of Lanchenho recruiting craftsmen appeared, it was empty and nothing was mentioned. At that moment, they were desperate and ragged. Even the beggars on the roadside looked down on them. After all, what was the difference between them and beggars? A group of craftsmen, hungry, came to Lanshan County after walking more than 10 miles, or even dozens of miles, and then they were surrounded by a group of officers and soldiers. At that moment, they were desperate. These dog officials are cheating? They are going to use them as heads. The war was only a dozen years away from now, and killing innocent people for merit is still vivid in their minds. Then, they found that those fierce officers and soldiers did not seem to embarrass them, but just didn't let them leave this place. The key is, free meals. Now, the enthusiasm in everyone's eyes seems to have reached its peak. They saw with their own eyes that 10 strings of coins were placed in Guzi's hand. Those copper coins were heavy, and Guzi was trembling all over. Lu Xian looked at them standing in place one by one, with a faint green light in his eyes, and then smiled calmly. Money is nothing, as long as the things you make are good enough, money is not a problem. As soon as these words came out, Lu Renayuan and Xuerongui looked at each other. After all, he is a marquis, and he spends money like water. But, do these craftsmen have to be supported? Lu Xian looked at everyone. Come on, tell me what you did before. Marquis, I can do it too. I'm a carpenter, I can do anything. Other craftsmen on the side couldn't help it. Craftsmen who have reached their level would not be ashamed to see Lu Ban even if they died. My lord, I am a blacksmith. I can definitely make the best knife in the world, which is indestructible. My lord, I make coffins, a craft passed down from my ancestors. My lord, I can carve tombstones. For a while, in the chaotic scene, everyone laughed continuously. The atmosphere became relaxed. Lu Xian knew that it was almost time. When the atmosphere reached this point, it was time to win over the people. The land was divided into north and south, and the factions became one. In that mysterious organization back then, Lu Xian still learned a little bit. He struck while the iron was hot, and attacked the desire points in human nature. I can see that you all have special skills. I am in charge of the Lanshan fiefdom in the Marquis Mansion, and I worry about what everyone does, how to do it, and how much they earn. You. Lu Xian pointed at the guy who said he could make iron and said, "You make iron in the village, make farm tools for farmers to cultivate the land, and support your family. You." Lu Xian looked at another person again, "You do carpentry for everyone, the stools you make are stable, the tables are sturdy, although your teeth leak, but the windows you make never leak." Everyone laughed again. "To get closer, you must first stand together. Look at him, his name is Lu Renayuan, he is my guard, the general manager of the Marquis's mansion, you can understand him as the gatekeeper. We do different things, but each of us has something to do, this is the Tang dynasty, we all have a bright future." Xuerongui stood aside, and was a little curious. After all, Lan Shenhe was not only strong, cooked delicious food, handsome, had many friends, had more women around him, and made more money, it didn't seem that great. But the body doesn't lie. Xuerongui felt that he was also getting restless, and these words sounded full of fighting spirit. He silently remembered in his heart that if he had the opportunity to realize his ambitions one day, he could use this passage to train soldiers and live up to his good martial arts. False worship is still quietly calculating, but real worship has already begun to take action. Lu Renayuan's blood is boiling. "My lord, I feel like I'm going to explode." Lu Xian smiled and looked at those sincere and fiery eyes. "From today on, anyone who abides by the rules and makes new things will be rewarded with 10 strings of money. This place will become your place to work from today, let's call it Datang Lanshan Workshop. I hope you can use all your skills and make really good things." A group of craftsmen who couldn't survive saw hope, just like a dying camel grabbing the last straw to save their lives. This straw not only failed to crush them, but made them firmly believe that if they followed the Lord, they would have enough to eat. Guze, you are the first one to make liulai. From today on, you will be the team leader of liulai production. I will give you 10 people. Tomorrow, I will see a complete liulai appear in front of me. If you can do it, you and the 10 people under you will each be rewarded with 10 coins. Guze was speechless, his lips were white and he was sweating profusely. It was obviously late autumn, the weather was slightly cold, and the wind would hurt his face, but he felt like he was standing on a hot summer day. Plop. Guze lay on the ground and prostrated himself. "I can do it, I will definitely do it." At this moment, Lu Renayuan suddenly understood that the Marquis was going to create Datang's own colored glaze. After leaving this earthen kill, on the way back, Lu Renayuan asked cautiously, "Master Ho, there is something I don't understand." Lu Xian closed his eyes to rest and said leisurely, "You can ask." "Master Marquis, do you really want to give the colored glaze you made to those barbarians? I heard that you once said on the street that you would give them the original amount of colored glaze after 30 days. Lu Xian smiled. "Lu Renayuan, you must be honest and honest. If you say you will give, you must give. It's just that if they want it, they have to wait a little longer." Xuerongui drove a carriage and suddenly stabbed Lu Renayuan. "Old Lu, can't you see it? The Marquis has already planned it. What are you worrying about here? You can do whatever the Marquis tells you to do. You can chop whoever the Marquis tells you to kill. How simple." Lu Renayuan rolled his eyes at Xuerongui. "Aren't I curious? Who in Chang'an is not curious? To put it harshly, if a manure truck, no, a night incense barrel passes by your door, you have to go out, dip your index finger in it, and put it into your mouth to taste the saltiness. There are so many fun things to do in a day in the huge city of Chang'an. Living in Chang'an is not easy. If you didn't have such a heart for gossip, you would have died of boredom under the pressure. You, Xuerongui, are from a small place, so you know nothing. You too don't take this lightly. Glaze production, this is a secret. Since there are already signs, starting today, we will build a high wall, a factory, no, let's call it a workshop, Lanshan Workshop. The workshop is built without delay. The craftsmen are only allowed in on weekdays and are not allowed out. The family takes over and the wife and children work together. It is not a problem for the young man to study. But if anyone leaks the secret, he will be killed without mercy." Lu Xian sighed silently in his heart. The common man was innocent of the crime of harboring the jade. If the method of liulai was leaked, I am afraid that the people behind the merchants all over the world would be unable to sit still. However, the way to deal with it is also very simple. After making a lot of money, start wholesale. Follow the route of small profits but quick turnover, and make high-priced colored glaze completely obsolete. When glass is as cheap as earthenware pots, even if others get the method, they will not be able to compete with you. You have a method, and when you want to start to develop your ambitions, the people of the Tang dynasty will have the colored glaze made by me, Lu Xian, in their hands. The merchants in the world just want to wholesale the colored glaze from me, and they will kill you. It is of high quality and low price. Small profits but quick turnover. If you come up with the same quality, I will roll it in style. If you come up with the same style, I will roll the concept. If you come up with the same ideas, I will be involved in the culture. No one knows how to roll better than me. Master Ho, I'm really curious as to why you and Li Yulai are so locked in a fight. Lu Renayuan couldn't hold it any longer. Lu Xian opened his eyes suddenly, looked at Lu Renayuan's eager face, and shook his head lightly. That thing is worth 10 cents, but someone told you that it is worth 10,000 cents. You bought it, but if you knew, what will you do when it's only worth 10 cents? When Lu Renayuan heard this, his blood immediately surged. Hiss. Master Marquis, if it were me, I would kill that guy's whole family and smash this thing in front of their faces. I'm not taken advantage of. Lu Xian nodded. Look, you don't want to be taken advantage of. Who wants to be taken advantage of? I want to ask, who would like Li Yulai, a flashy and useless thing that is obviously worthless but boasts to be worth tens of thousands of dollars? Lu Renayuan suddenly remembered a figure and looked at Lu Xian blankly. Mr. Ho, there is something in your words. You dare to say it, but I dare not think it. Think about it, every day in the Marquis's house, so many people ask me for money when they eat, drink or have sex. The court only gives the Marquis a small amount of money every year. With the help of more than 1,000 farmers, we can make some money. You are the general manager in the Ho mansion. Could it be that your subordinates ask you for money to change your clothes? You are so poor. Do you think he can obey you? It's hard to repair the Ho mansion and spend money at home. It's hard. Can it be something happy? Since I, Lu Xian, am the Marquis of the Tang dynasty and the Marquis of Lanshan, I cannot disgrace the Marquis of Lanshan. If I am frugal and live a poor life, it will not be my Lu Xian's face that will be disgraced, but the face of the Tang dynasty. I, a prince, am just a decoration when looking at the scenery. My life is miserable. The corners of Lu Renayuan's eyes twitched. He decided not to tell His Majesty these words. Xuerongui nodded repeatedly. The Marquis is right. The Marquis is indeed hardworking. Even though he can enjoy his life, he still has to open a restaurant to make money to support the Marquis's house. There is no such Marquis in the entire Tang dynasty, no, throughout history. Master Ho, you are such a good person. Xuerongui is much smarter. Why is he asking questions at this time? Just stand in front of the Marquis? The Ho mansion was quite lively in the afternoon. Under the leadership of Zheng Luan, Yaya started a lady training plan. It was obvious that Yaya was not happy. Why are the standing and sitting so complicated? It's better to play in the mud. Daz Wang stood aside without saying a word, looking for traces of ants around. Without seeing the ants, Daz Wang always felt empty inside, and didn't know what happened to the ants. When the sun hung in the west as a golden line, several young people with excitement appeared in the mansion. Cheng Kumo put his hands behind his back and smiled. Daz Wang, where is brother Lu Xian? Daz Wang smiled honestly and patted Cheng Kumo on the shoulder. The young master hasn't come back yet, but he should be soon. Daz Wang's intuition is always accurate. However, he still misjudged his strength with this palm. It was obviously a light palm, but Cheng Kumo was grinning and sweating on his forehead. You, what are you doing? Why are you using so much strength? Cheng Kumo felt very wronged. I just put my arm around your shoulder and you gave me a palm. De Zhuang scratched his head in embarrassment, with shame on his face. I seem to have become stronger again. Let me rub it for you. Cheng Kumo suddenly jumped up and rubbed his shoulders frantically, like a frightened chicken. You, De Zhuang, stay away from me, I want to find brother Lu Xian. Behind Cheng Kumo, between Niu Jianho and Yuchi Bailin, was a young man about the same age as them. He was dressed in elegant clothes, with a jade-like complexion, bright eyes, and quite energetic. It was Qin Kaing's son, Qin Huiyu. Qin Huiyu didn't come empty-handed today. Behind him, several servants carried a large box and placed it on the ground. It made a dull sound. Once you heard it, you knew there were a lot of good things inside. This is De Zhuang, right? De Zhuang scratched his head. I've never seen you before. My name is Qin Huiyu. Qin Huiyu smiled and cupped his hands towards De Zhuang. De Zhuang also raised his hands towards Qin Huiyu in a decent manner, my name is Lu Huaqiang, you can just call me De Zhuang. The more Qin Huiyu saw De Zhuang, the more interesting he became. He heard a lot about Datang Hotel from Cheng Kumo, and there were many stories about Lu Xian, among which De Zhuang also appeared frequently. He is born with supernatural powers and is extremely powerful. He is a bit stupid, but he seems to have great wisdom and understands the language. These words made Qin Huiyu very interested. After all, such a person could not be found in the entire Tang dynasty. Such a person turned out to be just the adopted brother of the Lu Xian family. Who is this Lu Xian? He was already full of curiosity about Lu Xian. After hearing Lu Xian's name from Qin Kaiying, he realized that the reason why Qin Kaiying could regain his glory was because of Lu Xian's ability. Set, entrainment exercises. Qin Huiyu became successful at a young age and later became the prince consort of the Tang dynasty. The only thing he couldn't worry about was his father's health. He sought help from famous doctors all over the world, but no one seemed to be able to do anything. Unexpectedly, such a problem was easily solved by a shopkeeper named Datang Hotel. Oh, you are here. As soon as Lu Xian entered the door, he saw the strong and weak Cheng Kumo grinning. Das Wang, what's going on? It's not serious or serious. These are our distinguished guests. What do you guys want to eat? Cheng Kumo looked at Lu Xian and smiled mysteriously. Brother Lu Xian? No, Marquis Lanshan. We brothers are also related to Marquis Lanshan. Yesterday was a little special. I wanted to celebrate you, but was delayed by some things. I came here today and brought some small gifts. Brother Lu Xian, please don't dislike me. You are the youngest marquis in the Tang dynasty. Lu Xian glanced at Cheng Kumo, Niu Jianho and Yuqi Bailin. All three of them seemed to have brought gift boxes. And in front of them, there was a spirited young man, who looked energetic at first sight. Who is this? Brother Lu Xian, I am Lao Qin's son, just call me Qin Huiyu. Lu Xian smiled. Qin Huiyu, did he just run back from the fiefdom after hearing about the medical miracle? This look is very similar to Qin Kaiying's. They are carved from the same mold, but a younger version. It turns out to be Brother Qin. How is Lao Qin's health lately? Has he been exercising at home these days? Don't let him eat and drink too much. Bear it for a while and persist for another year and a half, and he will be completely healed. Qin Huiyu waved his hand. Brother Lu Xian has a kind heart and is so humble. He is a role model for our generation. This is a small gift to celebrate Brother Lu Xian's enthronement and to express gratitude for treating my father. Please be sure to accept it. As soon as Lu Xian looked at the box, he knew that the things inside should be quite valuable. He smiled and held his hands towards Qin Huiyu. Brother Qin, you're welcome. De Zhuang, bring some friends' things into the house. De Zhuang scratched his head and smiled. He seemed to smell the delicious things in those gifts. At this time, he raised his arms, and the huge boxes were instantly like light leaves, and they were picked up by De Zhuang. Cheng Kumo and others had seen this scene before. After all, Cheng Kumo's thick body was just like a chicken in De Zhuang's eyes. Not to mention these boxes. Qin Huiyu finally believed it at this moment. Hearing is believing and seeing is believing. Even his brothers who like to brag have become honest now. Don't be dissatisfied, you guys. This place is so-so and there's nothing good about it. I'll be cooking in a while, but I haven't eaten yet. Qin Huiyu looked at Lu Xian, feeling at ease no matter how he looked at him. This young man was neither humble nor arrogant at his young age. His behavior was uninhibited and his manners were free and unrestrained. According to what his father said, he also had a heart of benevolence and righteousness. He was a rare good prospect. Suddenly, Qin Huiyu laughed. His sister should be found. Qin Huiyu's younger sister, Qin Ruyu, was born in Qin Kaiying's family, but she was Qin Kaiying's daughter and she loved her very much. But even so, Qin Ruyu was like the other extreme. Qin Huiyu treated people like a spring breeze blowing on his face, while Qin Ruyu was as cold as a piece of ice. Perhaps, only Lu Xian can melt my sister's ice-like temperament. Qin Huiyu's laughter made Cheng Kumo shudder. He moved his buttocks and murmured in his heart, could it be that Brother Huiyu and the princess have been together for a long time, got tired of it, and fell in love? No, Cheng Kumo, can't speak well of that. Qin Huiyu looked at Lu Xian, nodded, and smiled happily, which made Yuqi Gong and Niu Jianhu a little confused. Could it be that Brother Huiyu had any special ideas? Brother Lu Xian, I remember my father said you were 16. Brother Lu Xian, you are probably not married yet. Do you have a woman you like? Don't mind. I have a sister at home. She is well-educated, well-mannered, and is the apple of my eye. She is 18 this year. I think since we are so familiar with each other, we should get to know each other more and build some connections, right? For a moment, Cheng Kumo and the other two were stunned. Brother Qin Huiyu is really smart. He won over Lucian like this. At this moment, Cheng Kumo only hated that he didn't have a sister. Dad, can't you give birth to more children? You only gave birth to sons, but what about your sister? So angry? Niu Jianhu lowered his head. He did have a sister, but the problem was that his sister died when she was just born. It's a pity, otherwise he and Lucian could have a good story. Yuji Baolin didn't even think about it. If he had a sister, how ugly she would be. Faced with Qin Huiyu's enthusiasm, Lucian sighed, Brother Qin. Hey, just call me Huiyu. We have a deep relationship. Why should we be so formal? Brother Huiyu, I am indeed unmarried, but... Hey, Lucian sighed, you can't be too persistent and exclusive in love. It hurts others and yourself. Hey. When these words came out, Qin Huiyu was a little stunned. What does this mean? Lucian continued, maybe I would agree a few days ago, after all, we are so familiar with each other, but now, I have a heavy responsibility on my shoulders and so many people are looking forward to it. Lucian dare not consider the love of children. I just want to be philanthropic in the world. Love in the world? Qin Huiyu looked at Lucian in disbelief, seeming a little excited, but with forbearance. This. Brother Lucian, what does this mean? In the eyes of the Tang people, it is normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but it is different for Qin Huiyu. Qin Huiyu is the current son-in-law, that is, a son-in-law, and the biggest son-in-law in the world, the most eye-catching son-in-law, nominally the head of the family, but he is always the son-in-law, and his eyes are staring at him. Cheng Kumo wants to go out to play, go to a brothel to have fun, go to a restaurant to get drunk, go to the streets to go wild, then go if you want. But Qin Huiyu is different. On a spring outing, bring a few friends, the princess will ask. Go to a brothel to have fun, others don't know you, but there is no wall that is impenetrable. Go to the streets to go wild? He is already past that age, and his behavior represents the nobles of the Tang dynasty and the dignity of the Tang dynasty royal family. How can he be unrestrained? It's like wearing shackles every day. Hearing Lucian's words, Qin Huiyu was subconsciously touched. If it were anyone else, he might not have such an idea. Brother Qin, you know, a real man is born between heaven and earth, how can he be depressed and live under others for a long time? Women in the world, all flowers compete for beauty, and it is beautiful to admire them every day. As the saying goes, there are beautiful grasses everywhere in the world, why do you have to love one flower unrequitedly? Hehe, I don't mean anything else. That is, don't put some sets on yourself at a young age, otherwise what's the difference between you and those donkeys pulling the mill? Qin Huiyu's heart was shocked, and the light in his eyes became brighter. Lucian, no wonder he can make his father praise him endlessly. Lucian understands me? Everyone says that the son-in-law is good, but is the son-in-law really good? As soon as he opens his eyes, he has to be responsible for eating, drinking, defecating and urinating. But the princess doesn't have to take care of anything. Obviously the head of the family, but he looks at people's faces everywhere. When he was young, he thought the princess was good, and he fell into the trap of fate. When he suddenly found out, it was too late to regret. There are so many beauties out there, and I can only choose one. Only children choose princesses, and I, Qin Huiyu, am not bad, so why can't I have them all? Brother Lucian's words have awakened me from my dream. Qin Huiyu would like to thank you. I won't bother you today. Lucian was stunned. What's going on? Brother Qin, since you are here, why don't you have a meal before you leave? Brother Lucian's cooking skills are unparalleled in the world. My father mentioned it to me, but compared to Brother Lucian's mind and wisdom, cooking skills are just the most inconspicuous one among the stars in the sky. Today Qin Huiyu has learned a lesson, and the cooking skills can only be tasted tomorrow. Now I just want to practice Brother Lucian's wisdom. Try the feeling of universal love. Qin Huiyu took the lead to walk out, and Cheng Kumo and the other two were stunned. Brother Huiyu, since you are here. Cheng Kumo was puzzled and muttered. Let's go to Fenjia Tower. Qin Huiyu said in a deep voice. Okay. Before Lucian said anything, Zhang Luan started laughing. My lord, are all your men like this? My lord is so philanthropic, so there must be one person he likes the most, right? Zhang Luwen's eyes were bright. Although she was not very old, she had an indescribable charm all over her body. As the saying goes, the rippling water of the West Lake is just right. When you are young, you don't know the good of youth. When you are old, you just watch the tide of Qiantang River. Lu Xian knew Zhang Luwen's thoughts very well. This woman seemed to have an obsession with turning over. So why don't you be on top? He glanced at Zhang Luwen calmly and found that Zhang Luwen, who was not wearing a maid outfit, seemed to lack a bit of professional flavor. She was obviously a good seedling, but her temperament was far from those teachers. The maids at home are all clever and skillful. Let them make 1 or 2 sets of clothes suitable for you later. It seems that professional clothes have to be arranged. Zhang Luwen's eyes trembled. Is this the answer? Lu Xian, you didn't answer me directly. Marquis of Lanshan, Tang Dynasty, you are such a mysterious man. My lord, you haven't answered my question yet. Zhang Luwen stared at Lu Xian. 3,000 rivers, only 1 scoop, that's because 1 scoop is enough to quench thirst, but people always have to eat and drink water, right? You're wrong, which scoop do you want to be? Yaya looked at the two curiously, with her hands on her waist. I want to eat delicious food. Yaya's appearance interrupted the conversation between the two. Lu Xian smiled dotingly. It's not easy to eat delicious food. There is a happy event in Lanshan workshop today, so naturally you have to eat something good. Okay, I will get you some delicious food, but you can't eat too much. Yaya patted her chest. Don't worry, I'll just eat a small bowl. When she heard that there was something delicious, Yaya seemed to speak unclearly. A closer look showed that there was no saliva flowing out of her mouth. In the backyard kitchen, a series of banging sounds continued to be heard. Under Lu Xian's command, De Zhuang beat the meat in his hand vigorously, like a blacksmith. Every time the wooden hammer in his hand fell, there was always meat foam flying. This is the peeing beef ball. Of course, Lu Xian would not tell De Zhuang what the peeing beef ball is, nor would he tell him what it is made of. Master, it turns out that cooking is so simple, just holding a mallet and beating it continuously. Lu Xian rolled his eyes. Don't be lazy, whether this thing is delicious or not, it depends on whether you beat it enough times. Master, how many times do you have to do it? De Zhuang didn't want to be lazy, but he was still curious, and saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth. At least 10,000 times, right? Bang, bang, bang. The sound became faster. In the Ministry of Revenue's warehouse, Fang Sunling's eyes were green, looking at the copper coins piled up in front of him. The whole person was as excited as if he could marry a concubine. Of course, he didn't have this opportunity. Since Dai Zhou passed away, he has been acting as the Ministry of Revenue and managing the money and grain of the world. Your Majesty, I have never seen such a fierce income. Your Majesty is really a god. Li Shimin stroked his beard and sat aside. Today, the Ministry of Revenue's warehouse was instantly stuffed with more than a dozen huge boxes, which were full of copper coins, piled up like a small hill. Of course, his own treasury cannot be less. I have fought for many years and defeated countless opponents. Can't I make some money to enjoy myself? This is just the income in Chang'an in one day. Coal, you are really a good thing. Black gold, it really lives up to its reputation. It's a pity that I believed in Lu Xian's evil at the beginning, and the ancestral tomb was moved. For a while, Li Shimin felt a little empty. Fortunately, I have few brothers and sisters, otherwise I don't know how many people would poke my spine behind my back. Thinking of this, Li Shimin looked at Fang Xianling. Old Fang, do you know who is the first credit in this matter? Fang Xianling didn't even think about it. That's naturally your Majesty. Haha, old Fang, you are shallow. Li Shimin stroked his beard and looked outside through the gap in the warehouse door. If he wasn't still young, I wanted him to be the Minister of Revenue. Fang Xianling shuddered when Li Shimin's voice came. Your Majesty, you must not. The affairs of the Ministry of Revenue are of paramount importance. I am willing to work hard until my death. Hey, why are you in a hurry? Lu Xian is still young, it's too early. Lu Xian is still young. Fang Xianling heard these words very clearly. At this moment, he finally realized that in the Tang dynasty, there was no unprovoked conferment or death without reason. Your Majesty, the Lu Xian you mentioned is the Lanshan Marquis you conferred. Fang Xianling has always held an attitude towards the newly promoted Lanshan Marquis. If your Majesty says it is good, then it is good. But if you want to know whether this person is really good or not, you have to test it yourself. Of course it is him. Li Shimin looked at Fang Xianling proudly. If Lu Xian is my Minister of Revenue, it is estimated that in a few years, the warehouse of the Tang Dynasty's Ministry of Revenue, my inner treasury, and the warehouses of various prefectures will be filled with grain and copper coins. This person has the ability to take away the destiny of heaven. Fang Xianling has never heard any such praise from Li Shimin, and the doubts in his heart are even thicker. Lu Xian, who is he? Your Majesty, since you are so happy today, why don't you go to the mansion of the newly promoted Marquis of Lanshan? On weekdays, Fang Xianling is the main candidate to follow Li Shimin on incognito visits. He is sensible, has color, and stands up to settle things at critical moments. Of course, there are also bad things, such as taking Fang Xianling to a brothel to see the romance, and he will soon be chased by Lu. Fang Xunling's wife Lu is extremely fierce, and Li Shimin has experienced it. The last time he took Fang Xianling out, he was blocked in the brothel. Li Shimin was strong and jumped out of the window to leave. Fang Xianling could only stand at the window and look at Li Shimin with resentment. Since then, Fang Xianling has not been seen in court for several days. Your idea is very good. Let's go to Lu Xian's place. Li Shimin seemed to suddenly remember something and said to the dark place beside him, go to my inner treasury and bring me the blue-red glazed jar. Li Shimin's favorite blue-red glazed jar was blessed by a Buddhist monk. I don't know how many people fought for it back then, but it was later bought by a mysterious person. In Chang'an, the wealthy businessmen beat their chests and stamped their feet, as if they had missed the opportunity to ascend to heaven. It was only 2 years later that someone in the palace accidentally saw His Majesty playing with the blue-red glazed jar, and then realized that the mysterious person might be His Majesty of the Tang Dynasty. Hearing this, Fang Xunling's face twitched. Your Majesty, you are too partial. The things you usually rewarded to me are all worthless things. Why do you want to take this priceless treasure this time? Alas, for a moment, Fang Xianling felt as if he was old. A new generation replaces the old one. Your Majesty, it turns out that you can also change your mind. Old Fang, what are you thinking about? Why are you becoming more and more like Du Ruhuai? Li Shimin's voice was filled with some emotion. Hearing Du Ruhuai's name, Fang Xunling's face trembled obviously. Although Prime Minister Du has passed away, I dare not forget him. Maybe I miss him. Li Shimin slowly stood up and nodded. If Du Ruhuai saw the prosperity of the Tang Dynasty today and the rich harvest in the Ministry of Revenue's warehouse, he would definitely be pleased. If he knew about it in the afterlife, he would also be happy. Well, old Fang, think about what I said. Fang Xianling heard it and sweat broke out on his forehead. Your Majesty, let's forget about that matter. Li Shimin looked at Fang Xianling, his mouth corner raised. Old Fang, you are not really afraid of your wife, are you? Although there are rumors in Chang'an, although Lu is indeed a bit fierce, the daughter of Fanyang Lu is well-educated and well-mannered, how can you be so afraid of her? A real man should stand up straight. It's just 2 women. She shouldn't be angry, right? Fang Xunling's face twitched and he didn't say anything. In the night, De Zhuang was stopped by Lu Xian. The hot pot in the kitchen seemed to start boiling. The round little things rolling inside became the most anticipated existence in De Zhuang's eyes. After a while, the fragrance was like a flash of lightning in the night sky, instantly illuminating De Zhuang's eyes. Master, it smells so good. De Zhuang, don't get close, don't bow your head. De Zhuang is tall, if he gets close and bows his head, his saliva may flow directly into the pot. De Zhuang scratched his head in embarrassment, with a simple smile on his face. Master, I'll go chop wood. Coal is consumed in large quantities in Lu Xian's mansion now. Li Shimin's people will send some every day, but when cooking, firewood is still used, and the pot is full of steam, with the breath of nature. At this time, above the Lanshan Marquis's mansion, I don't know when, some rustling sounds have appeared on the courtyard wall. Lu Renayuan and Shui Rongui were uncomfortable. Old Shui, this is the most uncomfortable place I told you. That's how I felt at the time. It was so close, and the delicious food was right in front of me, but it was a pity that I couldn't eat it. I was greedy. Shui Rongui didn't answer, mainly because his mouth was already filled with saliva. He swallowed hard, and felt as if there were countless bugs crawling in his mouth, itching. Gurgle. Old Lu, do you think the Marquis will be hated for cooking like this in the middle of the night? Lu Renayuan was startled and suddenly realized that this was Xinghua Fang. Although the marquis was powerful and a marquis of the Tang dynasty, the last thing Xinghua Fang lacked was a title. There are many people who don't have martial ethics, and there are also many people who have abundant martial ethics. It is said that a few nights ago, when Zhang Liang was making a baby late at night, he was yelled at by General Chang. He was so scared that he collapsed and didn't react for several days. That night was the day when Cheng Yaojin drank too much. Lu Renayuan immediately cheered up, "Brothers, be patient, the marquis will not forget us, open your eyes wide, and don't miss any clues." The servants on duty didn't seem to hear Lu Renayuan's words. They didn't know when the knives in their hands had been pulled out. On the wall in front of them, the dense and deep eyes had climbed up the wall at some point. In the dark night, it was extremely strange. In Chang'an, the nobles like to raise hunting dogs and cat slaves. Girls are naturally lazy, so there are many cat slaves, forming a group of stray cats in Chang'an. These guys sneak out at night and let themselves go on the walls of Chang'an. Fortunately, there is a curfew at night, otherwise there will definitely be a big commotion. The Jinwu guards and Ziyuao guards patrolling in Chang'an City seem to have seen it all before. But so many cats, gathered in one place at the same time, silently, rustling, with densely packed eyes, emitting a terrifying dim light, even the Jinwu guards, who are well informed, can't hold it back at this time. At this time in Xinghua Fang, two people showed their badges and strode on the Bluestone Road. The next moment, Fang Sunling's calves softened and trembled. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty, what is that?" The dense dim light was extremely terrifying in the night. Even Li Shimin, who had never frowned in the midst of thousands of troops, had goosebumps all over his body when he saw this scene. Hiss! Why are there so many cats? There must be hundreds of them. When Li Shimin was puzzled, a strange fragrance floated in the air. In an instant, Li Shimin let out a long breath and his eyes lit up. "So that's it. Lu Xian, you are an immoral person. You always make some delicious food at night, and the fragrance is so fragrant that no one in the entire Xinghua Fang can escape. Aren't you afraid that they will come to you?" Looking at Fang Xianling again, he was no longer afraid of the terrifying night cat eyes, but only twitching his nose with a look of enjoyment. "Your Majesty, it smells so good that even the cat slave is attracted here. I have never seen this scene in my life." Li Shimin stroked his beard. That was Lu Xian's cooking. Even if a god smelled it, he would kneel down and beg for mercy. After all, he is my second brother. When Lu Xian's cooking becomes a god in the future and the people praise him, Li Shimin can also get a taste of it. For example, "I am Lu Xian's eldest brother. Old Fang, don't say more. Let's go to the door as soon as possible." In the Marquis's mansion, Lu Renayuan and Xuerongui were on guard, fearing that the cats would rush to the kitchen. The knives in their hands flashed with cold light, as if ready to kill at any time. The stray cats seemed to feel the murderous aura, and they stood still one by one, with their fur on their backs standing up. The atmosphere was stiff and tense, and Lu Renayuan felt that his heart was already tightened. Dong dong dong. The three sudden noises were like igniting the silent dynamite. Lu Renayuan's concentration was interrupted in an instant, and he shouted out suddenly. "Ah!" Xuerongui was no exception. He was frightened by the sudden knock on the door and trembled. His fist just brushed the corner of Lu Renayuan's eye. The stray cats on the wall seemed to be furious at this moment. They fled in all directions in an instant, making a series of shrill cries. The air was even colder and the sound was shrill, making people shudder. "Is anyone there?" Li Shimin also heard the stray cat's cries. He frowned and knocked hard on the door of the mansion. The door opened, and Li Shimin walked in with his hands behind his back. As soon as he entered the door, he saw beads of sweat on the foreheads of Lu Renayuan and Xuerongui. "What's wrong with you two? I'm not a scourge. Don't be nervous. Where's Lu Xian?" Lu Renayuan was about to cry. Just at that moment, it was exciting to think about it. If his knife slipped out of his hand, Xuerongui's head would be gone. If Xuerongui lowered his body by an inch, Lu Ronggui's eyes would also be smashed. Seeing Li Shimin's excited face, Lu Renayuan let out a long sigh. It turned out to be His Majesty. "The Marquis is in the backyard." Li Shimin nodded. "Old Fang, let's go and take a look. These two, one is Lu Renayuan, the general manager here. This one is Xuerongui, a very energetic young man." Fang Xianling smiled. His Majesty would pretend every time he came out. Of course, Fang Xianling knew Lu Renaiyuan's appearance. Every time he came out before, Li Shimin and Fang Xianling were in the open, and Lu Renaiyuan was in the dark. He was sent back when he drank too much. How could he not recognize him? After hearing what Li Shimin said, Fang Xianling probably understood. No wonder Lu Renaiyuan was not seen around His Majesty recently. It turned out that he was sent to Lanshan Marquis' mansion to be the general manager. So it's General Manager Lu. I'm sorry. I know, general managers are all in a very high position, just like those in the palace. Lu Renaiyuan cried, don't bully others by relying on your high status. If you get angry, I will change my status tomorrow. Li Shimin nodded. Lao Fang, let's go. My brother is a wonderful person, well-mannered, extraordinary, gentle and elegant, and he is no less than the great scholars of the dynasty. In the main hall, Yaya and Dazwang sat upright at the table, with white silk tied around their necks, which was specially prepared by Lucian for the maids, just as napkins. It was obvious that Yaya was not used to it. I seem to be grabbed by the neck. I don't want to wear this. Lucian sighed, holding a wooden stick in his hand, rubbing. Yeah, you are a girl who loves cleanliness. How can it fall on your body when you are eating? I made this for you specially, and even killed an 800 jin pig specially. Yaya scratched her head. What does that have to do with pigs? Lucian smiled, raised the corner of his mouth, gently approached Yaya, raised his hand, and gently rubbed the wooden stick in his hand. The solid wooden stick was like skin and flesh, and it was instantly turned into powder in Lucian's hand. Yaya, look at what this is. Lucian gently moved his hands twice and squinted his eyes. Yaya was confused in an instant, and her voice became trembling. Ice hand. Lucian nodded, smiling. That's right. Just today, I used this. Hehe. Kill the 800 jin pig. At this moment, Lucian's expression became mysterious, smiling, and Yaya froze for a moment. Do you know why? Yaya shook her head. Lucian's smile became brighter, and his eyes became more terrifying, because it doesn't wear a napkin when eating. Yaya put her hand on her neck just now, and immediately put it down, and she was straight. What discomfort? What is that? Nothing? Dazwang was stunned for a moment when he heard the words, and then put it down. This scene was seen by Li Shimin and Fang Xianling, who were just about to enter the door. Li Shimin took a breath, especially when he saw Lucian easily crush the stick into powder. The muscles on his face were stiff. This is really, not only can he not talk to Lucian, but also cannot beat him. If this is pinched on my arm, thigh, head. Hiss. I dare not think about it. Fortunately, I am smart and sworn brother to him. Fang Sunling's mouth twitched, staring at Li Shimin blankly, and then at Lucian, with horror in his eyes. Your Majesty, is this the Lucian you are talking about? Gentle and refined, extraordinary, gentle and elegant? Then why did I tremble in my heart when he scared the child just now? Your Majesty, you have changed, and you have become a liar. Ahem. My dear brother, I'm coming? When Lucian raised his head, he saw Li Shimin standing blankly in the yard, and the followers behind him. Did he scare Yaya too seriously just now and ignore Li Shimin's footsteps? Old Li, you don't sleep at night, how come your nose is so sharp? When he heard Lucian's words, Li Shimin was not angry and smiled calmly. You, bring some surprises to Brother Wei every time. Come on, let me show you what delicious food you made today. Li Shimin had his hands behind his back and his steps were extremely fast. He was completely different from the calm look on his face just now. Oh, not bad. I've never seen this before, but it looks good at first glance. It must be delicious. Lucian, you can't do this. I have to taste this kind of stuff for Yaya and Dezhuang. What if it's not cooked yet and gets a bad stomach? Yaya is still a child. Fang Xianling saw Li Shimin like this for the first time, and suddenly felt that he had some misunderstanding about the current emperor. His Majesty calls Lucian his good brother and second brother. It seems that the relationship between the two is unusual. His Majesty was so casual in front of Lucian. It seemed that Lucian did not know His Majesty's identity. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is Lao Fang, my accountant. Lao Fang, this is Lucian, my half-brother. Lao Fang, even though you make money as an accountant, you should learn more from Lucian. Fang Sunling's face twitched and she said, I am now the accountant. The master's brother is certainly extraordinary, so Fang must learn more. As soon as he heard about Lao Fang, Lucian looked at the middle-aged man. This man exuded an aura of righteousness, square face, very decent, and walked with official steps. He was clearly Mr. Accountant. Feng Xianling? It turns out to be the old house. Come on, come on. Now that you're here, let's sit down and have something to eat. Li Shiman's eyes suddenly widened and he looked at Lu Xian with a jealous look on his face, as if to say, Lu Xian, you treat me differently, right? Li Shiman sat in front of Yaya, looked at Yaya's trembling appearance, and touched Yaya's head. Yaya, why are you nervous? Eat quickly. Would you like uncle to give you a taste to see if it's cooked? Yaya didn't say a word. A large amount of drool flowed out of the corner of her mouth, but she pursed her mouth tightly and didn't say a word. Lu Xian knew that if she opened her mouth would definitely open. Yaya, you can eat it. Yaya let out a long breath, thinking that Lu Xian just said that the pig without a napkin was beaten to death. Her face instantly turned pale. Li Shiman shook his head and sighed, you guys always scare children. I heard you clearly just now. What kind of hero are you for scaring children, right? Yaya. Yaya didn't answer, lowered her head and took a bite of the meatball. Pfft. Peeing beef balls are called peeing beef balls because every time you bite the balls, juice will spurt out crazily. For those who are inexperienced, it will be like eating soup dumplings for the first time, and they will be covered in juice. Yaya only knew that this food was delicious, but she didn't have much experience. The moment she bit into it, the juice spurted out. Hit the target? Ouch, baboon, baboon. Li Shiman covered his face with a look of horror. At the same time, he looked resentfully at Lu Xian, who had a calm face with a smirk on his face. Brother Xian, what is this? People who don't know may think it's some kind of hidden weapon. Lu Xian looked at Li Shiman with a smile. What is hidden behind you? Take it out quickly. I saw it all. Li Shiman blushed, wiped a handful of juice on his face, and smacked his lips. Yes, the juice was very fresh, like the taste of fish and shrimp, but it didn't have any fishy smell. I knew I couldn't hide it from your eyes. This is my favorite treasure. I give it to you today. Lu Xian looked at it and shook his head. Old Li, is this it? Feng Sunling's heart trembled. My dear, why is this scene getting more and more wrong? The last person who dared to speak to His Majesty like this was Wei Zhang. That's all you look like. Li Shiman's hand that was stroking his beard proudly just now trembled, almost pulling off his beard, and he grimaced in pain. Lu Xian, this is Liulai. This is the best colored glaze, the only one in Chang'an. Brother brought it here for a reason. Even though you are a marquis, you can let De Zhuang smash other people's things. If it causes trouble in the court, I'm afraid it won't be good for you. I just became a marquis, I don't know. If you keep a low profile, you will suffer. If you take this thing out, those barbarians won't dare to say anything. It's worth more than the glass. Lu Xian looked at Li Shiman and didn't know what to say. Laoli, although you are the emperor, the situation is still not open. Is it possible, I mean, that colored glaze is not valuable? No, this thing is worthless. Liulai is Liulai. No matter how well packaged or exquisite it is still Liulai. Just like sand is sand, unless there is gold in it. Otherwise, no matter what shape the sand is piled into, it is still sand worth mentioning. It is gold and will shine wherever it is. It's just sand, and no matter how hard you try, it won't shine. Although Feng Xianling was a little confused, she was greatly shocked. He knew how high the price of Tang Dynasty colored glaze was. Your Majesty loves colored glaze extremely much. There are many top-grade colored glazes in the palace's treasures, which are treasures. Any one of these things will shock the world when taken out, and its value cannot be exaggerated. But the young man in front of him, Lu Xian, the newly promoted Marquis of the Tang Dynasty, who was still a young man in the officialdom, actually said that colored glaze was worthless? Old Li, if you don't believe it, tell De Zhuang. Let's see whether De Zhuang believes you or me. Instantly, Li Shiman hugged the green and red colored glaze jar in his arms. That won't work. You don't want it, but I do. You are being treated as a donkey's liver and lungs. Lu Xian smiled calmly, sat down, put the beef meatballs in the bowl, tasted a mouthful of the meatball soup first, and instantly a warm feeling filled his body. The next moment, Lu Xian was ready to eat. At this time, Li Shiman and Feng Xianling became embarrassed. There was that thing in front of De Zhuang, in front of Yaya, and in front of Lu Xian, but there was nothing in front of the two of them. You wrong, don't be stingy, get them bowls and chopsticks. Zheng Luan smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Before Lucian spoke, she would never get bowls and chopsticks for any outsider. She knew that although Lucian was not stingy, he always had principles. Li Shimin couldn't wait any longer. The meatballs in front of him were like a girl dancing the Huxian dance, constantly attracting his restless taste buds. Lao Fang, I'll eat first. Puff. Swish. In an instant, Li Shimin felt that the feeling in his mouth was about to explode. At this moment, he closed his eyes, and there seemed to be something jumping in his mouth, and the bouncing feeling was lightly hitting his tongue, as if he was twisting his body. Watching Li Shimin put the meatball-like thing into his mouth without any hesitation, and the next moment he looked like he was enjoying it. Feng Xianling frowned and began to doubt. He looked at the young man named Daz Wang, who was chewing one by one, and chewing frantically in his mouth every time. He looked at the little girl named Yaya again. The little girl's mouth was not big, so she couldn't eat the whole thing in one bite. She could only bite a little bit, and every time she bit, the small meatball would spurt out juice. At this moment, Feng Xianling suddenly felt that he had lived in vain for decades. In the air, different kinds of smells mixed together, impacting Feng Xianling. He suddenly stuffed a beef ball into his mouth and bit it hard. Puff. The feeling of the sudden explosion in his mouth, and the delicious juice that was like a dam bursting, almost poured out of his nostrils. This is the taste of shrimp, soft. This is beef, hiss, the taste of beef, how can I eat beef? Forget it, it smells so good. 1, 2, 3. When Feng Xianling wanted to stop, he suddenly realized that he had eaten more than a dozen balls. The balls were not small, but Feng Xianling felt a voice in his heart, one more. Brother Lucian, what is this delicious thing? Why have I, old Feng, traveled all over the country in my life, and I have seen a lot of food, but I have never eaten such a thing. Lucian smiled, old Feng, you are being too polite. Look at old Li, how much he is enjoying himself now. Feng Xianling then noticed that Li Shimin's eyebrows were stretched and jumped, and he was shaking his head constantly as he chewed in his mouth, and hot air was coming out of his nostrils, but as long as his mouth was holding the ball, he didn't want to open it at all. This thing has a name, which is easy to understand. It is called peeing beef balls. Peeing, beef balls. Feng Xianling instantly realized that beef was taboo. There were many nobles who ate beef in Chang'an, among whom Cheng Yaojin was a representative. Although Feng Xianling did not like to eat too much beef, he had tasted it before, and he tasted it at Cheng Yaojin's place. Every time Cheng Yaojin invited everyone to go there, the reason was different, but the reason was that the cow in Cheng's mansion died. It's just that after eating it so many times, Feng Xianling's heart was not so relaxed once. Li Shimin took a deep breath and opened his eyes. Old Feng, how is it? I didn't lie to you. Feng Xianling looked at Li Shimin blankly, and then stopped talking. You want to ask about eating beef? Don't worry, in the Lanchan Marquis's mansion, what's wrong with eating some beef? The current emperor is not a clairvoyant and a wind-hearing man, what can he know? Feng Xianling's jaw almost fell to the ground. Your Majesty, why do you say that about yourself? This world is too crazy. His Majesty doesn't let me be the Prime Minister, but makes me manage the account office? By the way, Lao Feng, what do you say about that? I gave you a chance. Suddenly, Li Shimin changed the subject. Lucian's eyes lit up instantly, and Dezhuang also raised his head. There is a saying that goes, after being in Chang'an for a long time, no matter how little you care about people outside, you will become curious. Even Yaya, the two braids on her head at this time are soaring into the sky, like two antennas. Feng Xianling blushed. Why is His Majesty talking about something else? In front of the newly promoted Lanchan Marquis, I, Feng Xianling, can't lose face. Ahem, Master, that, who said I'm afraid of my wife? Those are all rumors, all rumors. Lao Feng, how could I be afraid of a woman? Lucian felt that he seemed to have heard this somewhere before, as if it was at the beginning of the Zhenguan period. Feng Xianling was stubborn, so Li Shimin immediately gave him two beauties. Then there was the incident where Lu almost cut Feng Xianling into pieces, and there was the incident where Lu drank a jar of vinegar. Hey, then you take it back. I couldn't take it back last time, so can't I take it back this time? Li Shimin was anxious. He gave you a chance, but you are useless. You said you are not afraid, but you are standing up. Feng Xianling looked at Li Shimin and put down his chopsticks silently. Master, just because. I, Feng, love my wife deeply. If my wife doesn't agree, I will never do something that will embarrass her. Lu Xian smiled, looked at the two of them, sighed, and touched Yaya's head. Yaya, is it delicious? Yaya nodded. It's delicious. At this moment, Yaya had long forgotten the things that frightened her before. As long as it tastes good, what the hell is a big bad wolf? What about a pig weighing 800 kilograms? De Zhuang leaned over mysteriously, almost pressing on Fang Xianling. Confucius said, Fortunately, Lu Xian was quick to cover De Zhuang's mouth, so that De Zhuang's version of the Analects would not reappear in the world. Old Li, why are you frowning about old Fang's affairs? Why are you so curious? Why don't you take the two beauties with you? Li Shimin rolled his eyes. Hey, second brother, you don't know. Old Fang is famous in Chang'an for being afraid of his wife. This is a disease and needs to be treated. It's okay for a man to love his wife, but Old Fang is obviously problematic. Lu Xian was also curious. What was the relationship between Fang Xianling and Lu in history? You said that Lu's family was of good origin, and Fang Xunling's family was not bad either. The King He Fang family was also a well-known wealthy family. Could it be that Fang Xianling liked that? Lu Xian suddenly had a bold idea. Well, Old Fang, if your wife is fine, you can bring her over for dinner. Although it's a bit expensive, I can solve this problem for you. Lu Xian was calculating in his mind. Not only did he have to stuff two beauties into Fang Xunling's house as concubines, but he also had to let the two concubines learn some seductive tricks. Li Shimin's eyes lit up. Oh, second brother, do you really have a way? Lu Xian didn't say anything, smiled lightly, and took a bite of the peeing beef ball. Fang Xianling looked at Lu Xian, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Then he sighed, forget it, little brother's kindness, Old Fang, I appreciate it. It's not like no one has advised before. When the people who advised before left, the wife at home would only return with thunderous means. Fang Xianling has experienced these things too many times. He doesn't need to think about it, he knows what the result will be. Old Fang, don't you believe Lu Xian? I tell you, if Lu Xian says he can solve it, he can definitely solve it. How about a bet? Last time I lost 10 strings of money to you. This time we'll bet 100 strings of money, so I won't take advantage of you. How about that? Fang Xianling felt that something was wrong with this, but he couldn't tell why. His Majesty was a little different now. It's just 10 strings of money. You've been thinking about it for so long, and now it's gone up? Master, it's not easy for you to make some money. I think you can just forget it. Fang Xianling reminded him. Bang! Li Shimin immediately became anxious. My second brother is comparable to Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. He can definitely handle this little thing. Old Fang, do you want to bet? Fang Xianling hesitated for a moment, as if he had thought of some extremely serious consequences, and then gritted his teeth. Let's bet, but only 10 strings of money. Li Shimin's mouth twitched. Old Fang, since I asked you to take charge of the Ministry of Revenue, your stinginess has become more and more serious. There are so many places in the Tang dynasty, so many counties, and so many officials. Looking around, there is no one more stingy than you. A prime minister, if he is like this, how can he cheat, and work with these people in the future? 10 strings of money is 10 strings of money, it's a deal. Lu Xian looked at the two men who were on top, and suddenly felt very strange. No wonder bosses in later generations always think of ways to get money from employees. This feeling is really different. Who is Li Shimin? The emperor of the Tang dynasty? If the Tang dynasty is a huge group company, then Li Shimin is the biggest one, the chairman. The chairman took the helm and led the entire Datang group forward in the storm of history. Every morning when he opened his eyes, every employee of the Datang group was working hard, and their wages fell on Li Shimin's head. If the Datang group had good performance, then naturally everyone would have a share, and they would all be happy. But if the group's performance was not good, then everyone would have to live a tight life. Regardless of whether the performance was good or bad, the boss was always the one who paid. But if one day, he had the opportunity to let others give him money, such an opportunity would feel exciting for the first time, and it would never be enough, and he would keep asking for it. People in later generations stood at the downstream of history, drank what kind of running water, and speculated on the daily life of the ancients upstream based on the taste. Little did they know that at this time, Li Shimin and Fang Xianling had no heirs between the monarch and the minister. They were like two old friends who had known each other for many years. After walking side by side for so many years, except when they were in the court and on official business, they chose a more relaxed way at any time. After all, it was already very tiring to shoulder so much. Just relax a little in private. Cheng Yaojin and others did not have the understanding of Feng Xianling, so they still had to learn. Li Shimin swallowed the meatballs voraciously, stuffing them into his mouth, and then bit them hard, as if he was facing an enemy, gritting his teeth, and then the juice splashed, and kept surging in his mouth, and even some flowed out of his nostrils, which made Yaya stunned. Feng Xianling was a little older after all, so he would eat slowly, but tonight, after his index finger moved, it seemed that his stomach had become a bottomless pit. At this time, Lu Xian waved to Zheng Luan, who had been waiting for a long time, and Zheng Luan walked over slowly, lowering her eyebrows and looking pleasant. My lord, do you have any instructions? When the two women are sent over, you will be responsible for training them. The specific method will be discussed in detail in my room later. Zheng Luan blushed and her eyes were flooded. My lord, I will go down and prepare first. Lu Xian was stunned, then thought about it and decided to prepare. After all, the two women were to be given to Feng Xianling, so they had to be strengthened and taught some skills. There were quite a few brand new whips in the horse racing area of the Marquis's mansion. The Tang dynasty used candles for lighting, and props were everywhere. Then 2 larger beef balls were taken out of the pot and placed in a bowl beside. This should also be used as a prop when stuffed into the mouth, right? Lu Xian had a barely perceptible smirk on his face, which flashed by, but this flash of smile was noticed by De Zhuang. De Zhuang instinctively felt that his young master was going to do something earth-shattering, and quietly approached. Young master, are you going to do something bad? Nonsense, how could that be possible? Lu Xian denied it immediately, with a serious face. De Zhuang, how could you learn bad things from them? We are men, born between heaven and earth, upright, and open-minded. How can we do such dirty things? When De Zhuang heard this, his originally calm eyes seemed to light up for a moment, and then he began to be confused again. Master, what is a dirty thing? When talking to De Zhuang, some things cannot be explained clearly. Lu Xian was silent for a moment, and said seriously, De Zhuang, dirty things are things that cannot be explained openly. De Zhuang nodded, as if he was moved. Ah, master, I know, I went to the toilet at night, which is a dirty thing. Master, don't worry, I will go to the toilet openly in the future. Poof. Feng Xianling was drinking soup in his mouth, and it sprayed out instantly. His beard was covered with juice. He looked at De Zhuang with an incredible face, then looked at Lu Xian and smiled. Brother Lu Xian, you are such an interesting brother. Li Shimin took a handkerchief to wipe the juice off his face and swallowed a meatball. Old Feng, can you be calmer? You look like you have never seen the world. This little noise is still small. You don't know. Old Cheng dares to say anything when eating. Feng Xianling waved his hand at Li Shimin. Master, stop talking. I know. Let's eat. Feng Xianling and Li Shimin made a bet, ate and drank to their heart's content, covered their stomachs and supported each other walking on the street. Lu Xian watched the two disappear at the end of an alley in Xinguofang, and then came back. Feng Xianling is indeed born upright. Compared with Wei Zhang's forced uprightness, Feng Xianling is more genuine and hides more deeply. Whether a person is upright or not depends on what he does, not what he says. Wei Zhang used to talk a lot but never practiced his words. As a censor, he had an iron mouth and was powerful. Lu Xian believed that even if the world was destroyed and everything turned into dust, there would still be a mouth jumping on the ground and muttering, Your Majesty, I think it is inappropriate. Feng Xianling was different. He was low-key and calm. He would brag occasionally, but he would not be so excessive. He was very stable. It was unjust for such a person not to be a prime minister. People who say no are often more honest in their bodies. You say you only love one person, but you still have to make a bet. At this time, Lao Feng probably still expected something in his heart. Back at the mansion, Lu Xian began to coax Yaya to sleep. Yaya opened her eyes wide, but she didn't want to fall asleep. Yaya, do you know why I killed the 800 Jin pig with one slap? Because it doesn't sleep. Sure enough, Yaya closed her eyes very obediently, but when she closed her eyes, her body was still shaking. Lu Xian returned to his room and saw Zheng Luan sitting on the bed with a blushing face as soon as he pushed the door open. Lu Xian was really shocked. Why are you wearing such red clothes at night? Zhang Luan was wearing a red dress, jade pendant, and gold hairpin, sitting upright, her eyes full of expectation. If she covered her head with a red veil, she would be so scary at night. Master Ho, isn't this bad? You asked me to wait for you here. Lu Xian put his hands behind his back and glanced at Zhang Luan. Go to Lu Renayuan in the backyard and ask for 2 riding whips. Go to the warehouse to get some candles. By the way, there are 2 particularly large meatballs on the table in the main hall. You can take them too. It seems that I have to teach you some things myself before you can learn them. Zhang Luan didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at first, but soon, there was a strange look on her face, and the surprise and curiosity in her eyes became even stronger. My heart was up and down, and I couldn't calm down for a long time. Could it be that the Marquis of Lanshan of the Tang dynasty liked this? Although Zhang Luan is staying in a boudoir, it doesn't mean that she doesn't know anything. An 18-year-old girl was considered an older woman in the Tang dynasty. If she couldn't get married at this age, there must be something wrong with her. For Zhang Luan, who was born to be treated as gifts and tools, she learned some things through books. The blush on his face became even more intense. Lu Xian realized that this woman was not simple. These girls, why do you think about things that can be done by 1 or 2 people all day long? Don't think wrongly. What I teach you is the right way, not some crooked way. Zhang Luan nodded. What the Marquis said is absolutely true. If the Marquis said it is the right way, then it is the right way. When Lu Xian heard this, there was still something wrong with what he said. It's not what you think. What I'm saying is that it's some very interesting things that can make people happy. Zhang Luan raised her head and thought for a while. Master Ho, I understand. A moment later, when Zhang Luan came back, her aura had become somewhat different. Lu Xian knew from one look that Zhang Luan knew what he was doing and sighed. Listen carefully, those 2 girls will be here soon. I will give you 1 night to train them carefully. You must let them learn. Zhang Luan nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Mr. Ho, I will teach you what you know, and I will teach you what you don't know. Lu Xian looked at Zhang Luan, and then a smile appeared on his face. What do you think this is? Zhang Luan blushed. How could anyone say such a thing directly? Don't they all communicate in private behind closed doors? Master Ho, why are you so bad? Yes, I thought it was wrong at first glance. You're wrong, you're thinking too much. What I'm talking about is called riding a horse. Think about it. Who are these 2 girls going to give to? To Lao Fang. No matter how tough Lao Fang's wife is, she can't stand the fact that Lao Fang is a man of letters and an open-minded man. He goes out to ride a horse in the evening, and the girl beside him holds a lantern to light the road. A man of letters, what a sentimental person. Zhang Luan's beauty turned pale, and she immediately buried her head in her chest. Did you really think too much? Master Ho, why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought. What did you think it was? Lu Xian pretended to suddenly realize. It turns out, oh, you are not a simple woman. How could you have such a weird hobby? Tisk tisk tisk. Zhang Luan became anxious, stamped her feet repeatedly, covered her face and ran away. At this time, Lu Renayuan outside the door suddenly poked his head in and said, Master Ho, he. Did you hear everything? Lu Xian looked helpless. Lu Renayuan was a man with a sharp nose and sharp ears. When a manure truck passed by 800 miles away, he would ride a fast horse over there all night and touch his fingers to taste the saltiness. Gossip is engraved in his bones. Your Majesty is wise. This method is just right for an old house. You can go out at night with candles, accompanied by beauties, and admire the moon in the wind. It's so elegant just thinking about it. Lu Renayuan grinned, showing an extremely envious expression. Seeing Lu Renayuan's expression, Lu Xian planned to add some spice. Haha, Lu Renayuan, you are such a clumsy person. How did you become one of the best guards in Chang'an? Lao Li said you are smart, but I don't think so. Lu Renayuan scratched his head. Ah, Mr. Ho, how do you say this? Lu Xian put his hands behind his back, opened the window, looked at the bright moon in the sky, and sighed. Look, the moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Lao Fang would definitely say this to those 2 women when he was riding a horse. Then what do you think they will do? Just go out at night with candles? What's so good about the moon? It looks good when the moon shines on the white ground. Lu Renayuan's mind seemed to have gone through more than a dozen twists and turns, and he suddenly came to a realization. Master Marquis, I understand. You are saying that a night outing by candlelight is just the appearance. Real elegance must come after the night outing. Lu Xian looked upright and stood up straight. Lu Renaiyuan, you are a top student, there is no end to your learning. Xinghua Fang, Prime Minister's mansion. Fang Xianling came back quietly carrying a lunchbox. Master, you actually know how to come back. A clear voice suddenly came, and then the candlelight in the room slowly lit up. In the room, on the bed, sat a woman with a majestic face. The woman had bright eyes and a beautiful figure. Although the years had taken away her youthful appearance, she had left a trace of wisdom on her body. The charm. Haha, ma'am, you're not asleep yet. Mrs. Lu slowly stood up and walked to Fang Xianling. She was not angry, but said calmly, I shouldn't have interfered with the master when he went out, but he is the prime minister of the Tang dynasty. He has a heavy responsibility and the responsibility of the family and the country. Your Majesty is responsible for it. Trust, it's all tied together. You have a heavy responsibility, so you should go to bed early and get up early. Don't be greedy for alcohol, let alone be greedy for temporary pleasure. Mrs. Fan Yang was a master of poetry and prose. Even if she was a woman, her speech was good. Mrs. Lu, in particular, had managed the family in an orderly manner since she married Fang Xianling. There had never been any mistakes. She could be said to be a good wife. When Fang Xianling heard this, he started to feel dizzy. Madam, you are overthinking. I mainly went out with His Majesty tonight. Fang Xianling smiled. Madam, think about it. If His Majesty has something to do and asks me to accompany him, then of course he cannot refuse. Then I went to the newly promoted Lord Lanshan and had something to eat. Madam, I brought some back for you. Mrs. Lu looked at Fang Xianling coldly, with a condescending look at her from a wealthy family. Your Majesty has so many things to do, how can he have time to pay a private visit incognito? Fang Qiao, in the blink of an eye, you told 3 lies, you are making progress. Fang Xianling grinned a little. Madam, don't say anything else. These peeing beef balls are the best in the world. Try it first before talking about anything else. Lu shook his head and sighed slightly. Fang Xianling had been upright all his life, why could he lose it during the Zhenguan period? Could peeing beef balls, with such a vulgar name, be a wonderful snack? This smells so delicious. Fang Xianling remained calm and had already opened the lunchbox. Lu's face was covered with a little bit of frost, but at this moment, it seemed to be melted by the sun. Instead, she was pleasantly surprised. I have tasted all the food in restaurants in Chang'an. Since I married you and followed you to Chang'an, I have nothing to do. Since then, I, a woman, have begun to taste the delicacies of Chang'an and make those delicious things myself. Fang Xunling's eyes moistened when he heard this, and then a feeling of guilt surged in his heart. His wife may not have suffered, but she did not enjoy the so-called wealth and glory. Compared with the days before she got married, she seemed to be just average. Diamond suit. After so many years, Lu is still beautiful and charming. She is obviously 40 years old, but she looks like a woman in her 30s. Madam, this peeing beef ball is really different. This is the craftsmanship of the Lanshan Marquis of the Tang dynasty. Madam's craftsmanship is naturally excellent. I, Fang Xianling, have tasted all the famous dishes in the world, but what I eat here is completely different from that of the Lanshan Marquis. It's that kind of, very wonderful, very different, very special taste. If Lu Xian were here, he would definitely say with a smile, look, this is the taste of message. The beef balls in the bowl are still in the soup is emitting hot steam, it seems light, but it exudes a meaty aroma, with a layer of light oil, like petals floating on the water, very tempting. Lu picked up the spoon, took a sip of the soup, and her eyes lit up instantly. This taste. She didn't say anything else, and couldn't wait to stuff the beef ball into her mouth. Madam, can't open your mouth. Fang Xianling suddenly thought of the scene that happened when he ate this peeing beef ball today, and he immediately reminded her. But it was too late. Puff. Lu bit the beef ball gently, and felt that the beef ball in her mouth seemed soft and bouncy, but instinctively, her teeth felt the hard texture. Biting hard, the beef ball broke in an instant, and the juice exploded in Lu's mouth. Fang Xianling immediately covered his face. Lu instinctively closed her eyes suddenly, and felt something flowing across her cheek. This is interesting. The peeing beef balls are indeed worthy of their name. Fang Xianling hurriedly took out a handkerchief and wiped Lu's mouth patiently. Madam, I was too slow just now, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. My husband, these beef balls are really delicious. If you go with His Majesty, Won't His Majesty blame the Marquis of Lanshan? The Tang law stipulates that you can't eat beef casually. Feng Xianling smiled. Madam, now you believe it. When I went to the Marquis of Lanshan's mansion with His Majesty pretended to be a royal merchant, and I pretended to be His Majesty's accountant. The Marquis of Lanshan probably didn't know our identities yet, so he didn't care about these. If your Majesty doesn't say it, I won't say it either. Lu's eyes flickered, and the beef balls in her mouth exuded a taste that intoxicated her. What's inside? Why is it like being on the seashore? Lu carefully peeled a beef ball with chopsticks, and when the juice flowed out along the broken place of the beef ball, Lu's smile also appeared on her face. So that's it. I'll go give it to you to taste. How can you miss such delicious food? Feng Xianling stroked his beard. Okay, madam, go ahead. At this moment, he let out a long breath, his chest rising and falling. Tomorrow, why don't we go see the Marquis of Lanshan? In the Marquis's mansion tonight, there are bound to be a few people who can't sleep well. For example, Zhang Luan. For example, the two women sent by Li Shimin. It is said that they are famous singers in Chang'an City, with a pipa, famous far and wide, and were sold to the Jiao Fangxi since they were young, selling art but not body, and the old house is blessed at a glance. Lu Renayuan and Shui Rongui should have rested long ago, but at this time, on the eaves outside the main hall, two people hung a corner each, through the gap of the window, watching how Zhang Luan taught the two women inside. However, there seemed to be a curtain inside, blocking their sight, and they could only hear exclamations and some whispers from time to time. Lu Renayuan climbed onto the roof, and Shui Rongui also climbed onto the roof. The two sat on the high ground, feeling the cold wind and staring at the bright moon above their heads in a daze. Really? We are all family members, but you are still on guard. That's too much. Lu Renayuan held a piece of straw in his mouth, with an angry look on his face. Shui Rongui smiled naively. Old Lu, it's not Miss Zhang's fault. We two rough guys, if we see the girls practicing some strange postures, wouldn't we all run over to watch? The girls are shy after seeing this. What are we watching? Lu Renayuan looked at Shui Rongui unhappily. No, old Shui, you have a family, your wife and children will be here soon, you can do whatever you want, but I'm different. I just like to watch fun. You see, these two women, they are people who sing and dance for many years, there are calluses on their hands, they must be playing the pipa. I heard that there are several masters of rebounding the pipa in Chang'an. Every time they play, it's so elusive. Tisk tisk. Shui Rongui lowered his head, pulled a tile off from the top of his head, and looked silently at his feet. The fake fun people are still complaining about this and that, falling into the intoxication of vanity, but they can't extricate themselves. The real fun-loving people have already created the conditions for themselves. Shui Rongui looked at the scene covered by the curtain and swallowed his saliva instantly. Hiss! Just as he was pondering, there were dense and light footsteps behind him. Shui Rongui looked up and saw a lot of silly smiles coming over. Everyone's face was full of smiles, winking. Lu Renayuan took the lead, trying to squeeze his eyes into the gap between the tiles, trying to see the scene inside. Under the moonlight, did a wild cat step on the roof of Lu Mansion? Looking at those crowded humans, the wild cat also showed great doubts in his eyes. In the morning, Lu Xian yawned and opened the door. Zhang Luan was already outside the door. Zhang Luan seemed a little tired after not sleeping all night last night. Her palms were red because of holding the whip, and there seemed to be wax tears on her sleeves. My lord, I'm ready. Lu Xian nodded. Okay, then you go and rest. What about the other two? Lu Xian said calmly. They have been practicing all night, so it's time for them to rest. Afternoon, I will probably be back. By then, Lao Fang should bring his wife with him. She is a fierce woman, and you have to be careful then. Zhang Luan frowned. What should I be careful of? Lu Xian would never tell Zhang Luan that Fang Sunling's wife was really brave enough to fight to the death. If she thought that Zhang Luan sent the witch to Fang Xianling, she would definitely hit her. Lu Xian hummed a little tune, washed his face, rinsed his mouth, and planned to go to the Datang Hotel. At this time, Yaya came out rubbing her eyes. Woo woo woo. I dreamed that the little white rabbit was eaten by the big bad wolf. Help me beat the big bad wolf. Yaya didn't sleep well last night. It seems that the method used last night scared Yaya. Oh, how big is the big bad wolf? When Yaya heard that Lu Xian seemed to agree, She immediately jumped up excitedly, her eyes were no longer watery, and she said seriously, the big bad wolf is so big, it's as big as several yayas. Then how does it eat the little white rabbit? The big bad wolf eats one little white rabbit at a time. Is that so? Did you fight with the big bad wolf? Yaya immediately started to purse her lips. Yaya, you don't even dare to fight with the big bad wolf, so neither does I. Think about it, such a fierce big bad wolf, what if it eats I? Yaya was anxious, you are not allowed to eat I, then, how can I beat the big bad wolf? Lucien smiled, of course you have to eat well, drink the soup over there first, a mouthful of soup and a mouthful of cake, don't leave a drop, otherwise the big bad wolf will be stronger than you. The dense information hit Yaya's little brain, and in an instant, Yaya was like a chicken blood, lying on the table, grunting and starting to eat. Lucien was very satisfied with Yaya's performance. Right, people who eat should start from childhood. Every day is a new day to defeat the big bad wolf. Yaya, come on. Humming a little song, Das Wang followed behind Lucien, who held Yaya on his shoulders. Today, Xuerongui had other things to do, and Lu Renayuan became the only choice to serve and protect Lucien. Walking on the streets of the West Market, Lu Renayuan looked up and kept looking around, like a guy guarding a warehouse. Yaya, do you want to eat Hubing? Yaya was excited when she heard that she was going to eat. Yaya was dejected when she heard that it was Hubing. Hubing is not delicious, I don't want to eat it, I want to eat the cake made by my father. I want to eat Regiamo. Yaya's childish voice was justified, and for a while, everyone passing by was attracted by her. There are still many people who get up early in the morning to go to the West Market. After all, the maids of some wealthy families always have to buy some things for the ladies early in the morning. The little maids usually have a boring life, serving people, being driven by others, and finding joy in suffering. Today, when they saw Yaya's cute appearance, their hearts suddenly melted, and they looked left and right one by one. Why are you looking at me, big sister? Yaya, they are not looking at you, but at the beautiful braid on your head. Lucien personally made a braid for Yaya, which was like a half of a mammoth with Yaya's new clothes today. Lucien wanted to give up the idea of this mammoth-like braid, but then he thought that Yaya was best at showing off her head, so he made her a Magnus horn. Different from the original braid that was like a rhino horn, Magnus' horn was facing forward. So Yaya would pull it a few times when she had nothing to do, because the braid blocked her eyes. Do they think Yaya's braid is ugly? No, Yaya's braid is the best, and they can't even if they want it. Yaya half believed and half doubted, touched the braid on her head that was stabbing forward, and her face was full of melancholy. Not far away, the Tang Dynasty Hotel had more and more people queuing outside the door. My lord, since you limited the number of people to 100 yesterday, you haven't heard that the whole Chang'an is scrambling for a place to eat at the Tang Dynasty restaurant. Last night in Fenjiu Tower, the courtesans even came out in person, singing and dancing, and the guests were so excited that they even called out a sky-high price. Someone got a place to eat at the Tang Dynasty restaurant and spent 100 strings of cash. Lucien was stunned, then looked at Lu Renayuan. Why didn't you tell me about this yesterday? Hey, my lord, you've already fallen asleep. In fact, it wasn't that Lucien fell asleep, but mainly that Lu Renayuan was on the roof watching Zheng Luan train the two beauties. This kind of thing must be told in advance in the future. Do you know why? Lu Renayuan scratched his head, at a loss. We can do this kind of business ourselves. Lu Renayuan frowned, and immediately felt that the lord was not simple. So that's it? Starting today, drive away those scalpers outside the door. Starting tomorrow, you can either queue up by yourself or come to you to buy a quota one day in advance. Lu Renayuan was stunned. This is a lucrative job. My lord, people who usually queue up will have no food to eat. Lucien smiled calmly, think about it, so many people are spending money to grab a quota, this quota will not be sold at a sky-high price in the end. Just make money for a few days. There are many rich people in Chang'an, right? You like to compete, right? Then let you compete as much as you can. Lucien took Yaya and Das Wang into the restaurant from the back door. Lu Renayuan stood at the front door, looking at the people in line, with his head held high and his arms folded, and said lightly, starting tomorrow, the daily quota can be purchased directly from me, and the highest bidder wins. Boom! In an instant, the team was quiet. Then a noise broke out. That's right, Let's buy the quota directly from the store. Yes, that middleman is really shameless, and he still makes a profit from the price difference. This matter has to be done by the store. I would not have spent the 50 strings of money if I had known earlier. It hurts. At the corner of the street, more than a dozen people squatted on the ground, looking at the lobby hotel here, with frost on their faces. Especially after hearing Lu Renayuan's words, their faces became even uglier. Destroying someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. The owner of the Tang Dynasty Hotel is too much. But what can they do? They can only watch helplessly. After all, they used to be able to snatch all the quotas by queuing up. They exchanged for a sky-high price out of thin air. You know, this is the money they make, but when those people buy, they are more willing to pay than the other. The big tree of Datang Hotel, I don't know how many people it can support. Now suddenly, their prosperous road to wealth has been cut off, and they can't sit still all of a sudden. Finding 100 ruffians to line up can make hundreds of guan, which is a huge profit. If it comes to special times, those merchants are not stingy at all, and it is normal for a quota to be hundreds of guan. What can we do? How about we go and make trouble? Discussed the owner of Datang Hotel. No one in Zishi dares to make trouble with us, and our eldest brother is the little bully of Zishi. Yes, give him some color to see. In the backyard of Datang Hotel, everything was ready in the kitchen. After Lu Xian purchased the ingredients from the system, he said to De Zhuang, "It's time to open the door. Datang Hotel is open for business." This is a big event in the West Market recently. Last night, almost everyone in Chang'an knew one thing, and that was that the food at Datang Hotel tasted simply divine, but there were only 100 places available for it every day. The people at the front of today's long queue are no longer Luo Wanggu and Yingli Yufang. Since the scalpers appeared yesterday, the two of them have been unable to grab the position. Who among the top 100 people is not rich? Which one is not wealthy? In Chang'an, there are two types of people the most. There are officials and rich people. Officials are either from prominent family backgrounds or hold high positions of power, and there are very few ordinary officials or officials from commoner backgrounds. Needless to say, there is no need to say more about the rich. These people are somehow related to the most powerful people in the world. Doing business in Chang'an, there is no one above them, and they dare to open a shop? These people standing here are all symbols of status. Of course, this is also because no one competes with them. Both Luo Wanggu and Yingli Yufang's families ran restaurants, but compared to these people, they were nothing. At this time, the two of them looked at the people waiting in line, with dissatisfaction on their faces. "Brother Yang, why don't those people line up properly? You said they just line up normally, but why do they have to spend money?" "Yeah, spending money changes the taste." Yingli Yufang was puzzled. The two of them stood in the crowd, and together with those who had never entered the Datang Hotel, they poked their heads and looked inside, as if they wanted to see if there were any new dishes today. There are rumors in Fenjiu Tower that the owner of Datang Hotel is a god who descends to earth and introduces 2 new dishes every few days, and every time he introduces the dishes, no one has ever eaten them. There are currently 4 dishes, and I heard that each one is amazing. Last night, many courtesans lost their virginity for the first time, just because that person has a spot in the queue. This morning, there were many graceful figures in the crowd, which quickly made Luo Wanggu and Yingli Yufang lose their sense of loss. After all, it is good to see beautiful women. For dinner, just come early tomorrow and queue up. The first group of 10 people have already entered. The maids in warm clothes did not wear cheongsam today. As the weather turned cooler, their clothes were also replaced by other warm clothes. Welcome. After 10 people entered, another 10 people hurriedly entered the Datang Hotel. Not long after, the food had begun to be served in the entire main hall of Datang Hotel. Then there were sounds of surprise, and some slurping sounds. People inside were devouring their food, while people outside were spitting in the northwest wind. They all looked inside eagerly, but there was nothing they could do. At this moment, more than a dozen people walked towards Datang Hotel with their mouths raised and sticks in their hands. "Get away. Step aside." When Luo Wanggu saw these people, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. "It's them who are the losers, fighting for position. If it weren't for them, we would definitely still be in first place." These people are what Lu Xian calls scalpers. The scalper was naturally unwilling to be cut off from his financial path. At this time, the stick in his hand made a snapping sound. When did this store in Chang'an West Market become so prosperous? Have you paid the peace money? Lu Renayuan, who was standing outside the door, saw these people and instantly understood that these rogues were here to cause trouble. For such a small matter, there is no need for Mr. Ho to intervene, he can handle it himself. Dama Jin Deo stood forward, his whole body filled with an unstoppable momentum. Get out? Those who don't get out, don't blame me for being ruthless in a moment. Although Lu Renayuan was the lieutenant general of the Jinryu Guard and now the general manager of the Ho Mansion, he was still unwilling to kill people. It was okay to hurt people. As a military general, he would hurt some people by fighting. If he was stronger, his subordinates would be heavier. Inevitably. But killing is different. You have to be an extremely vicious person to kill him. Are you a clerk in this store? Let your shopkeeper come out and pay. There are countless gangsters in Chang'an. Today, the scalpers have been cut off from their financial resources. Naturally, they feel unhappy. Their purpose is to come here to make people feel disgusted, and they will be done with intimidation. Seeing Lu Renayuan like that, they didn't take it seriously at all. You are alone, there are more than a dozen of us, the advantage is mine. At this moment, a voice came from the crowd. What the hell are you? Get out of here and don't block my way. The person who spoke had a black stubble on his face and was full of anxiety. He was also supporting another man with a somewhat rosy face. It is common for scalpers to be scolded, but today is the time to save face. In Chang'an, there are 3 religions and 9 schools, and face is very important. Otherwise, how will you survive in the future? Seeing the dark face, Lu Renayuan knew that he didn't need to take action. General Cheng also brought Hu Qiagong with him. His face was anxious. What was he doing? Lu Renayuan, help Lao Qin in quickly. Where is brother Lu Xian? Lao Qin is dying. As soon as Cheng Yaojin opened his mouth, Lu Renayuan was stunned. Is Qin Kaiying dying? At this moment, a man among the scalpers blocked Cheng Yaojin's way. You nigga, you just had a dirty mouth, didn't you? Cheng Yaojin and Qin Kaiying drank last night, and they didn't have time to change their clothes. When they went out, they came with a long coarse cloth coat. They didn't expect that at this moment, they were looked down upon. What are you doing? Who asked you to make trouble here? Tell me who is behind you, and I promise not to beat you to death. Cheng Yaojin is anxious now. Brother Qin almost got into trouble after drinking last night. He opened his eyes and gasped for breath, and he hasn't recovered yet. These guys are still shouting outside the Datang Hotel? Datang Hotel cuts off our financial resources. We come here to collect some peace money. Isn't it too much? Peace money? Cheng Yaojin sneered, rubbed his hands, stretched his body, and rushed towards the person who was talking. De Zhuang thinks fighting is boring. You can obviously pick him up and throw him 10 feet away, but you insist on fighting him. Look, your face is scratched. Why are you so stupid? Can't you just pick up one person and knock out the others? De Zhuang, who was squatting outside the door, looked at this scene and didn't understand. At this time, Qin Kaiying was sent to the back kitchen in the restaurant. Qin Kaiying's face was flushed, his breath was weak, his eyes were blue, and his fingers were black, which were signs of food poisoning. What's the matter? What did you eat? When Cheng Yaojin came in with a grunt, his face turned green. Brother Lu Xian, save brother Qin. We did everything, just drank some wine and ate a little bit of that beef offal. No need to think, these 2 guys made the beef offal themselves and didn't clean it up. Qin Kaiying was unlucky and might have eaten something with stuffing. Qin Kaiying's face was a little ugly, and her belly was bloated, as if she had undigested food and wine from last night. This. Cheng Yaojin stood there scratching his neck, like an ant on a hot pot, unable to stand at all. Brother Lu Xian, what should I do? It's like this when I wake up. Lu Xian waved his hand. Old Cheng, I know you are panicked, but don't panic. When did you start eating meat and wine? Cheng Yaojin recalled hard that he and Qin Kaiying talked about some past things last night. It seemed that it was late at night, and it was only 3 hours from now. It looked like 3 hours ago. Lu Xian nodded, knowing what he was thinking. In this case, anyone with food poisoning can give emergency treatment by drinking milk and vomiting and diarrhea. Let me ask, which boy doesn't like breasts? Men, on the other hand, remain young men until they die. If you don't believe me, tell Qin Kaiying that he is old and try it. It is best to add that he can no longer lift a sword, can no longer fight, and can no longer contribute to the Tang dynasty. Lao Chang, do you have a lot of cows? Cheng Yaojin's heart trembled. What's going on? Brother Lucian, we really only eat casually and don't eat often. Could it be that if we eat too much beef, we will? Oh, that's not what I mean. I mean, find a cow with milk and milk a bucket of milk. What? Milking a cow? Cheng Yaojin looked at Lucian in astonishment. Aren't you saving people? Why are you milking a cow? Oh, Lao Chang, it's like this. If you want to save Lao Qin, you have to use cow's milk. So, you can find an old cow from the first year of Weud. Cheng Yaojin's face froze. How could he know which cow belonged to the first year of Weud? Besides, why do we need to go through so much trouble when drinking milk? Well, Brother Lucian, the cow from the first year of Weud was owned by my family before, and I ate it. Now we eat its grandson. Lucian looked at Cheng Yaojin and smiled, then look for a cow with enough milk. Cheng Yaojin took a long breath and patted his chest. This is simple, I can just lead you here. Cheng Yaojin whistled outside. Not long after, a man who looked like a servant of the Cheng family hurriedly knocked on the back door of Datang Hotel. Go to the West Market and take the people with you, with the Datang Hotel as the center. It doesn't matter whose cattle it is, just get it first. If anyone dares to resist, tell them to go to the Cheng mansion to find me. As expected of Cheng Yaojin, he does things so neatly and neatly. It was clear that he could rob a cow, but he specifically asked the person who was robbed to go to his house and be beaten. So sweet and kind. There are good people in the city of Chang'an and the nemesis of the bullocks in the capital. Mr. Cheng is kind-hearted and would not like the good oxen in this world to be used to pull plows and plow the fields. In his words, it is a pity that such good beef is used for plowing the land. Lucian suddenly laughed. At this time, Cheng Yaojin always looked for cattle nearby. If it were someone else, he might buy one or go to find one at home, but Cheng Yaojin was different and grabbed one. A being who dares to rob even the household department. You ask him to let go of a cow? When it comes to finding cows, it turns out that the people in the Cheng mansion are very efficient. It seems that they do this very often on weekdays. When a cow was pulled into the backyard, Lucian was shocked. This cow is too strong. Lao Chang, take the bucket and squeeze. Cheng Yaojin looked at Lucian and sighed silently. Young man, the situation is still small. Brother Lucian, can't we just let Brother Qin suck the cow directly? Lucian could hardly hold back his laughter. Putting aside the question of whether it was clean or not, what if the scalper couldn't help but kick him? What if you suck in the wrong position? After a while of brainstorming, Lucian decided to agree with Cheng Yaojin's idea. It was not because he wanted to see Qin Kaiang make a fool of himself, but mainly because he wanted to see how Cheng Yaojin operated. In case, he finished the cow and slaughtered it directly. Woolen cloth. In the main hall of Datang Hotel, there was an endless stream of people ordering food, and soon the food was filled with delicious food. In the backyard, in a simple little house, Qin Kaiang spurted white, sticky juice with a fishy smell from her mouth. When it is full, it will naturally overflow. Qin Kaiang, who was already dying, suddenly turned over as if he had been stimulated by something. He kept spraying something from his mouth, and without stopping, he rushed towards the public hut in Laquanfang. Is this good? Before Cheng Yaojin had time to react, he stared blankly at Qin Kaiang's back and murmured. Lucian put his hands behind his back and nodded. It should be almost done. In many cases of food poisoning in later generations, milk can be used to induce vomiting, and the effect is excellent. However, in ancient times, milk was still relatively expensive, and most people could not afford it. The cattle are used to plow the fields, and cows are very rare. This cow is not bad. Cheng Yaojin looked at the female ox in front of him with his hands behind his back. He kept pacing back and forth with a joking look in his eyes. If Brother Qin doesn't recover in a while, I'll kill you and give you to Brother Qin to replenish your health. Body. The scalper seemed to understand, and squatted down on the ground with a plop. The dust was flying, and the big cow tears rolled down, and the people watching were stunned. Yaya and Dezhuang stood at the door, staring blankly at the scene, covering their mouths and not daring to say a word. After a long time, Yaya finally carefully pulled Lucian's arm. Why is uncle lying under the cow's belly? Yaya didn't understand, her little face was full of curiosity, and although she didn't understand, she thought it was awesome. Dezhuang looked at the scene that had just happened, looked at Lucian, then at Cheng Yaojin, then at Huang Niu, and suddenly the corners of his mouth curved in an arc unconsciously. Still imitating Qin Kaing's posture just now, he squatted down, raised his neck, gathered his lips into a round shape, and kissed the air twice. "Das Wang, you kid can't tell anyone." Cheng Yaojin immediately began to warn. De Zhuang stood up slowly and nodded vigorously. "Okay, uncle, I promise not to tell anyone else." Cheng Yaojin was very satisfied. He took out a piece of gold from his sleeve and clapped it heavily into De Zhuang's hand. "Good boy, you look like an honest and trustworthy person at first glance, just like me, old Cheng." Then he looked at Yaya again. "Yaya, you are still young. Uncle will bring you something delicious tomorrow, the mung bean cake from Gihuafang. You may need to spend some money to bribe De Zhuang, but you can basically win Yaya as soon as the mung bean cake comes out." De Zhuang put the gold away and ran out with a smile. He didn't know where he went. He came back after a long time. When he came back, the heavy feeling in his sleeves had disappeared. It seemed that the gold was hidden. Also appearing with De Zhuang were the servants of the Cheng family. After Cheng Yaojin said something in his ear, Cheng Yaojin immediately became happy. "Okay, it's okay. Brother Lu Xian is indeed a god, and he has a wonderful hand in rejuvenating himself. Don't worry, this is not in vain. I'll give this old scalper to you. I have to take care of Brother Qin first. Hehe, Brother Qin and I will go to your house tomorrow to thank you personally." Before Lu Xian responded, Cheng Yaojin had already left as fast as he could. "I don't know which cow will suffer again tomorrow." The room was quiet, and suddenly there were bursts of chirping sounds coming out of nowhere. Lu Xian's heart skipped a beat and he turned around suddenly. The black lines on his face were beginning to appear uncontrollably. Two figures, Yaya and De Zhuang, one big and one small, squatted under the body of the ox. One simply sat on the ground, raised his head, and sucked hard at the place where the ox gave birth to its calf. There was another one who stood up no higher than a cow's milk. He raised his head vigorously, stood on tiptoes, and his little mouth was blaring. A white line flowed from the corner of his mouth and flowed onto his brand new little red coat. "Yaya, I got worms in my stomach after drinking raw milk." For a moment, Yaya's movements stiffened, and she suddenly stopped. She looked at Lu Xian resentfully, as if to say, Why didn't you tell me earlier? I drank a lot." De Zhuang was stunned for a moment, then continued to exert force. Lu Xian looked at the poor scalper and suddenly felt that he had to do something. All things have spirits. How could you two children be allowed to ruin it like this? "De Zhuang, get up and let me milk you myself." At 3 o'clock in the morning, Fang Xianling poked her head out of the carriage with a smile. "Lu Xian's house is just ahead. Let's not be in a hurry and walk slowly." Lu Xian probably just came back from the hotel at this moment. Madame Lu sat in the carriage and looked at Fang Xianling without saying anything. A quiet girl on the side inadvertently opened the curtain of the carriage and looked at the bleak scenery in an alley of Xinguafang with an extremely focused expression. You are a big girl now. You can't always stay in the boudoir. There are many young and talented people in Chang'an City. You need to get to know them. There are so many good men who come to propose marriage. Why don't you agree?" Fang Yayo, Fang Xuanling's youngest daughter, is already a little over 16 years old this year. At this age, in Chang'an of the Tang dynasty, being well-educated, sensible, and smart has long been crossed the threshold. What's more, her father is Fang Xianling. "Father, they don't really like me. Don't you know who they are here for?" Fang Xianling had nothing to say. Ever since he assumed the responsibilities of Prime Minister, everything began to change. Those who were alienated from him during the Wu years are now very attentive. Every morning, when Fang Xianling returns to his duty station from the morning dynasty, he will find some hot soup on his table, porridge and simple side dishes. Whatever he wanted, as long as he accidentally mentioned it to someone, someone would quickly send it to his desk. But at the same time, he also lost a lot. We have lost the opportunity to see the truth of the world and cannot see the real suffering. Lost Fang Yao's trust. "Father, I don't want to get married. I want to serve my father and mother forever." Fang Yao's face was calm, his eyes sparkling and full of wisdom. "My daughter has been familiar with reading scripture since she was a child. Although she is not as good as those talented scholars, she originally wanted to find like-minded people at the Golden Autumn Poetry Society, but it is a pity." Fang Xuanling's mind was shocked at the Golden Autumn Poetry Club. Yes, her daughter seemed to like the Golden Autumn Poetry Club very much. She seemed to want to see some amazing and talented people at the poetry club. It's a pity that this year's Golden Autumn Poetry Festival is not as amazing as in previous years. Changchu, Monu, Yuchi, and Baolin were all so amazing that they scared Mr. Li Gang so much that he almost jumped into the river for a swim. You can't be too picky. My father took you with me when I went out today, not to let you relax, but to let you get to know more people. Father, I don't want to know too many people. My daughter just wants to study with her father, learn cooking from her mother, and serve her father and mother until she grows old. When Fang Xianling heard this, his chest rose and fell. He had heard such words from Fang Yao more than once. Coming out with my father today is just a formality. My daughter doesn't want to know the person her father talks about. Fang Yao's face was calm and gentle, and it didn't look like he was talking nonsense. Fang Xianling was helpless. His daughter's temperament had a lot to do with his wife. Lu was born into a wealthy family in Fanyang, so he naturally had to follow the rules of the wealthy family when educating his children from an early age, and he was helpless. Lu Shi smiled, Master, let the child do whatever he wants. Children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. Yuer is not an ordinary woman. If she has a husband of her own, we can't stop her even if we stop her. Fang Yao looked up at Mrs. Lu and said seriously, Mother, my daughter probably won't be able to meet the man in her heart in this life. At this moment, Fang Xianling saw Lu Xian's figure. Already the Marquis of Lanshan in the Tang dynasty, Lu Xian still walks leaning on him when he goes out. Chang'an is so big, the distance from Xinguofang to Datang Hotel is not that close. At this time, in the alley where the Ho Mansion is located, Lu Xian is walking in front, followed by Dezhuang, who has Yaya on his neck, and behind him Lu Renayuan kept swaying left and right, his eyes scanning the surrounding corners. Come on, cough cough. Fang Xianling cleared her throat, smiled calmly, opened the curtain, and strode out of the carriage. Brother Lu Xian, it's me, Lao Fang. Why is it such a coincidence? You just came back. Hey, I just arrived too. Outside the gate, the wind blew over and there was an embarrassing chill. Master Marquis, I saw his carriage all the way away. He said he just arrived, but I don't believe it. Lu Renayuan muttered a few words in front of Lu Xian. Lu Xian smiled, Lao Fang, you are very free today. Have you finished all the things in the accounting room? When Lu Xian said this, Fang Xianling didn't feel any embarrassment on her face. Instead, she smiled calmly and opened the curtain on the carriage. A middle-aged woman slowly got out of the car. When Lu Xian saw the woman, he knew she was Fang Xunling's wife. Then, Lu Xian noticed another person getting out of the carriage. She is a young woman with a jade-like complexion and flowing eyes. She is quite elegant. At first glance, she looks like a young lady from a wealthy family. Lao Fang, this is. Fang Xianling stroked his beard and said calmly, Brother Lu Xian, this is my wife and my daughter. Lu Xian held up his hands and said, it turns out to be Mrs. Sister-in-law. It turns out to be Miss Fang. I'm glad to meet you. Mrs. Lu looked at Lu Xian and felt a breeze blowing against her face. In life, you will always meet some amazing people. Lu was born in a wealthy family and has a lot of knowledge. But when she saw Lu Xian, she suddenly realized that she was shallow. Madam, this is the friend I just made. Fang Xianling introduced. Fang Yao followed Fang Xunling's words and looked at Lu Xian. Lu Xian looked calm and smiled lightly, Old Fang, you are very lucky. Mrs.-in-law doesn't look like she's the same age as you. Come on, let's talk inside. Fang Xianling and Lu Xian walked in front and lowered their voices. How about it, brother Lu Xian, are you ready? Lu Xian remained silent and nodded slightly. Don't talk about it anymore, because of the important matter of your old house, I didn't sleep well all night. Brother Lu Xian, my wife is also good at cooking. You have to show it off today. Lao Fang's voice suddenly became louder and full of energy, completely different from his previous cautious appearance. Lu Xian said knowingly, Oh, Lao Fang, I have never heard of you mentioning this. Madam-in-law is not only full of energy, but also has good craftsmanship. I don't know what great merits you have accumulated in your last life, Lao Fang. You are so blessed. Lu followed Fang Xianling, but when she heard Lu Xian's words, her face remained calm. This Lu Xian, so young, is actually the Marquis of the Tang dynasty. Is this Marquis serious? Your Majesty is not a fool, so how could you allow an incompetent young man to become a Marquis directly from a commoner? Such a young marquis has a bright future, and in the future he may be inferior to one person and superior to 10,000 people. Mr. Lu knew very well that when something went wrong, there would be a monster. However, this Lucien looks handsome, and at first glance he looks like a general who has stepped out of a painting. He is majestic and domineering, yet still has the air of a scholar. She looked at Fang Yao beside her. At this time, Fang Yao lowered his head, as if a red rope was tied around his neck. Lu's eyes lit up. Yuer was moved. Ever since she was a child, whenever my daughter had a thought, a blush would appear on her neck, as if there was a red thread. Come on, sit down first. Mrs. Sister-in-law, you also sit down. Miss Fang, don't be polite, just treat it as your own home. Yorong? Serve tea. Zhang Luan waited for a long time, and when she heard the movement outside, she was already ready. Brother Lucien, why did you stay in Datang Hotel for so long today? Are there more guests today? Fang Xianling had to find a way to start the topic. As soon as Lucien heard this, he got off the slope and sighed with compassion in his eyes. He looked at the sky outside the window, and his eyes seemed to be a little moist. Lao Fang, you don't understand. The people of the Tang dynasty, especially the people of Chang'an, are just like this. To be honest, Datang Hotel can only accommodate 100 people a day. I, Lucien, actually don't have much ability, let alone any ambition. I just want to cook well. Now that I have a heavy burden on me, Lao Li has won this for me. Lanshanho, those who like delicious food in Chang'an will have to suffer a little. Fang Xianling understood the implication. Eating and cooking was not important. What was important was why he stayed at the Datang Hotel for so long. Hey, it's not just that you left so many maids in Datang Hotel. Don't mention it. Now the whole of Chang'an is discussing when Datang Hotel will launch new dishes, and how beautiful the maids in Datang Hotel are. Woolen cloth. When saying this, Fang Xianling kept stealing glances at Lu's face. The dignified prime minister of the Tang dynasty had to look at his wife's face when going out to eat. To an ordinary person, she would be just a shrew, but to the prime minister, it would be a good story for the ages. Lu's eyes clearly flashed with alertness, and she seemed to be quite concerned about Fang Xianling's words. Master, please pay attention to your words, Yuer is here. Fang Xianling grinned. Only in front of Mr. Lu, he looked like the cheerful Cheng Yaojin. By the way, Lao Fang, when you talk about maids, are those two girls that Lao Li mentioned last time really given to you by the Holy One? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the main hall suddenly became tense. Lu's eyes were filled with daggers, and Fang Yao's brows were already furrowed on her face, looking at Lucien blankly. Lu's breath was calm, and she looked at Lucien calmly, as if wondering, what on earth is this young man going to do? Why do I have to talk about this to my face? If those two girls dare to come in, I will kill them and hang myself from the beam, unless... Fang Yao's eyes flickered. She was not the kind of girl who had no brains. She looked at Lucien as if she wanted to know what Lucien's purpose was. Lao Fang, what's the matter with you? Oh, there's nothing I can't say about this. What other people think is other people's business. Lao Li said, if you dare to reject the person above who gave it to you, that would be the crime of deceiving the emperor. To be honest, I don't think the above will make things difficult for you, but it is a pity. When Fang Xianling saw Lucien started chatting, he immediately picked up the conversation. What's a pity? Have you ever heard that when you want to hold in a fart, it tends to come back louder? Pfft. Fang Yao reacted instantly and laughed. Lu's face was livid, and when she looked at Lucien, her eyes became cold. Fang Xianling was stunned for a moment, then stroked his beard and said more calmly, Brother Lucien, what you said makes sense. So, Lao Fang, you not only need these two people, but you also have to make good use of them. Lucien smiled. This is to show the people above that you must be upright and romantic. Don't just think about your own reputation. Father, this opportunity given to you by the Holy Spirit is not just for you to have a beautiful woman. As soon as these words came out, Lu's cold voice suddenly sounded. Lanshan Ho said so, I have to listen carefully. Fang Xianling was even more confused. At that time, it was just a spur of the moment. His Majesty was drunk and said it casually. Unexpectedly, the people were sent the next day, but they were just driven away by Lu. These two women seem to be rewards from His Majesty, but in fact they are a test for you. As the saying goes, the cunning rabbit dies and the running dog is cooked. You cherish your reputation so much. For the sake of reputation, you even disobey the king's order. That is digging your own grave. Of course, it's not that there is no opportunity. Give you two beauties. You should eat and drink as you like. Take them out for a stroll when you have nothing to do. Not only should His Majesty see it, but also Chang'an should know it, and let the world watch it. In this way, the monarch and his subjects are in harmony. Who dares to doubt it? Lu Xian directly raised this matter to an unacceptable height. If you don't accept it, it will be against the holy order, not giving His Majesty a way out, and giving others a mouth. If you accept it, although you will lose a little reputation, you will have no worries. There is nothing wrong with talking about the cunning rabbit dying and the running dog being cooked. This is what happened in history. It is a living experience. Can you guarantee that Li Shimin is not Liu Bang? Didn't you see that Qin Kaiang would rather not take medicine and be a patient, and dare not easily say that he is healthy? There seemed to be mist on the tip of Lu's nose. Feng Xianling looked at his wife from the corner of his eyes. Before he could think of how to answer, Lu had already spoken. Lan Chenho is absolutely right. Feng Xunling's eyes widened. That's it? It's that simple? Lu Xian smiled, looked at Feng Xianling, and then looked at Lu. Sister-in-law is really righteous. Well, when Lao Li talked about this, he had a headache. He didn't want Lao Fang to be unfair to sister-in-law, nor did he want Lao Fang to disobey His Majesty's gift. It's difficult on both ends. Lu Xian knew what Lu was thinking. Is she a shrew? Is it necessary? Every shrew was a gentle and virtuous woman before getting married. It's just that the life after marriage stimulated the edges. When Feng Xianling was not the prime minister, Lu was naturally not worried. At that time, Feng Xianling was as calm as ever. But since Feng Xianling became the prime minister, everything has changed, and Lu naturally has some thoughts in her heart. In addition, Li Shimin has been eager to try the clan history in recent years. Lu must ensure the interests of the family and tie Feng Xianling and Fanyang's natal family together. Now, Lu Xian is bluffing directly. Sister-in-law, you don't want your old man to lose his official position for no reason, right? You don't want your old man's title to be inherited by no one, right? You don't want your wife to be suddenly taken away by someone, right? Sister-in-law, you are too polite. Just call me Lu Xian. Lu looked at Lu Xian and her heart moved. Lu Xian continued, the method of both is also simple. Old Fang, you can take the two girls out for a stroll when you have nothing to do, take a night tour with candles, enjoy the flowers and the moon, and take them with you when you go out. Sister-in-law is not the kind of petty person, right? What else can Lu say? She can only nod. Feng Xunling's heartbeat accelerated. Can it really work? If this can be done, let alone losing 10 strings of money to His Majesty, even if it is 100 strings, it is reasonable, very reasonable. I never thought that I, Feng Xianling, would still have this opportunity at my age. Lu Xian, you are really my benefactor? Lu Xian, you can't say that. You are the Marquis of the Tang dynasty, and I, Feng, am just an accountant. It's different. Hey, Feng, don't belittle yourself. What's wrong with being an accountant? Does an accountant have to be pure and abstinent all his life? Lao Li said that His Majesty values you, so he gave you things. For such an opportunity, ask Lao Wei if he wants it. Lao Wei? Could it be Wei Zhang? Feng Xianling muttered in his heart. By the way, Lao Li said that you are quite familiar with Lao Wei. You should know Lao Wei, right? Yes, understand. Lao Wei is stubborn. Feng Xianling held his head high, and Lu Xian was calm and composed. Old Feng, you're here today. I just didn't eat. I'll go cook. Come and help me. In the backyard, Feng Xianling let out a long breath and looked at Lu Xian, with indescribable excitement in his eyes. Brother Lu Xian, you are really a god. Don't say it anymore. From now on, you and I are half-brothers. Lu Xian looked at Feng Xianling. Are you sure? My elder brother is narrow-minded. When Feng Xianling heard this, he suddenly remembered the relationship between Li Shimin and Lu Xian. He gritted his teeth and hated it. He came too late. Lu Xian, how do you know my wife will agree? Lu Xian smiled mysteriously. Isn't this a simple matter? Who doesn't know what your wife wants to do? Only she thinks that no one knows her thoughts. Even Cheng Yaojin knows what she is thinking. Is there any need to hide it? Others want to put some stains on themselves, so that Li Shimin will think of the old relationship when he takes action, and will never be too successful to shock the master. You are so good, you still want to preserve your reputation? The wealthy and powerful families want to suppress the imperial power? Old Fang, this is a secret. I can't help you for nothing, right? Also, you come here today and let me work overtime to cook. You have to pay extra. Isn't it more expensive when people have a happy event? Just like in some foot-bathing places in the future, it was originally just a simple exchange between hands and feet. There was a surprise during the massage. Then you have to pay extra money to buy time? In the main hall, Lu's heart was filled with a sour taste. In the past, she would never agree to this matter. But now, she decided to agree. She had no choice before, but now she chose to make an opening for Fang Xianling. Aren't they just two young women? No matter how beautiful they are, can they make Fang Xianling, who is so old, feel moved again? Those two women are just so-so. She is the daughter of Fanyang Lu. How can she be stumped by a mere singing girl? Mother, that Lu Xian seems very interesting. Fang Yayu's voice suddenly came, with a hint of strangeness in her voice. Lu's heart instinctively trembled, and then she looked at Fang Yayu with surprise. You are finally moved. Fang Yayu's face flushed as if someone had said it, but it was fleeting. Mother, don't talk nonsense, I just admire him more. At this moment, a childish voice came. Big sister, do you want milk, candy? Yaya's voice was very long. If it weren't for the fact that children don't breathe so deeply, Fang Yayo would definitely misunderstand. Milk candy? What is that? Today's old ox produces a lot of milk. Even if Qin Kaiang sucks enough, he still squeezes out a bucket. Lu Xian bought some sugar from the system and boiled a full pot before returning. After spending nearly an hour cooling, it became a simple milk candy. At this time, Yaya was holding a small square piece of milky white stuff in her hand and placed it in front of Fang Yayu. Toffee is milk and sugar. The toffee made by I is delicious. Sister, give it a try. It's not expensive. I said it. If you sell it together, people in Chang'an will rush to buy it. Are you waiting here to co-author? As soon as Fang Yayu saw Yaya's braided hair and the toffee in her hand, she was immediately infected by the innocent smile on the child's face. Oh, is it so expensive? My sister will just eat it. It's not delicious and I won't pay for it. Yaya nodded confidently. Don't worry, if my sister doesn't taste good, I don't have to pay for it. Yaya never engages in loss-making business, which is like Lu Xian. At the same time, she glanced at De Zhuang, who seemed to understand what Yaya meant and nodded. Yes, people who don't give money can't get out of this door. Fang Yayo looked at the shiny milky white thing in Yaya's palm, and could already smell a milky fragrance in her nose. Pick it up and put it in your mouth. Instantly, her eyes lit up. Most of the sugar in the Tang dynasty was gray sugar. Although it was sweet, it contained impurities and had a slight bitter taste. Even if there is icing sugar that can be eaten, the icing sugar is too expensive. Even if it is icing sugar, there are some impurities in it, but they are relatively small. However, the so-called milk candy that I just put in my mouth almost crushes any frosting in Datang. How is it? Compared to Fang Yayu, Mrs. Lu seemed to be more concerned about the taste of the candy in Fang Yayu's mouth. Fang Yayu was about to open her mouth when she suddenly found that her mouth was full of saliva, almost occupying the entire mouth. After swallowing, she barely spoke. Mother, this candy is not ordinary. Mrs. Lu looked at the little and smart Yaya and said with a smile, Little girl, what's your name? Yaya put her hands behind her back. Auntie, my name is Yaya, and I can recite the analects. Mrs. Lu didn't know the analects in Yaya's mouth yet. When she heard that Yaya could recite the analects, she was very happy and had a better impression of Lu Xian. Yaya, do you have any more of this candy? Can you give me a piece? Yaya looked at Lu and scratched her fingers, but it's very expensive. Yaya, if it tastes good, I'll give you a lot of good things. Yaya nodded, took out a piece from the box behind her, and put it in Lu's palm. A moment later, the two women sat in the main hall of the Marquis's mansion, closed their eyes, smiled, and enjoyed themselves, as if they would have countless sweet dreams as long as they closed their eyes. It leaves a lingering fragrance in the mouth, sweet and delicious, melts in the mouth, and makes the mouth hydrated. For something like this, let alone 1 guan of money, even if it's 10 guan of money, I'd be willing to buy it. When Dazwang heard 10 guan of money, his eyes lit up, and Yaya's little head shook excitedly. I can make a lot of money too. In the backyard, in the kitchen, Lu Xian's hands moved quickly. After a moment, He opened the door and looked at Fang Xianling, who was waiting anxiously outside the door, and said with a smile, "Let's go, it's ready. 6 dishes, all of which are hot in Daetang restaurant now." As soon as the door opened, Fang Xianling fell into madness. The moment the door opened, the fragrance from the whole kitchen instantly surrounded Fang Xianling. What a fragrant smell! Brother Lu Xian, no wonder your Daetang restaurant is so popular in Chang'an. I, Fang, have eaten all the delicacies in the world for so many years, but I have never tasted the taste of these dishes. Lu Xian smiled. Let's go to the main hall. Zhang Luan was ready, but she had not waited for Lu Xian's order yet. At this time, outside the door, there were 2 women standing behind Zhang Luan, who were the 2 people given to Fang Xianling by Li Shimin. You too, today will be different. Remember, the method I taught you last night, you must review it from time to time, and never forget it. The 2 women bowed to Zhang Luan. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the main hall. What a nice smell! This voice belongs to a young woman, Fang Yayu. The fish meat on Fang Yayu's chopsticks seemed to be favored by the sun, exuding a lively and intoxicating smell. She put it into her mouth, and the fish meat melted in her mouth, with a slight numbness and spiciness, instantly stimulating every corner of her mouth. It was as if a bug was crawling on her lips. There seemed to be something slowly flowing out of her eyes. It was hot tears, tears of happiness. This taste, with a free and unrestrained will in the stimulation. Mother, try this. Fang Yayu tried to suppress the throbbing in her heart and looked at Lu Xian, who was filling Yaya's mouth with rice. He was so patient. You know, people of this age are basically bored when facing children's noise. But Lu Xian didn't show any impatience at all. Fang Yayu nodded silently, and the image of Lu Xian in his heart became 3 times taller. Every time Lu tasted a dish, she would be stunned for a while and kept silent for a long time. Fang Xianling held his head high and kept picking dishes for Lu. Madam, this mapo tofu is the best in the world. It is obviously simple tofu, but it tastes like no one else. This twice-cooked pork, braised chicken, and dongpo pork are definitely the best among the delicious ones. And this boiled fish, although it is an ordinary fish, the taste is not fishy at all. The key is, people always drool when they smell it. While talking, Fang Xianling chose scrambled eggs with tomatoes. After all, this dish seems to go well with rice, and he is hungry. After Yaya had eaten her fill, Lu Xian smiled and waved his hand, asking people to take Yaya and Dazwang back, while Lu Xian said to the outside, Yorong, come in. This voice is the focus of today. Zhang Luan took a deep breath and looked at the 2 women behind her. She stepped into the main hall. Zhang Luan walked in front of them in a long brocade skirt and light gauze. The moment she entered the door, she attracted Fang Xuanling's attention. Lu's eyes became a little unhappy. Lu Xian smiled. This is the instructor who specializes in training women in the Marquis Mansion. Just call her Yorong. The 2 behind her are the 2 women given to the old house by the current emperor. Lu looked at the 2 women and let out a long sigh. The current emperor really did not kill them all. If it was the woman who walked in front, I'm afraid Lu's position would be lost. Lu Xian, the matter of the old house, in fact, let alone 2, even if there are 100, what does it matter? As long as he is happy. While speaking, he was very generous. In this era when women are vassals, Lu is more like the head of the family. Fang Xianling smiled. 100, what a joke, you were dying last year. Madam, what you said is very true. Hey, I am also helpless. Lu didn't pay attention to Fang Xianling, but looked at Lu Xian. Lu Xian, at your age, are you married? Lu Xian was more frank. Sister-in-law, I am not married yet. That's right, I am older, it should be reasonable to call you brother, right? Lu Xian was embarrassed when he heard it, and looked at Fang Xianling. Fang Xianling was admiring the 2 women given to him by His Majesty, and was suddenly frightened by Lu's words. No, why do I suddenly feel like an outsider? Brother, you are young and promising, knowledgeable, and well-mannered, and you are a hero of the Tang dynasty. Why don't you consider marriage? Fang Xianling frowned. I haven't told you about Lu Xian. How do you know he is young and promising? How do you know he is well-mannered? Forget it, I'm not important, I will continue to look at the girl. Outside the main hall, Fang Yayo came out for some fresh air and saw Yaya. After eating, Yaya could not go back to sleep directly, but played games with Dazwang in the yard. Dazwang was responsible for being the stake, and Yaya was responsible for spinning in circles. Yaya, can you recite the analects? Yaya looked at Feng Yayo and nodded, her little face became red because of running, like a red apple. I can also recite poems. When will the bright moon be? Boom! For a moment, Feng Yayo felt that this scene seemed to have happened somewhere before. Golden Autumn Poetry Meeting, a 4-year-old girl. Hiss. Could it be him? Looking back at Lu Xian who was chatting and laughing with Fang Xianling and Lu, Feng Yao's eyes quickly rippled. Lu Xian, why do you know so many different things? Feng Yao heard the conversation between Lu Xian and Fang Xianling, which contained some angles that she had never thought of. They were very novel. More money should be spent on everything. The more people spend money, the more private money will flow. Everyone has money. The saddest thing in the world is that people die without spending all their money. Lao Feng's heart was filled with joy as he talked about it. Lu's flowers were trembling, and Feng Yao's heart was trembling. When Lu Xian saw this scene, he probably understood that from ancient times to the present, most girls of this age like excitement. What kind of person does she really like? Not at all. But if that person can bring a different sense of freshness to little girls of this age, that would be fine. Don't you see, there are many girls in middle school and high school in later generations who have a soft spot for young gangsters. Miss Fang is so ridiculous. I, Lu Xian, am just an ordinary cook. Ordinary? Cook? Feng Xianling stroked his beard and smiled. Brother Lu Xian is so humble. If you are mediocre, then who are the so-called young heroes in Chang'an? If you are just an ordinary cook, among the many restaurants in Chang'an that claim to be the best in the world, no one would dare to say anything. Mrs. Lu took Yaya's hand. Yaya, you are still young, but you are not young anymore. Don't you want to have a mother? You don't want no one to take care of you, right? Lu's strategy was right at once, and Lu Xian was extremely doting on Yaya no matter what time of the day. Yaya seemed to be fighting fiercely in her little head. She looked at Mrs. Lu and then at Lu Xian. After a long time, she finally said, Honey, no, if Yaya has a mother, I won't care about Ya. Damn it. Even though Yaya is young, a child over 4 years old is very sensitive even though she is not sensible. After Lu's words came out, Yaya instinctively looked at Lu Xian. When Mrs. Lu heard what Yaya said, she smiled. Such a smart kid, Lu Xian, you are so lucky. Lu Xian, you are young. It's time to think about marriage. To start a family and start a business, you need everything. When Lu Xian heard this, he laughed at himself. Sister-in-law, it's not that I don't want to, but it's not easy to live in Chang'an. Don't look at what kind of marquee I have been granted now, but the marquee is also poor and white, all day long. Open your eyes, the whole Ho family is counting on me for food and drink. So, I want to make some money first. When Feng Yao heard this, he immediately became excited. Lu Xian, don't you think this toffee is delicious? If milk candies can be sold in Daitang, there will definitely be no shortage of money. Lu Xian glanced at Feng Yao and sighed in his heart. After all, he was a child from a wealthy family. How could he know about the suffering in the world? Things like toffee, when everyone was wealthy, would definitely sell well and make a few bucks. But at this time, in the 7th year of Zhenguan, we can't expect the nobles in Chang'an to pay for it, right? Miss Fang, having said that, you also know that if toffee is sold, the price cannot be low. During the Tang dynasty, it was difficult to refine white sugar, so it was usually used in sacrifices or during festivals. Only wealthy families could enjoy a little, and the price was evident. Even in the palace, only gray sugar is often used. This thing is just like colored glaze. It looks expensive, but few people buy it. Feng Yao thought about it for a while, and it seemed to make sense, and there was a burst of doubt in his big eyes. Lu Xian, do you know how to make frosting? You made this toffee very well. It makes you salivate in your mouth and leaves you with endless aftertaste. Why are you so good at it? Lu Xian looked at Feng Yao, his thoughts kept wandering. Old-fashioned sugar making, girl who studies food, are you okay? The ex-girlfriend once occupied a very important position in Lu Xian's life. This girl, who was determined to become a new star in the food manufacturing industry, quietly left one morning, leaving Lu Xian with only tenderness and those ancient things. French manufacturing process. It's just so-so. Miss Fang is young and knows a lot. There are not many women in the Tang dynasty who are as knowledgeable as Miss Fang. After being praised, Feng Yao's face flushed, and the red line on her neck became more and more dazzling. At this moment, Lucian suddenly remembered something. Lao Fang, come here for a moment. I need to tell you something. Fang Xianling was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Madam, I'll come as soon as I go. In a certain side room, Lucian looked at Fang Xianling. Old Fang, I've taken care of these two girls for you, don't you express your gratitude? Fang Xianling looked at Lucian with a smile. Lucian, you have indeed contributed a lot, but there is nothing special about these two women. Lucian waved his hand, and the two girls closed the door. In an instant, their robes fell off, and Fang Xianling's eyes widened. Lucian knew that no one in this world could resist the look of a woman wearing a maid uniform. If so, then use two. The two women dressed as maids, holding delicate little whips in their hands, with a dim light on their faces and licking their lips, immediately stunned Fang Xianling. Hiss! Lucian, it's so terrifying. My old man is very upright, I'm afraid you will destroy me today. Lucian looked at Fang Xianling's dull eyes and was very satisfied. Lao Fang, I'll go out first? Why don't you try? Don't worry, don't worry. Forget it, you go first, I'll be done soon. Well, Lao Fang, I knew you'd be done soon. In the evening, when Lao Fang's family left, Lucian was stuffed with several sachets by Lu. Lu smiled and no longer had any control over Fang Xianling. Fang Yao was still not satisfied, so he took some candies with him before leaving. The wind blew, and Yaya wrapped her neck tightly. If the big bad wolf comes, I'll give the candies to the big bad wolf. Will the big bad wolf not eat me? Lucian smiled. The candies were made by melting the icing he bought from the system and mixing it with milk. To put it bluntly, it was for eating. If it was used in other places, the system would not allow it. Yaya's little head always had some wonderful ideas. Yaya, you know, the big bad wolf saw you had candy, and it ate you, and the candy was also its. Yaya's eyes were filled with fear, and she grabbed Lucian's arm tightly. I'm hungry. Looking at the sky, Lucian nodded slowly. It was time to make some dinner. Just then, Lucian heard a hearty laugh. Brother Lucian, are you at home? My cow is upset again. As soon as I heard this voice, I knew who it was without even thinking about it. In Chang'an of the Tang dynasty, there was only one person who could fight against Niu every day. Cheng Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin happily carried a cow. Qin Kaiying behind him seemed to be a little weak, and his face was full of gratitude. Yu Qigong and Niu Jinda did not come today, and Lucian felt that the excitement seemed to be decreasing. Lao Cheng, if someone is reincarnated as your family's cow, he will be really happy. Others will spend more than 10 years in your family, and it will be over in 1 or 2 years, saving them more than 10 years of detours. Cheng Yaojin blushed and patted the black cow on his body. Hey, don't talk anymore. If something good happens today, let's deal with it first. Brother Qin can't eat too much. It doesn't matter. Our old Cheng's stomach is empty today and we haven't eaten well all day. Qin Kaiying smiled. Mr. Lucian, I have to rely on you today. Lucian glanced at Qin Kaiying's expression and frowned. Old Qin, your body is not clean yet. You can't eat so fiercely in the future. Qin Kaiying's face turned red and she replied, Yes, I am old and my body is not strong anymore. In fact, what happened last night was very simple. 2 elderly guys were drinking and bragging. Suddenly, Qin Kaiying and Cheng Yaojin had a whim, imitating Lucian's appearance that day, and started making beef offal soup. Whether it's beef offal or haggis, after all, it's all offal, and it's something that's easily contaminated with dirt. If it's not cleaned, it would be bad if it contains some fillings. A cow, 3 times 5 divided by 2, Lucian arranged it. As night fell, in the small pavilion in the backyard, Cheng Yaojin rubbed his hands, facing the casserole in front of him, and kept gnawing in it with chopsticks. At the same time, there were bursts of sounds coming from his mouth. Baboons, baboons. It smells good. Lucian smiled and looked at the two of them. Lao Cheng, Lao Qin, what good thing are you talking about? Cheng Yaojin took a bite of beef shank and grinned. Hey, it's strange to talk about this. Cheng Sunwuji has gone crazy. Lucian was stunned. What's going on? How could Cheng Sunwuji go crazy? Really or not? Lao Cheng, if you lied to others, would you have a son? It's really true. His eldest son, Wuji, did a big job and suffered a lot. He cried and made trouble in public in the court. Isn't this a good thing? Cheng Yaojin and Cheng Sunwuji did not deal with it. I am afraid not many people knew about this matter, but as military generals, they should be in the same camp as Chang Sunwuji, which was the Li Shimin camp. After the year of Zhenguan, Chang Sunwuji became more and more skillful in wielding power. Chang Yaojin became increasingly dissatisfied with Chang Sunwuji's behavior, so naturally he couldn't pee in a pot. Chang Sunwuji made a fool of himself in the court, which was seen by everyone. There were many rumors in Chang'an. Who knew it was me, Chang Yaojin, who said it? Hehe, I, old Chang, have never been someone who gossips behind my back. It's just that Chang Sunwuji burst into tears today and beat his head on the ground. His forehead was bruised. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Chang Yaojin's excited look, Lu Xian knew that this guy said no, but his body was very honest. Chang Sunwuji is frustrated. Why are you so excited? Old Chang, do you still know Chang Sunwuji? Chang Yaojin was stunned for a moment. How could he not recognize him? Suddenly he realized that he was Lao Chang now, not Chang Yaojin. Yes, His Majesty is hiding it, and he cannot be exposed first. Hey, we, old Chang, are working with old Li. How could we not know Chang Sunwuji? That guy is usually very stingy, and I'll get whatever I can get from him. Now it's better. I heard that he lost money when he made a stove, so he sold a mansion in Chang'an to barely fill the hole. In an instant, Lu Xian reacted. The last time Lu Xian and Li Shimin talked about the stove, they mentioned that it would be better to let Chang Sunwuji do it, and Li Shimin agreed at that time. Stove? Yes, it's just like your stove. It sells for 20 cents outside. It's made of iron. I, old Chang, don't know how much that thing is worth. Chang Yaojin smirked. Chang Sunwuji, the compensation is huge. 20 cents? Lu Xian was stunned. Wasn't the price he proposed at that time 30 cents? Anyway, Li Shimin can make money from coal. Now people in the Tang dynasty buy coal for heating, and the stove is a matching set. If it only sells for 20 coins, it is equivalent to saying that Li Shimin lowered the price. Isn't this putting Chang Sunwuji in danger of death? You, Li Shimin, did the making money, and Chang Sunwuji did the losing money. I've long disliked that guy with squinted eyes and a sinister look. Come on, drink. Chang Yaojin raised his wine glass, and Qin Kaiang and he began to punch each other. Lu Xian never expected that Chang Sunwuji, who was in power in the court, would be in trouble because of a stove. This shouldn't have anything to do with Lu Xian and me, right? Royal Palace, Manhwa Hall. Li Shimin rubbed the wax pills in his hands. His mouth always felt dull. Mr. Guanyin, don't always look so gloomy. Chang'el's matter doesn't have to be about Chang Sun Chong, right? Look at Chang Sunwuji today. It was obviously a good thing, and I gave him a chance, but he just didn't get a cent, and he just said that he had lost his family fortune. Don't I know how much money I've made him make over the years? Queen Chang Sun lowered her head and said nothing. After all, one was her biological brother and the other was her biological husband. Your Majesty, what you said actually makes sense. Let's wait and see about Chang'el's affairs later. I think Lu Xian looks good. Lu Xian? As soon as Li Shimin heard about Lu Xian, he suddenly started drooling for no reason. Guanyin maid, when you say this, my heart starts to tingle. We haven't eaten there for 2 or 3 days, right? Your Majesty, after I heard that you solved the problem of keeping the people warm in the winter, there was a complete silence in the court hall. Is it true? Queen Chang Sun heard the news, but she still needed to confirm it with Li Shimin. This represents the first time Li Shimin has launched a confrontation with those people. When Li Shimin heard this, he immediately leaned back slightly. Guanyin maid, your news has fallen behind. Not only did I make them dare not say a word, but I also made them agree to my conferment. Next spring, I can go whenever I want. Li Shimin was so happy that he moved his index finger. At this moment, footsteps came from outside the door. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister's things have been delivered. The corner of Li Shimin's mouth raised. Look, Lu Xian really solved the problem and Fang Xianling lost $10. What happened to Lu? Can the Lu family control the Prime Minister and prevent him from taking concubines? Let's go to Lu Xian's place. At Fang Xuanling's house, Lu didn't care what Fang Xianling did with the 2 singing girls, and was concentrating on testing Fang Yayu. Do you like those dishes? Those dishes are pretty good. Why don't you go to Datang restaurant to buy some tomorrow? You are not young anymore. How can you find a good husband if you stay at home all the time? Fang Yayu was a little impatient listening to Lu's nagging. Mother, are you greedy? If you are greedy, go by yourself. Your daughter has other things to do. Lu said unhappily, look, you don't like to go out on weekdays. Now I ask you to go to Datang restaurant to buy some delicious food, but you don't want to. Fang Yayu didn't care about Lu's words at all. If he wanted to buy some delicious food, he would naturally go directly to Lu Xian's house. This Marquis of Lanshan doesn't seem to have any heirs at all. Compared with those so-called noble children who are arrogant and do evil in Chang'an, he is much more pleasing to the eye. Mother, just let me see it myself. Fang Yayo pushed Lu out of her boudoir, then turned her back to the door, with a smile on her face. The milk candy in her palm was extremely white and exuded an attractive luster. If I make this kind of milk candy, Lu Xian will definitely be happy, right? Outside the Fang mansion, Fang Xianling was sitting in a carriage, and two women were constantly feeding Fang Xianling with fruits. Obviously, it was not far from his home, but now he didn't want to get off the car at all. The two girls trained by Lu Xian were really resourceful. After traveling at night with candlelight, they naturally had to have an in-depth exchange after returning, talking about their hometown, their youth, and their former rice fields. Fang Xianling was very satisfied, and silently thought about a question in his heart. Should he ask His Majesty to give him more beauties in the future? In the mansion, Lu Xian looked at Cheng Yaojin and Qin Kaiying, who were already a little drunk, and was not in a hurry. They spent a lot of money to eat at home, so we can't be stingy, right? What's more, there were so many things, and the two of them didn't eat much, which seemed a bit wasteful. Picking up a skewer of roast beef, Lu Xian tasted it and nodded. This taste is still good. It's not too much to praise myself, right? When Cheng Yaojin and Qin Kaiying were bragging, they had no way in their mouths. As soon as they opened their mouths, they talked about millions of soldiers and made plans at every turn. It was so glorious. The beef brisket in front of them was also good. The beef brisket juice was poured on the noodles that had been washed with cold water. The juice was full. After being washed by noodles, it instantly became a little unrestrained. Every noodle was covered with juice, and there was beef brisket on it, eager to try, as if to challenge your tongue. Hulu. The sound of Lu Xian eating noodles came out, and Cheng Yaojin and Qin Kaiying's voices became smaller in an instant. Then the two of them swallowed their saliva at the same time and stared at Lu Xian blankly. Brother Qin, we didn't eat much, why do we feel so delicious when we see Brother Lu Xian eating noodles? Qin Kaiying had already stood up, walked to Lu Xian, and said with a smile, Brother Lu Xian, give me some noodles too. Lu Xian smiled, Old Qin, I saw that you too were fascinated by the memories of the past, so I didn't dare to ask you. You should eat more meat. This way of eating beef brisket noodles is not as refreshing as eating meat. Qin Kaiying shook his head. He found that high-end delicacies often use simple ingredients. Brother Lu Xian, I'm greedy. Lu Xian grabbed a few noodles that had been prepared long ago from the board beside him and threw them directly into the big pot of boiling water. Very quickly, the traces of rolling in the boiling water showed the figures of the noodles. In the fire, the noodles were cooked after rolling 3 or 4 times. At this time, Lu Xian directly scooped out the noodles with huge chopsticks, passed them in a basin of clear water next to him, and threw them into the bowl. He scooped up the beef brisket sauce with an iron spoon and poured it on the noodles. Instantly, Qin Kaiying's eyes lit up. Cheng Yaojin no longer needed Lu Xian to do it. As a chef who chose the wrong industry and was called a genius in the past, he could do it himself and have enough food and clothing. Hulu. Hulu. Old Cheng, Old Qin, give me some garlic. It smells so good. This scene was seen by Li Shimin, who had just come in from outside. Seeing the 3 people squatting on the ground slurping noodles, Li Shimin suddenly felt something inexplicable appear in his mouth. No, they were just squatting there, how come it suddenly smelled good? Brother Lu Xian, it turns out that eating noodles while squatting is really delicious. That's right, beef brisket noodles, good stuff, I have to try it when I go back. Huiyu has come back recently, and as a father, I have to make him something delicious. Cheng Yaojin grinned and raised his head to slurp the noodles in the bowl. No, I have to have another bowl, I can eat 10 bowls. Just then, a voice came. Old Cheng, you eat good food without calling me. This is Li Shimin's voice. Li Shimin suddenly appeared like a ghost, standing directly behind Cheng Yaojin and Qin Kaiying, and spoke suddenly, which was very scary. Lu Xian knew that Li Shimin was coming a long time ago. When he looked up, Li Shimin made a gesture to keep silent, so he ate noodles by himself. Cheng Yaojin grinned. Master, you are here. I will cook noodles for you. After a while, the four people squatted on the doorstep, just like old farmers in the fields, eating noodles, just like starving ghosts. Turtle, eating noodles like this is different. Eating garlic and noodles, squatting on the doorstep for a whole day, with chili oil and beef brisket, Li Shimin just felt warm all over. Old Li, where is my sister-in-law? Lu Xian remembered that he saw the traces of Empress Chang Sun, but now there is no Empress Chang Sun in the backyard. She went to see your maid training. Your maid named Yorong is not bad. I didn't expect that you, my dear brother, have such an opportunity at such a young age. It's wonderful. At this moment, several people are like teenagers. When Li Shimin smiled evilly, his expression was even more indescribable. Old Li, I don't understand what you said. I am face-blind, I don't know beauty and ugliness, I can't see clearly. Li Shimin touched his beard, picked up a chopstick of noodles and sucked it into his mouth. Lu Xian, don't be anxious. Your sister-in-law has picked out a lot of girls for you recently. Do you want to find a time to meet them? Let me tell you, your sister-in-law is capable. Those girls are all famous and noble in the Tang dynasty. Although you are the Marquis of Lanshan, you can't be a marquis without any support. When Lu Xian heard Li Shimin say this, he suddenly smiled. I will not be a marquis without any support soon. I plan to build a house in Lanshan, but there is a small problem now. Lanshan is Lu Xian's fiefdom, and it seems that it is not excessive for him to do whatever he wants. As long as a marquis does not lose his conscience, commit evil, and lose his humanity in his fiefdom, how can the emperor have time to care about these things? Li Shimin stroked his beard, feeling very calm. Lu Xian is an idea king, and it is not excessive for him to come up with any good ideas. Old Li, I think you can't not participate in this good thing. That's a big deal to make money. When he heard the word making money, Li Shimin straightened his back, put the bowl in his hand on the board beside him, and became serious. My dear brother, you are good in everything, but this is not good. You insist on letting me make money with you, and make a lot of money. I don't understand it, and I can't bear it. Li Shimin's Versailles look made Qin Kaiying and Cheng Yaojin on the side itch. Your Majesty, you are going too far. What you two brothers discuss in depth in the room behind closed doors has nothing to do with us. But you actually did it in front of us. It's immoral, it's disrespectful to the emperor. Isn't this chilling our hearts? Master, how about we go? Li Shimin waved his hand and looked at Qin Kaiying and Cheng Yaojin. What are you two doing? I discussed things with Lu Xian in a fair and above-board manner. There is nothing you can't know. Why are you going? Why are you going? Don't talk, listen more, learn more. Li Shimin made the final decision, stroked his beard, and looked at Lu Xian happily. Brother, don't worry, it's okay. Lu Xian was stunned for a moment. Old Li, you asked me to say this. Old Li, you know that Lanshan is a place where many powerful people have lived in all dynasties, including dignitaries, princes, and generals. Li Shimin nodded. Yes, my dear brother, Lanshan is a precious land. The current emperor must value you very much, otherwise why would he give you this good place? Lu Xian nodded. Old Li, you know, people will always die. After these people die, they are generally buried in a place with good feng shui. Many are in Lanshan. Li Shimin felt that something was wrong. He felt that Lu Xian seemed to be hinting at something, but it didn't sound like it. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Kaiying almost jumped up at this time. Good guy, Lu Xian is really bold. In the past, many predecessors in Lanshan left behind wealth, and we have thought about it. It's just that His Majesty is strict. Besides, since His Majesty ascended the throne, we are no longer the old-fashioned people in the past. If we do this kind of thing, how can our descendants live in the future? Old Li, I'm going to tell you something. Don't let your imagination run wild. We don't have much money. We only make a few bucks from selling coal. Do you know how those wealthy families made their fortunes? The copper coins they hide are piled up like mountains, all of which are the hard-earned money of the common people. We just asked our ancestors to borrow some money to develop. Think about it. If the ancestors under the land of Lanshan knew your heart for the country and the people, they would definitely give you a thumbs up with tears in their eyes. When Li Shimin heard this, his head was buzzing. What? I am the emperor of the Tang dynasty, the general of the Tian's mansion, the once arrogant king of Qin, who defeated the 18 princes and fought against the Turks who dared not show up, and you want me to dig a grave? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lucian, do you know that if I agree to this, we will be in the same boat? Old Li, you are too polite, right? I am giving you this good thing because of our relationship. You are not short of money, but the person above you is not short of money. Li Shimin suddenly fell into a huge panic. The national treasury has been in deficit for years. There is no money in the things left by the former Sui dynasty, only a lot of food. There is enough food, but money cannot be earned. If there is no money in the national treasury, what will the people in the world have? Hiss. Hoo. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Kaiying were already a little uncomfortable. Looking at Lucian and Li Shimin, their heads were buried in their belts. This posture is almost the limit of the human body. Only Lucian can force the two old guys, the Duke of the Tang dynasty, to the limit of the human body. That being said, Lucian, do you know how much infamy this will bring? This is so simple. Isn't Yuan Tiangang, the national teacher of the Tang dynasty, known as a descendant of a famous family and a rare genius in the Taoist sect? Isn't he called the living Taoist ancestor by the people? He just needs to take action and ask God. If God thinks it's okay, then it's okay. Li Shimin's eyes lit up. Lucian, you have a lot of ideas. I have to go back and think about this. Lucian felt calm in his heart. As long as this seed is lit, he doesn't need to operate it himself. Li Shimin, there are many ways to make money. Break the barriers in your heart and release your desires. It feels really good to get something for nothing. At this time, Cheng Yaojin and Qin Kaiying were blushing and panting. I didn't expect that Lucian would teach His Majesty to rob tombs. That's His Majesty of the Tang dynasty, the Emperor of the 9-5, how could he do such a thing? Old Cheng, old Qin, you two must be thinking, this is immoral. Hey, I used to think so, but later I understood that as long as it can benefit the people, it doesn't matter if those people underground suffer a little. I will bear the blame with old Li. Li Shimin was embarrassed for a moment, and then he got excited. He should have let Cheng Yaojin and Qin Kaiying go out. Now, Lucian's private words to him were heard clearly. Ahem, old Cheng, old Qin, don't be anxious, don't think too much, this matter has nothing to do with you. Turning his head to look at Lucian, brother, when do you think it's more appropriate to start? Lucian said without hesitation, it must be now. Winter is coming, the soil is frozen and difficult to dig, but there are no people outside at that time. Even if you turn the land upside down, no one will care about you. After winter, fill it up. Who will care about what happens under the land at that time? In the main hall, Empress Chang soon watched Zheng Luan training the maids, and sat aside and sighed repeatedly. Yorong, did Lucian teach you this method of training servants? Zheng Luan only liked to be called Yorong by Lucian. When she heard what Empress Chang soon said, she frowned instinctively, but the next moment, she felt that this woman looked quite extraordinary, so she had to endure it. Madam, it was the Marquis who taught me. The Marquis said that in the Marquis's mansion, everyone has their own duties, so there are not so many rules. But the posture must be beautiful. Oh, what do you mean by this gesture? Empress Chang soon knew the etiquette in the palace, which was complicated but with strict rules, but when she saw the servants in Liuxuan's house training, they did not have that sense of urgency and meticulousness, and they were punished harshly for mistakes. If the people in the palace made a slight mistake in their manners, they would be beaten with a stick, whether it was a hand or a place, it would make people remember it. If it was serious, they might find a reason to kill them directly. There were many lush flowers in the imperial garden. Those flowers were cultivated all year round, and they were extremely bright and beautiful when they bloomed. But how many people knew how many dead bodies were buried under the land? Zheng Luan smiled and said, Madam, look, what should our maids shout when facing guests? As Zheng Luan's voice fell, the maids stood in a row one by one, and their voices appeared in unison. Welcome, to. Empress Changsun's face twitched. This to come came a little late. If you are not careful, you will be startled. Madam, look again, they walk. Zheng Luan raised her head, proud like a big goose. Sisters, take a few steps if you have nothing to do. 1 tap, 2 taps, 3 taps, 4. Empress Changsun was stunned. At that moment, she suddenly understood why men like young and beautiful women. No matter what young women make, they are so coordinated and beautiful. In the palace, the age of the maids seems to be a little older, and they need to be replaced. And, the most important thing is that the girls in Lucian's mansion show the postures that older women don't have. This is very Heartbreaking. No wonder the Datang Hotel needs to limit the number of people who eat. No wonder, when His Majesty went to the Datang Hotel, it was like he had lost his life. In the backyard, Li Shimin sneezed wildly. No more talking. Many people will definitely not be able to sleep tonight. Lucian, I remember what you said. I will think about it tomorrow. Lucian waved his hands repeatedly. Old Li, you are too modest. That is your idea. I just brought out an idea in your heart, right? Lucian is not that kind of person. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Kaiying lowered their heads, not knowing what to say. After all, if such a big thing really happened, the two of them would definitely become coolies. Coming out of the marquee mansion, Empress Cheng soon sat in the carriage, and under the carriage, Li Shimin, Cheng Yaojin, and Qin Kaiying walked on the street. The strong wind blew, and Li Shimin felt extremely hot all over his body and full of energy. Old Cheng, old Qin, what do you think? Your Majesty, you must not do it. Qin Kaiying knew that there were only 0 and countless times of tomb robbing. If your Majesty entered this business, could he still be a proper emperor in the future? Who would rob tombs for a proper emperor? Is the tomb robber a legitimate emperor? Li Shimin was obviously moved by Lucian's words, and now he needed 1 or 2 people to support his idea. Of course, this idea was not something that could be said in public, and it could only be judged by Cheng Yaojin and Qin Kaiying, who knew it by accident. Qin Kaiying was very straightforward. Cheng Yaojin grinned, Your Majesty, you took me through mountains of swords and seas of fire back then. I didn't know anything at that time, but I felt that following you was comfortable and happy. My heart has never changed. Jade can be broken but its whiteness cannot be changed, bamboo can be burned but it cannot be destroyed. Your Majesty's heart is my heart. Cheng Yaojin finished speaking, very proudly. This sentence was heard from Das Wang, and it seemed to be Lucian's original words. Look, I, old Cheng, have also learned your literatize tricks. However, when Li Shimin heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Cheng Yaojin, I didn't ask you to die, what are you talking about here? You are right, it seems that I asked you to read more books on weekdays, and you took it to heart. Qin Kaiying sighed, Your Majesty, once this is done, I am afraid there is no turning back. Li Shimin nodded, Old Qin, I will give your son a title. Your Majesty, wherever you go, I will go there, whatever you do, I will do it. I will never regret it until I die. Qin Kaiying changed his previous attitude and was righteous, as if tomb robbing was not a disgraceful thing, but a fair and upright career to save the people. Lucian said it well, let the ancients of the world have no descendants who lack money. This is also my ambition. Cheng Yaojin grinned, hee, I am the same. In the carriage, Empress Cheng soon felt that they were talking about something extraordinary. Just seeing the three of them put their heads together and acted sneakily, Empress Cheng soon began to feel uneasy. Are they going to discuss where to go for a drink? In the past 2 years, there are more and more Hu women in Chang'an. The Huxian dance seems to no longer be the stunning dance it used to be. Now, if you are an ordinary singing girl who says she can't dance the Huxian dance, you can't get along in Chang'an at all. This is thanks to Fenjia Tower. Empress Cheng soon took a deep breath and looked at Li Shimin, who got on the car with a bad face. Your Majesty, what important things do you have now that you have to avoid me? Hey, Guanyin, you think too much. He. Li Shimin laughed a few times in the underworld, and then looked at the sky in the distance. Guanyin, do you think I can still find the imperial seal? Empress Cheng soon smiled dumbly. The imperial seal was a matter of many years ago. No one knows where it is now. Your Majesty, why did you suddenly think of this? Your Majesty, you are thinking about it again. Let's go back and rest early. Li Shimin is now completely immersed in excitement. What if, just what if, the imperial seal is found in someone's tomb? I guess no one can say anything by then, right? Thinking of this, Li Shimin laughed out loud. Seeing Li Shimin hysterical over there, Empress Cheng soon sighed again and again. How come His Majesty has become like this after a trip to the Lanshan Marquis' mansion? In the Marquis' mansion, Lucian asked the maids to pack up those things, and after distributing the uneaten meat to everyone, Lucian began to coax Yaya to sleep. Today is different. Yaya seems to have fallen asleep early, but the small stick in her hand betrayed her thoughts. Didn't she say she was not afraid of the big bad wolf? Outside the door, Das Wang seemed to be staring at the moon above his head in a daze. Master, I looked at the moon and it seemed like I found something. Ah, what did you find? Do you think you are a werewolf? Werewolf? For a moment, De Zhuang was confused. Go to bed quickly, there are important things to do tomorrow. After Lucian pushed De Zhuang's huge body into De Zhuang's house, he returned to his room and sorted out what happened recently. After all, it's time to update the dishes tomorrow, right? Thinking of this, Lucian slowly stood up. Let Yorong come over here. In the side room, Zhang Luan, who had just laid down, was thinking about how to tell her family about this situation. In the past 2 days, her cousin Zhang Yale seemed to be hesitant to speak. He was a little dissatisfied with Zhang Luan's recent disappearance, but he couldn't say anything. Think about it, basically no one would care about a woman being used as a chess piece, but the problem is that others don't know how high this chess piece can climb. What if there is really a connection with the royal family? It is also a method of self-defense to stop talking but stop at etiquette. Lucian is already the Marquis of Lanshan in the Tang dynasty, and his status is not low. Moreover, I heard from old Li, who often comes here, that Lucian is the young man that the emperor likes more today. It's a pity. Why didn't the Holy Master come to the Marquis mansion? Lucian's craftsmanship is beyond comparison with that of an emperor. Even if a god tastes it, he won't want to leave. Zhang Luan was thinking, if the Holy One often appears today, then the people who follow the Holy One must also appear often, right? Before coming to Chang'an, she remembered the appearance, temperament, and habits of those young nobles very clearly, but after being in Chang'an for a long time, she seemed to only be able to identify Chang Sun Chong. Her mind was in a mess, and Zhang Luan was also a little irritable in her heart. The night was long and it was another night that made it impossible to sleep peacefully. I don't know if it's tinnitus or something else. It's obviously quiet outside, but at this moment it's like noisy insects keep chirping, and I feel itchy in my heart. Dong dong dong. Sister Yorong, Master Ho is looking for you. When the voice came, Zhang Luan opened her eyes suddenly, a hint of ecstasy appeared in her eyes, and then disappeared from her eyes. Okay, I understand, you go and rest. Wearing a long gauze and a warm robe, in the candlelight and in the mirror, the woman with a delicate face and a slender neck as flawless as jade is none other than herself. After shaking the clothes on her chest casually twice, Zhang Luan nodded with satisfaction, opened the door slowly, and walked out. Lucian's door is open and he is drinking water in small sips. Drinking water in small sips at night will moisten your throat. Even if there is a heater in the room, it will not dry out. This is a habit that Lucian has always maintained. He put down the water glass, looked up inadvertently, and saw a pair of real tricks. A powerful woman. Ahem, Yorong, don't you make any sound when you walk. The corners of Zhang Luan's mouth raised, her eyes moved, and she didn't care at all what Lucian said. Her heartbeat was obviously speeding up, but there was no hint of embarrassment in her appearance. Perhaps she was born to be a woman with a big heart. Master Ho, are you looking for me late at night for something important? Lucian nodded, took a closer look at Zhang Luan with his hands behind his back, and smiled. Don't tell me, I really have something for you to do. Master Ho, what is going on? I have to let the little girl stay late at night. Actually, it's nothing. It's just that this matter is a bit difficult to handle. The fire must be stronger, the water must be more, and the heat must be just right. Master Ho. Zhang Luan looked at Lucian seriously. This little girl is a serious person. Lucian was suddenly startled. The word serious person is worth pondering. Did I say something inappropriate? These ladies from the Tang dynasty always think wrongly. It doesn't matter, this is a serious matter. You may not have a good rest tonight, and it's normal for your back to be sore and disgraced. Zhang Luan was horrified. After hearing this, she could still understand the pain in her waist and back. She heard from her elders that before leaving, her mother-in-law taught her in private, but what does it mean to be disgraced? Master Ho. Zhang Luan blushed. This is too fast. Lucian looked at Zhang Luan suspiciously. No, I'll fall asleep soon. You have to learn to fiddle with it on your own. Let's go to the backyard. Zhang Luan, you still want to go to the backyard? A moment later, in the backyard, Zhang Luan looked at the huge pot, the rice in the pot, and the water in the large iron pot, with a look of resentment on her face. Lucian, didn't you mean this just now? I, Zhang Luan, am also a daughter of a famous family. The moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Is this why you called me into your room late at night? Remember, when steaming rice, the most important thing is the heat. There needs to be more water, and the fire needs to be strong, so that they complement each other, and the music and the harp sound harmoniously. Yorong, you are a smart woman. Pull the steamed rice apart and put it in a basin in a cool place for use tomorrow. When Zhang Luan heard this, her whole body went numb. This is what you call water and fire. Is this what you say about not sleeping well tonight? Is this what you call a sore back and a disgraced face? Lu Xian, you big pig's trotters. In an instant, Zhang Luan's face turned extremely cold. Lu Xian nodded, yes, that's how it feels. Steamed rice must not be filled with any emotions, be selfless. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xian quickly went back to rest. In the backyard, Zhang Luan was messy in the wind. The wind blew by, and she only regretted that she didn't wear more clothes just now. She should find a coat and put it on later. When the firelight came on, Zhang Luan felt the warmth and took a long breath. Her face was stained by the flying dust. After touching it with her hand, it turned into a touch of gray. Under the moonlight, her face looked extremely cool. Why does Lu Xian steam rice so late at night? The overnight rice is neither hot nor fragrant, how can it be delicious? Isn't that what he likes? Zhang Luan racked her brains and couldn't figure out what the problem was. In the backyard, the smell of rice wafted up. Not long after, in the stillness of the night, Xinguofang, which should have fallen into a deep sleep, especially the neighbors of Lanshanhou Mansion, soon. Then the cursing started. Who is it? You can't sleep well at night. The whole thing smells so good. It's just that my son is only over 1 year old and he has to eat at night. Isn't this a hassle? Which neighbor is nice? Let my wife sleep. I can't bear it anymore. In the early morning, it was just dawn. Outside Chang'an Liquanfang, people began to queue up shivering. There was no one else on the empty streets, but outside the Datang Hotel, there were so many people, it seemed that as long as they were a little more crowded, they would feel less cold. Hiss, use more force in the back. Did you not eat or something? What are you talking about in front of me? I just haven't eaten. Who would come here after eating? Don't make any noise in the back, I'm freezing to death in the front. The weather turned cold suddenly, which caught people off guard. At this moment, not far away, a sinister look appeared, squinting its eyes. Master Sunday. No, Master Chang soon rushed over early in the morning and vowed to have a hot bite. While saying bad things about Lu Xian, he was also holding back bad things in his heart, and his narrowed eyes were full of injustice. But Cheng Sun Chang's body was involuntarily guided, especially his tongue, which was disobedient. As soon as he arrived outside the Datang restaurant and saw the long queue of people, Cheng Sun Chang sneered in his heart. Look, there don't seem to be many people today. Are you good at cooking? Then why are there fewer people eating? After walking to the front, Cheng Sun Chang didn't care about other people's opinions and feelings at all, and stood directly in the first row of the line. Luo Wanggu and Ying Liufang, who were just looking at the farts behind them with smugness, were instantly stunned. Who are you? Damn, big brother. The original arrogance on Luo Wanggu's face disappeared instantly. After all, after the first 100 teams had to pay to buy it, and they could only buy it from Lu Renayuan, the money they spent was actually less. This saved a lot of money. Luo Wanggu and Yang Liufang naturally couldn't be less. What is money? Bastard? Feng Zexuan Runfenglo has plenty of money. But no matter how rich a person is, they have to shrink their heads when they meet the sons of nobles. Chang Sun Chang, a noble of the Tang dynasty, a Guanlong family. These two hats are like a mountain falling from the sky. So it's you too. After what happened outside the brothel last time, Luo Wanggu and Yang Liufang's feelings towards Chang Sun Chang are no longer the same. In the past, they followed Chang Sun Chang and called him Big Brother all the time, which was from the heart. But it's different now. Calling him Big Brother is a favor, and not calling him Big Brother is a duty. After all, if you don't take us seriously, we don't have to lick you all the time, right? But Chang Sun Chang had long forgotten what happened that night. He only remembered that he was beaten up by someone. You two, go to the back and line up. I want this seat. Luo Wanggu grinned. Brother, this seat is not cheap. Cheng Sun Chang frowned suspiciously, and his small eyes flashed with brilliance. Expensive? What's wrong with expensive? Can't I afford it? Luo Wanggu and Yang Liufang looked at each other, sighed, and then walked silently to the back. They didn't look back. Some people don't do anything earth-shattering when they leave. They always disappear in the crowd in an inadvertent afternoon or early morning when they wake up. We have to change a big brother. I think so too. Big brother Lucien is good. He speaks well, is righteous, handsome, upright, mighty and brave. There are not many who dare to confront Liulai merchants in Chang'an. New tea is always better, and big brothers are also new and wonderful. Who doesn't want every big brother to be more powerful than the previous one? New tea is common, but new big brothers are not common. At this time, Luo Wanggu and Yang Liufang heard a cursing voice. The one who cut in line in front, come here, I want to beat you. The two just turned around and wanted to stop them appropriately, but they found that the crowd had become agitated. The figure of Cheng Sun Chong was quickly submerged in the vast sea of diners. Just this thing? Can it be delicious? Zhang Luan didn't sleep all night. Although there were no dark circles under her eyes, it was because of her youth, but the fatigue on her face could be seen without saying anything. Yorong, I have to say something about you. You tossed and turned all night and didn't sleep well. You came here early in the morning to watch me cook. Lu Renayuan and Shui Rongui on the side had not gone out to open the door yet, and were cleaning the tables, chairs, and benches in the restaurant. Hearing Lucien's words, the two looked at each other instantly, with a smirk on their faces. Everything was self-explanatory. Men never rely on language to talk about things. Sometimes, noses, eyes, and mouths can all be used to convey information. The key is that it is applicable everywhere. The two winked and laughed. Zhang Luan blushed and took a deep breath. My lord, I just want to see what you do with this steamed rice. After a night of hard work last night, Zhang Luan was anxious in the second half of the night. Zhang Luan knew how to make rice delicious, but after all, it was just rice, with a limited upper limit. Why did a cooking person like the Lord use overnight rice? She couldn't figure it out, and she wanted to figure it out. So she followed him early in the morning without sleeping. Lucien couldn't stand Zhang Luan's enthusiasm, and just smiled calmly. Wait outside. In the kitchen, Lucien looked at the full pot of rice in front of him, and he was not in a hurry. There are two new dishes today, one of which is made with overnight rice. The other is a soup. The weather is cold, a plate of egg-fried rice, a bowl of hot and sour soup, even the devil has to give way. Opening the system, Lucien directly bought 100 kilograms of eggs for 200 coins. Then, bean curd, mushrooms, sea cucumbers, squid, pork, chicken. Lucien's speed of buying ingredients has become more and more proficient. At this time, in the system, Lucien's balance instantly disappeared by nearly 100 coins, and Lucien was so scared that he quickly drank a sip of water to calm down. This hot and sour soup and egg-fried rice are also two unique skills. I heard that many famous chefs use egg-fried rice as a standard to test their cooking skills. Lucien muttered to himself, thinking of the special chef called Xiao Dejia in the cartoons he saw when he was a child. Tattoos on the arm, a dragon-shaped logo tied to it, followed by a steel stick to thank the master, and made golden fried rice when he had nothing to do. That majesty, that style. This kind of fried rice made by myself should be similar to the one made by Xiao Dejia, right? You have your golden fried rice, and I have my ordinary fried rice. I should be better than you, right? If you don't agree, come to Datang and let people see the Super Chef logo on your arm? Thinking of this, Lucien took a deep breath. Real fried rice never requires many fancy steps. Pour oil into the hot pan, the oil temperature rises, and when green smoke comes out of the pan, pour out the oil. The temperature of the pan is just right at this time. Seize the opportunity, take advantage of the iron pan's unpreparedness, sneak attack, pour the overnight rice into the pan. Then pour the stirred egg liquid like golden juice little by little on the rice grains that have been scattered under the pressure of Lucien's other hand. Both hands do it at the same time until the egg liquid in the bowl disappears. Then, it is the most critical part. The fire gushed out, and the iron pan in Lucien's hand flipped back and forth, just like a yellow cow working hard in the farmland. It was like a cylinder running at full power. Huff, huff. The sound of frying continued, and as the frying progressed, the egg liquid disappeared, and the white rice also disappeared. Instead, there were grains of rice that combined the richness of rice and the fragrance of eggs. These rices shone with luster, piled on the plate, like a small mountain of gold. Lucien looked at the egg-fried rice in front of him and felt a burst of aroma rushing into his nostrils. There were about 10 portions fried in the pot just now, but now they were placed on 10 plates. In an instant, the feeling became different. The fluffy texture is similar to oil but not like oil. At first glance, it feels like seeing a gold mine. If you look closely, it feels like you are on a field of hope, looking at the fields in autumn. There are golden ears of grain everywhere. Taking a bite with a spoon, Lucian instantly felt that his taste buds were surrounded by a refreshing fragrance. By the way, this is what it feels like. Outside the door, there was silence. Lu Renayuan, the door is open. Lucian's voice slowly floated out, and in an instant, there was a sniffing sound outside the door. Ziliu, suck it. Hiss. As soon as the door opened, Lu Renayuan and Xuerongui disappeared around the corner. Yaya and Dezhuang's movements were surprisingly consistent. They turned their heads away heavily, lowered their heads, and almost got into the water tank. Only Zhang Luan looked at Lucian with a blushing face, still maintaining the same posture as before. There seemed to be some clear liquid slipping from the corner of his mouth. Outside the Datang Hotel, as soon as Lu Renayuan appeared, the entire queue exploded. Steam was rising from their heads, their faces were glowing red, and they had never felt so comfortable in their lives. I just beat up someone and now I can eat delicious food. This is the ultimate enjoyment. Luo Wanggu and Ying Liufang were still in the front row. When Chang Sun Chong was beaten just now, they had secretly returned. When they were about to go over and help, one of them told them, I will take you to the newly opened building in Pingkangfang tonight. In an instant, Luo Wanggu and Ying Liufang changed their positions with angry faces and righteous expressions. They barely resisted the temptation. The main thing is that they have never heard of this new building. A good building is very important to the young people in Chang'an. For the sake of my peers, and for those friends in Chang'an who are as young as myself, I, Luo Wanggu, and I, Ying Liufang, are willing to go into dire straits first. When Chang Sun Chong got up, his body was covered with mud. The reason why it didn't hurt was that in Chang'an, if you want to hit someone to vent your anger, it's best to look hard and strike lightly, just to vent your anger. Beating him to death is a serious matter, and he will never be able to hold his head high for the rest of his life. Apart from those who make plans in the yamen and those who carry out executions in the palace, the rest are the people in Chang'an who know best. When the eldest grandson rushed up, there was basically no other strange thing about him except that he was disgraced. He was cursing and suffering, and he was full of anger. What else could he eat? No matter how delicious the food at Datang Hotel is, Chang Sun Chong will never come. He recalled that every time he came over and tried to eat something delicious, he would always encounter some strange accidents. The last time he went out, he was hit by a flower pot that fell from the roof. He didn't know why the flower pot appeared on the roof, but at that moment, he was still frightened. If he had been faster, the flower pot would have hit his head instead of his toes. After another 2 days, I planned to go out to get some delicious food and call some losers. As soon as I stepped out, I was hit by a carriage. The key point is that the carriage doesn't seem to be someone he can mess with yet. Later, while passing by the West Market, I was bitten by a dog. Today, I finally got to the door of the Datang Hotel. I grabbed the seat of 2 helpless boys and waited for the Datang Hotel to open. Unexpectedly, I was suddenly fucked by someone. Along the way, Chang Sun Chong became more and more angry as he thought about it, and went straight to the residence of those younger brothers in the West Market. At this time, everything in the Datang Hotel was full of life. Lucian introduced today's newly added dishes to everyone, and for a moment, cheers rang out. Good guy, little shopkeeper, you have a new dish. It's not that the old dishes are not delicious. The main reason is that we Chang'an people, as you know, are always greedy for freshness, and greedy for too much. Staff, don't listen to their nonsense. No matter the new or old dishes, I'll serve them here first. Don't worry, I can finish the meal by myself. If I have a mouthful of soup or a grain of rice left, I'll put this in. There's also a plate for the food. When Lucian heard this, he shook his head angrily. You think so well, I can't let you eat from this plate. What will others use it for? Everyone burst into laughter again. At this time, a voice came. Brother, this is my first time here. Which one is better, the food at Datang Hotel or the food at Runfan Restaurant? The voice was a little weak, and the originally joyful atmosphere suddenly became solemn. 3 seconds later, people cast a strange look, as if they were seeing their former self. Once upon a time, they thought the same thing when they came over and asked the same question. At that time, they were watched by others. Luo Wanggu and Yang Liufang sat with their swords on their backs, looked at the young man, and said calmly, "Anytime you hesitate to take a breath, you are wrong. Even the fools in Qinglongfang in the south of Chang'an City know that it is Datang the restaurant is delicious." The young man's face turned red and he smiled. Lu Xian also laughed. This guy was too honest. He looked like he had never been out. He seemed to have a good family background, but he obviously didn't know the rules of the world. How could he talk about other restaurants in other people's restaurants? "You kid, you're just pretending to be young, aren't you? You idiot." A wealthy businessman stood up angrily, pointing at the young man who had just asked the question and complaining, "Everyone, watch out, this guy is too shameless. We live next door to each other. One time, my carriage stopped outside the door. I thought I would just go in and get something at the door, so I didn't care. Who knew that this guy would get into the carriage? I moved the precious colored glass into the carriage, and he scared me. I lost my soul." At this time, the young man suddenly lost his shame and smiled evilly. Lu Xian was surprised to see that Lao Lu was hiding in the city, and the ancients were not deceiving me. At this time, another voice sounded, "What about your colored glass?" "Yes, where is the colored glass? I don't care about anything else, I just want to know if your colored glass is broken." The merchant blushed, buried his head in his food, and said nothing. Lu Xian smiled and looked at everyone. "Today we have two new dishes. One is simpler, called egg fried rice, 500 wen per serving. The other is hot and sour soup, 300 wen per serving." Fried rice? Hot and sour soup? When these two things came out, everyone started to get excited. The new guests looked at the menu, not knowing where to start. The old guests had already started to taste the dishes that were served early. "Boss, new dishes are here, and I, Lao Wang, must try them. 1 serving of fried rice and 1 serving of hot and sour soup." The middle-aged man who called himself Lao Wang, who looked like a merchant, said this, and took out a green silk purse from his sleeves. Then he stood up and put the purse in Lu Xian's hand. Lu Xian felt the weight and smiled, and estimated that it was just over 800 coins. "Boss, I'm already drooling, thank you." Lu Xian smiled and bowed to everyone. "If you want to eat, please report to the maid next to you." Among the 100 guests today, Lu Xian had to ensure that everyone knew about the existence of egg fried rice and hot and sour soup. Not long after, the food came up. The middle-aged man who ordered egg fried rice and hot and sour soup at the beginning, the man called Lao Wang, stood up with his waist, and looked at the plate on the table with confusion. "Is it gold or silver in it? Why is it still covered and not allowed to be seen?" Diamond suit. The maids were not in a hurry. They twisted their waists and slowly opened the lid on the egg fried rice. Instantly, when the lid was opened, a golden light flashed in Lao Wang's eyes. "Hiss, there is really gold in it. There is gold." A fragrance rushed out instantly, almost hitting his face, and his nostrils were surrounded by happiness, just like being caressed by a pair of soft and boneless hands in a hot spring. Others haven't reacted yet. He has picked up the spoon to eat. In a few seconds, the whole person is like a beggar who hasn't eaten for days and nights. After a few breaths, the plate is empty. In the confused eyes of everyone, he raised the corners of his mouth, picked up the plate, stuck out his tongue, swept his eyes over everyone, and smiled evilly. Slurp, slurp, slurp. The rhythmic sound of licking the plate, at this moment, is like throwing a huge rock into the calm water, and like a firecracker in the silence. Lighting the cannon is the signal. The foodie is the king. This is why I am called Lao Wang. I want fried rice too. I want one too. Don't grab it, leave some for me. At this time, the instigator, Lao Wang, closed his eyes calmly, with mixed feelings in his heart, as if he had been baptized, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He looked at the plate in disbelief, and the whole person was still immersed in the feeling that made him feel as if he was in the arms of countless prostitutes. Comfortable. At this time, he looked at the hot and sour soup and frowned suddenly. "So much." "Sir, the shopkeeper said that this is not much, just 2 bowls. 2 bowls is not too much, but the bowls here are very big. I guess you have to endure it for a while before you can eat it." Hot and sour soup, this name is a bit unique. Opening the lid on the soup bowl, instantly, a unique smell quickly flowed in the air. This taste is different from other tastes. It comes out of thin air and for no reason. His saliva is like a floodgate. Huff, huff, Ha, ah, huff huff. Have you ever seen someone drink soup from a basin? Maybe there wasn't one before, but there is now. At this moment, someone outside the door had already poked his head in. Hurry up, we can't hold it anymore. The people who were eating suddenly raised their heads and looked at the people queuing outside like angry King Kong. What are you talking about? Brother, we are hungry. If you are hungry, just wait. I also paid for my seat. I also paid for my meal. I will give way to you after I finish eating. There is no way. The rules of Daedang restaurant are like this. If you want to queue, you queue. If you want to eat, you eat, and there is no rush. Luo Wanggu and Yang Liufang didn't speak for a long time, and there was no dry place on their bodies at this time. Finally, after licking the basin of soup, the two finally burped for a long time. It was like someone let out a series of loud and winding farts in the bleak autumn wind. Great, great. Luo Wanggu didn't move, his eyes rolled around, looking extremely vulgar. Seeing Lu Xian come out again, he rushed over directly. Damn, big brother. Lu Xian was startled by Luo Wanggu's sudden action. Brother Luo, what's wrong with you? Have you drunk too much? Lu Xian knew that Luo Wanggu liked to drink in the morning, and now he was even more addicted to ercuado. After swallowing the hot and sour soup, he felt like he was going to explode. Brother Lu Xian, from now on, you are my big brother. Yes. Yang Liufang's face was covered with sweat, and his nostrils opened and closed. Brother Lu Xian, you are our real big brother. Lu Xian didn't take it seriously, just thought it was a joke between the two of them who were drunk. Haha, that's great, come over more often when you have nothing to do. Have you eaten? Luo Wanggu nodded with a smile, very satisfied. His belly was round, and he was fatter than when he came before. It was less than a month, and he was fatter. This felt very good. Brother, Luo Wangguqiang, don't respect you, but you do? How can you make such delicious egg fried rice and hot and sour soup? Lu Xian smiled. These two dandies are the young masters of famous restaurants in Chang'an. They are not the ones who don't know how to eat. People who cook should have a sincere heart. A chef once said that a good chef should have a heart as light as origami, as clear as green wood, and as shining as gold. Luo Wanggu suddenly trembled all over, raised his head, looked up at the beams at a 45-degree angle, and something slipped unconsciously from the corner of his eyes. Yang Liufang trembled all over, and felt that something seemed to be touched in his heart. At this moment, he felt that his admiration for Lu Xian in his heart was as hard as a copper coin. In his heart, he silently called out, "Damn, brother." At this moment, a person suddenly jumped up in the main hall of the Daedang Hotel. It feels so good. I feel like my whole body is clear. This hot and sour soup is sour, spicy, numb, salty, fragrant, and fresh, all in one. It has all 5 flavors. I woke up in the morning with a dizzy head, but now I feel refreshed after taking a sip of the soup. Shopkeeper Lu, your soup is amazing. This man is obviously knowledgeable. The calluses on his palms and knuckles show that he has been cooking for many years. He has thick lips and looks like a standard chef. I'm afraid he came here to learn from others. It's just a pity that you can't get any experience here. It's like you, an ordinary person, learning basketball from O'Neill. O'Neill will tell you, jump up, lift up high, dunk hard, then push down the person defending you, pretend to be tripped by him, and stumble towards the cheerleaders. It's like Jordan telling you that you just need to jump up, wait for the opponent to fall, and then throw the damn ball, and then you can win and go to a place called the Golden Club to relax. What can you learn? I haven't learned any skills yet, but I have learned all kinds of good habits first. Let's not talk about whether he learned it or not. The man's voice just now was like a loud rooster crowing. The eyes of the people behind and outside the queue became redder, their voices became more urgent, and the stomping of feet continued. Looking carefully, the people standing outside the door had their hands stuck in their sleeves, crouched, and shivered, as if as long as they shivered fast enough, the cold wind would not invade them. They drooled uncontrollably, and they didn't know what was going on. When they heard the 3 words hot and sour soup, they couldn't control it. Lu Xian was stunned. Man, how can you not control yourself? When the cold wind blew, the sweat that just flowed out of the corners of those people's mouths quickly dried up, and a strange smell emerged. Compared with the hot and sour soup and egg fried rice floating in the air and the beautiful taste in the Tang Dynasty restaurant, they instantly became more anxious and jumped anxiously. Can you guys in there hurry up? That's right, a full man doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. We are freezing outside. Oh my, this hot and sour soup sounds so good that it makes me drool. I can't stand it. The people behind started to urge again. At this time, in the back kitchen, De Zhuang and Yaya squatted in front of a small table, facing a plate of egg fried rice, and were in a dilemma. Yaya suggested, Brother De Zhuang, let's recite a sentence of the Analects and eat a bite. De Zhuang nodded, this is a good idea. The young master won't let us eat more, there must be more delicious food later, let's save some. The two began to eat while babbling. In the palace, Empress Changsun and Li Lizi walked towards the Dun Palace with lunch boxes and melancholy on their faces. Changel, when you see Grandpa Huang later, you must persuade him to eat more. Empress Changsun sighed. Since His Majesty ascended the throne, the retired emperor has become depressed. He has done nothing in these years. He just keeps giving birth to children, as if he wants to make up for some shortcomings. When they walked outside Dun Palace, a burst of angry voices came. Get out, I don't eat. I don't like to eat. I never like to eat. I'm not old yet. Empress Changsun sighed. Li Yuan called himself I in front of anyone. Once he called himself old man, he was angry and anxious. Get out, get out. Outside the door, Empress Changsun saw a lot of people, mostly concubines and maids, all of whom were holding lunchboxes and standing outside the door of Dun Palace, sighing. You all go down first. Empress Changsun spoke, and no matter whether it was concubines or maids, they naturally left first. As Li Shiman's wife and mother of the country, Empress Changsun never cared about what Li Shiman's concubines did. They must have come here with the consent of His Majesty. They just wanted to make something delicious for the emperor. After all, there are always people who make a fuss about the relationship between His Majesty and the emperor. The emperor has a poor appetite recently, perhaps because he heard the news that His Majesty was going to offer sacrifices to the gods. Empress Changsun sighed, waited for a while, and then nodded slowly. Li Lizi took the lead and walked in, jumping and carrying a lunchbox. Empress Changsun walked behind. In the main hall of Dun Palace, Li Yuan was full of melancholy, with his chest exposed. The whole person was like an eggplant hit by frost, wilting. His face was full of wrinkles, and his many years of political career made him look very old. Grandpa Emperor, Changel is here to see you. Hearing this voice like a yellow aureole, Li Yuan's golden brows were relaxed for a while, and then became deep again because he saw Empress Changsun. Changel, come here quickly and let Grandpa see if you have grown taller. Changel smiled and saluted Li Yuan. Grandpa Emperor, I brought you delicious food, which Changel made by herself. Changel is not only Li Shiman's favorite daughter, but also very favored by Li Yuan. However, Li Yuan usually does not say anything about this favor, and others don't know much. In the final analysis, Li Yuan just hates Li Shiman, but he does not hate his descendants. Oh, Changel can cook. Li Lizi blushed. Grandpa Emperor, you forgot that I also cooked for you last month, and you said it was delicious. When Li Yuan heard this, his face flushed and he let out a long breath. Oh, that was Grandpa who forgot. I am too old. Changel, you sit here, sit in front of Grandpa. Others, please go down first. This other person, naturally, refers to Empress Changsun. Empress Changsun's face stiffened for a moment, and she did not speak, and had no choice but to leave. As long as Li Yuan can eat and live well, it will be beneficial to His Majesty, and it won't be a problem if he makes some trouble. His Majesty is on guard against the Emperor, worried that the Emperor's old power will be restored. But isn't the Emperor also on guard against His Majesty? Let Changel stay there. After all, at any time, as long as Changel is present, the Emperor and His Majesty seem to have a tacit understanding. At this time in the Dun Palace, Li Yuan rubbed Changel's head and said with a smile, Changel, where have you been this month? Why didn't you come to see Grandpa earlier? When Li Lizi heard this, she was stunned. Yes, it was obviously a long time since the beginning of the month. Where did she go before? After thinking about it, she went to Lucien's place, and her face was covered with red clouds in an instant. Grandpa Emperor, it's because you don't eat. Li Yuan's beard curled up, and he was no longer sad or depressed. He shook his head repeatedly. Changel, you don't know how uncomfortable I am, Grandpa. Those people's cooking is too bad, or your cooking skills are better. This soup is very delicious, and it is much better than their cooking skills. Li Yuan took a sip of the soup and let out a long breath. When Li Lizi heard that it was because of this reason, she suddenly realized, otherwise, take Grandpa to Lucian's place. I'll go there in a while. It just so happens that I haven't seen Lucian for a few days. I don't know if Lucian has been honest recently, and whether his family has gone to some other strange women. Grandpa Huang, if you dislike the bad food in the palace, Changle will find you a good place to go. Changle swears to heaven, that place, you will never want to come back after eating. Li Yuan has seen countless bragging in his life, and he may have boasted more than Changle said. Hearing Changle say this, he didn't care at all and agreed with a smile, okay. Since you say that place is so good, Grandpa will go with you. Li Lizi has not yet realized one thing. If Li Yuan can go out, why must he hide in Dun Palace every day? In the past, it was extremely cold and damp in Taiji Palace. Now that he has finally arrived at Dun Palace, it seems much more comfortable than before. But there is more sadness in Li Yuan's eyes. Grandpa Huang, hurry up and pack up. Changle will take you out now. Today, the Datang restaurant is full of hot smells. Let's not talk about the dishes that some people haven't tasted before, and the new and old customers seem to have lost their souls when facing the dishes of Datang restaurant. They eat madly, as if only the food on the plate can restore their spirits. The 2 dishes of egg fried rice and hot and sour soup are just for the occasion. 100 people, in fact, only one morning's work, but today is different from the past. In the past, everyone seemed reluctant to leave after eating with aftertaste. Not today, a group of people just stood outside and refused to leave, as if discussing something. Boss, can't you add one more? This hot and sour soup is really good. Not only does it whet your appetite, but it also makes me feel better after eating it. I feel completely different. Even when I meet friends, they say I look radiant. Lucian smiled, stood outside the door of the Datang Hotel, and looked at everyone. Please come back tomorrow. The Datang Hotel is closed today. The people in the lobby were still savoring the last bit of food, as if the Datang Hotel would not close if they ate slowly enough. What if Boss Lucian changed his mind? Lu Renayuan calmly closed the door until the last person finished the last bite of fried rice and left reluctantly. But the moment he closed the door, he rushed to the backyard like crazy. Others have eaten, but I haven't. It seems that the Marquis has already finished it. As soon as he arrived in the backyard, Lu Renayuan saw De Zhuang and Yaya slurping the hot and sour soup. In an instant, the restlessness in his heart occupied his brain. My lord, can I eat now? Lucian smiled and nodded. It was like a husky suddenly appeared in the herd of border herds that were eating quietly. When Lu Renayuan joined the eating rhythm, the whole Datang Hotel seemed to be shaking. Lucian was speechless. The later generations of eating were still not as good as the ancients. The later generations of eating were eating, while Lu Renayuan's eating posture was to protect his food. On the streets of the West Market, when the voices were noisy, several Hu merchants squatted at the door and drooled. How about we not have those liulai, more than 30, and go to Datang Hotel for dinner instead? It's not impossible. I can't stand the taste just by smelling it. If I return to my hometown one day, I will definitely die with regrets when I think that I have been in Datang for several years and have not eaten the legendary delicacy. The attitude of several Hu people is completely different from before. Now they all believed one thing, that is, the owner of this Datang restaurant seemed to have a lot of money. Apart from other things, just looking at the people coming and going to eat, you can know that this Datang restaurant has made a lot of money. The key is that it is said that the prices of the dishes inside are extremely high, just like robbing money. The few Hu people selling colored glass in the West Market instantly felt as if they had found a colleague. At this time, several people squatted at the street corner. Their faces were uncertain, and it seemed that there were less than 10 days left before the 1-month deadline. At this time, an old man and a young girl walked out of the crowd on the street. The old man had his hands behind his back, a calm face, wearing a light mink robe, and his eyes exuded a sense of contempt. The girl had big eyes and white skin. When the cold wind blew, her little face was flushed, like a peach that had just ripened. Grandpa, what's wrong? Do you want to see colored glass? This was the first time Li Yuan left the palace after being under house arrest in the palace. It had been 5 years since the last time he left the palace. 5 years have passed. Do you know how I, an old man, have been living? Today, Li Lizi disguised him and he went out again without any obstacles. Li Yuan was in a good mood along the way. When he arrived at the West Market, he suddenly realized something. In the past few years, Erlang has kept him under house arrest. Until now, there is no defense at all. Could it be that he has no defense against him at all? Or, his power has been almost cleaned up by Erlang? Thinking of this, Li Yuan was not very happy. When he saw the colored glaze on display, Li Yuan planned to come and take a look to calm his uneasy heart. During the Weid period, there were merchants from the west in Chang'an. Among the goods they brought to Chang'an, there were all kinds of colored glaze. Li Yuan was also a person who liked to worship Buddha. Seeing those colored glazes, he was overjoyed. Li Yuan slowly picked up a glass bottle and shook his head repeatedly. This thing is far inferior to what the foreigners gave me back then. Li Lizi nodded on the side. She was very familiar with this place. It was here that Dazwang smashed the glass last time. But it was obvious that these Hu people had long forgotten Li Lizi, who was rubbing her hands excitedly watching on the side that day. Old sir, how is this glass? Li Yuan glanced at the Hu man and shook his head and sighed. No, not so. Some low-quality goods. You dare to sell such goods for 10 strings of money. The Hu man's face twitched. Doing business in Chang'an and selling glass, no one has ever bargained with him. After all, the value of glass is recognized by the whole Tang dynasty. Old sir, the price of glass is like this. It is recognized by the official and the people. 10 strings of money is really not much. Li Yuan sneered, who recognized it. This is not Li Yuan's nonsense. The glass he received at that time could also be bought with 10 strings of money, but the quality is very different. Forget it. Now everything can be sold as inferior goods. Is it so easy to make money from the Tang people? The Hu people were anxious. Old man, please don't spit blood on me. Our glass is genuine and of good quality. Go to the restaurant in front and take a look. It's called the Tang restaurant. A dish there costs hundreds of coins. You don't get angry with them, but with me. Isn't this bullying us outsiders? Li Yuan was puzzled by what he said. He turned his head and glanced at Li Lizi. Changle, is it really so? Grandpa, it's like this. Li Yuan immediately rolled up his sleeves. It's only been a few days since the world was pacified, and it's only been a few days since the people could eat. In a restaurant, are the dishes made of gold? So expensive. Li Lizi smiled secretly. She knew that Li Yuan would not say that in a while. Let's go and see the so-called Datang restaurant. After walking a few steps, Li Lizi noticed something. In the direction of Datang restaurant, a group of people were walking out, savoring the food as they walked. It's a pity that they can only accommodate 100 people a day, otherwise I would have to go and eat again later. That's right, brother, you are right. Even if I don't get married and have children in this life, I will eat the delicious food of Datang restaurant every day. Li Yuan stared at Li Lizi. Changle, what kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Li Lizi shook her head. Grandpa, I don't know either. Why don't we ask someone? Li Yuan stroked his beard and nodded, with a bad impression in his heart. This Datang restaurant uses the name of Datang, but it is so perfunctory. The number of people who can eat for ordinary people is limited. The key is that it is expensive. No matter how delicious the food is, can it be like this? Does this fit the appearance of doing business? Can this be a serious restaurant? Young man, I want to ask you something. Get lost. Li Yuan just pulled 2 drunk young men with their arms around each other's shoulders. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, the other party's polite voice came. Li Yuan was frustrated and immediately felt unhappy. For so many years, who dared to say such words to me? Boy, didn't your parents teach you how to speak? 2 drunk young men with their arms around each other's shoulders. One was skinny and had a dull face, and the other had eyes rolling around and a square face, like a floor tile. Li Yuan had never seen such a square face in his life. The square-faced one is Luo Wanggu, and the thin one is Yang Liufang. Luo Wanggu sneered, Old man, I'm in a good mood today and don't want to scold anyone. Leave quickly. Li Yuan sneered, you are looking for a fight. Old man, don't blame me for not telling you. Do you know my elder brother? Luo Wanggu proudly raised his chest and looked at the old man in front of him with wrinkles on his face and sleepy eyes, who had not slept well for several years. Who is my elder brother? That's... Luo Wanggu suddenly paused, pondered for a while, and continued. My elder brother is a relative of the current emperor, the little tyrant of Pingkangfang. known to everyone in the East Market and the West Market. He once fought against the Western region courtesan in a brothel for a month. He is a romantic figure that all Tang men envy. It's Chang Soon Chong. Are you afraid? After Luo Wanggu finished speaking, he felt excited again and again. Originally wanted to talk about his new elder brother, Lu Xian. But suddenly I felt that being a big brother is not for bragging, but for respecting from the heart. So, he sold out Cheng Sun Chong. He did not notice that Li Yuan's face became extremely ugly when he mentioned the royal relatives. The royal relatives are your big brother, so I am your grandfather. The quality of the royal relatives nowadays is not good. Anyone dares to be a younger brother. Such people are probably crooked, right? I won't say much about the rest. Li Yuan's face became more and more ugly. Finally, after hearing Cheng Sun Chong's name, a trace of great disgust flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. Cheng Sun Chong is your big brother. When Luo Wanggu heard this, he felt a little empty in his heart. After all, he knew that Cheng Sun Chong was a royal relative, and he dared to call him by his name. He dared to be so tough. There must be something wrong with him. Huh? What? Humph, get out, get out. Li Yuan suddenly felt that he should not leave the palace. If he didn't leave the palace, there would be nothing wrong. Once he left the palace, the world would be cold and indifferent, and he would not like anything. Li Lizi was smiling at Luo Wanggu and Ying Liufang at this time. You too, is this dating restaurant closed? When Luo Wanggu heard this, he immediately became serious. Old man, look at the girl, then look at you, tut tut. This girl, dating restaurant is now open every morning, only serving 100 people, but the dishes have been increased today. Egg fried rice, a heavenly delicacy. There is also a hot and sour soup, which makes you feel refreshed after drinking it. Yang Liufang added. When Li Lizi heard this, she smiled and bowed to the two of them. Then she pulled Li Yuan and started moving towards Xinguofang. Changle, where are we going? Li Yuan suddenly became confused. Li Lizi smiled and said mysteriously, Grandpa, you will know in a while. Let's go faster, otherwise we won't be able to see anything in a while. Li Yuan was half believing and half doubting, but at this time his stomach had indeed begun to rumble. In the morning, he basically woke up, drank some water, ate 2 bites of the food that Li Lizi sent over, and came out. Changle, the delicious food you mentioned, isn't it the Tang Dynasty restaurant? Li Lizi didn't say anything, but kept pulling Li Yuan's arm. Grandpa, don't ask, just eat when the time comes. I guarantee that you will be happier after eating the food he cooked than you have ever eaten before. Li Yuan was skeptical, but seeing Li Lizi so serious, he didn't want to spoil his granddaughter's interest. After all, he was the elder. In the past years, Li Yuan had eaten a lot of delicious food, but what about the delicious food? There was no appetite in the world that could move him. After the night at Sunmu Gate, his heart died. When the heart died, people were no different from zombies. What difference did it make whether it was delicious or not? Li Lizi was thinking about something at this time. According to the speed at which Lu Xian took Dazwang and Yaya, they had finished their meal and were ready to go back to the Marquis mansion, right? It was rare for Li Yuan to come out and walk around, and he didn't seem tired. He looked east and west, and when he passed by some places where women gathered, Li Yuan even lifted his head and looked inside. Someone was shouting on the roadside, and Li Yuan couldn't help but lean forward with his hands behind his back to see what was going on. After walking for about half an hour, Li Lizi felt that it was almost time, so she led Li Yuan into the alley of Xinguofang. Grandpa, it's just ahead. Oh. Li Yuan looked up and looked at the huge plaque, and then suddenly realized that he seemed to know this place. This is where the royal family and nobles of the previous dynasty lived. It is also where Yingguang lived in Chang'an. The environment is elegant, the layout is very good, and the feng shui is excellent. How did this place become the Lanshan Marquis' mansion? Who is this Lanshan Marquis? Li Yuan asked with his hands behind his back. Li Lizi smiled and said, Grandpa, you can't say that you are the emperor later, let alone that I am a princess. Just say that you are my grandfather. I am just an ordinary woman. Li Yuan looked at Li Lizi and didn't understand his granddaughter's behavior. Changle. That's it. I don't understand the games of you young people. Li Lizi nodded. The owner here is Lu Xian, the newly promoted Lanshan Marquis and the owner of the Tang Dynasty restaurant. He is a good cook, unparalleled in the world. How many people in Chang'an know it? Li Yuan frowned. Why don't I know it? Changle, don't brag. Grandpa has eaten a lot of delicacies in his life. No, Grandpa, you will know after you try it. Li Lizzie took out a gold ingot from her sleeve. It didn't look big, but it was worth a lot. Is the marquis here? As soon as Li Lizzie arrived at the gate, she saw the former Jinryu guards. The Jinryu guards had sharp eyes and recognized Li Lizzie at a glance. Greetings. The marquis is here, he just came back. In the marquis's mansion, Lu Xian was washing Yaya's hands. Yaya, don't touch the mud on the roadside casually. How do you know what's in it? Yaya nodded, not quite understanding. Dazwang smiled. Master, I saw those little guys playing with mud. They don't know how to play. If you rub it more, the mud will become hard and not sticky. Lu Xian rolled his eyes. Dazwang, you are already an adult. You can't be like a child. Although Dazwang is only about 14 or 15 years old, he is young in mind. Seeing someone playing with mud on the roadside, he can't help it. Yaya also played. After washing Yaya's hands and forcing Dazwang to wash his hands, Lu Xian nodded with satisfaction. Come on, take the young lady to take a bath. Lu Renayuan, go and give Dazwang a bath. When the maids outside heard this, they gathered towards Yaya with a smile. In an instant, Yaya was like a frightened husky. You can let me play, you can let me eat, you can let me do anything, but you can't let me take a bath. Yaya struggled, but she couldn't escape the palms of the maids. This scene was very comfortable. As for Lu Renayuan, standing in front of Dazwang, she looked like a shy little wife. Let's go, Dazwang. I won't go, Dazwang said firmly. After taking a bath, I'll take you to see ants. You're lying, there are no ants in winter. It's okay not to see ants. After taking a bath, I'll let my brothers practice with you. Play for a while. Upon hearing this, Dazwang was no longer tired. Keep your word, you can't run away. Now Dazwang is like a top master in the Marquis Mansion, Dugukayubai, and he wants to find someone to play with, but he can't find anyone to play with adults. Those people in the Jinryu Guard have learned it well, and they are all being played by Dazwang. How embarrassing. After Lu Renayuan tried twice, he was unwilling to do it. Not to mention Lu Renayuan, even Shui Rongui was excited to fight with Dazwang at the beginning. When he joined the Marquis Mansion, he claimed that he needed someone to practice with him. Now you see, Dazwang has started to find someone to practice with, and Shui Rongui has long disappeared. After sparring with Dazwang for 10 consecutive days, Shui Rongui never mentioned the matter of sparring again. Lu Xian? A crisp voice floated from the courtyard. No one was seen, but the voice was heard. Lu Xian looked up and looked at the path outside the main hall. Sure enough, a moment later, a woman jumped up and down. Who else could it be but Li Lizzie? Miss Li, what wind brought you here? Lu Xian smiled and put his hands behind his back. The sun was shining brightly, shining on his face, like a beautiful sculpture. When Li Lizzie saw this scene, she instantly forgot that there was an old man behind her and blushed. Lu Xian, can't I come to see you? Lu Xian smiled, of course you can, please come in. At this time, Lu Xian noticed that behind Li Lizzie, an old man with wrinkles on his face appeared, as if he had never woken up. He put his hands behind his back, looked left and right, and pouted from time to time. Looking at his appearance, he seems to be a bit like Li Shimin, especially the stubborn attitude. Too similar. If he is stubborn, it will be even more similar. Miss Li, who is this? Lu Xian, this is my grandfather. Lu Xian suddenly realized that it was you, Li Yuan, Li Shimin's father. It's just that you have a temperament of Li Shimin no matter how you look at it. The second-year spirit of Li Shimin seems to be rooted, just like a firefly in the dark night, like a lunatic among normal people. No matter how you hide it, no matter how low-key you are, you can't cover it up. In Lu Xian's impression, the old man Li Yuan should still be under house arrest in Dun Palace. Oh, that's right. Li Shimin has almost cleared Li Yuan's old forces. Now facing a rebellious PTSD patient, it doesn't need so many means. Besides, Li Yuan seems to have no special behavior in the past few years except for having children, and the threat should be lifted. The only flaw is that the old man Li Yuan looks thin and small, and a little dark. Shouldn't your royal family be the opposite of this? Lu Xian smiled and looked at Li Yuan. Li Yuan's eyes were shining. These eyes have seen countless people and conquered countless people. When looking at Lu Xian, Li Yuan just felt that he couldn't understand it. Such a young person became a marquis of the Tang dynasty? When did the Tang dynasty become so decadent? Why did he do that? You are Lu Xian. Lu Xian nodded. I am Lu Xian. Li Yuan nodded, snorted, and sat down in the main hall in a very arrogant manner. I heard that you are very good at cooking. Li Lizi blushed. Lu Xian, my grandfather always can't eat, and thinks nothing tastes good. I thought of you, and asked you to cook 2 dishes to whet his appetite. How about it? After Li Lizi finished speaking, she took out a gold ingot and put it in Lu Xian's hand. Lu Xian was stunned, put away the gold ingot, and looked insulted. Miss Li, why are you always so polite to me? You are also my old customer. Do you have to talk with money? It hurts feelings, it hurts feelings, it won't happen again. Li Lizi smiled secretly with her hands covering her mouth. Do you want me to go over and help? Lu Xian was stunned. No, no. Li Lizi's so-called help might be squatting aside to watch Lu Xian's performance, clapping and cheering from time to time. At this time, in the main hall, Yaya had been taken away by the maids, and Dazwang was still confronting Lu Renayuan. The two seemed to be playing a game. In the huge main hall of the Marquis's mansion, there were many twists and turns. Dazwang ran in front and Lu Renayuan chased behind. Lu Renayuan chased very hard, as if as long as he caught up with Dazwang, Dazwang would let him take a bath. There are not many people who can hold Dazwang down now. In the Marquis's mansion, the Marquis counts as one, and Shui Rongui and Lu Renayuan count as one together. Suddenly, Lu Renayuan saw the old man who was tasting tea, and he stopped abruptly. His eyes were dull, and his face was stiff for a moment. It turned out to be him. Why did he come out? Didn't His Majesty say that the Emperor was not allowed to leave the palace? Dezhuang also stopped, poked Lu Renayuan, and asked in confusion, why don't you chase him anymore? Lu Renayuan silently left the place where he could see Li Yuan, and then looked at Dezhuang. Dezhuang, go take a shower by yourself, I'll go find the Marquis. Dezhuang was excited when he heard that he didn't care about him. As soon as he walked out of the main hall, he heard a crisp voice. Dezhuang, you are here too, come quickly, my grandfather wants to hear you recite the Analects. Dezhuang scratched his head and saw Li Lizi. He smiled honestly. Miss Li, what year is it now? The young master said he doesn't want to recite the Analects anymore, so I went to find the young master to listen to Water Margin. Li Lizi's eyes instantly lit up when she heard the fresh words. Dazwang, come here, my sister doesn't eat people. Dezhuang was pushed down on the stool in front of Li Yuan by Li Lizi. Li Yuan couldn't help but look at the tall young man in front of him. Although he had not been emperor for several years, Li Yuan always couldn't help but want to check out the young talents he met. This is the sequelae left behind after mistaking Li Jing back then. He smiled and stretched out his hand, squeezing his strong arm. In an instant, Dezhuang sat upright like a fried chicken. It's okay, little guy, I don't mean any harm, don't be nervous. I just squeeze it and don't do anything else. His big and muscular body suddenly began to tremble. Hearing these words, he always felt that something was wrong. He wanted to look for Lu Xian, but found that Lu Xian was not there. He wanted to look for Lu Renayuan, but found that Lu Renayuan had just left. I wanted to call Shui Rongui, but suddenly I remembered that the attack was a bit harsh 2 days ago, and Shui Rongui has ignored him so far. Creak, creak. Li Yuan became more and more excited as he pinched it. Changle, who is this Dezhuang Lu Xian? Grandpa, this is Lu Xian's younger brother, the poor child adopted by Lu Xian's parents back then. What about the little girl you were talking about? That's Lu Xian's adopted daughter. Li Yuan nodded. Not bad, very energetic. This one is big, very strong, with a strong body, strong muscles, clear eyes, and quite the style of a general. Come on, Dezhuang, open your mouth and let me see your teeth. Li Yuan immediately tired Dezhuang with one operation. He simply lay down there and let Li Yuan do whatever he wanted. After a while, he started snoring. In the backyard, Lu Renayuan respectfully reported to Lu Xian about Li Yuan. This old man is not an ordinary person, Mr. Ho. He has a weird temper and a bit of a weird temperament. Mr. Ho, let's forget about it and let's not get involved in this cause and effect. Lu Xian smiled, and the egg fried rice in his hand was just coming out of the pot. Touching the ingot of gold in his sleeve robe, Lu Xian told Lu Renayuan seriously, Lu Renayuan, don't you know how to respect the elderly? As a Chinese nation, respecting the old and loving the young is a virtue. What's more, He has given me money. This business has to be done. Not only must it be done, but it must also be done well. It must also make him want to come here every day when he eats. Lu Renayuan opened his mouth wide. Ho, Master Marquis, if this person ruins our affairs, it is common for him to make you unhappy. What Lu Renayuan said was very reasonable. Since Li Yuan entered the state of house arrest, he has a very weird temper. Apart from giving birth to children every day, he curses others, curses the sky and earth, curses the air, and lies on the ground and curses ants. If there are holes in the door panels, there will also be holes in the bed panels. Lu Xian smiled calmly. It doesn't matter, you have spent money, and you should say something. Don't worry, we will just charge more. Lu Renayuan, when doing business, treat yourself as a businessman. After you make money, you can talk about anything, right? Suddenly something in Lu Renayuan's head seemed to light up. Those bright lights gathered into a few big words, make money, not shabby. In the main hall, when the maids brought the hot and sour soup and egg fried rice, Li Yuan was still looking at Dezhuang, gasping for air and saying something like good seedling or taking someone away does not count as stealing. Wow, Grandpa, eat quickly, good stuff is coming. Li Yuan stroked his beard, looked at Li Lizzie, and shook his head repeatedly. Why is his lovely granddaughter so uncalm today? Isn't it just food? Why does this smell so good? Suddenly, Li Yuan felt something move in his body. It was as if there was a spring on the tongue suddenly, and the spittle condensed into a ball, and he kept playing with it, so fast. The mouth is full. Gold is always fatal to the attraction of humans. Whether in ancient times, when people were obsessed with gold, or in the Middle Ages, when the value of gold rose, even in later generations, even clubs must be made of gold. When Li Yuan saw the golden rice grains, his whole body exploded, and all his pores opened in an instant. Wait. It's cold outside. Let's drink some soup to warm up. Lu Xian smiled and forcibly stopped Li Yuan's urge to come up and start cooking. Li Yuan originally wanted to be tough. After all, who do you think you are? Do you care about me? I was once the emperor. But when he saw Li Lizzie's actions, he felt relieved. There is something particular about how to eat it. The hot and sour soup opened the lid on the bowl, and the freshness that hit his nostrils melted Li Yuan's whole body. At this moment, he felt like he was in the grassland, and his nostrils were filled with the smell of horses knocking him out of his arms. Suck it. Li Yuan suddenly realized that his saliva had burst. Somewhat embarrassed. But soon, he realized that this Lu Xian didn't know who he was. I was just an ordinary old man. Do I need to pay attention to my image? Come on, I have to have a good taste. With a dazzling effort, Li Yuan finished the bowl of hot and sour soup. His whole body seemed to be on fire, his eyes widened, staring at Lu Xian, and then he exhaled, the corners of his eyes moist. Good soup. At this time, Li Lizzie placed the spoon in front of Li Yuan. When the egg fried rice entered his mouth, Li Yuan almost fainted with happiness. Lu Xian, do you have any tips for cooking? Outside the door, Li Lizzie asked cautiously. Lu Xian shook his head. Cooking is a simple thing. If you are sincere, it will work. There is no skill. Li Lizzie pondered for a moment, and said solemnly, Lu Xian, you must be lying. I have made similar things, but they are not as delicious as you. In the room, behind the two of them, Li Yuan was eating rice frantically. He had already finished 10 plates of egg fried rice, and he was not afraid of being full. Every bite was regarded as the last bite, and then he was not afraid of being full to death. It seemed that as long as he ate more of this kind of delicacy, he would suffer less in the past few years. It could be diluted more. With a bite of egg fried rice, the tear marks on his face became heavier, and soon, he was already in tears. I had no choice before, I wanted everything, now I just want to eat a plate of fried rice in peace. It's so delicious, the best in the world, it's just like this, even gods can't eat such delicious food, right? What did I eat before? Li Yuan's eyes were red. Suddenly, a voice came. You pinched me just now, can I eat your fried rice? Li Yuan was stunned and saw Dezhuang looking at him with saliva flowing. Eat it, kid, eat it. Child, what do you mean by water margin? When Dezhuang heard this, he immediately laughed. Young master, someone wants to listen to water margin. Lu Xian was sitting outside with Li Lizzie enjoying the autumn breeze when he was suddenly disturbed by a strong voice and turned around unhappy. At this moment, the autumn wind seemed a little chaotic. I just told you once and you remember it? If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have deceived De Zhuang with the people in water margin. Lucian now regrets it. Li Lizi was also full of interest. Lucian, the water margin in De Zhuang's mouth is a story, right? It's not just one story, it's a series of stories. And it's a story of rebellion. Yuli family, do you dare to listen? Lucian, judging from the way you don't speak, that must be a good story. Li Lizi smiled confidently, as if she had guessed Lucian's thoughts. This is how a girl's heart is. If she guesses her sweetheart's thoughts, she will be happy all day long. In the main hall, Li Yuan and Li Lizi sat aside, with excitement in their eyes. Especially Li Yuan, who has had enough to eat and drink, and now wants to be told stories. What is the difference between this and a fool like De Zhuang? Forget it, the elderly are essentially well-informed babies. However, the story cannot be told in vain. Lucian sat there motionless, and for a moment, De Zhuang became anxious. Master, hurry up. Lucian smiled and said nothing. At this time, De Zhuang looked at Li Lizi. Sister, please move, otherwise he will stop telling the story. Only then did Li Lizi realize that this story would require more money. After taking out a piece of gold and placing it in front of Lucian, Lucian nodded. This story is not mine, so of course I have to collect money, otherwise the person who wrote this story will not starve to death. Li Yuan was already anxious. Young man Lucian, please hurry up, I can't wait any longer. Li Yuan took a sip of the hot and sour soup and his whole body was steaming. Lucian took his time and said, the story I am telling you today is called Lin Jiao to Fengxiu Mountain Temple. Lucian was not in a hurry and told Lin Chang's story slowly and leisurely. Yaya came out at some point, washed clean, wearing new clothes, holding a plate of toffee, and sat in front of De Zhuang. Li Lizi listened with fascination, while De Zhuang was constantly excited. Although Yaya didn't understand, she was quiet when listening to the story. Only Li Yuan, when he heard that Coach Lin was in trouble, and when Lieutenant Gao's godson teased Lin Chang's wife, his face was already filled with frost. This so-called Song dynasty is not as good as our Tang dynasty. Speaking of Lin Chang in the mountain temple, when he heard the loud conspiracy, Li Yuan trembled all over, his eye circles were red, the corners of his mouth twitched, and veins popped up all over his body. Can you believe that this is an old man in his 60s? How can an old man in his 60s be so stubborn? This old man is definitely not serious. Suddenly, Lucian stopped narrating. Let's talk about how Coach Lin responded. Let's listen to the next chapter, Decomposition. In an instant, Li Yuan was sweating on his forehead. You kid, what do you mean? The story was so good, but it suddenly stopped. It's so unappetizing. No, I have to listen to the end, otherwise I won't be able to sleep when I go back. Lucian cupped his hands towards Li Yuan. Old sir, I'm tired. It's okay if you're tired. Eat. You're such a good cook. Eat more. Let's continue when we're full. Lucian shook his head. Hey, that's not the case. The main thing is this story. It's gone here. Li Yuan suddenly stood up, became anxious, and shouted at Lucian. It's over when you say it? I don't believe it. Li Lizi smiled and took out a big gold ingot from her sleeve. Lucian, just tell me, it's not easy for my grandpa to come out. If he doesn't listen to enough today, he won't be able to sleep well or eat well when he goes back. Lu Xuanyi looked at Li Lizi sternly. Miss Li, as the saying goes, you can't move away from poverty and lowliness, and you can't be corrupted by wealth. This gold of yours shouldn't be. Okay, for the sake of Jin, you Miss Li, I reluctantly accepted it. Li Yuan immediately let out a long breath. He turned out to be a money addict. When going back, Li Yuan didn't forget to look back when he went out. This Lanshan Marquis mansion is a bit interesting. Cheng Eli, why did this boy named Lucian become a marquis? How did Li Lizi know this, so she could only tell the truth? Grandpa Huang, Lucian was granted the title of marquis, very suddenly, and I also found out by accident. I think it should be my father's decision, right? Li Yuan nodded, with a hint of imperceptible disdain flashing in his eyes. How can a young man become a marquis without great achievements? I heard you say that he is born in civilian clothes. Is it because he is good at cooking? Li Yuan couldn't help but think of this, but he quickly gave up the idea. If it were him, according to Lucian's craftsmanship, he would at least have to be a county boy. If he had some other achievements, it would not be impossible to become a marquis, mainly because of the craftsmanship and how delicious it is. Emperors are human beings too, and they also have to enjoy wonderful tastes. Only when you eat well can you handle government affairs better. For a moment, Li Yuan fell into a trance. Grandpa Huang, why don't you ask your father? Li Lizi knew that there was a gap between Li Shimin and Li Yuan, so he tried to find an opportunity for the two to reconcile. But when Li Yuan heard this, he immediately pouted, impossible, absolutely impossible. I have never suffered such a great injustice in my life. He is my son, and he should bow his head first. After Li Yuan was stubborn for a while, he sighed, don't talk about Erlang, Chang'e, do you think there is more to the story told by Lucian? Li Lizi nodded, of course there is, I believe him. Well, let's come at the same time tomorrow. Li Lizi suddenly smiled. Look, isn't there a reason to leave the palace frequently? Lucian deliberately left a hook and told Li Yuan about the Fengxiu Mountain Temple. But what is Liangshan next? How did it come? Li Yuan guessed that he was still confused now. Don't worry, the old man has money, and this money can be earned slowly. At this time, the streets were crowded with people. Outside Xinguofang, someone rode through the street. If you ride a horse in Chang'an, you will be punished. But this man was not shy at all. He held a token in his hand and a brocade box in his arms, and walked through the crowd. Passers-by avoided him and cursed. Soon, the horseman stopped outside the Lanshan Marquis' mansion. Xuerongui let out a long breath, jumped and almost flew in. My lord, it's done. My lord, it's done. Lucian was still patiently braiding Yaya's hair, and suddenly heard Xuerongui's voice, and grabbed it, and Yaya's braid was formed. Classic style, one pillar supporting the sky. Yaya was a little confused by Lucian's perfunctory methods. She stared at herself in the bronze mirror blankly for a long time and finally confirmed that she still had the same ugly pigtails and her face was dark. I just wanted to go find Lucian, but where is Lucian's shadow? At this time, in the backyard of the Ho mansion, Lucian looked at the box in Xuerongui's hand and slowly opened it. Under the sunlight, the contents of the box reflected the sunlight and shone with an exciting luster. Hey, Lord Marquis, what do you think of this? Lucian picked up the colored glaze in the brocade box and looked at it carefully. This is a Buddha statue. Just like the jade Buddha statues of later generations, the craftsmanship is exquisite and the details are complicated. However, the jade Buddha statue is carved with one knife. As for this Buddha statue, it was molded in one step and decorated with hot colored glaze by the glaze craftsman. The whole body is considered pure, at least compared to the colored glaze in the hands of the barbarians, it is considered to be of higher purity. Xuerongui, how much do you think such a piece of glass is worth? It's not like Xuerongui has never seen the world, and his ancestors are also rich. When he saw this glass, his eyes were filled with stars, and the tears from the corners of his mouth were uncontrollable. Xuerongui, wake up, this is not food. Xuerongui grinned, not 100 strings. Lucian shook his head. 100 guan? Are you going to send a beggar? It starts with 1,000 guans. Just a lot more. You can't negotiate the price yet. Xuerongui didn't understand that there were so many colored glazes, but everyone in the Lanshan factory had already learned about this kind of colored glaze. Speaking of which, at least dozens of them could be produced in a day. It would be better to sell more than 100 guan, rather than selling less than 1,000 guan. Bar? I want to sell colored glaze at this price into the hearts of every wealthy person in the Tang dynasty. The corners of Lucian's mouth raised. It was time to go to the West Market. You go to the West Market, take De Zhuang with you, let him smash enough, and then use this to pay those barbarians. Starting today, De Zhuang has truly realized the freedom of smashing glass. In the Western Market, the golden sun in the evening shines on the colored glazes displayed in the colored glaze shops, shining with golden light. This scene was the reason why the emperor liked Liulai so much. Two barbarians were sitting outside the door, smiling at the Tang dynasty people coming and going, with a look of greed on their faces. When the Tang people came, money came. Grab a handful of salt, throw it into the northwest wind, and drink it vigorously, and the northwest wind will smell. Ha 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 ha. The two barbarians were talking nonsense. People in the Tang dynasty always say, drink from the northwest wind, drink from the northwest wind. Why don't you sprinkle it with salt? The two of them were obviously joking about something, but their faces showed no emotion. At this moment, a small mountain-like shadow appeared in front of them. The foreigner stood up immediately. "Hello, guest, do you want to see Liulai?" The two of them did not see this small mountain-like figure. In their opinion, everyone who came here to buy colored glaze was the same. However, the honest voice came the next moment, causing the two of them to explode instantly. "Hey, here I go again." In an instant, the Hu man stood at the door like a cat with its fur exploding, opening his hands to block the strong Tang man in front of him. "You, don't come over. What are you going to do?" Dezhuang nodded. "I'll smash the glass." The barbarians in the Western market, especially the Liulai merchants, heard the strong and honest voice as if they were listening to the wind. Almost at the same moment, all of them closed the door of the store and hid behind the door panel, shivering. In the past period of time, there was a legend circulating in the West market of Chang'an. There was a simple and honest Tang dynasty man who liked to smash glass. Xuerongui looked at the trembling Hu man in front of him. "Did Zhuang smash your glass last time?" "Yes." "How many were smashed?" 35. "How much is 35? The Hu people remember this clearly. 35, that's 350 strings. Last time De Zhuang bought ordinary goods, and the price was only 10 guan each. "Okay, I understand." Xuerongui smiled. "I know you are afraid, but don't be afraid. Look at this in my hand. My master asked you to pay for it." Xuerongui opened the brocade box. In an instant, the Buddha statue's glass made the eyes of foreigners go straight. "Hiss, this. Hehe, this can be done." Xuerongui sneered. "How much do you think this thing is worth?" The barbarians infiltrated the camp and almost dared to ask for high prices for the sake of profit. But now, facing this pure and flawless glass, shining as golden as the sun, he did not dare to speak for a while. "Be bold and speak openly." The Hu man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and tried his best to say, "At least 1,000 guan." Xuerongui was very satisfied. "My master said that this thing is worth 5,000 guan, and he will pay it to you. He has lost money. So we have to let De Zhuang come over and smash him back." Hu Sheng's face froze. "Do you still have to smash it? But the glass in front of me is really tempting." His eyes moved rapidly, and he quickly understood the value of this glass. The newly arrived colored glaze from the western regions is only worth 100 or a few hundred strings of cash. The price of thousands of strings of cash that was previously boasted pales in comparison to this colored glaze. Such a rare product is only worth 5,000 strings of cash. How dare you offer 1,000 strings of cash? Are you trying to rob me? Such a thing, in my hands, can be worth 10,000 strings of cash after a single transaction. Double the price, everything comes back. The most important thing is that I can stay in the Tang dynasty all the time, without having to go back or bump around. Smash it as you like, and you can smash dozens of them. The Hu people immediately figured it out. He wanted to curry favor with the owner of the Tang dynasty hotel. Only in this way can he make a fortune. Only dozens of them. De Zhuang seemed a little disappointed. 100, plus 100. How about 200? The value of colored glaze is not something that can be said casually. It has to do with the texture, pattern, and shape. The most important thing is the texture. The texture of the colored glaze in front of me is unprecedented even in the western regions. Priceless treasure? Hehe, if your master is free, you can come here every day to smash it. We don't have much of anything, but we have a lot of colored glaze. Xuerongui laughed. The marquis was right. The Hu people were all lowly. As long as they can make money, you can ask them to do anything. Okay, I'll give this thing to you. My master said that I will give you 5,000 strings of cash for this thing. How much you can sell it for depends on your ability. Of course, to the outside world, you have to say that this is colored glaze produced by the Datang Hotel. Do you see the mark at the bottom? The Hu people looked at it carefully. Sure enough, at the bottom of the colored glaze, there were 4 neat small characters, Datang Hotel. Seeing the look of the Hu people, Xuerongui knew that he had taken the bait. How did the marquis know these Hu people so well? Some people spend money to eat and drink, some people spend money to watch dancing and singing, some people spend money to buy makeup, and some people spend money to have fun. This group of businessmen from the western regions saw someone spending money on glass for the first time today, and they were all happy. De Zhuang was so happy that there were more and more people watching. Among the crowd, there were many well-dressed young men, with fire almost coming out of their eyes. If you don't want this liulai, give it to us. 10 guan of colored glaze is not expensive, but when you go to a brothel, you can just find 1 or 2 girls to meet tomorrow. It's a pity, it's a pity. Who is this silly big man? Why is he so arrogant? People who eat melons are indispensable in the West Market. When everyone saw De Zhuang, they seemed to think of something in an instant. Isn't this De Zhuang? The Lu family adopted him a long time ago. When you said that, I remembered it. Neighbors all work together in West Market, so they are naturally familiar with each other. However, West Market is a big place. As time goes by, groups of people change frequently, and they gradually forget about it when they don't see each other. But De Zhuang, they remember it clearly. I remember there was a little guy named Lu Xian. He must be a teenager, right? At that time, my shop was a neighbor of his shop. Wu Lauer, don't talk nonsense. Isn't that boy Lu Xian sick? After the death of the Lu family, they became ill and haven't seen him for a long time. At this moment, another voice sneered. Ordinary people, you know nothing. Lu Xian is the owner of Datang Hotel, and let me tell you some news that you don't know. Just a few days ago, Datang gained a new Marquis of Lanshan. Hehe. News spreads extremely fast in Chang'an. Although there is a natural news barrier between civilians and nobles, if someone breaks this barrier, it will soon be like a wave in the water and everyone will know. Not long after, people in the crowd burst into exclamations. It's impossible. That little guy doesn't like to talk. I've watched him grow up since he was a kid. Why did he suddenly become a marquis? 6th aunt, you know what the heck. I, Wu Lauer, have seen Lu Xian's extraordinary qualities since I was a child. Other people's children go around causing trouble to others when they are 7 or 8 years old. Lu Xian is different. He sits there quietly reading a book. Ahem. Wu Lauer blushed, remembering the time when he asked Xiao Liuxuan to borrow a picture book. At that time, the world had just calmed down and life was still a little sad. Unexpectedly, after these few years, Xiao Liuxuan suddenly became a marquis? Wu Lauer, please stop putting money on your face. If Lu Xian becomes the marquis, what will it do to you? Wu Lauer narrowed his eyes and clasped his hands behind his back. Aunt 6, my face is so bright. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. The original owner of Lu Xian has lived in Chang'an since he was a child, and there are many stories circulated, true or false, but they are all similar to ordinary children. The big man smashed the glass, and the people of Chang'an were burning with gossip. Xuerongui wrapped his arms around him and raised his head with a smile. Although the glass was smashed, the foreign merchant did not look sad at all, but smiled playfully. Sir, do you have a lot of glass like this? There are so many, my family has so many heads. Do you want to buy them? Needless to say, what Hu Shang meant was that his eyes were filled with light and his saliva was about to flow. Hey, I want to take it back to the western region and sell it. Xuerongui was stunned. I have never heard of such a thing. Hu merchants who came to Datang to do business bought colored glaze from Datang and brought it back to the western regions to sell? In the night, Li Shimin sat happily in the manna hall, enjoying the warmth of the strong fire and looking at the refreshing glass bottle on the table in front of him. Come here, get some wine. The glass in front of you is extremely clear. When you pour the grape wine into it, it instantly becomes as red as blood. A man, a real man, is born with an obsession with blood. When a soldier goes to the battlefield, if there is no blood, he will be embarrassed to say that he has fought when he comes back. Of course Li Shimin enjoyed the feeling of the fine wine, but he had heard someone say that it was best to use a luminous cup. Under the light, it shined like fresh blood. If ice is added, the taste will be. For a moment, Li Shimin was a little confused. When Queen Changsun came in, she saw Li Shimin's sullen look and sighed helplessly. Your Majesty, you have been looking at this glass bottle for a day. Li Shimin smiled and waved his hands, then looked like Versailles. That's right, Maid Guanyin, what do you think is wrong with me? Why can't I walk when I see the glass bottle? I had no choice but to buy it. This thing is not expensive. I want to buy this kind of glass now, and it's just a matter of drinking water. Coal has indeed brought huge benefits to Li Shimin. The new fuel is now spreading around Chang'an almost at the speed of the spread of the plague, including the land of Luoyang, where big households are all big consumers. Li Shimin made a lot of money from coal mining. Once you have money in your hands, it will naturally expand. Your Majesty, you are acting like a child. Look at Lu Xian. Even though he has been granted a title, he is still very calm. Li Shimin sat up immediately. Guanyin maid, you have reminded me that I really want to see Lu Xian. It's not too much to take your beloved newly bought glass bottle to meet Lu Xian and show it off, right? Our old Li has never been so generous in his life. Empress Chang soon watched Li Shimin proudly holding up the glass jar. He looked like a second-rate guy walking sideways on the street in spring, swaying left and right, afraid that others would not see the thing in his hand. Why has your majesty become more and more? He has changed recently. As night fell, Li Shimin walked on the street, humming a little tune. When the moonlight falls on my face. This song was also heard from Dazwang. The tune is a bit strange, and the lyrics are even stranger. If Lu Xian was here, he would definitely blush. Isn't this a combination of the song Seeking Buddha and Little Kangwei that he hummed every day before he traveled through time? Outside the Lanshan Marquis' mansion, the guards took over their shifts, and excitement flashed on their faces. Old Six, hurry up and eat. The Marquis roasted the lamb himself tonight. Why didn't you say this earlier? Hey, you have to eat your fill before you come to take over. You are such a fool. As the guards were talking, they saw a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back and holding a glass. He was about to say something, but suddenly shut up. Your Majesty, why are you here? Li Shimin rolled his eyes. Be careful when you speak next time. Lu Xian doesn't know my identity yet. Is Lu Xian at home? They were all members of the Jinryu guards, and they had already figured out Li Shimin's temper. Your Majesty, I'm here, I'm here. Li Shimin nodded and waved. You guys go and do your work, do it well. Then he raised his head, puffed out his chest, and swaggered into the mansion. The maids knew this old Li, and had come several times, and every time they drooled all over the floor. When they were busy, they saw Li Shimin and did not forget to salute. Li Shimin's mouth curled up proudly, his head held high, almost looking at people with his nose, nodding continuously. People are refreshed when they are happy, and when the autumn wind blows, the wind is full of pride and indulgence. Lu Xian, my dear brother, second brother, where are you? At this time, Lu Xian was counting the finished colored glass delivered today in the house in the backyard. There were about 10 pieces, and Dezhuang had a good time smashing them in the afternoon, and now he has fallen asleep happily. Lu Renayuan and Xuerongui stood behind Lu Xian, holding lights, with shock on their faces. Under the candlelight, the luster of the colored glaze was unusually gorgeous. My lord, if you take this thing out, you will make a fortune. Lu Xian looked at Lu Renayuan, who was drooling, and shook his head seriously. Lu Renayuan, you don't understand. I, Lu Xian, am a poor man and don't like money. I never want to make money. Lu Renayuan looked at Lu Xian suspiciously. The lord had thick eyebrows and big eyes. Why did his words sound a little strange? If the lord didn't love money, why did he open a Tang Dynasty restaurant and sell such expensive dishes? My lord doesn't love money, but now you make money faster than any merchant in the Tang Dynasty. There are even people who say behind your back that you are robbing money. Lu Xian said righteously, if it weren't for the big family and big business, there would be so many people to support. Why should I be so tired? What is the lord? The lord is often a shelf. Lu Renayuan, you don't understand. Listening to the strange words from Lu Xian's mouth, Lu Renayuan felt his head buzzing, as if something was wrong. Xuerongui looked at Lu Renayuan's confused eyes and grinned. Old Lu, what are you thinking about? The Marquis is right. Just listen to the Marquis. If you can figure it out, you will be the Marquis. Lu Renayuan suddenly realized that it was true. Brother, where are you? Hey, come quickly, I will show you a treasure. Li Shimin smiled and pushed open the room in the backyard, and was dazzled by a burst of light. Hiss! What is that? Why is it so dazzling? Li Shimin held the colored glass tightly in his hand, opened his eyes with all his strength, and looked at Lu Xian through the fingers of his other hand. He even saw the transparent and shiny things lying quietly in the brocade box behind Lu Xian. For a moment, he felt that the things in his hand were not fragrant. Quickly hiding the colored glass in his sleeves, Li Shimin regained his composure. Brother, you are here indeed. Li Shimin had lived in this house for a few days before, so he certainly knew where the warehouse and the things storing money were. When he entered the house and didn't see Lu Xian, he immediately guessed it in his heart. Old Li, what was that in your hand just now? Why don't you raise it? Raise it? Raise a fart? Li Shimin smiled awkwardly, and hid the glass bottle in his sleeves tighter. No, nothing, just an unimportant thing. Lu Xian nodded. You said you saw a treasure just now? What treasure? Li Shimin immediately waved his hands and denied repeatedly. What treasure? How come I don't know? I didn't say it. Lu Renayuan and Xuerongui looked at each other and went out consciously. At this time, Lu Xian had a sly smile on his face. Really not. Really not, brother, you heard it wrong. It's not that Li Shimin didn't want to take it out, but mainly because his so-called treasure thing was just a palm-sized glass bottle that could only be used for drinking. But after entering the door, Li Shimin noticed that the colored glass in the brocade box behind Lu Xian was as big as his forearm, big and thick. He was really embarrassed to take out his little thing. Old Li, you came at the right time. Take a look at this. Guess how much it costs. Lu Xian did not shy away from Li Shimin. Everyone in the world knew that Li Shimin liked colored glass. If you go out and shout Li Shimin likes colored glass on the street, basically no one will pay attention. Even a fool knows that colored glass is precious. Who doesn't like it? But if you say that the current emperor likes colored glass, a bunch of people carrying small stools will gather on the street in an instant. Brother, can you talk for a moment? Let's drink and talk in detail. Li Shimin's face twitched, and he was heartbroken. The colored glass jar he just bought was the latest product from the western regions. It was known as the King of Colored Glass. There were 4 Buddha statues on it, each holding a square. When filled with grape wine, you can instantly see the red Buddha light, which is very moving. It cost 1,000 strings of money. Li Shimin spent the 1,000 strings of cash without blinking an eye. After all, that was real money from the treasury, and it was the first time in recent years that he had been generous. He thought that he would be happy for a whole year, but who knew that he would be frustrated by Lu Xian before he had even had a day of enthusiasm. Old Li, what are you doing? Don't you know a lot about colored glaze? Come and take a look. How much do you think this colored glaze should be sold for? Li Shimin looked at the big thing Lu Xian took out, and suddenly he became unconfident. Ah, this. I don't know much about it either. Lu Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled. Nonsense, Lao Li, you are my good brother, my half-brother, and you said last time that no one in the world knows more about colored glaze than you. Li Shimin's face froze, and he tried to recall whether he really said such a thing. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't think of it. After all, he had boasted too much and forgot it. Well, second brother, colored glaze is about a thorough color, beautiful shape, and bright luster. These in your hand look good, and you can only sell them for 1,000 strings of cash. Lu Xian nodded. Lao Li, you are right. By the way, what's wrong with you? Why do you sound unhappy? Lu Xian looked at Li Shimin and asked in confusion. I made this colored glaze, you should be happy for me, Lao Li. Li Shimin wanted to be happy, but he couldn't be happy. Don't want your brother to suffer, but can't bear to see your brother driving a Land Rover. This is the mentality. So you made money back from smashing someone's glass a few days ago? Wait. Lu Xian, you just said that you made this glass. Do you have a way to make glass? Lu Xian felt in Li Shimin's sleeves and found the glass jar. After taking it out, Lu Xian suddenly realized that Li Shimin was at a disadvantage. Old Li, tell me, if you want to play with glass, come to me, we are sworn brothers. Forget it, since you have it, forget it. Li Shimin was about to speak, but was blocked by Lu Xian's next words. Lu Xian, where did you get the method? Li Shimin doesn't care about that now. He just wants to know, is the method of making colored glaze still in the world? Didn't it say that during the northern and southern dynasties, the method of colored glaze went into the grave with the demise of the Lu Ban family? Lu Xian smiled and patted Li Shimin's shoulder earnestly. Touch this, I will tell you slowly later. Li Shimin held the big, thick, and exquisite colored glaze Buddha statue made by Lu Xian in his hand, and felt sour in his heart. I got this by chance, Lao Li, you know me, Lu Xian, don't like money very much. Ahem. Li Shimin suddenly seemed to be choked by something. Who was the person who kept saying I am a businessman at the beginning? Lu Xian continued as if he didn't hear Li Shimin's cough. That was when I was 9 years old. An old man passed by my house. You know my family runs a restaurant. Although the business is average, it's still a meal. At that time, I saw that the old man had been hungry for a long time, without food or drink, so I took the opportunity to get him some food and drink. Old Li, I am a kind-hearted young man. I saw an old man in need of help, so I took out the food and drink from my home to entertain him. Is it not too much? Li Shimin nodded. his face dull. Not too much. Yes, the old man was full and said he was going to travel or something, saying that his ancestral tomb had been dug up and had to be repaired. After the repair, he might be dying. Seeing that I, Lucian, was young and kind-hearted, it was reasonable for him to pass on one of the 108 martial arts in his mantle to me, right? Li Shimin suddenly realized. You mean, the glass technique he passed on to you? Lucian nodded. Old Li, you are so smart. Look at the glass in your hand, isn't it different from the glass in the western regions? Can it be the same? The sand near Chang'an and the sand in the western regions are completely different. In addition, there is coal as fuel, so the glass produced must have much less residue than those of the Hu people. The ancients' obsession with glass began very early. In the Warring States period, people used glass to drink wine. But in the eyes of the Chinese, glass is not as practical as porcelain. The Chinese glass at that time was exquisite, but fragile. If you don't pay attention, it will break directly. It can only be used as an ornamental object, which does not conform to the instinct of the aristocratic class at that time. So gradually, it was replaced by exquisite porcelain. The glass technology at that time had already deterred the Hu people, and the exquisiteness was far beyond the glass in the hands of the Hu people today, not to mention the later generations. If the glass Buddha that Lucian brought out still had a little bit of impurities, and looked far from the glass products of later generations, then the glass of the Hu people now was even worse, with impurities of various colors everywhere. Li Shimin was also an expert, how could he not know it? The glass in his hand exuded a cold texture, and Li Shimin only felt that his understanding of glass was based on the previous defense. The bright part is extremely clear, the middle part is like a clear spring, and the Buddha's body is like jade. Good stuff, 1,000 strings of cash is not too much. After Li Shimin finished speaking, he silently followed up with a sentence in his heart. If he had such glass, 1,000 strings of cash? He dared to ask for a price of 100,000 strings of cash. Once such glass appeared in Chang'an, I don't know how many people would go crazy for it. Lucian was not in a hurry, and looked at Li Shimin calmly. Old Li, wipe your mouth, I know you are in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. I plan to sell this for 10,000 strings of cash. Do you have a way to sell it? Li Shimin immediately patted his chest and said, Brother, don't worry, I can sell this to every corner of the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin suddenly stood up. Did my talent choose the wrong place? Old Li, I produce this thing, you sell it, and I'll give you 10%. You know, I'm working hard, and this craft is not simple, and it costs a lot of money. Otherwise, why do you think I make money by cooking? Hey, speaking of it, the marquee is just a decoration. Li Shimin became excited. Take this thing out, and pull the ministers in the court to see it. It's hard to guarantee that they won't be tempted. Brother Lucian, stop talking. I'm very hungry. It's okay to be hungry. Let's eat meatball soup now. No, I'm talking about the hunger to make money. Old Li, what have you thought about what I said last time? Lucian suddenly reminded, you know, an old man has so many good things in his stomach. The good things left by our ancestors are more than just a little bit. Li Shimin looked at the colored glass in his hand and suddenly seemed to understand a truth. A few big words floated in the sky, knowledge is power, and power is in the grave. In the middle of the night, Li Shimin excitedly hugged two colored glass Buddhas and rushed towards the palace frantically. I'm going to get rich. It's Lucian again. If I hadn't been stubborn at the beginning, maybe I really wouldn't have the chance to swear brotherhood with Lucian. Lucian, you are really my lucky star. The next morning, Li Shimin got up early. In the court, the boring and long daily meeting, Li Shimin didn't listen at all. But when the court was dismissed, he gave a wink to the most business-savvy officials among the 5th rank and above. 57-year-old Wu Shigi was radiant. It was not that he was rejuvenated, but that he had urged Li Shimin to perform Feng Shan in the previous 2 years, but Li Shimin did not allow it. This year, Li Shimin agreed. This man, who was born in a merchant family, dedicated his life to the Li Tang dynasty, and even his daughter would be dedicated to the Li Tang royal family in the future. In the imperial study, Wu Shigi saluted Li Shimin respectfully. Du Qing, how are you recently? Wu Shigi was already 57 years old, and it was obvious that he was not in good health. His eyes were dark and he had experienced too many hardships in his early years. It was not obvious when he was young, but he would suffer a lot when he was old. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am in good health. Li Shimin nodded, dismissed his attendants, took out a brocade box from the side, and looked at Wu Shigi with a smile. Duke Ying, you have been an official in the court for so many years, and your talent has been wasted. I know this in my heart, but I have to give others some face because of the relationship. Today, I will give you an important task. Wu Shigi's heart trembled, and he looked at the brocade box in Li Shimin's hand. In Ganlu Hall, in the Imperial Study, there was a sudden burst of exclamations today. Hiss! Things of this quality are so terrifying. I will definitely fulfill my mission. Lucien got up very early. After all, he was in a good mood. After handing over the sale of colored glaze to Li Shimin last night, Lucien felt refreshed. This hot potato is actually not a good thing. There are a lot of colored glazes in the Tang dynasty. Once the colored glaze produced in the factory that I just built appears on the market in the Tang dynasty, it will definitely attract attention. Lucien is not the kind of person who is afraid of trouble, but Lucien really doesn't like trouble. What's more, if the price of this glass is high, some people will be dissatisfied with the young and newly promoted Lan Tianho, and they will make various noises, which will delay making money. The glass was sold at a low price. There were so many eager eyes in the Tang dynasty, and there were also some strong men from the old forces, and the great scholars who relied on their old age to make money, so they were not allowed to break through the threshold of Lucien's family. Lucien is not very worried about this, but what if those shameless people scare Yaya? Therefore, Li Shimin must be the bad guy. I, Lucien, am just an ordinary, friendly, and kind-hearted prince. I like cooking and having fun with the people. Li Yulai, I don't understand what that is, and I don't know either. After tidying up, Lucien went out in a big way. The weather got a little cold today, and Lu Renayuan behind Lucien had runny nose from the cold. Xuerongui ate early in the morning and went to the Liulai factory in Lanshan. De Zhuang and Yaya were still sleeping in. Master Ho, why are there so many people in front of you? Outside the West Market, Lu Renayuan noticed the situation above the West Market. Generally speaking, there are definitely not many people in the West Market early in the morning. After all, the market has just opened and it has not yet reached the peak period. Moreover, it is obviously cheaper to buy things in the evening. As soon as he looked around, Lu Renayuan began to feel dizzy. Master Marquis, it's not good, our dating hotel is surrounded. A trace of doubt flashed across Lucien's face. Isn't it good to open the door for business? Why was he suddenly surrounded by people? Master Marquis, let's take the back door. There are many people in front. After the master and servant entered the hotel through the back door, Lucien noticed the buzzing sound outside, like mosquitoes in the wild in summer. Lu Renayuan looked at the people queuing outside through the crack in the door, and his whole body froze. We agreed to 100, what happened to them? At this time, there were maybe only 100 people eating outside the door, queuing up. But there are many people who eat melons. There were quite a few people sitting outside carrying small horses and even wooden pillars. Overnight, the whole of Chang'an knew that the owner of Datang Hotel was Lanshan Marquis of Tang Dynasty, a real marquis. The fire in the hearts of the people who eat melons is burning brightly. They want to get up early in the morning and take a look. Is there really a marquis who likes to cook and the food is delicious? The entire place at the junction of Liquanfang and West Market was full of people, everyone sticking their heads in and staring at the signboard of Datang Hotel. Sixth aunt, look at it. I said that little guy Lucien is not an ordinary person. Look at those 4 words. It's different from others. The wrinkles on the woman's face twitched. Wu Lauer, don't put too much pressure on yourself. How did you know that the calligraphy was written by Lucien? At this time, a voice came from the crowd. Don't you know that the signboard of Datang Hotel was written by the owner of the hotel himself when he changed his name? Luo Wanggu stood up. When it came to Lucien, he had countless things to say. You guys keep saying that the manager of Datang Hotel is great. Do you know what is so great about him? Huh. As soon as these words came out, everyone lowered their heads. Yes, what is so great about Lucien? Luo Wanggu saw that everyone was calmed by his words. At this time, he took a deep breath and looked at Ying Lai Yufeng like a hungry wolf meeting a little sheep. Get out of my way, I'm going to show off. The owner of Datang Hotel is the eldest brother that I, Luo Wanggu, respect the most. I, Luo Wanggu, know what he is so good about better than anyone else. Luo Wanggu crossed his arms, and the stinky expression on his face immediately made the gossiping Chang'an people believe him even more. "Oh, little brother, you are so awesome. I heard that the owner of Daedang Hotel is a marquis bestowed by His Majesty." Luo Wanggu's face stiffened for a moment, and his proud smile seemed to have been frozen by the autumn wind. "What? Mr. Ho? I do not know how. Oh, do you have any basis for what you said? No one knows my elder brother better than me." Luo Wanggu became hard-spoken. The man laughed and said, "You don't know anything at all. In the whole of Chang'an, who doesn't know that there is a strange person in the Daedang Hotel? Who doesn't know that the owner of the Daedang Hotel is the current Marquis of Lanshan? Last night, maybe not many people knew about it, but after last night, not to mention Chang'an, even Luoyang probably knows about it." Luo Wanggu was stunned and looked at Yang Liufang. Yang Liufang showed a helpless expression. They both drank too much last night. Since they drank too much, they must have forgotten many things. At this moment, Luo Wanggu suddenly realized two things. First, I, the big brother, am with the right person. Secondly, I seemed to have missed some exciting gossip. For a moment, his curiosity burned. Luo Wanggu, who had originally planned to show off, now cordially pulled Wu Lauer, who was leaning his head aside. "Sir, I just heard you say that you and shopkeeper Lu are old acquaintances." Wu Lauer has been doing business all his life, and he lives with his tail between his legs. Wherever he goes, he is looked down upon by others. That's just the way it is for businessmen. But when the old couple of the Lu family were around, they had no opinion of Wu Lauer. They were cheerful every day. Lu Xian also talked and laughed with Wu Lauer, which made Wu Lauer full of gratitude. A sixth aunt, a woman, could ride on his head and urinate. Today, he was suddenly called Sir. At this moment, Wu Lauer felt that he was fine again, and he seemed to have countless words to say. In the back kitchen of Daedang Hotel, Lu Xian began to prepare today's dishes. "Lu Renayuan, are the guests still buying the first 100 seats yesterday?" Lu Renayuan nodded. "Yes, Lord, I don't know what's going on. The price has been reduced, but they are still fighting. It's just that those rascals you mentioned wanted to buy, but I drove them away." Lu Xian nodded. "It seems that this kind of scalper behavior will be a normal thing in the future. That's all. Open the door." On the streets of Zixi, Li Yuan walked in front and Li Lizi followed behind. I don't know why, Li Yuan was in a very good mood when he went out today. "Can we walk faster, Chang'e? You are so young, but why are you so old that you can't walk?" Li Yuan turned around and pretended to be angry, looking at Li Lizi, with anxiety in his voice. "Grandpa, let me see the red hairpins on the roadside." "You want red hairpins? What kind of hairpins do you have? You just don't want me to eat something good." Li Lizi stuck out her tongue and looked in the direction of Li Quanfang. Then she opened her mouth wide. "Why are there so many people? If there are usually a lot of people outside Daedang Hotel, it is understandable. There are over 100 people queuing up, plus onlookers, people passing by who don't know why, and people who smell something. It's normal. After all, there are few restaurants in Chang'an that are as top-notch as Daedang Hotel. But today, there are too many people, right? There are at least a few hundred people." From the end of the street, the crowd reached Li Quanfang, surrounding the Daedang Hotel. "Grandpa, why don't you forget it?" When Li Yuan saw this posture, he couldn't let it go. "Hey, how can a young man say it's over? There are just too many people. We can wait." Li Lizi heard this. "Grandpa, have you forgotten that Daedang Hotel only entertains 100 guests a day?" When Li Lizi said this, a look of disappointment appeared on Li Yuan's face. "Chang'e, why don't we go to his house?" Of course Li Lizi also knew this method. It would be best to go to Lanshan Marquis Mansion, but that would have to be at least noon. At that time, my stomach was already hungry. Li Yuan seemed to be a little unable to hold himself back. After all, it was still a long time before noon, and the delicious food was there. The waiting time was the most difficult. If you don't believe it, look at the people queuing up outside Daedang Hotel. But it is full of impatient things. "Chang'e, let's go take a look. We can't eat it now, but it smells delicious." Since eating hot and sour soup and egg fried rice yesterday, Li Yuan has been disappointed with the food in the palace. He now even wants to buy a house directly next to Lu Xian. If he and Li Shimin hadn't been embarrassed, Li Yuan would have done it yesterday. Hearing Li Yuan's words, Li Lizi's heart skipped a beat. She never expected that Grandpa Huang, who always didn't want to move when he could lie down, and didn't want to walk when he could ride in a carriage, would suddenly change his temper. Not only was he willing to move, he was also willing to wait. Outside the Datang Hotel, Li Yuan clasped his hands behind his back, looking left and right. After finally squeezing a way out, he squatted outside the door and quickly blended into the group that was immersed in gossip. Why don't Lu Xian come out? I have never seen such a strange marquis in my life. Why don't people see him? Are the people watching here to watch the marquis? There were so many marquises in the Tang dynasty, and there were also many marquises in Chang'an. The main reason is that there is no such thing as a marquis who can cook by himself and still make the most delicious food in the world. Wu Lao'er smacked his lips and kept moving his mouth, as if he was the one eating the good food inside. Okay, Xiao Liuxuan has grown up. Li Yuan grinned, suddenly as if he had discovered some new continent. Brother, you know a lot. Wu Lao'er was startled by Li Yuan, who suddenly came out. As soon as he looked at Li Yuan, he knew that this was no ordinary person. He was Lu Xian's former neighbor and he couldn't lose his place to Lu Xian. That's natural. Okay, let's take a step to talk. Li Yuan doesn't gossip? Maybe he didn't gossip before, but now, he has changed. Perfectly integrated into the elderly life of Datang. In the main hall, Luo Wanggu and Yang Liufang stared at Lu Xian blankly without moving their chopsticks. Why don't you two eat? Lu Xian smiled faintly. Luo Wanggu coyly said, Brother, why are you still the marquis of the Tang dynasty? Lu Xian was stunned for a moment, and then smiled even happier. Brother Luo, when you come to this Datang hotel, there is no such thing as a marquis or a marquis. The most important thing is that the food is delicious. While it's hot, just like usual, don't be so formal. You can see the guests next to you and don't dare to move. Luo Wanggu swallowed his saliva, and then noticed that the guests on the side did not dare to drop the chopsticks in their hands when they heard the word Hoya. Luo Wanggu suddenly felt a sense of sadness in his heart. Look at Marquis Lanshan, and then look at Chang Sun Chong. One is obviously in heaven, but would rather go underground to enjoy with the people. The other one knows how to use his power to overwhelm others and dominate others every day. When I was excited, tears flowed from the corners of my eyes. Okay, big brother, I'll eat it right now. Delicious, delicious. Yang Liufang also started to eat Balinese food excitedly. Today's other diners in Datang Hotel were also a little nervous. They didn't know Lu Xian's identity, so they just thought he was a young businessman. Now that I know it, I feel indescribably awkward and reserved. As soon as they saw Luo Wanggu and Yang Liufang starting to cook, and heard the words from Lu Xian's mouth, they suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Look at the Marquis of Lanshan, he is so upright, so friendly and kind to the people. He is completely different from other dignitaries in the Tang dynasty who have high standards. Come on, let's eat. If you don't eat well, you will really be sorry for the delicious food produced by Lan Tianho. At noon, 100 guests finally left Datang Hotel reluctantly. At this time, there were still many people gathered outside the door. Lu Xian smiled and took Lu Renayuan to close the door and leave the Datang Hotel, handing over to everyone. All you gentlemen, young and old, thank you very much for your support. An excited voice floated from the crowd. Lu, Mr. Ho, why do you look different from other princes? Everyone was amused by this bold and timid voice. Lu Xian looked at everyone and said with a smile, we are all different. You will come over more often to support me in the future. Among the crowd, many people have already begun to raise their fingers and calculate how many meals they can have in the lobby restaurant. After chatting with everyone for a while, Lu Xian was ready to leave with a smile. In the crowd, he saw Li Yuan and Li Lizhi with their hands behind their backs. Lu Xian, I finally waited for you. Li Yuan rushed out, pulled Lu Xian's arm, and a smile appeared on his face. Today I want to listen to the story of Water Margin carefully. Let's go and find a quiet room. I brought the wine and you brought the story. When the old man spoke, his eyebrows kept jumping. At first glance, it looked like an indecent old man seducing a young girl. Lu Xian pulled Li Yuan's hand away. Old man, pay attention to your image. Hey, I'm a serious person. Li Yuan grinned and took out a fist-sized gold from his sleeves. Lu Xian, take a good look. Lu Xian saw that Li Yuan had invested a lot this time and nodded slightly. Look at you, you're here, carrying something so heavy, it must be very heavy. Come on, old man, I'll hold it for you. Miss Li, Please support your grandfather, you don't want him to get tired, right? This is very pleasant. Along the way, Li Yuan kept asking, Friend Lu Xian, what exactly is Liangshan? Lu Xian shook his head and sighed, sitting in the carriage, this Liangshan is not a mountain. This story starts from a place called Qinghe County. Outside the gate of the Ho mansion, Li Yuan didn't even want to get off the carriage. He held Lu Xian's arm the whole time, as if he was afraid that Lu Xian would run away accidentally. Quick, quick, what shall we say next? What will Wu Erlang do when he faces that fierce tiger? Lu Xian said with a smile, Old man, I know you are in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. This water margin story is very interesting. Emperors, generals, and ministers all like it, and so do the common people. Li Yuan's eyes widened with disbelief on his face, and he asked sadly, Really? That's natural, you'll know later. Li Yuan nodded, his eyes full of excitement. The story of water margin sounds indeed happy, gratifying, punishing the strong and supporting the weak. It's a pity that it was the so-called Song dynasty. It would be great if we in the Tang dynasty had such people. Lu Xian saw that Li Yuan was serious and suppressed a smile. If he was told that the story of water margin was about rebellion, he would not faint in Dun Palace from crying. Little friend Lu Xian, your stove looks good. Lu Xian was stunned for a moment, then responded, Old man, don't you have one there? How could my unfilial son get such a good thing for me? Such a big house is as cold as ice. It's a fortune for me not to freeze to death. As Li Yuan spoke, his eyes were already red, and he was obviously very angry. Lu Xian also smiled. Is Li Shimin so stingy? It is said that Li Shimin and Li Yuan had a bad relationship in history. Could it be that there is an even more unspeakable secret? After traveling to Chang'an, Lu Xian unconsciously started gossiping. Old man, is your son very powerful? Awesome? How awesome? No matter how powerful he is, can he be as powerful as Wu Song? Then, he must be a capable man, he must be a harmonious brother, and he must have many descendants, right? Li Yuan's face turned red and he held his neck, and he didn't say a word for a long time. The house is full of descendants, so let's just say that. Brotherly harmony? Li Shimin, who was far away in the Manhwa hall, sneezed for no reason. He felt a chill in his back and a buzzing in his head, as if someone was cursing him somewhere. Why are there always people thinking about me? Could it be that there are bad people among the officials? In the Lanshan Marquis mansion, Li Yuan was choked by Lu Xian. He couldn't say a word for a long time. He wanted to leave. After all, I, Li Yuan, came here to eat, not to be angry. If you say that, it will hurt you. Heart. But the next moment, Li Yuan chose to endure it. After all, Lu Xian had already handed over such a big gold ingot, and Lu Xian had already collected it. All the money had been spent, so he couldn't leave the meal unfinished, right? Suddenly thinking of yesterday's hot and sour soup and the mouth-watering egg fried rice, Li Yuan gave up the idea for a moment. Looking up, De Zhuang was squatting on the ground and grinning, not knowing what he was doing. Li Yuan was very happy to see De Zhuang and walked over with his hands behind his back. Da Zhuang, what are you doing? De Zhuang lowered his head and squatted on the ground, looking at the gaps between the bricks and stones on the ground, his expression extremely focused, as if there was something he liked inside. SHH, your voice is so loud that it scares away the ants. Li Yuan stroked his beard and looked at De Zhuang's innocent appearance, feeling a surge of love in his heart. At that time, one of his sons seemed as honest as De Zhuang, but it was a pity that he died young and God was jealous of his talent. He originally thought that would be his last son to die unexpectedly, but later, so many things happened that Li Yuan himself did not dare to think about it. Every time I think about it, I feel like there is blood in front of me, and the heads of Jian Cheng and Yuanji are on the ground. De Zhuang shook his head, plugged the gap in the ground with soil, and said to himself, in this way, the ants will not be cold, right? Looking at De Zhuang, Li Yuan's eyes were filled with images of his son who died young. De Zhuang, do you want to play with me? I have all the good stuff. De Zhuang looked at Li Yuan with an unhappy expression, as if he was looking at a fool. The young master said not to let me talk to fools. This sentence made Li Yuan choke to tears. Today Li Yuan wants to drink. In the kitchen, Lu Xian quickly prepared today's dishes and asked the maids to deliver them. As for himself, he was blocked by Li Lizi. I never expected that Li Lizi would be so bold. A man and a woman alone share a room, a kitchen. Lucian seemed to have seen this plot somewhere in his previous life. Lucian, you are not young anymore. These words sound like the remarks of an old woman. What does it mean that I am no longer young? I've always been big. Kun is so big that you can't hold it. Miss Lee, please respect yourself, and I just made food and haven't washed my hands yet. Li Lizzie instantly blushed to her neck. How could this Lucian misunderstand her again? I mean, don't you have a woman you like yet? Lucian nodded, and then shook his head. My fair lady, a gentleman is always brave. Miss Lee, I will definitely meet the woman I like. Hearing Lucian's words, Li Lizzie's curiosity exploded instantly. It doesn't matter whether you have that sweetheart woman or not. The key is, you have to see what Lucian likes. If it's your type, that's okay. If not, then using force seems to be good. When the time comes, it's not impossible for his father to issue an order and forcefully snatch Lucian into the palace. Then, what kind of woman do you like? Li Lizzie blinked her big eyes and asked tentatively. Teenage girls are very courageous and are the most daring to pursue happiness. Whether you agree or not, I want to be a sensible person. Even if I become a ghost, I have to be a sensible ghost. In the face of Li Lizzie's temptation, Lucian's first thought was, young and frivolous. In his previous life, Lucian also went on blind dates after graduation. The older the woman, the more stable and unambiguous she is. The requirements will gradually become higher because of the stability. In the end, looking back, the standards are almost sky-high. The reason is that there is no confidence. Youth is gone, and confidence disappears. In Li Lizzie, Lucian saw a strong confidence, which may be because of Li Lizzie's identity, or it may be because of the impulse brought by her ignorance in her youth. For me, the woman I like must be a peerless hero, riding a colorful cloud, coming to pick me up to her house to enjoy the flowers and the moon, and drink, and sing. Li Lizzie began to be confused. Peerless hero? Colorful cloud? Isn't this too unbelievable? Where can I find these things? Why not try with the people in the general's office? If the colorful clouds don't work, a carriage with colorful clouds will work, right? I heard that men like luxurious carriages, which should be comfortable, luxurious, stable, and spacious. A peerless hero. Li Lizzie, go to the grassland and act like a hero. There should be nothing wrong with that, right? Li Lizzie thought of this and laughed for no reason. If Lucian hadn't pinched her thigh and felt the pain, it would be impossible to imagine that such a smile would appear on the face of Li Lizzie, the princess of the Tang dynasty. Lucian, if there really is such a woman, would you marry her home? Lucian looked at Li Lizzie and shook his head repeatedly. You won't marry her. That's not the case, Miss Lee, your stomach is growling, how about we go eat something? Li Lizzie blushed, letting Lucian hear her stomach growling and see her ugly appearance. At this moment, she just wanted to find a gap in the kitchen to get in. In the main hall, Li Yuan's index finger moved, and the whole person sat upright at the table. Dezhuang and Yaya had already sat down, with scarves around their necks and one or two straps on their bodies, held in the hands of the maids and pulled back, as if they were worried that Yaya and Dezhuang would knock their heads on the table. Such a funny behavior made Li Yuan laugh. Would it be comfortable to have something around your neck? It's just eating? Why do you have to do something fancy? I, Li Yuan, am a mature person, not a child like Dezhuang and Yaya who drools while eating. Looking at Dezhuang and Yaya's new clothes, Li Yuan laughed even more. The two children took the new clothes too seriously. Look at me, the brocade robe on my body is all brocade. Why are my clothes wet? Whose saliva is this? Who smeared his saliva on my clothes? Don't look at me, I really don't dare to shed a drop. 4 dishes today, boiled fish, dongpo pork, mapo tofu, fried eggs with tomatoes, and of course, hot and sour soup. 4 dishes and 1 soup, placed on the round table. Li Yuan suddenly felt as if something was madly attracting his body in front of him. Obviously sitting upright, but can't help wanting to move closer. He tried to bite his teeth and stretched his body, which was very funny. At this moment, Li Yuan looked at Yaya and Dezhuang. Several maids were pulling Yaya from behind. Yaya tried hard to lie on the table, but someone held the belt behind her tightly. Behind Dezhuang, many maids were trying hard. At this time, Li Yuan finally understood why the belts were wrapped around the two children. I'm so stupid, really. Li Lizzie was not in a hurry to eat, and didn't want to talk. She kept looking at Lucian, and her mind was full of how to build a colorful carriage. If I, Lizzie, drove the colorful carriage to Lanshan Marquis' mansion, would Lucian get on the car? In that spacious carriage, the soft and comfortable cushions were stable and could do many things. Thinking of this, Lizzie suddenly realized that something was flowing out of the corners of her mouth. Miss Li, old man, let's start. Lucian reminded. Li Yuan picked up the chopsticks and couldn't wait any longer. He directly inserted the chopsticks into the pot of boiled fish and took out a piece of meat, which was the largest and fattest, and placed it on the rice in front of him. The delicate fish meat was white and tender, covered with red juice, and drilled into the gap of the white rice. After the hot fish meat and rice were attached, the fragrance instantly occupied Li Yuan's brain. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Li Yuan licked the oil from the corners of his mouth while eating, and the chopsticks kept turning in the huge pot of boiled fish, but the turning action felt like stirring the wash basin with chopsticks. You guys eat too. Li Yuan's mouth was full of food, and he suddenly realized that his granddaughter seemed to have not started chopsticks yet. Lucian smiled. Grandpa, eat slowly, don't be in a hurry. By the way, bring a pot of wine. There was no pot, only a bottle. Lucian slowly stood up and walked into the back hall. When he came out, he was holding a bottle of Urquado in his hand. The coarse porcelain bottle is most suitable for the strong and spicy taste of Urquado. As the saying goes, a sword goes with a hero, a beauty goes with a hero, and the coarse porcelain bottle goes with Urquado. There is a kind of pure and wild beauty. Bo. Lucian pulled the cork open, and in an instant, Li Yuan, who was busy drying fish, suddenly twitched his nose wildly. Good wine. Such a fragrant wine, brother Lucian, where did you get it from? Li Yuan's eyes jumped wildly, and he had a premonition in his heart that this might be the best wine he had ever drunk in his life. You must drink it well and taste it slowly. Old man, eat first, eat, then drink, eat every dish, right? That's it. Li Yuan tasted every dish according to Lucian's words, and was so satisfied that his body became lazy. However, his eyes never left the bottle of wine. Is it okay now? Li Yuan looked up at Lucian and spoke slowly. Last time, he was busy eating and didn't drink any wine. Today is different. Seeing De Zhuang, Li Yuan remembered some past events. If there was no wine, it might not taste right. Grandpa, drink slowly, this wine is a bit strong. Li Yuan picked up the wine glass, put it in front of his nose and smelled it. Instantly, his forehead stretched out, like a husky being stroked on the head. This wine is tasty. Changle, watch out. Grandpa's alcohol tolerance was also amazing back then. So many people fought with Grandpa in a row, but they didn't get him drunk in one night. Today, Grandpa will show you a show, so that you little guys can open your eyes. Li Yuan raised his head and drank it all in one gulp. His face suddenly turned red, and then his body collapsed. Bang! Lizzie was anxious all of a sudden. Lucian, my grandpa will be fine, right? In a hurry, Lizzie got into Lucian's arms. You say she was worried about Li Yuan, but she didn't even move 2 more steps towards Li Yuan. You say she didn't care, but she kept saying Grandpa, is he okay? She called him Grandpa with her mouth, and her body honestly got into Lucian's arms. Lucian only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a faint fragrance came to his nose. Miss Li, don't worry, it's normal for the first time. After so many times, he still thinks it's not strong enough. Lizzie nodded vigorously. As long as Grandpa is okay. Lucian was speechless. You looked at your grandpa. Didn't you see that he had started to move, which means that the first force was almost gone. People who drink water like wine all year round, suddenly come into contact with Urquado, or the kind of high proof, it is always difficult to bear the first time. Li Yuan is an old drunkard? That's no exception. A person who can give birth to children every day in his 60s will not be in bad health. Lizzie suddenly realized that Li Yuan collapsed before even eating a table of food. Lucian, what should I do? De Zhuang and Yaya are very excited now. Yaya is okay, she is just a young snack food at best. Even if she eats with an open stomach, how much can she eat? So what if it's even when the body is growing? The body is lying there. De Zhuang is different, one bite is a big piece. This frightened Lizzie. Lucian smiled, gently tapped his hand on the teacup beside him, then placed it on Li Yuan's philtrum, and then pinched it gently. Lucian may not be able to master this strength well, so it is very light. The next moment, Li Yuan stood up suddenly and bounced off the table. His body twitched repeatedly, his blood-red eyes widened, staring at Lucian, pointing tremblingly at Lucian, the corners of his mouth twitching, especially his upper lip. It began to swell at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, it was as big as a sausage. You kid, why are you so strong in pinching people? Lucian was helpless. I was already very light. Old man, it's okay. I saw you were asleep just now. Li Yuan took a deep breath and was about to have an attack when he suddenly saw De Zhuang, who was cooking in unparalleled mode. His eyes lit up. I won't argue with you for now. I'll fill my stomach first. Suck it. Suck it. Suck it. You never know the potential of human beings, just like you never know how an old man can be like a big man, with a bottomless pit in his stomach that cannot be filled. Lucian originally thought that only women could be dissatisfied, but unexpectedly, men could do the same. Now it seems that Li Yuan, as a man in his 60s, is getting stronger with age and can cook as fast as the big eaters of later generations. Little friend Lucian, don't stop, keep talking. How is Wu Erlang? Lucian smiled. Drink some first to warm it up in case you want to drink again later. Li Yuan frowned. You tell your story. I drink my wine, it doesn't matter. Yeah? So Lucian continued. Speaking of which, there is a family in Qinghe County that specializes in selling cooking cakes. Li Yuan was relatively normal at first, eating and drinking when he should, with mapo tofu in his mouth and urquato in his cup. When he heard Pan Jinlian agreed to Wang Po's promise, his face visibly stiffened, and his back molars could be broken. Whore? You can't kill someone without a bow. If you were me, I would definitely chop off the head of the adulterer and adulteress. A mere amount of money and silk can move people's hearts. The world is not ancient, but the people of the Tang dynasty are still simple and honest. Lucian squinted his eyes and looked at Li Yuan with a smile. Old man, why are you so angry? Is it possible? Li Yuan waved his hands repeatedly. It's nothing, just keep talking. The story of water margin shines with human nature and animal nature. Li Yuan was immersed in it and couldn't extricate himself. Until the evening, the last light of the sky finally disappeared. It was like a shy woman taking off her last ribbon and embracing the darkness. At this time, Li Yuan was furious. Li Yuan is the first person who gets angry when listening to stories and empathizes fiercely. When ordinary people heard this story, they thought Lucian was telling the truth. They would definitely gossip about it and ask Lao Wang next door to find out. Li Yuan left drunkenly. Li Lizi supported Li Yuan, but her eyes kept scanning Lucian. Lucian, I'll go back first. Lucian cupped his hands towards the two of them and said, have a nice trip. As soon as the two people left, a beautiful figure rushed in from the outside. Who could it be if it wasn't Zhang Luan? Lucian looked at Zhang Luan, and Zhang Luan looked at Lucian, hiding the package behind her. Yorong, have you gone shopping? Zhang Luan nodded, blushed, and tried to run away. But at this moment, Lu Renayuan had already stood up. Girl, in order to ensure the safety of Mr. Ho, whatever you bought must be checked. Lu Ren was willing to use his golden sword. At that moment, he understood what Lucian meant. This kind of work can only be done by people like him. Lucian smiled. Lu Renayuan, it doesn't matter. Zhang Luan's face softened a little. Among the Ho family, the Marquis is the biggest. Do you, Lu Renayuan, dare to disobey the Marquis? No. Master Ho, Lu Renayuan is born to the Marquis, and his death is his ghost. Lu Renayuan's life and death are small matters, but the Marquis' safety is a big matter. Although Miss Zhang is one of our own, she must abide by the rules even if she is one of her own. Lucian sighed and looked at Zhang Luan. Otherwise, let's check it out. He and Lu Renayuan looked at each other inadvertently, and it was obvious that Lu Renayuan had a very good ability to observe words and expressions. He was indeed a lieutenant general trained by Li Shiman. While Lu Renayuan was speaking, he had already taken the package from Zhang Luan, who was blushing to her neck. Huh? What are these shackles for? Isn't this a collar for horses? Miss Zhang, do you know some martial arts and like horse riding? Zhang Luan nodded, her head almost buried in the soil. In front of his chest, a pair of moves swayed in the wind, indescribably embarrassed. Candles, horsewhips. Reporting to the Marquis, there is no threat. They are all things commonly used in the mansion. Lu Xian nodded and asked Lu Renaiyuan to retreat. At this moment, Lu Xian looked at Zhang Luan with a smile. Yorong, what do you mean? I can see that you are a well-behaved woman. You must have some deep meaning in buying these things, right? Zhang Luan grabbed the package and rushed towards her house. When she saw Lu Xian asking her to use these methods to train the two girls, Zhang Luan had the idea of finding out and got up early. Buy shackles in the East Market, collars in the West Market, candles in the South Market, and leather whips in the North Market. After spending a day, I finally got it together. I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in exchange was alienation, which was far away from my purpose. No more pretending, it's time to show off, and I, Zhang Luan, must also learn to change. Isn't Lu Xian not good at this? In Zhang Luan's room, her face was flushed, her whole body was weak, her legs and feet were sore, and she could hardly stand still. My heart was beating wildly, as if there was a rabbit jumping in my chest. It shouldn't be. Last time Lu Xian. Zhang Luan shook her lips. Could it be that it was almost the so-called professional attire that Lu Xian mentioned? The moon and stars are sparse tonight, and the weather is a bit cold. Fang Xianling was sitting in the carriage, and the dark circles in her eyes seemed to become more intense. As soon as he went out, he was stopped by Fang Yayo. Father, you can't always go out at night, otherwise mother will be worried. You don't want your mother to be unable to sleep at night and get angry with you the next day, right? Fang Xuanling's body trembled, and the dark circles under his eyes flashed twice. What are you talking about? I'm going to find Lu Xian. Fang Yayo looked at his father calmly and raised the corners of his mouth. Father, you said the same thing yesterday, but when you came back, it was already late at night. You can lie to me, but you can't lie to your mother. She has lost her heart because of you. Fang Xianling sighed, and there seemed to be tears in his eyes. Suddenly, Fang Xianling said sharply, how can you doubt your father? You get in the car, let's go to Lu Xian's mansion now to ask for medicine for your father late at night, just to help your mother's health. These two eldest sisters can prove it, right? In front of Fang Xianling, the two beauties given to him by Li Shimin nodded one by one. Of course they can testify, after all, they will do whatever Fang Xianling says. Fang Yayo was doubtful, then slowly got up and got into the carriage. Since father said it, I will go with him today to take a look. It's so late, Lu Xian should have rested. Fang Yayo squinted her eyes. A middle-aged man and two young women used a cart to go out. They laid out the bedding and lit the stove. You said you were going to eat? Who would believe it? In Chang'an, even the fools in Qinglongfang in the south of the city don't believe it. You said you went to find Lu Xian? Anyway, I don't believe it. Fang Xianling was sitting in the carriage, and the two beauties beside him kept adding the latest sandalwood to the incense burner. The sandalwood slowly gave off a faint fragrance, and the air was surprisingly calm. He originally went to find Lu Xian today. However, his purpose was not to get some medicinal food for his wife, Lu, but to go to Lu Xian to ask about some unspeakable secrets. Outside the gate of the Ho mansion, Fang Xianling got off the carriage and saw two yawning guards looking towards him. Is Marquis Lanshan at home? When the guards saw that it was Fang Xianling, his alertness disappeared at that moment. The Marquis is still young, but every time the people who come to see the Marquis are no small people. Wait a moment, I'll inform you. A moment later, Fang Xianling saw the guard appear quickly. The Marquis is waiting for you in the main hall. In the main hall, Lu Xian was speechless. After just scolding Zhang Luan for her unrealistic ideas and personally going to the room to teach her some simple techniques, Lu Xian was tired and planned to go to bed. Now, Fang Xianling is here. Lao Fang, aren't you feeling weak recently? Look at your dark circles, look at your hair, tisk tisk. Old Fang, you don't sleep at night, why are you here? Fang Xianling said with a smile, you forgot, I told you yesterday to come over tonight to get the medicine. After saying that, he kept blinking his eyes. Lu Xian, you are such a noble person who forgets things. My wife's medicinal diet. Fang Yayo stared at Fang Xianling with burning eyes. At this time, Fang Xianling kept blinking, and the pleading in his eyes should not be too obvious. Lu Xian smiled and patted his forehead. Oh, Lao Fang, don't tell me, I've been a little busy recently. Huh? Forgot. Lao Fang, don't worry, I will be ready tomorrow, but you pay the money today first. When Fang Xianling heard this, his face turned green. No, I asked you to cooperate with me in acting, but you are thinking about my gold. What's the point? That's all, let's just fake it and go to the end. Taking out a small ingot of gold and placing it in front of Lu Xian, Fang Xianling sighed, little friend Lu Xian, can we take a step to talk? Okay, Lao Fang, just in time, I also have something to tell you. Fang Yaya felt confused at this moment. Could it be that his father really had an appointment with Lu Xian? It shouldn't be. Yesterday, she clearly saw her father and two women heading out of the city after going out. Lu Xian, let me ask you something. Fang Yaya suddenly spoke and stopped Lu Xian and Fang Xianling who were going to the back to ventilate. Did my father come the day before yesterday, the day before yesterday, and yesterday? Lu Xian frowned and glanced at Fang Xianling with confusion in his eyes. You old boy, relying on your good health, are you going to risk your death, right? Why were you outside for 3 days? Fang Xianling's eyes were pleading and she nodded repeatedly. Well, your father was here the past 2 days, and Laoli was also there. If you don't believe me, you can ask Laoli. Laoli was very interesting that day. He drank too much and insisted on dragging your father to drink 2 drinks. Otherwise, if I stop him, your father won't be able to go home that night. Lu Xian was serious about the matter and spoke clearly. Fang Xianling stroked his beard and looked at Fang Yaya seriously. You are, from now on, learn more from your father, talk less and do more. Just wait here and I'll come as soon as I go. At this time, in the manor hall, Li Shiman, who had just laid down, suddenly sneezed hugely, and a string of snot bubbles flew away quickly and went straight to the rafters. Who the hell is scolding me again? In the side room of Lanshan Marquis Mansion, Fang Xianling let out a long breath. Brother Lu Xian, you saved my life. Lu Xian was lamenting at this time. People said that Fang Xianling was afraid of his wife, but Lu Xian never took it seriously. From ancient times to the present, there is a reason why men are afraid of their wives. It must be because of love. Isn't it normal to leave one's wife behind at home? Do we have to fight over what is right at home? If you have the ability to compete with others outside, what does it mean to lose your temper with women at home? But now, Lu Xian knew that Fang Xianling was not treating Fang Xianling with respect, but was really afraid of his wife. Old Fang, you shouldn't do that. Tell me, if I hadn't covered for you, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to go to court next month. Fang Xianling took a breath of cold air, still in fear. Old Fang, I'm a very honest person. You've been to the Daedang Hotel and met my neighbors. They all know that I've been well behaved since I was a child and don't lie. I broke the rules for you. After Lu Xian finished speaking, he saw the hairpin on Fang Xianling's head. The white jade hairpin was said to be an ancestral item, which was said to have been taken away from an emperor by the ancestor of the King He Fang family. Lu Xian's eyes were burning. Old Fang, the hairpin on your head is nice, I just need a hairpin. Hey, this is the disadvantage of being young. Too much hair is also easy to mess up, unlike you, Old Fang, who has been tossing around for a few days and has thin hair, and still needs a hairpin. Fang Xianling felt dizzy. No, what sin did I, Fang Xianling, do? Brother Lu Xian, can you change it? Fang Xianling was embarrassed. Old Fang, I suddenly remembered that I haven't seen your wife for some time. Instantly, Fang Xianling grabbed Lu Xian's hand, and the embarrassment on his face just now were swept away, replaced by a knowing smile. Lu Xian, we can discuss this matter. Lu Xian smiled, and he had already begun to make up his mind. Who the hell would discuss with you? When the robber robbed your money, did he need to discuss with you? Lao Fang, what you said is that I, Lu Xian, have never liked money. The main reason is, this matter is very big. If I accidentally drink too much and say it, your wife will be angry. Can your old man tolerate it? Fang Xianling shuddered. When his wife got mad, she could go to Du Ruhuai's house for that earth-shattering battle. After all, Lao Du's house was big, so it was okay for the two of them to talk at night by candlelight. But now that Du Ruhuixian has gone, few of the remaining friends can still talk to each other at night. Gritting his teeth and stamping his feet, Fang Xianling took out a wooden hairpin from his arms, then took off the jade hairpin on his head, and placed it in Lu Xian's hand with great pain. Brother Lu Xian, I have something to ask my little brother today. My little brother is proficient in cooking. I heard that he cured Lao Qin's illness. In fact, my old house also has some unspeakable secrets. Lu Xian held Fang Xianling's hairpin in his hand and looked at him with a smile. Old Fang, you know, that's another price. Money is not a problem, as long as you can cure it. You know, when I get older, I become a little unable to do what I want. Fang Sunling's voice became softer and quieter, until it finally became the size of a mosquito. Lu Xian frowned, and the fire of gossip suddenly ignited in his heart. There are 108 squares in Chang'an, and there is Lao Wang in every square. Could it be that Fang Xianling? Thinking of this, Lu Xian smiled. Don't you enjoy the 2 beauties given to you by the Holy One today? Fang Xianling had an embarrassed smile on her face. Better than nothing. Lu Xian fell into deep thought. He tried hard to find an ex-girlfriend in his previous life, preferably a male. But unfortunately, no. Old Fang, this is going to be difficult for you. When Fang Xianling heard this, he immediately felt that something was going on. If it is difficult to do, it can be done. As long as it is not impossible, there is hope. Men, if there is no feeling of conquest, what's the point? I know a man who runs a pharmacy in the south of the city. His name is Xiao Lanping. This person should have some ideas. Lao Fang, why don't you try your luck? At that time, the diner named Xiao Lanping visited Datang Hotel every 3 to 5 days. Every time he came, he would chat with Lu Xian, either about how many men he had cured this year, or how many families in Chang'an had lost their lives with his help. He fell in love with the big fat boy, his words filled with pride. There is only one possibility for him to avoid being beaten to death. He is a drug seller? Lao Fang, although beauties are nice, you can't be greedy. Fang Xianling was anxious. Brother Lu Xian, what you said is that you are still young. My old man is getting old. In the early years, my wife was too strict and there were many rules in the house. Now that I finally have the opportunity, why can't I enjoy it? Cough cough cough. Fang Xianling coughed violently, and his whole face turned red with embarrassment, but it did not affect his tough mouth at all. It is said that civil servants have the toughest mouths in their entire body, and this is true. In the main hall, when Fang Yayo saw Lu Xian and Fang Xianling talking and laughing, she came up to them. Lu Xian, I recently read an interesting story while reading. Can I tell it to you? Oh, Miss Fang, do you like reading? Just so I do. Lu Xian, what books do you like to read? Fang Yayo's eyes lit up. Well, it's nothing more than spring and autumn. Fang Yayo's big eyes sparkled with admiration. That was the spring and autumn period. I heard it was the favorite book of General Guan Yunchang during the Three Kingdoms period. He would not read it day and night. The more he looked at Lu Xian, the more Fang Yayo felt that the portraits of Lu Xian and Guan Yunchang looked a bit similar, and their faces were still red. Miss Fang, what is your story? It's about Kun. After Fang Xianling and his daughter left, Lu Xian planned to have a good sleep. After all, even with the blessing of the system, he still had to have a good rest. Opening the system panel, Lu Xian carefully checked the amount of money he currently had. 5,000 strings. This figure looks very attractive. In ancient times, especially in the Tang dynasty, this was a huge sum of money. The ancients often said that one has a lot of money around his waist, but that does not mean that he has a lot of money around his waist. It is impossible to carry it with him when he goes out. Lu Xian suddenly felt a little sad when he thought that the colored glaze he made could cost tens of thousands of yuan per piece. What if he couldn't sell it? This thing is not a luxury product for future generations. There are countless stories behind it, and there are many people who are willing to spend money to use these so-called illusory stories to show their identity. This is the Tang dynasty. This is China. People today are still very pragmatic, and consumerism is unlikely to rise. Unless, those people don't lack money, but they lack status. Lu Xian thought of a group, 5 surnames, and 7 hopes. Who is Kuang with the 5th surname? The Kui family of Qinghe, the Kui family of Boling, the Zheng family of Xingyang, the Wang family of Taiyuan, the Lu family of Fanyang, the Li family of Zhejian, and the Li family of Longzi. Even Li Shimin and Li Yuan frantically moved closer to the Zhejian Li family and the Longzi Li family, trying to prove that they were from aristocratic families. It shows that the influence of the aristocratic family cannot be underestimated in any era. But similarly, in the early Tang dynasty, the influence of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes was reduced to its lowest point due to the redistribution of power. Nowadays, the influence of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes is still there, but the power has become smaller, so that it is gradually declining. In addition, Li Shimin intends to revise the clan annals, which makes the wealthy families in the world tremble. Although Li Shimin had no way to deal with them, he kept disgusting them. The wealthy and noble families were prepared for danger in times of peace. Although they were stubborn, they became weak, even very weak, which was an indisputable fact. The people who replaced them were the new nobles in the court, Fang Xianling, Du Ruohui, Cheng Yaojin, Yu Qigong, and others. Nowadays, everyone in the 5 surnames and 7 famous clan is in danger, not because of their lives, but because of their status and reputation. This is the basis for their survival and continuous blood-sucking. At this time, they need a little bit of things to make some noise and prove themselves. Thinking of this, Lucien had an idea in his heart. If others don't buy it, they will definitely buy it, right? Lu Renayuan. As Lucien's voice fell, a faint sound came from the roof, and then a person turned over and came down. You go to Laoli and pass the message. In Ganlu Hall, Li Shimin was not asleep. The warrior in front of him was in a state of panic. Your Majesty, the price is too high. Even the ministers in the court cannot afford it even if they have a rich family background. Li Shimin said with a dark face, Duke Ying, I will give you this burden and I will definitely not treat you unfairly. You have to work harder. Wu Shigi wanted to cry but had no tears. Who the hell is stupid enough to spend 10,000 strings of colored glaze? At this moment, a voice came from outside the imperial study. Lu Ren, the general of the imperial guard, wishes to see you. Come in. Li Shimin didn't have so many complicated etiquette, and Lu Renayuan should be at the Lanshan Marquis mansion now. To be able to appear in the palace, there must be something important. Lu Renayuan took a letter, placed it in front of Li Shimin with a smile, and then quietly exited. The warrior Yu on the side was like an ant on a hot pot, sleepy, tired, anxious, and had a headache. Li Shimin picked up the letter, opened it calmly, read it for a while, and suddenly smiled. Dong Ying, there is a way out. The next morning, the official duties in the court were long and smelly. Officials of the 5th rank and above went to court every day and were already drowsy. Li Shimin glanced at everyone, but the warrior Sun was nowhere to be seen, and the corner of his mouth raised. Samurai Yu should have started to comply by now, right? At this time, in Kongai Square in Chang'an City, the warrior Yu looked at the young man in front of him with a smile. Uncle Wu, please have some tea. The young man is none other than the Zhang family of Xingyang, Zhang Yale. What a coincidence that you came here. Yesterday morning, my father returned to Xingyang, and now he is halfway there. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Warrior Yu stroked his beard, this is not a big deal. The main thing is that I have a business, and I need to talk to your father. It's not a big deal either. But since your father isn't here, it doesn't hurt to listen. After all, this is a matter of fate for the 5 surnames and Qiwang. Zhang Yale's eyes sparkled when he heard about the fortune of the 5 surnames and Qiwang. These days, when things are calmer, no one believes in that stuff. But once the family starts to take detours and bumps, some people start to believe in ghosts and gods. The Zhang family in Xingyang, whose ancestors were emperors, is the only surname formed by a former country. You know, there was a monk in Chang'an who went to the west. I heard his name is Xianzang. Zhang Yale's eyes lit up, Xianzang. No one else knows about this person, but Zhang Yale knows it very well. Luiyang Pure Land Temple, he became a monk at the age of 13. Within 3 years, he became famous all over the world. When Xianzang became famous, after arriving in Chang'an, the head of the Zhang family in Xingyang came all the way just to listen to Buddhism. Zhang Yale took a breath of cold air, his throat twitching. Master Xianzang, how? Oh, it doesn't matter. It's all a trivial matter. I heard that the monk Xianzang became a Buddha in the western regions. The warrior said calmly, took a sip of tea and said nothing. Boom? Become a Buddha? Good guy? For a moment, Zhang Yale's head was buzzing. I heard the head of the family said that Master Xianzang was a guest of the Zhang family in Xingyang. If he became a Buddha, wouldn't we, the Zhang family in Xingyang, also have to follow suit? What are you so excited about? It's not like you became a Buddha. By the way, look at this. The warrior Yun took out a brocade box from the side, which was quite big. This person came from the western regions. I heard that when Master Xianzang became a Buddha, the golden light shone all over his body, and the living dead, flesh and bones, within 1,000 miles, dead trees became spring, dry rivers regained their moisture, and dead fish regained life. Hey, Listening to this scene makes people feel relaxed and happy. It's a pity that where Master Sunzang's Buddha's light shone at that time, there were only 13 objects contaminated with Buddha nature. When Zheng Yu came, he no longer wanted to hear what was said next. His mind was filled with 13 Buddha nature objects. By the way, I heard that this is one of them. Warrior Yu sighed, as you know, I am a merchant. Although I have been an official in recent years, I still do business as usual. My family accidentally got this from a monk. The monk had not eaten or drank for a month. He held this thing forcibly and survived to the Tang dynasty. How is it possible? He didn't eat or drink for a month. Samurai Yu was digging a hole bit by bit. Zheng Yale's mouth was watering. Uncle, how about letting my nephew take a look? I'll just take a look, really, just take a look. Warrior Sun smiled. You guys are all members of your own family, so don't do so many bells and whistles. I, the Warrior Yu, know that I am not from a famous family and do not have a deep foundation. If I forcefully occupy this treasure, I will definitely suffer backlash. The virtuous live in this place, I still know a little bit about it. I heard that this thing was originally a piece of stone. When the Buddha's light shines on it, it turns into glass. The Buddha on it is so beautiful. Zheng Yale couldn't wait to open the brocade box. The next moment, he only felt that his whole body was stiff. The sun shone on the Buddha statue in the brocade box, and the glass shone with the brilliance of the sun, illuminating the entire small room brightly, as if the Buddha's light was emitting out of thin air. Zheng Yale swallowed. Uncle Wu, my nephew will report this to the head of the family. Warrior Sun nodded. That's your Zheng family. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't care. I'm a businessman, and I can't get the Buddha's glory. But this fate has arrived, and I have to collect some money. Not much, 10,000 guan. Zheng Yale's eyes were red. Don't say 10,000 guan. If what uncle said is true, what about 100,000 guan? The same plot is played out in various luxurious mansions in Chang'an. Until evening, when the warrior Yu came out of Kui's mansion wiping his sweat, his heart was still pounding. Spend money like water, really spend money like water. I don't know why, but they went crazy in front of a glass Buddha statue. Wu Shigi looked at the brocade box in his hand, opened it, and sighed at the glass Buddha statue. This thing is quite expensive, but it's far from such an outrageous price, right? Forget it, they have money, why should I, Wu Shigi, think so much? The Tang Dynasty Hotel was not open today because Shuirongui brought a lot of glass back to the Marquis mansion. In order to prevent Dazwang from smashing the glass, Lu Xian asked Lu Renayuan to take Dazwang out shopping. After a day of inventory, Lu Xian realized that it seemed that it was not difficult for his current glass factory to produce dozens or hundreds of pieces a day. The rest was sold. My lord, we have so much glass, what if we can't sell it all? Shuirongui didn't understand why glass was so expensive, and didn't know the temptation of this thing, and he kept being a curious baby. Shuirongui, you don't understand. People in Chang'an care about face. They are very particular. Our colored glaze looks simple, but as long as there is a particularity and you give them face, they will buy it. Put these rough ones together, put these exquisite ones together, and put these Buddha statues together. I heard that the temples in Chang'an are very rich. Lu Xian suddenly felt motivated when he thought of the monks. Starting tomorrow, let them get more colored glaze for Buddha statues. Find the best painters in Chang'an, paint Buddha statues, such as thousand-handed Guanyin and smile with a flower, and sell them to the temples. Shuirongui scratched his head, and the whole person fell into extreme confusion. Why did the Marquis suddenly become interested in those monks? There are too many Buddha statues. For every 5 colored glazes, there are 3 Buddha statues, with different shapes and strange shapes, beautiful, ugly, and ferocious. You must think, why would those monks buy Buddha statues? Diamond suit. Shuirongui nodded, that's the truth. Yes, Marquis, the monks live on alms, and the temples rely on the people's incense. They should not have much money, right? Lu Xian glanced at Shuirongui, not knowing how to answer. Shuirongui, how did you make a living before? Shuirongui was a little confused by Lu Xian's sudden question, but he still smiled and answered, my lord, I used to farm. Since my family fell into decline, I started farming. I was still young at that time, and the family always had insufficient food. It got better later. Lu Xian nodded, and then said, how many people can you feed by farming? When Shuirongui heard this, His face blushed. My lord, I am a little embarrassed to answer your question. In fact, I have a big appetite and I am always hungry. If I eat more, other people in the family will not be full. It can be considered as supporting a family of several people. Xueronggui's wife has now arrived in Chang'an and lives in the side courtyard of the Marquis's mansion. At least he doesn't have to worry about having enough food now. Then think about another question. It's so difficult for you to support 3 or 5 people. There are thousands of monks in the temples, especially the temples in Chang'an, which are more luxurious than each other. The food, clothing, daily repairs, and money and grain consumption are not a small amount. Xueronggui had never thought about this question before. When Lucian mentioned it, suddenly something in his mind was opened. My lord, do you mean? The temple is very rich. Lucian smiled but said nothing. In Chang'an now, there are 2 types of the richest people. One is the aristocratic family that has accumulated wealth for many years and has survived the changes of dynasties. The other is the temple that has been standing for many years and dynasties. Seeing that Xueronggui was still confused, Lucian continued to throw out a question. Xueronggui, can you afford a house in Chang'an? Xueronggui grinned and became shy. Only at this time will a man face reality. When bragging, he is fearless and wants to reach the moon in the sky and catch turtles in the 5 oceans, but how many people can do it? When it comes to buying a house, Xueronggui becomes honest. My lord, you are joking. Buying a house in Chang'an is no different from climbing to the sky. Lucian nodded. Look, it's not easy to live in Chang'an. It's even more difficult to buy a house. Let's not talk about how much you can earn. The price of a house in Chang'an changes every year. A place like Qinglongfang is already relatively remote and out of reach for ordinary people, let alone a place like Xinguofang. But guess how the officials in Chang'an solved this problem? Xueronggui immediately became energetic. He felt that according to what the Lord said, there seemed to be a way in Chang'an that allowed ordinary officials to afford their own houses. Others can do it, why can't I? For a while, Xueronggui's attention was highly focused. Xueronggui, must remember the method that the Marquis said, just in case it works. Marquis, how did they do it? Lucian smiled mysteriously. Let me tell you a story. An official in Chang'an worked hard for many years and finally saved a small sum of money. At this time, he was less than 40 years old. But a family, wife, children, and old people can't live in a crowded small room, right? As an official, he must have his own dignity. What do you think this person will do? Xueronggui scratched his head and shook his head. Marquis, do they have any special way to make money? Lucian shook his head. In Chang'an, there is a temple called Jialan Temple, which specializes in this. In Jialan Temple, there are countless money, and every time it is loaned, the interest is very high. The money loaned is called merit, and the interest is called blessing. In Chang'an, if an official has no money but wants to buy a house, he can find someone to guarantee and borrow money. When Xueronggui heard this, sweat was all over his forehead. My lord, is this possible? Lucian nodded and said with a smile, do you know that they can earn half more money by just passing their money from one hand to the other? Officials in Chang'an work hard, but few of them save money all year round. If they spend money lavishly, they will owe more money. Xueronggui didn't dare to think about this kind of thing. Thinking that he would owe a lot of debts and have to pay nearly half of the money more, he felt unhappy immediately. The house in Chang'an, even if it was just an ordinary house, the price was not something Xueronggui could afford. Damn it, so this is how they make money. Lucian continued to stir up trouble. Do you think we can make money from them? Yes. Do you want to make a lot of money? Yes. Do you dare to do this? Xueronggui straightened his chest. My lord, as long as you tell me how to do it, I will do it immediately. Lucian smiled at this time. Don't worry, let them worry for 2 more days. The Tang Dynasty restaurant was not open today, but it did not affect Lucian's idea of making something delicious. After sending Xueronggui to the glass factory, Lucian was busy in the kitchen. The weather was cold, and it was the best time to eat mutton. Yaya and Dazwang were probably tired from playing today. It was getting late, so it was just right for them to eat something good. When Lucian opened the system, he saw the price of a whole sheep and was stunned for a moment. The system was really conscientious. A pound of meat from a sheep only cost 5 coins, and buying a whole sheep only cost 500 coins. Looking at the mutton in the system, a whole sheep must weigh at least 200 to 300 pounds, right? It was a big profit. Lucien thought that the price difference was to make money from others, but he never expected that he could also make money from the system. The whole sheep had been skinned and lay quietly on the board in front of Lucien. Seeing the quality of the meat on the sheep, Lucien couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Such a fat sheep, I don't know where it was raised. It must not be a place with abundant water and grass. According to an ex-girlfriend of Lucien who studied agriculture, beef and mutton raised in places with abundant water and grass are not delicious. Only sheep raised in semi-desert areas taste very good. Lucien remembered that this ex-girlfriend who studied agriculture was from Xylan Gol. In her words, this sheep drank spring water when it was born, and ate Chinese medicinal herbs that grew everywhere, including nearly 300 kinds of precious and important herbs, as well as leguminous plants. It was pickled from a young age, so when it grew up, it must have been pickled thoroughly, right? Compared with sheep from other places, mutton from semi-desert areas has a compact texture, uniform fat, delicious taste, attractive color, rich nutrition, and is a true green food. Even if you use the mutton bones over there to make soup, it tastes great. Those well-developed bones, people who don't know better think they are cow bones. Looking at the red and white texture of the meat, which was almost layered, Lucien knew that it was almost the same blood as the specialty mutton brought to him by his ex-girlfriend who was studying at the agricultural university. Lucien knows how delicious this kind of mutton is. In today's Tang dynasty, there is no such mutton anyway. After thousands of years of evolution, coupled with the special topography, a unique special mutton has been formed. There are still very few in the Tang dynasty. People in the Tang dynasty could not afford mutton, and those who could afford it basically ate prairie sheep and those raised in captivity at home. Thinking of this, Lucien decided to take action. At this moment, he seemed to miss the taste of the past. I don't know whether I miss the taste of my ex-girlfriend who studied agriculture or the taste of mutton. Lucien took a deep breath and raised the indestructible knife high. Yaya and Dezhuang changed into new clothes today. This is the third consecutive day that they have worn new clothes every day in the past few days. Dezhuang likes black robes. Black clothes can make him look thinner. After wearing black clothes and going out for a walk today, Dezhuang, who still had nowhere to express his ancient strength, was chopping firewood seriously in the yard. In the past, Dezhuang chopped firewood to support his family. After all, someone in the family had to contribute. Things are different now. There are servants in the family, and Dezhuang still has to chop wood. It's just that there is too much energy and I can't use it up. Yaya is different. She is wearing a red coat with jingling bells hanging on it. When she walks, she hears a jingle. The bell rings. What did the 4-year-old girl know? When she heard the clear and sweet bells, she wanted to put two on Lucien. Of course Lucien sternly refused. After all, men in Chang'an are the most low-key, and no one likes having bells on their bodies. The key is that it is noisy no matter where you go. It is really inconvenient. How do you want Lao Wang to live? Yaya and Dezhuang were playing together, and the sound of clanking was still in the front yard, but at some point, they were already in the backyard. At this time, Lucien looked at the mutton floating in the cauldron and the soft undulating pine wood, and raised the corners of his mouth. There are many secrets to cooking mutton. The most critical one was taught by my ex-girlfriend step by step, euphemistically called it a skill passed down from ancestors. Let the big pot cook like this first. Lucien opened the door to get some air. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Dezhuang and Yaya squatting at the door, with expectant smiles on their faces, and the corners of their mouths flowing with dissatisfaction. The two little guys held their heads high and looked stubbornly at Lucien and the kitchen, their noses twitching constantly. On the ground in front of him, there was already a pool of water stains that looked unsightly. Bada, bada. Lucien took out the handkerchief from his sleeve robe and walked to Yaya. You are a girl and you have to pay attention to your image. How can you let your mouth water? Come on, raise your head, otherwise your saliva will fall off. Dezhuang couldn't hold back anymore. When he lowered his head, the saliva in his mouth surged out as if a dam had burst. Wow! Outside the courtyard where the kitchen is located, there are a few strange heads lying under the circular arch. They are all Jin Wui's gang. Since they became the servants of the Ho mansion, they found that they have become gossipy. My nose is sharper, my eyes are better, my food tastes better, and I have gained some fat on my body. Today, when they were busy working, they suddenly smelled an indescribable fragrance, and they all became excited instantly. Among the 10 guards, the eldest one is Zhao Deu. Jin Wu has been a guard for 10 years and is over 30 years old this year. He is the first one to smell the fragrance today. At this time, he was lying on the wall, one foot hanging lightly on the branch, and his body was slightly suspended, as if floating in midair. This skill is one of the reasons why he has been able to serve in Jinryu Guard for so long. Deo, what is it? It's so fragrant. What kind of meat is it? Zhao Deo was anxious after being asked, and his mouth was watering uncontrollably, but the door to Master Ho's kitchen was tightly closed. Who knew what was being cooked inside, but it must be the best delicacy in the world. Why are you so anxious? If the money doesn't come, why are you so anxious? If you are in such a hurry, the money will definitely not come. He blushed when the money didn't come. It was true that he had been unable to save money for so many years. At this time, it seemed that it had an extremely important relationship with his name. Another guard said calmly, "Why does it feel like mutton to me?" This person's name is Li Si, and he was once a good soldier in the army. Since joining the Jinryu Guard, he has developed some bad habits. For example, if he has some money, he will go to Gulen to listen to music, and he will go with the money. You say this, how can you save money if you don't have money? 10 people gathered outside, each with extremely fanatical eyes. It must be mutton, the taste is unmistakable. My family used to raise sheep, I'm sure I won't be wrong. Li Si said firmly. But why does this mutton taste different from ordinary mutton? Isn't it too fragrant? Imperial City, internal money. Li Shimin stroked his beard with satisfaction. Okay, it's time to send money to Lucian. The guard in charge of managing the treasury on the side was so excited. This is the first time in so many years that he feels that there is so much money in the treasury. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Li Shimin looked up, very proud. His fingers inadvertently brushed the gold decorations placed on the shelf, and the whole person became excited. It is said that money and beauty can make men burst into infinite passion, and this is true. Let's go, move 30,000 strings, and go to the Lanshan Marquis Mansion. In the Fang Mansion, Fang Xianling looked at Lu happily, sitting on a horse and a golden sword. Lu changed her usual arrogance today, and looked at Fang Xianling shyly, with an indescribable brightness in her eyes. Master, are you going out later? Lu asked while taking a robe for Fang Xianling. Fang Xianling sighed, Madam, I made an appointment with Lu Xian a few days ago to make a nourishing medicine for you. I'll go get it today. No, I should have gotten it yesterday. You knows that Lu Xian was busy yesterday and forgot it. Today is the right time to get it for you to nourish your body. You have worked hard for the family for so many years. Speaking of this, Fang Xianling looked doting. At this time, Fang Xianling was full of gratitude to Lu Xian. The drug dealer named Xiao Lanping really has something. Outside the Lanshan Marquis Mansion, Li Shimin looked at the figure walking across from him, his face full of doubts. When the people across from him saw Li Shimin, their eyes were a little timid and even more suspicious. Lao Fang, you're not sleeping this late at night, what are you doing here? Fang Xianling blushed, looking at the 3 huge boxes placed behind Li Shimin, and then at the box behind her, her face even more embarrassed. Your Majesty, Chen, I have something important to do with Marquis Lanshan. In an instant, Li Shimin's heart was burning with gossip. These days, a newly promoted Marquis, who doesn't like the excitement, suddenly has people he frequently interacts with. Could it be that he is trying to win over others so quickly? Lao Fang, what important thing can you ask Lu Xian for? Oh, Lao Fang, you always half-speak what you say. Let me listen to what you say. We, Lao Li, are not the kind of people who talk nonsense. I will definitely keep it tight for you. Fang Xianling blushed, scratched her neck, and was speechless. Can you talk about this? Even if you can tell it, can you tell it to Your Majesty? Tell Your Majesty, it would be better to post notices directly in Chang'an City. Your Majesty, why are you here late at night? Li Shimin was stunned for a moment, and then smiled unnaturally. Ahem, Lao Fang, why are you asking so many questions? Why are you acting like a talkative woman? How can we talk about everything between men, right? Fang Xianling, you are noble, you are amazing. Outside the gate of the Ho Mansion, Li Shimin and Fang Xianling did not see a single guard. Even at the door, the guard seemed to be missing. The two of them pushed open the door of the Ho Mansion curiously, and suddenly understood. The moment they opened the door, The night wind carried a scent that lightly entered their nostrils. Hiss! Li Shimin gasped for no reason. As long as he inhaled enough, the fragrance in the air would not escape his mouth and nose. Feng Xianling was not so exaggerated, she just kept pursed her lips. Don't lower your head, the saliva will fall off. Don't smile, the mouth will spray. The two looked at each other and rushed towards the backyard kitchen. Just 2 steps out, Li Shimin heard a burst of shouting. The voice was not in Lucien's house, but in the neighbor's. It's late at night cooking again. Do you have any conscience? I just fell asleep. I was drooling in my dream. My wife thought I wet the bed. The sound seemed to come from the east. To the west, the voice was even more unpleasant, like rough porcelain scraping on an iron plate. The hoarseness contained anger. I can't sleep at night. My husband said that I can live to be 90 years old. If I die early, what are you doing this late at night? Those who eat must pay for it. This voice seems to sound familiar. Li Shimin pricked up his ears, and various sounds came and went in the quiet Xinguofang. The shrew scolded, Who, that's too much. My children won't even eat the food I cook now. Angrily, which brother poisoned me at night? It was you last time. I didn't dare to have sex with my wife for several days. This smell is just right. Li Shimin was very satisfied, saying that what Lucien was doing was the best in the world. The night wind was blowing on my body, which made me feel a bit chilly. After walking a few steps, Li Shimin saw 10 figures lying on the courtyard wall. Ahem, what are you doing here? Boom! Li Shimin's voice suddenly appeared, and in an instant, 10 people were in a hurry, rolling and crawling, falling to the ground, getting up quickly, and disappeared in a flash. Just now, they were concentrating on looking at what was in the kitchen, their mouths were watering, and they were all beginning to imagine what kind of delicious food the Marquis would make. Suddenly, an upright voice came from behind. It's like you are walking in a cemetery and keep telling yourself, if you are upright, you will not be afraid of a crooked shadow. If you are upright, you will not be afraid of a crooked shadow. You are about to walk out of the cemetery, the nerves in your whole body are tense, and the pores in your body are beginning to stretch. When you are just a few steps away from the place where every sound is terrifying, you have a look on your face that looks like you are surviving a disaster. When smiling, suddenly, someone pulls your shoulder from behind. Why don't you leave without eating something? The 10 guards all felt their legs weaken and their breathing almost stopped. Feng Xianling and Li Shimin stood outside the door with their hands behind their backs, looking towards the yard where the kitchen was. The fragrance is fragrant, and it seems to have a faint medicinal scent. Lao Feng, you go first. Master, please go first, my legs and feet are not flexible. The first person to enter, Lucien will definitely say, why do you have such a sharp nose? Li Shimin didn't want to be the first. Feng Xianling obviously didn't want to either. The monarch and his ministers looked at me and I looked at you. They stood firmly in place, refusing to move a step. His throat was loose and he looked very embarrassed as he kept swallowing saliva. But when he entered the courtyard where the kitchen was located, his eyes shone like a starving ghost, which made him even more embarrassed. At this moment, a childish voice came. Uncle who gets drunk after just one drink, here you are. Here comes the uncle who gets drunk after just one drink. Yaya didn't know when she appeared at the door, and she shouted excitedly when she saw Li Shimin. Li Shimin's expression remained unchanged and he glanced at Feng Xianling. Old Feng, I'm talking about you. Feng Xianling shook his head repeatedly, mumbling, Impossible, master, this is about you. When Lucien walked out leisurely, he saw Li Shimin and Feng Xianling, and couldn't help laughing. The two were like nails to the ground. They leaned forward and their necks were full of blue veins, but they refused to take a step forward. Old Feng, what are you two doing? Is there something sticking to your feet on the ground? Li Shimin is worthy of being an emperor, and he is also worthy of being a ruthless man who can launch the Sunwoo Gate. He is thick-skinned and can eat meat. Without any hesitation on his face, he walked directly towards Lucien and gave him a big hug. My dear brother, I am a little abrupt for coming here uninvited. But I brought you some good things. Li Shimin waved his hand behind him, and soon, the big boxes were lifted up. The 3 huge boxes were not light at first glance, and there must be heavy good things inside. This is the recent profit, 30% for you, and there will be more later. Li Shimin and Lucien smiled at each other. Feng Xianling was embarrassed at this time. He also brought a box, which was also full of good things that were not cheap, but the box was too small. When he saw Fang Xuanling's people put the box on the ground, Li Shimin smiled contemptuously. Old Fang, put down your little thing, it's so small, don't take it out to show off. Fang Xianling ignored Li Shimin and smiled at Lu Xian. Thank you, little brother Lu Xian, for your guidance. This small gift is not a sign of respect. Lu Xian smiled. Old Fang, you're too polite. Fang Xianling was not polite at all. She looked at Li Shimin calmly, and then slowly said to Lu Xian, Brother Lu Xian, this is not a trivial matter. If you can help my old house solve such a big matter, I definitely can't come empty-handed. Lu Xian smiled and nodded. Lu Xian, Lao Fang, what are you talking about? Li Shimin suddenly became curious. Could it be that there is some ulterior deal between Lu Xian and Fang Xianling? Lu Xian didn't say anything, and Fang Xianling smiled and said nothing. It's so hidden, how can you bring it out? Why don't you two keep silent? You're making me anxious. Li Shimin scratched his head, impatient. At this moment, he was not an emperor, but an ordinary middle-aged gossip in Chang'an. If you don't tell me, don't tell me. Lu Xian, I have to taste the food you are eating today. This taste is familiar but also a little strange. Is it mutton? Lu Xian smiled, then please. The 3 huge boxes that Li Shimin brought were all filled with copper coins. After Lu Xian took a look at them, he had them moved into the warehouse. Fang Xuanling's box is more refined, unlike Li Shimin's rough box, which looks like it contains heavy objects. The quaint little box is filled with calligraphy and paintings by famous artists. In the backyard, Yaya and Dezhuang sat obediently. Not only did they wear scarves themselves, but they also wore scarves for Li Shimin and Fang Xianling. It's just that Yaya's hands are a little light and she won't tie knots. The scarf strap around Li Shimin's neck can be loosened if nothing happens. But Fang Xuanling's side was different. Dezhuang was a bit strong, so he tied the rope in a tight knot while laughing. Now Fang Xianling rolled her eyes, as if someone had grabbed Fate by the throat, and she felt uncomfortable. It wasn't until Lu Xian came over and easily untied the knot that he let out a long breath. When the weather is cold, there's nothing better than a bowl of mutton soup to warm you up. Special mutton bones, with the blessing of special kitchen utensils, have been simmered for several hours. The soup, which was originally like clear water, has now turned white. In the huge sea bowl, the sliced mutton exudes a unique fragrance. It is sprinkled with chopped green onion, coriander, special spice foam, a little green salt, and then a piece of Lu Xian's special mutton oil chili cubes. Condensed with fat and chili, lying quietly at the bottom of the bowl, like a young girl taking off her clothes, waiting to release herself. The moment a spoonful of mutton soup was poured on them, Li Shimin and Fang Xianling suddenly looked up in the direction of the kitchen. Their bodies quickly became restless. Lao Fang, do you feel anything? Master, what is that? It seems like something is moving. Yes. Li Shimin's eyes burned, it's our hearts that are moving. Fang Xianling took a deep breath and tried not to tilt her body. Master, if this smell had been there on that night, I'm afraid there would be no need to bleed. No one can say anything about the Sunwu Gate, but only 2 people can say it. One is named Du Ruhui and the other is named Fang Xianling. Both of them were the ones who made the final decision for Li Shimin. At this time, Fang Xianling mentioned the night at Sunwu Gate and compared it with the taste of mutton soup. For a moment, Li Shimin's face stiffened. No one has mentioned it in a long time. But it seems that Lao Fang was right. If that night, I had prepared such a delicious delicacy from heaven and earth and made soup outside Sunwu Gate, I guess there would be no need to bleed. A bowl of mutton soup, and the military power is already in your hands. Do not believe? Now ask Qin Kaiang, if you were allowed to eat such delicious food every day, but you had to give up your current status, would you be willing? Qin Kaiang must be willing. He was already old. During the battle at Sunwu Gate, many people from Li Jiancheng and Li Yuanji were also old and no longer young. The maids shook their bodies and placed the mutton soup in front of the 2 of them. At this time, Dezhuang and Yaya were impatient, but they couldn't bear to have guests at home. Yaya looked at Lu Xian anxiously, especially when she saw Lu Xian walking leisurely. She stamped her feet anxiously. Hurry up, can I eat it? Dezhuang was relatively calm, raising his head and swallowing quietly. Li Shimin moved his index finger, as if there were ants crawling under his feet. Lu Xian, why does this soup smell so delicious? Lu Xian looked at the 2 of them with a smile. you came at the right time today. This pot of soup has 30 years of skill and is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Feng Xianling rolled up her sleeves, held on to her beard, pouted her lips, stuck her head out, and took a gentle sip from the edge of the ocean bowl. In an instant, a fresh and spicy feeling rushed straight to my forehead. At this moment, the night became warmer. Good soup, this mutton soup is unparalleled in the world. Lu Xian put the cut shredded pancake in front of him into the mutton soup with a smile. Gudu. The shredded cake, at this moment, hungrily absorbed everything in the mutton soup, and bursts of bubbles appeared. After a while, I was full. Lu Xian picked up the chopsticks, picked up the shredded pancake, rolled up a piece of mutton with chopped green onion and coriander on it, and put it into his mouth. The juice flowed down the corners of her mouth, making Feng Xianling and Li Shimin restless. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Yaya is young and not as efficient as others in eating, but she eats deliciously. The same goes for De Zhuang. If De Zhuang were to do food broadcasting in the future, I'm afraid all the broadcasters in the world would have to beg for food. If such a person does food broadcasting, others will have no way to survive. Today's Li Shimin and Feng Xianling are even more exaggerated than De Zhuang. A bowl of soup was cleaned up in less than 3 minutes, and even the bottom of the bowl was licked clean. Lu Xian, where is the pot? I'll go get it myself. Lu Xian waved his hand. Hey, Lao Li, Lao Feng, leave it there, I'll do it. After a while, 3 bowls of soup were eaten, and Feng Xianling and Li Shimin were excited and full. At this time, Li Shimin finally realized one thing: he was full. It felt like something was slowly coming out of his throat. He had to look up, stand up, and stamp his feet hard a few times before it subsided a little. Lu Xian, I came here for another thing today. You want to build a house in Lanshan, right? Let's find some time to go and have a look tomorrow afternoon. I've found the best feng shui master in the world for you. Li Shimin blinked his eyes, as if he meant something. When Lu Xian heard this, he put down his chopsticks. Old Li, have you really thought it through? Li Shimin nodded firmly. Think about it. Borrowing money from our ancestors is a pleasant thing. After all, who doesn't want to get something for nothing? In ancient times, Cao Mend, a gold captain, took the restoration of the Han dynasty as his own mission and borrowed military pay from his ancestors. Today, Li Shimin has great ambitions and borrows some small money from his ancestors to use it for the people. Quite reasonable, right? Feng Xianling was confused at the side. You too, what are you talking about? Lu Xian said nothing and smiled without saying a word. Li Shimin patted Feng Xianling on the shoulder. Old Feng, it's okay, you will definitely benefit. Now that he was rich, the only thing left was to pay benefits. Li Shimin felt more motivated and made another bowl of mutton soup before leaving happily. Feng Xianling took away 2 bowls with a smile, then exchanged the code with Lu Xian and left excitedly. Late at night, Lu Xian suddenly realized that he had opened a Pandora's door. What if Li Shimin can't stop? That's all, I don't want to think about it that much anymore. I can't keep the money in the warehouse anymore. It's time to store it in the system. The next morning, it was dawn. A carriage stopped outside Li Yuan's palace gate. As soon as Li Lizi entered Dun Palace, she felt a chill. Grandpa, why don't you light the stove? Li Yuan was stunned. Stove? What it is? Li Lizi looked at the palace maid aside. Where is the stove? Why is there no stove? It's so cold. What if the emperor freezes? The palace maid knelt on the ground tremblingly. Your Royal Highness, the Supreme Emperor threw aside the stove that His Majesty sent over. Only then did Li Lizi notice that in the direction the maids were pointing, there was a pile of dark things and an iron stove. Li Yuan rubbed his eyes, looked at it for a long time, and finally smiled happily. So, this is the stove in Lu Xian's house. I thought it was Erlang who was plotting to kill me. Well, someone, please light up the stove. This Dun Palace is too cold, so it will be warm. When Li Lizi heard this, she was very excited. She touched the bulging spot on her waist and pulled Li Yuan's arm with a smile. Grandpa, shall we go and listen to a story today? As soon as Li Yuan heard the word story, he immediately became confused. Go, you must go. Grandpa overslept yesterday and forgot about this. He didn't sleep well last night. So I don't know how Takejiro will punish adulterers and adulterers. Li Yuan gritted his teeth and felt itchy in his heart. The story of water margin is indeed a magical tool of ancient storytellers. Halfway through telling a story, Some people will scratch their heads, and they will be unable to fall asleep by rubbing against the edge of the Kong at night. After you finish speaking, they will feel prickly in their hearts and want to hear what it means to act on behalf of heaven. Today we are going to eat at the Datang Hotel. I have already bought a seat, Li Lizi said excitedly. Yesterday, he specially asked someone to buy a seat in front of Lu Renayuan. The only way to have a good meal is to eat in the Datang Hotel. In Sikong Mansion, Chang Soonwuji had just taken a sip of tea when he heard a crisp voice. Daddy, I'm back. Chang Soonwuji's youngest daughter, Chang Soon-ying, just went to visit her aunt and happened to be back today. Chang Soon-ying's face was rosy, and she didn't look tired at all. Her whole person was like a hibiscus emerging from clear water, fresh and refined. Chang Soonwuji squinted his eyes, and a fatherly smile appeared on his face. Only in front of his little daughter, Chang Soonwuji's face didn't have the slightest hint of pity. Father, why do you look so old lately? What's going on? Is your brother angry with you again? Chang Soonwuji stroked his beard and shook his head. Tell me about you. After finally coming back, you know how to talk about your brother. Don't mention him. Hey. Upon hearing Chang Soonwuji's words, Chang Soonying instantly realized that something seemed to have gone wrong with his brother, Chang Soon-chong. Dad, brother, what's going on over there? The most troublesome thing for Chang Soonwuji recently may be the matter of Chang Soon-chong. What is Chang Soon-chong? He is a relative of the emperor, the son of an uncle, and a lord passed down from generation to generation. To put it bluntly, as long as you don't bother, just lie down, marry a princess, and be hereditary, it is all a simple matter. In the Li and Tang dynasties, no one could become the favored son of heaven more easily than Chang Sun-chong. But Zhang Soon-chong just smashed such a good hand. He can obviously lie down and wait for so many good things to happen to him. Even if he is really ignorant and unskilled, people in the world will praise him, compliment him, and spread his good name. But the problem is that he is unwilling to give in and wants to make his own way. If Lu Xian knew what Chang Soon-chong was thinking, he would be reminded of what the rich generation in later generations who have made money are most afraid of. They are not afraid of their descendants making random things, but they are afraid that their descendants will seriously invest in ventures. Chang Soon-chong now belongs to this kind of person. Now it seems that marrying the princess has to be let go. Princess Changle, His Majesty's favorite daughter, is gone. In addition, Chang Soon-chong has been too aggressive in Chang'an recently and is always causing trouble. Chang Soonwuji has clearly felt that His Majesty's attitude has changed. Is this a headache? That's all, Yinger, you just came back, go and have a good rest. Or you can go out for a walk. My father has important things to do today. I'll be back later. Let's have something good to eat. Cheng Sunying shook her head and sighed. Her father was so kind and amiable, but he was always busy. There were so many officials in the court. Why did he have to work so hard alone? Holding a bulging waste bag, Cheng Sunying decided to find some delicious food in Chang'an by herself. On weekdays, she was tired of eating at Runfenglo in the East Market and Fengzexuan in the south of the city. She heard that the West Market always gave people surprises. Why not go and have a look? Thinking of this, Cheng Sunying's mouth curled up. There were the most strange things in the West Market. It's not too much to bring a golden cake, right? Outside the Tang Dynasty Hotel, people queuing up early in the morning were yawning. But unlike the past few days, the people queuing today were much calmer. A few days ago, they were afraid that someone would take their place in the queue. Today, they were calmer than each other, and some were even tidying up their hair. When Lu Renayuan appeared at the door with a golden sword, Luo Wanggu and Ying Liufang, who were at the front of the queue, immediately stood up. Hey, are we going to open the door? Lu Renayuan looked at the two suspiciously. The thin guy was better. He always yawned when queuing. Why did this square-faced scholar look so dishonest? Luo Wanggu, how come you two can always be the first in line? Luo Wanggu looked at Lu Renayuan with a smile. Hey, my dad said that the early bird catches the worm. Lu Renayuan rolled his eyes at the two. If he had used this energy to study, he would have become an official now, right? Lu Renayuan rolled his eyes at the two of them. You two are really good at studying, but you are good at eating. Luo Wanggu and Ying Liufang looked at each other, and smiled and bowed to Lu Renayuan. We will take office in a year or two. The journey is long, and the mountains and rivers are long. Not to mention whether we can eat such delicious food, let alone whether we can come back. Before leaving, You must eat well, come here every day, come here every day. Luo Wanggu's face showed a distressing look, as if he had suffered great grievances. Lu Renayuan took a look. My goodness, such a person can be an official? What's wrong with the Tang dynasty now? When Lu Renayuan thought about how many selections he had gone through and how much suffering he had suffered, he was a little unhappy. But Luo Wanggu and Yang Liufang were obviously not the kind of high-profile ones. Lu Tiaoyu, you have to keep this secret. We didn't tell anyone, but I told you. Lu Renayuan nodded. You two boys are sensible. Taking the bulging purse handed over by the two, Lu Renayuan smiled with satisfaction. With such talented people, the Tang dynasty will prosper. No matter where you go, you will be like Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. Luo Wanggu and Yang Liufang were very happy to hear this. After smiling and bowing to Lu Renayuan, they entered the Tang dynasty hotel. The temperature in the hotel today seemed a little higher than usual. Luo Wanggu walked in and smiled immediately. Damn, big brother, you added a stove. Lu Xian was smiling and directing the maids to put a big pot on the stove so that they could boil water. When she heard Luo Wanggu's words, she was stunned. Aren't you too afraid of the cold? The weather is different now. Didn't you see frost on the bluestone slabs this morning? Luo Wanggu grinned and put his hand into his clothes with a smile. Big brother, come and touch it, there are good things in it. Yang Liufang also had a lewd smile on his face. Yes, big brother, I have a treasure to show you too. Lu Xian was speechless. The two of you are really a pair of talented people. Runfengla and Feng Zexuan are still so famous in Chang'an with the two of you. I'm afraid you did something to save the people in your previous life? No need to touch. What do you want to eat today? Both of them had booked the whole year, and they were not in a hurry at all. Brother, I want to eat mapo tofu. Brother, I want to eat dongpo pork. This is where the dream of both of us began. As soon as these words came out, the diners behind laughed one by one. Lu Xian bowed to the crowd. Please wait a moment, and let's take the dishes one by one after the name of the dishes. Among the people in the queue today, Lu Xian saw many new faces. These should all be new guests, right? Among the people in the queue, a woman and an old man were looking around. Changle, how long will it take? The people in the Datang restaurant eat too slowly. Li Lizzie covered her mouth and laughed when she heard it. Grandpa, you are so serious when you eat. Why do you think you eat too fast, and when it comes to others, you think they are too slow? Li Yuan's face flushed slightly. After all, he is a well-known person. It is indeed inappropriate to be so double-standard. I am worried about their health. I am not the kind of person who only thinks about myself. They eat so slowly, they must eat a lot. There is a saying that a person can only eat a limited amount of food in his lifetime. Once he finishes eating, he can't eat anymore. Li Lizzie shook her head, not quite understanding what Li Yuan meant. Grandpa, why can't they eat anymore? Of course they can't eat anymore. People are lying in coffins, what can they eat? Li Yuan looked at the surging crowd, and his eyes swept over those who were watching but didn't line up, but kept looking into the Datang hotel. In life, we always have to eat and drink well. Datang will only have a few days of good life. Just as Li Yuan was sighing, a strange woman appeared outside the crowd. It's not that this woman is special. She is just an ordinary Tang dynasty dress, and she is vigorous and vigorous. He walked towards the Datang hotel with big strides. What was strange to her was that the Datang restaurant only served 100 guests a day. Generally speaking, reservations had been made the day before, or if you came early, you could have a meal. She just rushed in out of nowhere, with her mouth raised, extremely confident, not caring about the strange looks people gave her. Boss, what delicious food do you have here? The woman was Chang Sun-ying. Chang Sun-wuji's youngest daughter had been waiting to be married for many years, but unfortunately she was lively and well-educated, but she liked folk stories. This time, she heard that her aunt had some books about strange stories, so she went there to live for a month. Chang Sun-ying looked around, and the entire Datang restaurant was full of people, but no one paid attention to her. She wanted to find a seat to sit down, but found that there was no seat at all. This restaurant is also strange, why is there no one to serve it? Chang Sun-ying had never seen such a strange restaurant. Today, she strolled on the street and walked a few steps. She saw a lot of people gathered outside the door of the Datang restaurant. On a whim, she came in. As soon as I entered the door, I found that this place was different from other restaurants. In other restaurants, as long as she enters the door, there must be waiters or something to greet her, but it is different in the Daetang restaurant. There are many diners, almost filling every seat, but there are only a few women wearing strange clothes, walking back and forth, adding tea and water, but no one pays attention to her. This makes Chang Soon-ying, who has been held in the palm of her hand since she was a child, a little impatient. Is there anyone? At this time, a middle-aged man in a seat in front of Chang Soon-ying smiled and stroked his beard. Little girl, eating in the Daetang restaurant is not like this. When Chang Soon-ying heard what the man said, she was immediately unhappy. I, Chang Soon-ying, have traveled all over the country and have seen the world. There are thousands of restaurants in Chang'an, which one I have not tasted. I am tired of eating in Fengzakshuan and Runfenglu, and have never seen such a weird place. Oh, then tell me, what's going on? The middle-aged man smiled indifferently. You have to go to the queue first. Chang Soon-ying frowned, glanced suspiciously at the long line outside the door, and finally realized something. When I walked in just now, those eyes were on me, not because of my natural beauty. At this moment, a woman swayed her body, carrying a wooden tray, and slowly walked out and placed it on the table near the door. Guest, this is the dongpo pork and mapo tofu you ordered. Please enjoy. In an instant, Chang Soon-ying, who had a sharp nose since childhood, felt that her whole body was filled with something. This taste. Hiss. It's an unprecedented feeling. She stood there blankly, her nose twitching slightly, and her whole body seemed to be pulled by something. She began to lean towards the two plates involuntarily. Although the contents of the two plates had not yet revealed their true colors, her body reaction had already explained everything. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. A woman's mouth is a lie. A rotten old woman is very bad, and a hero sheds tears in vain. But a woman's body will never lie. This feeling of wanting to refuse but also wanting to welcome appeared in Chang Soon-ying for the first time. Ahem. Girl, please line up outside, how about that? Chang Soon-ying swallowed her saliva, her throat was wet, and she wanted to speak, but she found that her mouth seemed to be filled with something, and she could only make a vague sound. Outside the door, the people in line seemed to have been released at this time, and their nostrils were flapping, and they were no longer in a hurry. The food has already been served, so it won't be long before they can enjoy the delicious food. Just like winter has come, can spring be far away? Li Lizi and Li Yuan rubbed their hands, and several guards not far away stared at the crowd, standing somewhere outside the crowd. As long as there was something inappropriate in front of the princess and the emperor, they would rush out to protect them immediately. An hour later, Li Lizi and Li Yuan finally lined up in front of the door. Li Yuan let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. In recent years, he has been busy giving birth to children, and his body has become a little weak. In addition, he is old and has been standing for a long time, so his body is really a little bit uncomfortable. When Lu Renayuan saw Li Yuan, his face stiffened for a while, and then he returned to his normal expression. Welcome. The maids were wearing warm winter cheongsams, and there were some strange socks in the slit clothes. For a while, Li Yuan was a little distracted. This Daetang hotel is something. No wonder Lu Xian has to limit it and only entertain 100 people a day. Li Lizi stuck out her tongue mischievously. Grandpa, please go first. Li Yuan nodded, with his hands behind his back, as if he was entering his own home. As soon as he entered the door, all kinds of delicious aromas that made people salivate were like a flood of beasts rushing towards him, instantly breaking through Li Yuan's defenses. Damn it! How can I eat in the future after eating your food? Li Yuan had just sat down, and he hadn't started to use his chopsticks, and he hadn't even started to order dishes, but he was already getting anxious. He glanced at other diners' tables when he had nothing to do. Changle, what is that person eating? Grandpa, have you forgotten the mapo tofu you ate last time? Oh, mapo tofu, I didn't pay attention that day, I was just busy eating. Li Yuan concentrated, and suddenly, he saw a dish that he seemed to have not eaten at Lu Xian's place. What is that? That's twice-cooked pork, and the other is braised chicken, both are good stuff. Twice-cooked pork? Braised chicken. Li Yuan felt some unrealistic images appear in his mind. Those images were when he first tasted the delicious food in the world. At that time, he was still a half-grown child. He stole a chicken from the neighbor's house next door, and forged the traces of a weasel. He plucked the chicken's hair and bled it in the wild in the middle of the night, and roasted it to eat. That chicken, After so many years, the taste still lingers in Li Yuan's heart and cannot be forgotten. Every time he eats chicken, Li Yuan will think of the old hen that died in his stomach, and the image of the neighbor next door who went into the mountains to catch a weasel the next day in a rage in his mind, as if it was just yesterday. Later, Li Yuan realized that what he wanted to eat was not the chicken, and what he remembered was not the taste of the chicken. His cooking skills were very poor, and the chicken he roasted was also very unpalatable. What he remembered was just the young self, the boy who was once high-spirited and confident. That chicken was his youth. Seeing the braised chicken on the next table, Li Yuan's appetite was excited, and his eyes were full of green luster. We also want braised chicken, and twice-cooked pork, and hot and sour soup. Li Lizi smiled and said to the maid beside her, twice-cooked pork, braised chicken, hot and sour soup, rice is up to you. The rice in the Tang Dynasty restaurant is free. Generally, as long as you have a big appetite, you can eat unlimited. Of course, rice is not worth much in Lu Xian's eyes. After all, there is an unlimited supply in the system. Even if you are crazy about rice, you can only eat a few coins in one meal. Even a rice-eating god like Xuerongui, who is as strong as a bucket-level rice god, will be full after eating 10 coins. The profits have long been earned from other places. The maid saluted lightly and then walked towards the back kitchen. At this time, Li Yuan noticed a special situation. Chang'e, I found something strange. Why do these people come in and go out with the help of the wall? Li Lizi had never noticed it before, but now she suddenly realized that when these people came to eat, they had nothing in their stomachs. Some even deliberately went hungry the day before and lined up at the Tang Dynasty restaurant early the next morning just for that delicious food. Perhaps, this is the charm. Lu Xian is really amazing. Li Lizi suddenly blushed, a little unnatural and abrupt. Outside the door, Cheng Suning, who was queuing, saw that there was no one behind her, and a smile appeared on her face. This Datang restaurant looked just so-so, with only a few dishes, but how could it be worthy of so many people queuing? Looking at the onlookers, the corners of her mouth rose. At this time, a voice like a basin of cold water came, "Girl, Datang restaurant only serves 100 guests a day, and the one in front of you is the 100th. Cheng Suning didn't react for a while. Her mouth was so open that she could almost swallow 2 eggs raw. How can there be such a restaurant? Is there any money that is delivered to the door and you don't want to earn it? Are you driving the guests away? Cheng Suning's heart was in turmoil. She was not the kind of person who could be fooled by a word. After thinking of some possibilities, she calmly said, "What's wrong with adding one more? This Datang restaurant is also open for business. This girl is not unwilling to pay. What's more, in Chang'an, you will see each other when you look down. It's fate that you can come to eat." Lu Renayuan's voice was numb and mechanical. "I'm sorry, girl, this is the rule of Datang restaurant. This rule is dead, people are alive, can't I add more? My identity is not ordinary." Cheng Suning began to use some other tricks. "I'm sorry, it really can't be done. The rules set by the head of the family cannot be changed. No matter what your identity is, you have to abide by the rules." Lu Renayuan straightened his chest. Guarding the rules is responsible for every guest who abides by the rules. Cheng Suning felt a buzzing in her head and laughed. "There are many strange people in the world, but I have never seen such a strange place. Datang Hotel, right? I remember it." Just as she was about to make a few sarcastic remarks, she smelled the tempting smell inside, just like a golden wheat ear placed in front of her on a huge field, gently shaking in her ears, mixed with a breeze. Each smell is so familiar, but mixed together, it is a different feeling. She couldn't move her feet. "I'll pay more. Sorry, Datang Hotel makes money in a proper way." Lu Renayuan's voice came out, righteous and awe-inspiring, like a god in the autumn wind. For a while, the onlookers on the street couldn't help but cheer. Some of them didn't get in line today, which was a pity, so they could only give up but were reluctant to go back. Some have never queued before, but even if they have never stepped into the Datang restaurant, they are still very interested in all the rules in the restaurant. Cheng Suning stood outside the door, staring blankly at the people eating inside. Everyone seemed to be reborn from starvation. Let alone the food, just watching them eat, Cheng Suning felt that something was flowing out of the corners of her mouth. "Girl, you don't have to wait. Come early tomorrow, maybe you can get a seat." A woman sat on a small stool outside the door, chewing something in her mouth, with a look of I know everything on her face, so proud. Auntie, do you know the Datang restaurant? The woman looked at Chang Sunying with a smile, without saying anything, just grinning. At this time, Chang Sunying was already in a daze. She didn't expect that she would encounter such a strange place on the first day she returned to Chang'an. This sense of frustration made her very uncomfortable. From childhood to adulthood, no one dared to refuse her, not even her father, Chang Sunwuji. Even the one in the palace spoiled her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Auntie, please don't keep me in suspense. I'm confused and don't know anything. As she spoke, she put a handful of copper coins in the woman's hand without leaving a trace. Oh, you are so polite, girl. Hee. In fact, the owner of this Datang restaurant is my old neighbor. Chang Sunying showed doubts in her eyes, and then listened patiently. After a moment, she was stunned. What? Datang restaurant only adds 2 dishes every few days. Why is the owner of Datang restaurant so willful? Doesn't he want to make money? The woman smiled and said, oh, make money. Lucian is not short of money. He charges hundreds of coins for 1 dish. 1 dish, hundreds of coins. A few words rumbled like a mud truck, and ran straight over Chang Sunying's brain without imagination. She didn't dare to think about this number. In the 7th year of Zhenguan in the Tang dynasty, a pound of rice in Chang'an was only a few coins, 4 or 5 coins, a few hundred coins. How much rice could be bought? How many lives could be saved? So much money, but it was just used to eat a dish? For a moment, a feeling of grief and indignation surged in Chang Sunying's heart. Her father, the Sikong of the Tang dynasty, worked hard for the people of the Tang dynasty, working day and night to handle government affairs for fear of neglect. And in Chang'an, there was such a place that sucked the blood and flesh of the people. For a moment, Chang Sunying's eyes were red. This must be the biggest liar in the Tang dynasty. Yes, I want to report to the authorities. At this moment, a voice came, 6th aunt, what's wrong with you? The grocery store is closed. The woman next to her grinned and greeted with a smile, come over to see Lucian cooking. Hey, why are you called Lucian? You should call me Lanchin Ho. The boy from the Lu family has a different status now. Lucian, Lanchin Ho. These words fell into Cheng Sunying's ears, and in an instant, Cheng Sunying thought of an extremely terrifying thing. This Lucian is definitely a huge liar. He relied on this eye-catching method to attract the attention of His Majesty the Tang dynasty and became a marquis from a commoner. This is flattering the superior. A dish costs hundreds of coins. How can ordinary people afford it? This is bullying the inferior? Bullying the inferior and flattering the superior is intolerable. For a moment, Cheng Sunying, who had read folk stories and stories of knights and green forests since childhood, instantly felt a surge of righteousness in his heart. At this time, the people coming out of the Datang hotel were holding their stomachs and holding their waists, as if they couldn't walk. They must have been beaten by the lackeys of the evil Lanchin Marquis. They can't walk. They don't know how much money they were robbed. There are tears in their eyes. They must have been bullied and couldn't resist. They cried anxiously. I want to avenge them. Datang Hotel, Lanchin Marquis, Lucian. Chang Sunying gritted his teeth fiercely. Such oppression of the people, such deception. I must go to Jingzhaoyin. No, Wanyan County? I'll go to Chang'an County. Thinking of this, Chang Sunying took a deep breath and stopped the 2 people who had just come out. The 2 young men had tears in their eyes. At first glance, they had just been bullied. Each of them was bulging, as if it was filled with something. Brother, please stay. This call was like an eternal call. In an instant, the 2 young men turned their heads. Cheng Sunying smiled and bowed to the 2 men. 2 brothers, I just saw you coming out of the Datang hotel with tears in your eyes and anger in your heart. You must have a lot of grievances that you can't tell, right? Cheng Sunying subconsciously felt that the 2 young men had something to hide. One of them was skinny, as if he hadn't eaten a full meal for several months. He was obviously tall, but he looked weak. The other one was not fat, but his head was square, like a huge blue brick on his head. They left with tears in their eyes, and looked back at the Datang hotel. They gritted their teeth. Something bad must have happened, and they dared not speak. Luo Wanggu and Ying Liufang looked at each other and looked at Cheng Sunying. This girl, are you mentally ill? Huh. Cheng Sunying was stunned for a moment. Ying Liufang was speechless. Just now, they came out of the Datang hotel, and they were filled with lofty ambitions. Thinking that they would have to go to other places to take up their posts in half a year, the two swore that they would never embarrass Lu Xian. This scene was misunderstood by Cheng Sunying. This was the first time that Cheng Sunying was told that she had a brain disease. Her face was blue and purple, like the clouds on a midsummer night. Your kindness is taken for granted. I will go find him myself. Yang Liufang and Luo Wanggu didn't even want to take another look at Cheng Sunying. You are indeed good looking, but so what? Having enough food and drink is the happiest thing for us two brothers. Go to Gulan to listen to music at night. In the Daedang Hotel, only Li Yuan and Li Lizi were left. Li Yuan pulled Lu Xian and refused to let Lu Xian get off work. Little friend Lu Xian, please continue talking about how Wu Song killed the adulterer and the adulteress. Lu Xian sighed, old man, do you really want to listen? This story is not that simple. They are all miserable people. Li Yuan's eyes widened. I have never seen such an incredible story in my life. If Pan Jinlian and Ximen Qing fall into my hands, I will definitely cut them into pieces. Lu Xian comforted Li Yuan, hey, old man, just listen to the story, don't get involved in the drama. Besides, why are you in a hurry? Wu Song is not in a hurry. Li Yuan frowned. Every time Lu Xian talked about a key point, he would always stop. This feeling is very unpleasant, as if there is a fishbone stuck in the throat, and I always want to get it out, but I can't. Just like when Li Yuan went back to the brothel for the first time, he wanted to do something, but he pretended to be polite for fear of showing any thoughts. Wu Song, after hearing what happened from the pear seller, his expression was calm and his heart was flooded. Lu Xian spoke eloquently, while Lu Renayuan on the side yawned. I didn't sleep well last night, and I wanted to go back to bed early this morning, but at this time, the Supreme Emperor came and refused to let me go home. That's all, we don't know how to sleep standing up. After burning the incense, Li Yuan trembled all over and slammed the table. This guy, we must not let them have fun. Wu Song did a great job. Li Lizi was admiring Lu Xian's intoxicating appearance, and was suddenly startled when Li Yuan slapped the table, with resentment in his eyes. Grandpa Huang, you stopped banging the table just now, I even thought of the name of the child. Unable to stand Li Yuan's insistence, Lu Xian spoke another paragraph. As soon as this paragraph came out, Li Yuan fell silent. Birthday plot. Li Yuan feels like any story in this section is a huge irony to him. Lu Xian was fidgeting and scratching his head and ears, making Lu Xian feel a little uncomfortable. How about talking to a monkey? At this moment, a delicate voice came from outside the door. Bold madman, I, the Tang dynasty Chang'an, should not have a deceiver like you. Cheng Sunying stood at the door with her hands behind her back, her face calm, her eyes like lightning, and her whole body full of righteousness. The sun shone on Cheng Sunying's body, reflecting an outline that looked very much like those Buddha statues in the temple. Li Yuan was listening enthusiastically, but was suddenly interrupted abruptly. It's so uncomfortable. Where did you find that little girl? Go home quickly and don't disturb me from listening to the story. Li Yuan's voice was obviously impatient. Li Lizi also had doubts. Looking at the woman's appearance, she felt a little familiar, but she couldn't tell where she had seen her before. Old man, you were deceived. This Daedang restaurant is just trying to gain fame and reputation. It's obviously just a simple meal, but it sells it for sky-high prices. It relies on its status to bully the people, do whatever it wants, and disrupt the west city of Chang'an. You can see that you are a person who understands righteousness at first glance. Don't be deceived and act as a mischief. Cheng Sunying talks in the same way, and at first glance, it sounds like the same thing. Lu Xian felt that this woman was just like the keyboard warriors of later generations. She picked up the keyboard and shouted key up. She had the world under her control. The superiors could laugh and be proud of the princes, but the inferiors could understand all things, and aroused people's awe. Upright, Lu Xian only knew Wei Zhang. Could it be that Wei Zhang has a successor? Could this woman be someone from Wei Zhang? Girl, I don't understand what you are saying. Lu Renayuan, please get this girl out and close the door. Lu Xian didn't care about that much. At this time, Zhang Sunying shouted, in broad daylight, the world is clear, how dare you? Lu Xian was stunned, and Li Yuan was also confused. Not to mention the two grown men Lu Xian and Li Yuan, even Li Lizi was trapped in a trap at the moment. There is no doubt that the women of the Tang dynasty were fierce. But I have never seen someone come directly to the door to yell at someone and spray them indiscriminately. Li Lizi stood up slowly. Girl, are you looking in the wrong place? Chang Sun-ying sneered. Girl, I think you are obsessed with things. Don't be fooled by the owner of the Dating Hotel. He is just a person who wants to gain fame and reputation. He bullies the subordinates and flatters the superiors. Sooner or later, he will be exposed. Li Lizi couldn't understand it more and more. Lucian suddenly remembered something and suddenly realized. Isn't this a short composition for future generations? No wonder the taste is so familiar and strong. Lu Renayuan, see the guests off. Lu Renayuan rubbed his hands and took a deep breath. Girl, let me count to 3. This posture looks bluffing. Chang Sun-yingpi smiled but said, want to be violent? There are so many people in Chang'an West City watching. How dare you, a domestic slave, do something in front of this girl? Do you know who I am? Lu Renayuan was embarrassed. Lu Xian was also a little surprised. This person must be mentally ill. Girl, who are you? Humph, tell me my brother's name and I'll scare you. My brother is a relative of the current emperor, the little bully of Pingkangfang, known to everyone in the East Market and the West Market. He once fought with the Western courtesan in a brothel for a month. He is a romantic figure that all Tang men envy. Chang Sun-chong. Li Yuan understood in an instant. It turned out to be the little girl of Chang Sun's family. Li Lizi also reacted. Isn't this the little daughter of her uncle's family, her sister whom she had only met twice? No wonder she is so familiar. The last time I saw her was a few years ago. How come she has grown so big after not seeing her for a few years? Chang Sun-ying didn't recognize Li Yuan and Li Lizi from beginning to end, and it was not her fault. Since she was weak and sick since she was a child, she had only met the emperor's relatives twice after growing up, and there were several years in between, which was normal. Ahem, that, girl, what is your name? Lu Xian was instantly interested when he heard Chang Sun-chong's name. This girl Chang Sun-ying. Lu Xian nodded. Then do you dare to take responsibility for what you said today? Of course I dare. I swear in the name of my brother. Lu Xian understood that Chang Sun-chong's sister, Chang Sun-ying, was a big shot. The big shot who doesn't know that he is a big shot is the most terrifying. No, you have to swear in the name of your father. Lu Xian smiled playfully and added fuel to the fire. Chang Sun-ying felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell. She was obviously the messenger of justice. Lu Xian stood up slowly. Your brother's words don't count. If you don't believe me, ask these two. Your brother is not powerful at all in Chang'an. Even the Hu people dare not offend him. Very quickly, Li Lizi reacted instantly and looked at Chang Sun-ying with a smile. Yes, girl, I have also heard of Chang Sun-chong you mentioned. I heard that he was beaten up by someone at the last poetry meeting. He didn't dare to show up for a long time. The scholars in Chang'an laughed so hard every time they talked about this. Chang Sun-ying's mind became a little confused. She claimed to be smart, but at this moment, she was still a little confused. What did her brother, Chang Sun-chong, do? Why was he ridiculed like this? Damn, I was supposed to uphold justice, but I was dragged down by my brother. Li Yuan also remembered that Chang Sun-ying, this little girl, was only 7 years old when he last saw her. Girl, don't be anxious. You can talk about the matter of Lu Xian later. I want to hear the story now. I have been listening to it for days. I am very anxious. I must finish listening to it today. Listen to the story? Chang Sun-ying narrowed her eyes and sat on the bench. You continue. I want to listen too. A thought flashed through her mind. The Lanshan Marquis named Lu Xian must have been lying to her. My brother is upright and not close to women. How could it be possible that? The story of water margin is not only attractive to men, but also to women. Chang Sun-ying, who hates evil and lacks social experience, jumped up excitedly after hearing the clip of the birthday gift. Can it be like this? So amazing. I want to try it when I get a chance. It's a pity that where can I find the knockout drug? The words of the tiger and wolf made Li Yuan quite uncomfortable. What's the matter with the children of Chang Sunwuji's family? It's fine that Chang Sun-chong behaved improperly, but Chang Sun-ying, a little girl, was so easily deceived. How dare you, Chang Sunwuji, let her out to play? Aren't you afraid that she will be kidnapped? Zishi is such a chaotic place, the water is too deep, can she control it? Lu Renayuan was drowsy until the sun was directly overhead. He reminded outside the door, "Master, it's noon." Lucien just talked about the 3 Rouen brothers who were very good at swimming, and suddenly stopped and slowly stood up. "Everyone, let's stop here today, I have something to do later." Li Yuan was anxious. "No, I'll follow you, you do your thing, I'll listen to me." Lucien didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Miss Li, why don't you take your grandfather away first? Stories are like good wine. Although good wine is good, you can't drink it greedily." Li Yuan took a deep breath, expressed his agreement, and then slowly stood up. At this time, Li Lizi carefully untied the belt from her waist. "It's a belt, the ancients used the space inside this thing to store things. Lucien, this is just a little something, don't worry, tell me if you need money." Actually, I am." Li Yuan coughed lightly. "Chang'e, forget it, let's go back." Li Lizi was about to tell her identity, wanting Lucien to feel at ease and bold to do what he loves, but was interrupted by Li Yuan. "It seems that today is still not appropriate." Lucien held the bulging belt in his hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and opened it to see that it was filled with all kinds of weird beads. Pearls, night pearls, and some jewels and jades from nowhere. It can be seen that each one is not an ordinary item. At this time, in the corner, Cheng Sunying, who had been immersed in the story and said nothing, suddenly had a clever idea and saw Lucien taking the belt from Li Lizi. "Humph, you even lied to a little girl, you scoundrel." Cheng Sunying, must expose your true face." Lucien felt a pair of eyes staring at him, and he saw that this big shot hadn't left yet. Miss Cheng Sun, you just said that your brother is Cheng Sun Chong." Cheng Sunying looked up. "What? Are you scared?" Lucien smiled. "It's okay, hee, ha 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 ha. What are you laughing at?" Cheng Sunying was frightened by Lucien's sudden laughter. It's okay, I just remembered something happy." "You scoundrel, your story is not bad. I have decided to observe you for a few days. If you dare to lie again, I will definitely report to the police." Turning around and leaving, Cheng Sunying felt happy. "I did a good thing today, I am full of righteousness, and I have never been so refreshed. That guy named Lucien, he can actually become the Marquis of the Tang Dynasty, and he looks very handsome. It's a pity, he is a liar." Walking in the West Market, Cheng Sunying was extremely happy. When she looked up, she saw a glass shop. In the glass shop, there was a glass that people could not forget after seeing it once. It was very tall, a Buddha statue, emitting a light that made people palpitate and intoxicated in the sun. "Boss, how much is this thing?" "Hee, 10,000 strings." 10,000 strings? Why don't you go and rob it? No wonder my brother looks down on you glass merchants, you just know how to ask for a random price. The glass merchant was confused. "No, girl, what's wrong with you? There are not many glass of this quality in the Tang Dynasty. Besides, I opened a business, and it's normal to bargain." "Hey, why are you still touching me?" "No, what is she going to do?" By the time the glass merchant reacted, Cheng Sunying had already smashed it. Crash! The glass fell to the ground, the Buddha statue broke, and the crisp sound spread throughout the shop. Passers-by stopped suddenly at this moment. The last time I heard the sound of glass breaking was about 10 days ago. That feeling was really refreshing. After all, glass is expensive. Go to Sikong Mansion to ask Cheng Sun Chong for money? Hee. Cheng Sunying left a word and left lightly. Facing the eyes of those people in the West Market, she felt that her image was a little taller. They must be praising me in their hearts, they must be. I am the heroine of Chang'an. Wherever there is injustice in Chang'an, there is Cheng Sunying. The sun shone on her face, warm, and Cheng Sunying felt like a Buddha statue in a temple at this moment, emitting the light of righteousness. The glass merchant was about to cry. "You smashed it, why did you smash the ancestor?" "No, this money must be taken." "What happened to Sikong?" "Sikong has to pay for breaking other people's things?" In the West Market, pedestrians looked at Cheng Sunying's arrogant face and were confused. "What's going on? I just took a nap and heard the sound of glass being smashed, right? Don't say it anymore. That girl just now was really amazing. She smashed the most powerful Buddha in the West Market. The one with 10,000 strings of cash. That's right." In the Sikong Mansion, Cheng Sunwuji's whip fell heavily. "You like to make trouble, don't you?" Cheng Sun Chong was about to be stunned. He was still sleeping when he was pulled out of the bed, and then several whip marks appeared on his body. Who is so arrogant? Is there anyone in Chang'an who is more arrogant than me, Changsun Chong? When he looked up, he saw Changsun Wuji's furious eyes. The glass merchant came to find you by name, you bastard, you are more likely to cause trouble than to do good. That glass is worth 10,000 strings of cash. It is rumored in Chang'an that it was blessed by Master Xianzang. How dare you smash it? Changsun Chong rubbed his eyes. He was a little too much last night. He didn't fall asleep in the arms of the brothel singer until dawn. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was hit by the whip. No, before he opened his eyes, his body began to hurt. Dad, what's going on? What's wrong with me? Didn't I just go to drink some wine? Changsun Wuji's face was extremely angry, and the whip in his hand fell heavily on Changsun Chong's back as if it was free. Still stubborn? Still stubborn. Your sister has seen it, and you are still stubborn. Could Yinger lie? She has never left the house since she was a child. How could she know the dangers of the world? How could she lie? Changsun Chong was stunned and speechless. It seemed that what his father said made some sense, but it seemed that something was not right. Dad, it really wasn't me. No matter how arrogant Changsun Chong was, he had a bottom line. Spending money to enjoy was one thing, but he absolutely could not bully others. What the hell was Li Yulai? Changsun Chong couldn't remember it. Did he do it when he was drunk? The only response to him was ruthless whipping and a burst of cursing. I told you to be stubborn. I told you not to do good things. I told you not to get up early in the morning. I told you to be stubborn. The Hu merchants came to the door, but they didn't dare to ask for money. They knelt there and told the matter. Changsun Wuji's face was ugly. Money is not a big deal. As a nobleman of the Tang dynasty, even if the emperor came to him, he would not give money. But as a nobleman of the Tang dynasty, the future heir of the duke, is it okay to always do such sneaky things? Changsun Chong wanted to cry but had no tears. Dad, where is Changsun Ying? Ask her to confront me. Changsun Wuji's anger became stronger and stronger. Do you still want to intimidate your sister? Changsun Chong knew that he was taking the blame. His sister was young and inexperienced, and she believed everything she heard. Dad, am I 90% wrong, and my sister is not even 10%? Changsun Wuji pointed at Changsun Chong with a trembling arm, trembling for a long time, and finally sighed. Rebellious son, of course your sister is wrong. She went out alone without a guard, which is the biggest mistake. A girl went out without an entourage, sneaking out, swaggering through the streets. What if she met a bad guy? You, as a brother, spend your life in debauchery and recklessness. How do you look like the heir of my Changsun family? Your fault is unforgivable. Changsun Chong was confused. Even when facing Changsun Wuji's whip, he still didn't wake up. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Why are so many people targeting me suddenly? Father, you can't do this. Let your sister come over. I want to ask her what happened. Changsun Wuji sneered. Do you still want to scare your sister? Changsun Chong's heart skipped a beat. It's over. Today's beating may be more vicious. Why am I so rude? Lu Xian didn't know that he had instigated it, and Changsun Chong was miserable. In the Lanshan Marquis' mansion, Lu Xian packed his clothes and asked Lu Renayuan and Shui Rongui to go to the temple. At this time, he was waiting for Li Shimin to arrive. Today's weather is just right, the wind is fine and the sun is bright. Shui Rongui said that the land of Lanshan is filled with water vapor, and there must be a big tomb in the place where Feng Shui converges. I thought the best thing in Lanshan was jade, but it turned out that I underestimated this land. The rich treasures underground are like a young girl, waiting to be discovered. Li Shimin, are you ready? Yaya and Daz Wang are constantly fiddling with their little secrets. In the backyard, there is an empty courtyard, which is about the same size as the courtyard in front of the main hall. Lu Xian plans to make some small toys and build a kindergarten for the two of them. Well, the point is Yaya, Daz Wang is not a child. Yaya put her hands behind her back and pointed at the mountains and rivers. We need to put a pony here. There should be a pond here. I want to watch the little fish here. Dezhuang kept grinning, without saying anything special, and kept looking for ants on the ground. Zheng Luan was rare calm today. When she twisted her waist, she looked like a big water snake. This snake is really white. My lord, why don't you bring any followers when you go out? Zheng Luan asked cautiously. You should know that she has been in Zheng's family in Xingyang for so many years, from childhood to adulthood. Every time she goes out, she is followed by a bunch of people. At least there are 2 maids and 2 servants. On the one hand, people from famous families go out, and they have to bring a lot of things, such as stoves, hand warmers, foot warmers, etc. Some people even bring rouge and powder boxes, and clothing boxes. Zheng Luan has long been accustomed to it. Only after arriving in Chang'an did she suddenly realize that the nobles or people with a good reputation in Chang'an seemed to like to act alone. Lu Xian is the same. Lu Xian said with a smile, Yarong, did you bring someone with you when you went out before? Zheng Luan blushed. I didn't bring anyone when I arrived in Chang'an. Lu Xian smiled. I am used to going out alone, and I go to see things when I have nothing to do. It's a bit awkward to bring so many people. Except for going to the Tang Dynasty Hotel, Lu Xian basically doesn't bring anyone with him when he goes out. The key is there really anyone in Chang'an who can threaten Lu Xian? Zheng Luan volunteered at this time, looking excited. My lord, that's because you always bring Lu Renayuan with you when you go out. It won't be awkward if you bring me with you. Lu Xian looked at Zheng Luan in disbelief. The most beautiful woman in the Zhenguan period of the Tang Dynasty, at such a young age, was so experienced that she drove a carriage and ran over people's faces. Lu Xian smiled and pretended to be curious and asked, Yarong, what's the benefit of taking you out? Zheng Luan straightened her chest and looked elegant. My lord, take me out, wherever you go, it's a beautiful scenery, showing your extraordinariness. Anyone who sees you at the first sight will know that you are of noble status, and naturally respect you and yearn for you. Lu Xian was stunned. In Chang'an, this high profile is completely unnecessary. After all, in Chang'an, if you throw a brick casually, the people you hit may be royal relatives. In the early years of Zhenguan, after Li Shimin banned extravagance, few people went out to make a big scene. My lord, I know a lot, astronomy, geography, folk customs, I know a little bit. Lu Xian suddenly smiled. Yorong, how do you know so much? Then let me ask you, do you know Feng Shui? Feng Shui. As soon as these two words came out, Lu Xian knew it was safe. The men of Zheng's family in Xingyang may not learn these things, but the women seem to have special skills. My lord, I know a little bit. If it's just a common geomancy, it's okay. At this moment, a call came from outside the door. Brother, I'm here. Come quickly, I'll show you a treasure. Li Shimin's voice had arrived before he arrived. Yarong, follow me out. Zheng Luan bowed and let out a long breath. Finally, she could work with Lu Xian. If you want to get into a man's heart, you don't have to tie his stomach. Zheng Luan knew this. For example, in this world, when it comes to cooking, few people can compare to Lu Xian. Trying to surprise Lu Xian with what Lu Xian is good at, isn't this courting death? So, she planned to change a method. At first, she thought of those strange hobbies, but soon, she realized that Lu Xian might not really like that. Young people should be careful about sex. In this way, Zheng Luan knew that Lu Xian was a career-oriented young man who was eager to make achievements. Then there was only one way to make him interested in herself, and that was to do it with him. After Li Shimin entered the door, he grabbed Lu Xian's arm and was extremely excited. Old Li keeps his word. He has found a famous Feng Shui master. Old Yuan, come quickly. This is Lu Xian, the Marquis of Lanshan in the Tang Dynasty. Lu Xian looked up and saw an old man with white hair, but vigorous spirit, ruddy complexion, and deep eyes, as if there was a vast ocean. Yuan has met the Marquis of Lanshan. Yuan Tiangang, a demon of his generation, a ruthless man, a strange man who said that if he died at 3 o'clock in the morning, he would not live to 5 o'clock. According to historical records, Yuan Tiangang was not young at this time. Although his birth and death dates have always been vague in history, some people have inferred that Yuan Tiangang should be at least 80 years old around the 7th year of Zhenguan. Lu Xian looked at Yuan Tiangang and said with a smile, this must be Mr. Yuan. Who in the world of Sunman doesn't know Mr. Yuan? He is elegant and can find dragons and points. Yuan Tiangang looked embarrassed for a moment and looked at Li Shimin. Li Shimin said quickly, Lu Xian, old Yuan is old, we have to hurry up. Lu Xian nodded, I'm not talking nonsense. Does Mr. Yuan use his 2 eyes to see Feng Shui? Yuan Tiangang was even more troubled. Is this the Lanshan Marquis that His Majesty confided in? How can he speak so casually? He doesn't look like a serious person at all. Just looking at his face vaguely, Yuan Tiangang was secretly amazed in his heart. If this face is not destined to die suddenly, then it is the appearance of a god. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Tiangang bowed to Lucian and saluted. My lord, I am ready. Lucian nodded. Yarong, is the carriage ready? Zhang Liwen saluted, and then said softly, My lord, it is ready, spacious and soft, very comfortable. Today's destination, Lanshan. 2 carriages, one in front and one behind, went out of the city along Zok Street. There were many guards in plain clothes around the carriage, their eyes were like lightning, constantly scanning the surroundings. When the carriage went out of the city gate, they quickly waved to the outside of the city, and then disappeared at the corner of the city wall. Outside the city, on both sides of the road, a group of young people dressed like farmers could not help but get into the withered grass on the roadside, and then disappeared. Only the occasional rustling sound from the roadside could be heard. In the carriage, Li Shimin smiled and stroked his beard, stuffing a piece of cake into his mouth. Old Yuan, how do you look at Lucian? Yuan Tiangong's heart jumped. He had seen too many people in his life, and he had seen too many different faces. Among the officials of the dynasty, there were not 100 people who were described by him, but at least 70 or 80. They were magical and proficient in mathematics, but with Lucian, Yuan Tiangang felt that he might be wrong. Your Majesty, I look at the face of Lanshan Marquis and feel confused. A month ago, Lanshan Marquis must have suffered a disaster. If he is not careful, he may die suddenly. Really? How come I don't know? Old Yuan, you can't be wrong. Yuan Tiangang shook his head and sighed. This is also the strangest thing. I have never been wrong in judging people, except Lanshan Marquis. Li Shimin continued to ask, if he didn't die suddenly. That is the appearance of a heavenly man, who suddenly appeared in the world and benefited the world. Yuan Tiangang said firmly. If Lucian knew that Yuan Tiangang was muttering about him here, he would be shocked. You cannot believe in Feng Shui, but you must believe in Yuan Tiangang. Old Yuan, do you think this business is reliable? Yuan Tiangang touched his beard and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Your Majesty, I divined before I went out today. Everything is fine today. Your Majesty, there are no taboos in your actions. Li Shimin was overjoyed. He was thinking in his heart that if he found those big tombs today, he might get rich. Not only to get rich, but to get rich. Your Majesty, are you really going to do this? Yuan Tiangang still couldn't jump out of the rules in his heart. He looked at Li Shimin very seriously. There are gods above us. Yuan Tiangang didn't dare to dig graves. If he didn't have awe for the unknown in his heart, he wouldn't have reached the position of national teacher. But, Your Majesty is the Son of Heaven, and acting on behalf of God seems to be a part of his fate. Li Shimin squinted his eyes, as if thinking about something, which made Yuan Tiangang feel a little empty in his heart. Wouldn't he lose his integrity in his old age? After a long time, the bumpy carriage seemed to stop somewhere, and Yuan Tiangang came back to his senses. Li Shimin had already gotten off the carriage first, even though Yuan Tiangang, an old man, was chasing after Li Shimin and wanted to put a fur coat on him. Above the empty land of Lanshan, under the grey sky, water vapor condensed in the sky, and it seemed that there were mists swirling. Zhang Liwen followed Lucian out of the carriage, holding Lucian's robe in her hand, but her mouth could not close, and some crystal liquid seemed to flow out of the corner of her mouth. Is this the Feng Shui of Lanshan? Zhang Liwen learned everything when she was a child, and she had some contact with the art of Kimen, but she was a woman, and some things could not be deeply understood. My lord, this place must have excellent Feng Shui. The sky and the earth are the same color, where the wind condenses and the water gathers. I have read it in a book. Lucian had his hands behind his back, and the cold wind blew. He must not feel cold. This is the bad thing about this body that is not invaded by water and fire. He clearly wants to experience what is cold and what is hot. But it feels the same, like a warm spring. Let's go and see what Lao Li says. After walking a few steps, Lucian heard a cry. Alas! This place is full of dragons and tigers, and it is the tale of the dragon vein. No wonder, no wonder. Master, this is a good place. Yuan Tiangang exclaimed again and again. Perhaps because he rarely came to Lanshan, this time he saw things he had never seen before. Li Shimin was very calm and asked calmly, then do you think there will be a big tomb here? Yuan Tiangang pondered for a moment, and his eyes suddenly became firm. Yes, there must be. The soil on the desolate land is solid and strong. When Lucian passed by last time, he knew that crops had not been planted here for a long time. Even if the people in Lanshan planted crops here, they would not be able to survive. Li Shimin rubbed his hands, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. Lu Xian, I'm afraid that you can't turn back after this shovel today. You and I, brothers, may leave our names in history if things go wrong. Lu Xian's face was full of doubts when he heard Li Shimin's words. Old Li, you are not kind. You did the grave digging. The person above asked you to do it. What does it have to do with me, Lu Xian? Don't say it anymore. We are two brothers. I wish you good things. Li Shimin's eyes flickered and he waved to the empty space not far away. The manpower had been prepared long ago, and only the order was needed. By the way, Lao Li, you have to hurry up. I'm planning to build a house here. Li Shimin naturally understood. There are so many big tombs in Lanshan. If you dig a shovel in this land, you should be able to find 1 or 2 big tombs from the Han Dynasty. Looking around, there are more than one place in the whole Lanshan where crops can't grow. The cold wind blew, and Li Shimin shivered for no reason, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Lu Xian, do you feel a little cold and have goosebumps? Lu Xian didn't feel that way at the moment. He was impervious to water and fire, and felt that spring was everywhere. Lao Li, you think too much. I know you are afraid, but don't be afraid. Be confident and start the work. You Li family can dominate the world, not by being timid. Li Shimin was a little proud of what he said, and he and Lu Xian kept walking towards the end of the flat field. In late autumn, the earth was dry and yellow, and the loess looked extremely desolate. Li Shimin looked at the vast land and suddenly asked for no reason, Lu Xian, aren't you curious why the current emperor conferred you the title of Marquis of Lanshan but never summoned you? Li Shimin couldn't hold it in any longer. He planned to make it clear and reveal his identity. He felt that Lu Xian's eyes must have been very interesting at that time, right? Lu Xian probably never dreamed that he, Old Li, was the one sitting high on the dragon throne, right? If Lu Xian knew that he was the current emperor, what would be his reaction? Li Shimin began to look forward to it. The words have been thrown out, and normal people will definitely continue to ask why, has the emperor seen me a long time ago? And other words. But Lu Xian is not an ordinary person. Although the dry grass at the end of the field faces the cold wind, it still stubbornly sticks to it, and will never bow its head until the heavy snow falls on it. Lu Xian sighed and looked at Li Shimin calmly. Old Li, do you really think that you can care about national affairs just because you are surnamed Li? I heard from me that tomb grabbing is tomb grabbing, and you have to concentrate on doing things. The current emperor is concentrating on handling national affairs. How can he be like you, strolling around every day like a street urchin? After these words came out, Li Shimin's face turned red, not knowing whether it was because of the wind or because of other reasons. Lu Xian, you don't follow the routine. Then aren't you curious about what kind of person the current emperor is? Why you? Lu Xian looked at Li Shimin as if he was looking at a fool. At this point, he was still pretending here. Could it be that people who have been raised in the Deep Palace for a long time like to play this kind of half-hidden game? Old Li, you really don't care about anything. What kind of person the current emperor is, that's for the history books to tell. We believe what the books say. Even if the current emperor symbolically takes the historian and a few ministers to the farmland in the imperial garden to dig a few times every year, as long as the history books record that your majesty is diligent in farming, that's fine. When these words came out, Li Shimin felt something was wrong. This Lu Xian seems to know a lot. This is what he has been doing in recent years. The reason is that Chu Suliang didn't let Li Shimin read the daily records, and later Li Shimin made up his mind and said, whatever I tell you to record, you record it. So there was a series of performances, which looked a little fake in the history books, but future generations might take it seriously. At that time, Li Shimin remembered it very clearly. He swung the hoe twice and hit Wei Zheng's feet, and the so-called spring farming was left unfinished. Before the ground felt it, Li Shimin had already withdrawn. Ahem, Lu Xian, do you want to know something about the current emperor? Li Shimin forced the topic to change, as if he would not stop until he talked about the emperor today. Lu Xian almost laughed out his wrinkles in his heart, worthy of being the Li Shimin who asked Chu Suliang to modify the daily records. Old Li, are you not interested in the big tomb? Li Shimin was a little anxious. Why didn't Lu Xian come? Back then, I put my hands in my pockets and didn't know what an opponent was. Now I was choked to tears by a teenager's words. What the hell is going on? It's too aggrieved. Oh, look at that, Old Li. Lu Xian pointed to a protruding stone not far away. do you feel that the position of that stone is very different? It's like being nailed here. Obviously, such a big stone will move a little bit under wind, sun, and rain. In the direction of Lu Xian's finger, Li Shimin saw a huge stone that had become somewhat round, but the glory of the past could still be vaguely seen. Li Shimin's heart suddenly jumped. Is it possible that it was originally a square thing? Old Li, do you want to talk about the current emperor's affairs again? Lu Xian teased with a smile. At this time, Li Shimin's mind was full of jewels and treasures. Lu Xian, let's talk about this later. I will go to see the situation first. Don't move around here. Forget it. Lu Xian resisted the idea of beating Li Shimin with oranges and waved at Zhang Luan. Zhang Luan held Lu Xian's robe in her arms and held a basket in her other hand. There were some fruits and vegetables stored in the ice cellar in the basket. It was fresh to take them out at this time. Let's go back. Chang'an City, Jialan Temple, monk Guangliang faced two burly men and didn't dare to say a word for a long time. Nowadays, there are not many people who go directly to the temple to rob money. In the past 2 years, the monks who can fight in Jialan Temple have gone to other places outside the city. After all, who would rob a temple in Chang'an for no reason? But I never expected that the two people today, after entering the door, asked Guangliang to bring money without saying a word, otherwise he would be punished. Two donors, it's been an hour, may I ask what you two are? Xuerongui grinned, bring the money, really, I'll say it one last time, otherwise you will regret it. Monk Guangliang thought and sighed, just thinking that they were two unfortunate people. When he came out of the meditation room, he held a string of money in his hand, smiled and put it in front of the two people, and clasped his hands together. Amitabha, God has the virtue of loving life, please do as you please, two donors. Lu Renayuan had not spoken a word, but now he could not help it. Monk, we are here to sell things, you want to get away with a string of money. Monk Guangliang was startled, and his heart tightened instantly. What's going on? What's the situation? There are still people doing business in the temple these days? The place of Buddhism, the 6 senses are pure, what kind of business are you doing? That's right, we are here to do business, it's not nonsense. Master, you have to think about it, I think you don't want your Buddhist pilgrims to stop coming to your temple from now on, right? Xuerongui's eyes suddenly became sharp. Monk Guangliang has been the eldest brother of Jialan Temple for many years. During these years, everyone who came to Jialan Temple was friendly and respectful. He had never seen such an arrogant person. Donor, I don't quite understand what you said. Xuerongui smiled and took out a brocade box. The brocade box was opened, and the Buddha's light suddenly illuminated Guangliang's bald head, reflecting a bright light on the roof. Hiss! Donor, where did this Buddha treasure glass come from? Xuerongui glanced at Lu Renayuan, shook his head and sighed. This is the glass that was illuminated when Master Xianzang became a Buddha. The Buddha's light blessed it. It's a pity that we brothers are short of money. You also know that people in Tianzhou have begun to transport the glass used by Master Xianzang to the Tang dynasty. At this moment, Guangliang suddenly realized one thing, this is not a simple glass. This is a dispute over incense. Pilgrims all over the world believe in Buddha. Is that believing in Buddha? That is to find a quiet place, a pure land in their hearts, and seek comfort. Only the Buddha statues in the temples are blessed. But now, there are suddenly some glass Buddha treasures, and they are blessed by Master Xianzang. Will those wealthy pilgrims still come? Donor, how many of these Buddha treasures do you have? Monk Guangliang couldn't help it. If this thing was placed in the great Buddha temple in Chang'an, he might make a lot of money. Not much. I came here today just to see what the master thinks. This thing is not expensive, 10,000 strings. Boom, 10,000 strings. You are robbing money. Although I, Guangliang, am the eldest brother of Jialan Temple, and although Jialan Temple is the largest lending temple in Chang'an, it is supported by the government and wealthy families behind it, but this money cannot be spent like this. Master, do you not want it? Then I will take it away. I heard that Qingfeng Temple is very interested in what we have. Qingfeng Temple, what is that place? It's a Taoist temple. Pilgrims are the parents of food and clothing, and believers are the source of livelihood for monks. The head can be cut off, the blood can be shed, the precepts can be broken, but the pilgrims cannot be abandoned. Donor, can you let me see it? Let's see it. Lu Renayuan was bored and crossed his legs. The Marquis said that even if he couldn't sell it today, he had to extort some money back. The monk has a lot of money here, and 10,000 strings of cash is not a lot of money. Monk Guangliang carefully picked up the colored glass in the brocade box, looked at the luster emanating from the Buddha statue, and slowly raised it to the sunlight in the sky. The next moment, the light of that moment illuminated Guangliang's eyes. Master, I have a lot of things you want here, don't worry, I'll take the things back first, and come back tomorrow to talk about how to trade. Xuerongui knew it was almost time, and at this time, according to the Marquis instructions, it was to play hard to get. Monk Guangliang was overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes were rolling, and he personally sent the two out of Jialan Temple. Before leaving, he stuffed each of them with a sachet, which was bulging and rustling. The two donors have a connection with my Buddha, a little tea and water, my Buddha is merciful. As soon as he went out, Lu Renayuan let out a long breath. Old Shui, what we do is not authentic. The current emperor is extremely respectful of Buddhism. If this matter is known to the higher UPS, I'm afraid both of us will. Tisk tisk tisk. Xuerongui looked innocent at this time. What else can I do? Do you know how this Jialan temple makes a living? I tell you, they. After a while, Lu Renayuan widened his eyes. These bald donkeys. In the palace, Lu Xian came back and saw Dazhuang mixing mud, trying to build a fortress with some stones and bricks. When Lu Xian saw the fortress, it was already taller than Dazhuang. It had 2 layers of bricks and stones, and the space inside could accommodate several Dazhuangs. It was no problem for Yaya to get in. The key point was that there was a door below, and there were several holes on the fortress for observing the outside. Lu Xian was speechless. If he didn't know who Dazhuang was, he would definitely think that Dazhuang had also traveled through time. Dazhuang, what are you doing? Yaya, there is too much mud on you. Yaya wiped her face hard, then grinned, and her white teeth shook twice in the wind. Achoo. Look at my secret base. I don't know where Yaya heard this word from, and she pulled Lu Xian to get in. When Lu Xian lowered his head, he noticed something. Dazhuang's wall building skills seemed pretty good. Looking inside, Yaya's secret base is actually a piece of straw, spread on the ground, with a pile of yellow leaves on it. For a moment, Lu Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but it's normal. When he thought about his childhood, he could play in such a place for a whole day, and he would not be bored at all, and even forget to eat. It seems normal for Yaya and Dazhuang to want to play like this. Yaya is weak and can only find places to play everywhere. Dazhuang is different. He can create his own place to play. For a moment, Lu Xian suddenly realized something. Can he turn this courtyard into a kindergarten? As for Dazhuang, the courtyard next door is also empty. Dazhuang, do you like playing with stones? Dazhuang rubbed the mud on his face with his arm and nodded vigorously. Master, I like to build walls. In the early years, when Lu Xian's family built a house, Lu Xian's parents built the walls together. At that time, Dazhuang was influenced by what he saw and heard. Although he was clumsy, he was always trying to learn. Maybe this is obsession. The yard next door is empty, what are you going to do in it? Dazhuang was immediately excited when he heard it. Master, I want to build a solid house in it, the kind that doesn't leak. I also want to build a shed for the ants to live in. I want to raise a cow so that I can drink milk. Lu Xian laughed so hard that he fell backwards. You two, go wash your hands now, we are going to eat something good. No one should come to disturb us tonight, right? Last time, we were busy drinking mutton soup. According to the method Lu Xian told the maids, the pot of mutton should be cooked on a low fire and water should be added continuously. The meat should be rotten today. Today, we will not only drink mutton soup, but also eat mutton. When Yaya, who was sitting on the ground playing in the mud, heard that she was going to eat something good, she stood up instantly, and the 2 horns on her head stood straight instantly. Why didn't you say it earlier? Dazhuang didn't say anything. He never said much, but only used his actual actions to prove that he was a very good eater. The next day, Lu Xian directly asked Lu Renayuan to hang a sign outside the Datang Hotel to close the business. The most important thing today was to make some toys for Yaya. The weather was getting colder, and Yaya's toys had to be able to be in the house and outside the house. At this time, Zhang Luan came into play. Yorong, rope. Yorong, is the net ready? Yorong, aren't you good at tying? Why are you so slow? Zhang Luan blushed when she heard this. My lord, what are you going to do? This thing looks weird. On the drawing drawn by Lucian, a huge net woven from ropes looks like a spider web on a tree. No matter how you look at it, it seems to have different uses. Every time Zhang Luan sees that picture, she tends to think too much and blush easily. As soon as Lucian saw Zhang Luan's look, he knew that she was thinking too much. Girls are like this, especially at this age, they always have wild thoughts. Yarong, what are you thinking about? It's just an ordinary net. I'm going to make a trampoline for Yaya today, so I have to weave a net. These women, these thoughts. It is difficult to forge iron these days, so Lucian directly found 8 wooden stakes, wrapped with thick animal skins. There are a lot of animal skins in the West Market, isn't it just a matter of spending some money? Half an hour later, on the woven rope net, Lucian began to carefully fix the whole piece of taut animal skin. Although a piece of animal skin is a bit small, the number of them is just right for perfect connection. Yaya squatted aside, watching drowsy, and didn't know what Lucian was doing for her. Suddenly, she saw Lucian pressing the thing that looked like a bed. I know. This thing is for jumping. Yaya was excited and not sleepy at all. When the trampoline was ready, Lucian asked Yaya to go up and walk a few steps. Yaya had never played such a large toy before. After climbing up carefully, she gently tested it with her tiger head shoes. Buzz! The trampoline made a sound that frightened Yaya. I'm scared. Lucian stood behind Yaya. Yaya, don't be afraid, go up and play bravely. The braids I combed for you are like pillars that can support the sky. Only the bravest people in the world have such braids. Such words are useless to adults, but for Yaya, it is simply like a shot of chicken blood. Yaya, who was cautiously testing the attitude of the trampoline at the beginning, soon adapted to the elasticity of the trampoline and only dared to walk gently when standing on it. Now she has started to jump. Oh. In the backyard, Yaya's excited shouts and laughter resounded throughout the Marquis's mansion. This scene made Zhang Luan's heart itch. This thing is good. The Marquis calls it a trampoline. Children can play on it and step on it lightly to jump up. It would be great if I had such fun things when I was a child. Lucian, how can you have so many weird ideas in your mind? My lord, you must be tired. I'll rub your shoulders for you. Before Zhang Luan finished speaking, her delicate hands had already climbed onto Lucian's shoulders. With a sweet breath, Lucian felt something close to his back. Well, since he couldn't resist, he would enjoy it. Yaya shouted excitedly, and soon her face was covered with sweat. If Lucian hadn't asked Yaya to come down and rest for a while, Yaya's red face would have looked more like an apple. She could play for a day, no, a year? Dazwang seemed a little disappointed when he saw the trampoline. That's true. With his physique, it's not suitable to play on the trampoline now. Lucian looked at Dazwang and suddenly felt that he should get Dazwang a set of armor and some kind of weapon. Lu Renayuan, do you know many blacksmiths? Lu Renayuan was immediately confused when he heard about blacksmiths. He didn't know at a glance. At this time, Xuerongui was drooling over the trampoline, and suddenly heard the word blacksmith. Lord, there are many blacksmiths in our Lanshan factory. Instantly, Lucian's eyes lit up. Hehe, Lord, my kid is also young, can he come here to play? Xuerongui licked his face and felt a little embarrassed. After all, this is a toy made by the Marquis of Lanshan in the Marquis's mansion himself. After all, this is the place where the little master of the Marquis's mansion, Yaya, can play in the future. Then you have to ask Yaya. Lucian left a word and pulled Dazwang out. Dazwang, do you feel that you have too much strength, and you can't use it all up, and you can't sleep at night, and you feel a little itchy in your bones? Dazwang's huge eyes are like 2 searchlights, and his mouth is wide open. Master, how did you know? I feel itchy all over my body, and I feel itchy everywhere. Lucian nodded. Why do huskies in later generations destroy the house? That's because they have no place to vent their strength. Dazwang is the same. He is young, strong, and full of blood. He is born with supernatural power, but he has nothing to do all day long. There is no place to use that supernatural power. Naturally, over time, his body will be suffocated. Lucian looked at Dazwang with a smile. Dazwang, I plan to make a weapon for you. What kind do you like? Dazwang scratched his head and suddenly stood up. Master, I want a hammer. A big hammer. Hammer? Isn't that simple? Things like big iron hammers are too easy to make in the hands of ancient craftsmen. Lu Renayuan, I have a task for you. Find the best iron in Chang'an now. The price is negotiable. Lu Renayuan, who was eating a sesame cake, was suddenly frightened by Lu Xian's words. My lord, why is it so sudden? What do you want to do? Lu Xian smiled. You don't want Das Wang to practice alone with you every day, right? Instantly, Lu Renayuan shuddered. If he could choose, he would choose to stay away from Das Wang. After all, Das Wang was too strong. If he accidentally threw him out, whether he could survive was another matter. My lord, I'll do it now. Lu Renayuan went out in a hurry, smiling. It was estimated that all the blacksmiths in Chang'an were now making iron flowers with bare backs. He knew that there was a piece of different iron in the blacksmith shop in the south of the city, which was said to have fallen from the sky. Eating time was the most troublesome time for Lu Xian. When Yaya ate, it was earth-shaking, and when Das Wang ate, he suffered all over. It was impossible for a child of this age to eat quietly. Das Wang's mental age was not much different from Yaya's. The only better thing was that he might be cleaner than Yaya. The maids were busy. After changing Yaya's clothes, the night had enveloped the whole Chang'an. There was a curfew tonight, and it was reasonable that no one should walk on the streets of Chang'an. But under the dim moonlight, 3 sturdy men were arm in arm, mumbling in their mouths, as if they were discussing something. When the patrolling soldiers met them, they just stepped forward to take a look and left in dismay. Cheng Yaojin wiped his beard, feeling that something was wrong with him. Old Black, isn't it inappropriate for us to go there now? Yu Qigong was hidden in the black, and the whole person seemed to have disappeared. Only when he grinned, with his big white teeth shining, did you know that there was someone here. Old Cheng, you think too much. We are not going to trouble Lu Xian, we have business to do. Niu Jinda had been silent for a long time, and now he echoed, yes, those little guys in our family are ignorant all day long. Last time Cheng Kumo and the others made a fuss, His Majesty was angry and ordered us to discipline our sons. You know, I am also from an official family and have been educated. No matter how much trouble I make, I can't let my children stop studying. Cheng Yaojin's eyes flashed. That's the truth, but Lu Xian is now the Marquis of Lanshan, and His Majesty doesn't let us reveal our identity. Lu Xian is unparalleled in poetry, so there is no need for him to take care of our children, right? As soon as these words came out, the 3 people calmed down. After the last poetry meeting, Li Shiman was very angry. Li Gang was bedridden for half a month, and it was Cheng Kumo and the other 2 who made him angry. Li Shiman found Cheng Yaojin and the other 2 and asked them to let other children study hard. Even if they could not be learned, they could not be laughed at. They were all nobles of the Tang dynasty, but when they opened their mouths, they did not look noble. Others dared not say anything to their faces, but they might laugh at them behind their backs. Outside the Lanshan Marquis' mansion, Cheng Yaojin and the other 2 hesitated and wandered around. The carriage behind them was full of their gifts. As long as Lu Xian was willing to give them a tip, let alone this card of gifts, they would dare to move even the Ministry of Revenue's warehouse to Lu Xian. 3 generals, what are you doing? Lu Renayuan came back. After finding the priceless iron in the south of the city, he asked someone to bring it back directly. Before entering the door, he saw 3 sneaky figures constantly wandering around. Lu Renayuan was excited at that time. These 3 people were professional at first glance. Are there still such professional thieves in Chang'an now? Dare to hang around at the main gate? There are not many such people. Then Lu Renayuan saw Cheng Yaojin's dark face, and swallowed the scolding on his lips. Being interrupted by Lu Renayuan, Cheng Yaojin's face was embarrassed. General, it's okay, you go in first, the 3 of us will discuss something. Lu Renayuan was active in his mind, and he could tell at a glance that the 3 people were looking for Lu Xian for something. He bowed to the 3 people and said, Generals, I have something to do, I will go in first, you 3 continue. Cheng Yaojin waved his hand impatiently. The 3 of us were talking about something, and you suddenly appeared and scared us. As soon as Lu Renayuan left, Yu Qigong couldn't help it. No, it's not a good idea to just worry here. Let's go ask Lu Xian first. If Lu Xian doesn't agree, we'll find a way. Your Majesty has given the order, we have to take some action. The most troublesome thing for the 3 people now is the study of their youngest son. If it were in the past, they would just find a teacher to discipline him every day. But the result of that would be that there would be sons like Cheng Kumo, Niu Jinda, and Yuchi Bailin again. They are all founding heroes, so they should be decent, right? Your Majesty said that the long-standing aristocratic families of the 5 surnames and 7 families should not be allowed to compete. If Lu Xian knew that Li Shimon's purpose was this, he would probably burst out laughing. In this kind of arms race-like comparison with the 5 surnames and 7 families, Li Shimon did not roll himself up, but instead rolled up the 3 generals crazily. This operation cannot be said to be unreasonable, it can only be said that the old father is farting, the father's anger is exposed. You ask Wu Dalin to drink giraffe milk, but he can't do it with his size. In Yaya's room, the little girl didn't know what was wrong, and she couldn't sleep well tonight. After a while, she opened her eyes, looked at Lu Xian, and then snored happily. It's not normal to snore at such a young age. But thinking about Yaya's crazy appearance on the trampoline today, Lu Xian didn't think it was strange. Even if he is a strong man, after a hard day's work, no matter how quiet he usually sleeps, he will snore like thunder at this moment. Carefully closing the door, as soon as he went out and entered the main hall, he saw Lu Renayuan rubbing a black stone. That look was extremely funny, just like a homeless man who saw a beautiful woman lying on the ground, wanted to touch her, but didn't dare to touch her. In a dilemma, he could only turn around, 3 times left and 3 times right, and almost shouted to open it. Lu Renayuan, what are you doing? Lu Xian's voice suddenly came, and Lu Renayuan, who was originally looking at the huge black stone with a doting face, suddenly shuddered, as if his whole body was emptied, and he was timid and flustered. If there were no many lanterns in the yard, Lu Xian would have thought he was pulling up his pants. Hee, Lord, the things are back. A blacksmith in the day period, a huge piece of meteorite iron fell from his home. You said to make a hammer for Das Wang, and I remembered this. Lu Xian walked forward, stretched out his hand, and touched the black stone. You said it was a stone, right? There was a distinct smell of rust on it. It was obvious that it had been exposed to moisture when stored. The huge black stone, under the light, shone with a metallic luster, and there were some traces of something unknown inside. At first glance, it looked like iron, but upon closer inspection, it didn't seem to be. This was the first time Lu Xian had seen a meteorite in his life. Well done. My lord, the blacksmith said he didn't touch this thing much, he just knocked off some of the stones outside. The main reason is that there is too much meteorite iron inside. I wanted to sell it for a good price, but now it is a peaceful and prosperous time, so the blacksmith put it in his backyard. Many blacksmiths in Chang'an are registered. Ironware in this era is a rare item. No matter what kind of thing it is, it must have a name to avoid hoarding weapons and rebellion. Tomorrow morning, you will find the blacksmiths in the factory and start smelting. Lu Xian liked this meteorite iron very much. The hammer made of this thing must be something like Thor's hammer, right? Yes, Thor's hammer. Lu Xian went into the study, spread out a piece of white paper, and began to draw patterns on it. In his previous life, Lu Xian was not a movie fan, but he liked to make things by himself. In order to pursue a girl, Lu Xian made a Thor's hammer by hand with aluminum. Lu Xian still remembers the pattern on it. It's a pity that the girl ran away with a guy with a green light on his head. The Green Devil has cool equipment and is not short of money. After a while, Lu Xian completed the preliminary drawings, let out a long breath, and planned to stretch. The physique blessed by the system is a bit special. Ordinary people have to sleep and rest every day. Sleeping is a process of physical conditioning. But Lu Xian doesn't seem to need it. He opened the window to let in some air. Squeak. Lu Xian found that there were 3 huge heads outside his window, standing there dryly. Lu Xian was stunned. These 3 heads were dark and difficult to identify in the night, but when they all grinned, Lu Xian knew who they were. Hey, brother Lu Xian, good evening. Old Cheng, Old Black, Old Cow, what are you doing? Lu Xian was puzzled. When did you come in? I didn't hear you. Cheng Yaojin grinned. You were too serious just now. Lu Renayuan even called you. It's okay. We just waited for a while. While Cheng Yaojin was talking, snot began to flow from his nostrils. Well, don't stand outside. Come in quickly. The weather in Chang'an is very cold at night. After Cheng Yaojin and the other 2 entered the house, they felt the warmth in the house and suddenly began to sneeze one by one. Lu Xian looked at the pile of big and small bags behind the 3 people suspiciously, and asked tentatively, what are you 3 doing here? I'm embarrassed to bring so many things since I'm here. Lu Renayuan, put them away quickly. What if it's too late and the 3 brothers regret it? Brother Lu Xian, Cheng Yaojin suddenly sighed. We three have encountered a problem. Yes, brother Lucian, you don't know that our sons are not ambitious, uneducated, and wandering around the streets of Chang'an every day. We three feel bitter and are criticized every day. It's uncomfortable. Niu Jinda looked aggrieved, and Lucian subconsciously thought of a word Lanshao Xianggu. Brother Lucian, you are young, have many ideas, and are talented. Please tell us three how to let the children read more. Lucian was stunned and looked at the three of them. You three can't control your own sons, and you still expect others to control them? This, Lao Chang, Lao Niu, Lao He. When it comes to children, no matter how the teacher teaches, it's not as good as you three leading by example. You three are full of martial virtues, and the children will naturally follow your example. If you don't believe me, just look at Cheng Kumo, he is simply a replica of Cheng Yaojin. Niu Jianhu is a little different from Niu Jinda. Yuqi Bailin, don't mention it, just look at his appearance and you will know that he is Yuqi Gong's son. Ah, there are three of us involved. Cheng Yaojin widened his eyes. Brother Lucian, my son also told me that the peerless poems at the last poetry meeting were all written by you. Hehe, our old Cheng is an open-minded person. I have no wishes in my life. I just want my children to have more ink in their stomachs. Brother Lucian, you have many ways, and you have accepted the gift, so think of a way. Lucian suddenly felt that he had let Lu Renayuan accept it a little too quickly. This is a big problem. Let's not talk about the saying that famous teachers produce outstanding students. Learning this matter also depends on aptitude. Haven't you seen a certain famous high school in the future? The rate of first-class admission is frightening, and 985 and 211 are like drinking water. People only know that the teachers here are great, but they don't know whether it is possible that the students who can enter the school here are all the top students in a certain area. No matter how great the teacher is, it is useless if he doesn't meet good students. You let a famous teacher teach a blockhead, and he can't make a peony flower bloom. That's right, Brother Lucian, you are the Marquis of Lanshan in the Tang dynasty. From ancient times to now, only the Marquis of Champion can compare with you. Niu Jinda spoke on the side. Lucian is not the kind of person who takes money but does not do anything. When he saw the three people's faces were as red as pig liver, he knew what the three people had been doing these days. I said that I didn't see you come to visit recently. It turns out that you are worrying about this matter. Cheng Yaojin slapped his thigh. That's right. Brother Lucian, I'm not saying that there are so many famous teachers in Chang'an. When they heard that it was my son, they all started to get sick. Yes, I am not an unreasonable person. I served him well. When he heard about my son, he just lay on the table and refused to get up. He drank water. Can he get drunk by drinking water? Yuqi Gong lowered his head at this time, as if he had something to hide. Old Black, please say something. Cheng Kumo urged. Yuqi Gong hesitated and said, Brother Lucian, my son moved away overnight and went to Luoyang. I heard that when he left, he didn't bring thick clothes. When he arrived in Luoyang, he caught a cold and couldn't get up. Lucian couldn't hold it back and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. The three people looked even more embarrassed. Tell me, what should we do? We three don't know a few words, but our children can't be like that, right? Brother Lucian, don't just laugh. Lucian rolled back and forth. Well, there is actually a way. Children, if you ask them to recognize words, they will definitely not like it. It's so boring. But if you tell them to read stories, they will definitely be happy. They will chase you to ask about words they don't know. Boom! In an instant, the foreheads of the three generals of Chang'an seemed to be cut open by someone, and a beam of light shone in. The three of them were like cats stealing fish. They instantly found the source of the fishy smell. Looking at Lucian, the corners of their mouths began to grin, revealing their big white teeth. That's right, Brother Lucian is really amazing, and he awakened people with his words. That's right. If it's made into a story, no matter how much they don't like reading, they will have to rush to learn to read. In this era, as long as you can recognize words and know a lot, you have already defeated 99% of people. The literacy rate of ancient people was so low that basically 1 in 10 people could write their own names. Of course, they may only be able to write their own names, or simple names. For example, Zhang-san, the kind that Zhang is written wrong. For example, Li-si, the Li written by others and the Li he thinks of may be 2 words in his eyes. If a person can read and recognize words, and can also write poems, then he is a genius. Don't look at the fact that among the 3 people of Cheng Yaojin, Niu Jinda recognized more than 100 words, which is already quite impressive among the military generals of the Tang dynasty. Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong may have 30 or 50 words at most. How many words are there in a story? For a moment, the 3 generals had an unfathomable smile on their faces. Lu Xian reminded the 3, this method is not omnipotent. Think about it, let them read the storybooks and learn the stories by themselves, will it work? Cheng Yaojin grinned, don't worry, brother Lu Xian, what this method lacks most now is stories. I'll find a few folk scholars and let them write, hee. Yu Qigong felt that Cheng Yaojin was right, but it seemed that something was wrong. Niu Jinda suddenly reacted at this time, what kind of scholars are we looking for? Brother Lu Xian is talented, and the stories he writes must be very exciting. We should spend money on our own brothers instead of on outsiders. It's better to keep the fat water in the fields of outsiders. Lu Xian now wants to reject the proposal of these 3 people. It's not that there are no stories in the belly, but the main thing is that the Tang dynasty is not the later generations. In the later generations, any kind of stories can be written, and people will read them, and there is no need to worry about being accused. In the Tang dynasty, although there was no literary inquisition, if there were some bad tendencies in the story, someone would come to you very soon. Are you 3 sure you want to do this? Cheng Yaojin grinned, brother Lu Xian, the 3 of us are honest people, and we don't have any bad intentions. Don't worry, it's just a story, what can go wrong? Lu Xian felt very relieved when he saw the 3 people's ignorant look. What if something happens? Hey, in Chang'an, as long as it's not something that is intolerable by heaven and earth, we can handle it. 1 person can't do it, but 3 people can. As the saying goes, 1 Zhuge Liang is not as good as 3 cobblers. Having said that, Lu Xian felt that he could give it a try. After all, the story of water margin is so attractive. Li Shiman, you don't want your people to be full of young people who are eager to rebel, thirst for heroes, and yearn for the green forest when they have nothing to do, right? Young people should read Water Margin, and old people should read Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. Lu Xian was actually quietly excited. Don't worry, the 3 of you. We need to think about this matter in the long run. Lu Xian already had a preliminary plan in mind. That is to build a paper mill in front of the Lanshan Liulai factory. Li Shiman wanted to use the movable type printing method, but he didn't see any use for it now. He was probably preparing a big move. If something goes wrong, 3 generals and an emperor will all take the blame. I, Lu Xian, am just an ordinary marquis. It has nothing to do with me, right? The problem was solved, and Cheng Yaojin and the other 2 were so happy that they almost took Lu Xian to recognize him as their relative. The 3 of them now have no doubt about Lu Xian's ability. After all, how could he lack talent if he could go from a commoner to the Marquis of Lanshan in the Tang dynasty? At the poetry meeting, every word and sentence was a classic, and even Mr. Li Gang fainted with excitement. Could Lu Xian be a person who was seeking fame? They were relieved to leave their children's financial future to Lu Xian. If they knew what kind of knowledge Lu Xian was thinking about spreading at this time, they would probably explode on the spot. Before going out and walking into the yard, Cheng Yaojin suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the black stone in the middle of the yard. Hey, Lu Xian, do you like this kind of stone? Lu Xian laughed at himself, it's just some useless hobbies, old Cheng, I'll give it to you. Cheng Yaojin and the other 2 looked at each other, as if they had some plans in their hearts. The little expressions of the 3 people naturally did not escape Lu Xian's eyes, but what the 3 people were thinking, Lu Xian didn't need to guess, nor did he want to know. After all, the talents of these 3 people are really farting in the quilt, and they can smell and cover it. In the Marquis's mansion, the sound of clanging and banging started early in the morning. Lu Xian slowly opened his eyes, and the whole yard was full of maids. Zheng Luan was training the maids for a new day. Lu Renayuan and Xuerongui squatted quietly in front of the big stone, drooling constantly. Lu Xian looked up at the sky. It was still dark. Was this the sound of iron forging at 4 o'clock in the morning? In the yard, the blacksmiths were dancing with excitement. I, Li Laosan, have never seen such a good embryo in my life. If this is used to make iron, it will definitely be the best iron. Lu Xian sighed, do you know how to forge iron? Do you know how to forge iron? Do you know how to make iron the hardest? Sorry, I know even though I have never forged iron. 9-year compulsory education is not a joke. After cooking spicy soup, making some fried dough sticks and meat buns, Lucien went to wake Yaya up. It turns out that Yaya drools when she sleeps, which is natural, and it is not because she dreams of something delicious. Last time, she drooled when she dreamed of the big bad wolf. Today, Daetang restaurant should have some new dishes. Since it is late autumn, let's make some delicious mutton. When Dazwang and Yaya were eating, Lucien had disappeared outside the gate of the Marquis mansion. At Daetang restaurant, the people queuing today seemed restless. Xiao Lanping felt a little uncomfortable. He was surrounded by cold air all over his body recently. He didn't know whether his family's medicine was not good or he was a little overindulgent. He always felt that he was extremely weak. He got up early and came to queue up. He saw two drunk young people. Who else could they be if not Luo Wanggu and Ying Liufang? You two, it's so early. Luo Wanggu and Ying Liufang were startled and turned around to see a pale face with a hint of redness. It was just dawn. At this point, the sky was shining, and when you look at people, there is always a gray mist. Luo Wanggu and Ying Liufang tensed up their nerves. Ah, a ghost. The exclamation quickly spread throughout the West Market. The crowd of spectators poked their heads out without even putting on their clothes. Where is the ghost? Let me see what it looks like. What the hell? The Tang Dynasty restaurant sells ghosts? Can you eat it? At this point, people were just beginning to line up outside the Daetang Hotel. Suddenly, the people in the West City who were listening to the noise suddenly heard the word ghost and instantly became enthusiastic. There were even people standing on the roof, pointing and talking outside the Daetang Hotel. Some people stuck their heads out of the window, rubbing their eyes and watching what was happening outside with their upper bodies bare. Others were putting on their shoes while running outside, sticking their heads out, fearing that they would miss a big show. When someone saw Luo Wanggu and Ying Liufang lying on the ground, they reacted instantly and left with a look of disappointment. I'm not a ghost, why are you two so scared? Although Luo Wanggu and Ying Liufang were very noisy on weekdays, they were not very courageous. Are you really a ghost? Ying Liufang was better off, with a thin body, limp on the ground, unable to run. Luo Wanggu didn't think he could only sit there and wait for death. He was ready to run away. If Ying Liufang hadn't pressed his legs, he might have returned to Runfan building by now. You two, take a closer look at me. I'm Xiao Lanping from the Chinnan Pharmacy. You've been there. As soon as he heard Xiao Lanping, Luo Wanggu let out a long sigh. After looking carefully for a long time, he finally frowned and asked, Shopkeeper Xiao, what's wrong with you? Why are you like this? Yes, you weren't like this when we met you before. Xiao Lanping shook his head and sighed. All this started from that day when a middle-aged man who looked very serious went to sell medicine. The middle-aged man only bought one set of medicine at that time. The next day, he came over excitedly and bought 10 sets directly. At that time, Xiao Lanping realized that this broken prescription bought from a quack doctor seemed to be quite effective, so he tried it. It was a bit too much for a 40-year-old man to spend every night. Hey, I got sick. You two got up early today. Luo Wanggu looked left and right, smacked his lips and shook his head. It's okay for us to get sick, but shopkeeper Xiao who sells medicine is also sick. It seems that no one in this world can escape. Shopkeeper Xiao, it happens that the Tang Dynasty restaurant will be open soon, let's have something good. It didn't open yesterday, which made us two brothers very greedy. We didn't sleep well at home, and we came here to line up early in the morning. While the three were chatting, there was a sound of horse hooves on the streets of Zixi. The sound of horse hooves, followed by the subtle sound of wheels rolling on bluestone slabs, was extremely harsh in the autumn wind. A young woman got off the carriage. It was obvious that she had not woken up yet, but she was in very good spirits. Hehe, I told you, I'll definitely get a number today. I'd like to try it out. Is this Daetang restaurant a scam? Cheng Suning got up early today and wanted to sneak out by herself, but the problem was that the curfew would not end until the sun came out. If she wanted to go out, she had to let her family's entourage follow her. There was no choice but to take a carriage to Daetang restaurant. It felt bad to be followed by others. You wait here, I'll go to queue up. Cheng Suning jumped excitedly. At this time, there seemed to be some fish belly white in the sky. It was very fast. The people on the street began to crowd up. I don't know where the crowd came from. In just a few breaths, they directly occupied all the positions. Cheng Sunying looked at the long dragon behind her and let out a long breath. If she came late, she might not even get a bowl of soup. In the crowd, many people were chatting with each other. Some of them were loud and angry. It was obvious that they didn't get a number. It would be fine if I ranked a few hundred, but 101st, I really. Brother, I see you still care about your image just now. Tut tut, this won't do. I remember a black-faced man once said that if that's the case, even if you eat that thing, it won't be as hot as it is. As the two talked, the crowd laughed. The smell of fireworks in the world is the most soothing to ordinary people's hearts. Cheng Sunying didn't know why, but suddenly became curious about the West Market. In the past, when she came to the West Market for a stroll, it was the busiest time and the most crowded time. At that time, she didn't feel anything, but felt that the goods were dazzling, and there were jewels everywhere, and all kinds of strange things attracted her eyes. But the West Market at that time was completely different from the West Market now. On weekdays, the West Market looked like a middle-aged man, steady and a little mysterious. At this time, the West Market was completely different from what she saw on weekdays. It was more like a baby who had just woken up, looking at the empty streets, from nothing to slowly reviving. This feeling was very different. The West Market has not fully recovered, but the Tang Dynasty restaurant, which borders the West Market and Liquanfang, has recovered early. The queue of people is crowded, and they are all leaning their heads and mumbling, as if they are guessing what new dishes the Tang Dynasty restaurant will have today. I will pay 100 coins. There must be pork in today's dishes. You know, in the whole Chang'an, no, in the whole world, only the shopkeeper Lucien can make the pork so delicious. Brother, your 100 coins are a little too little. I will add another 200 coins. At this time, a voice came from a long distance. It was an old man with shining eyes. The old man was in a very good spirit. He looked at the two young men who were betting in front of him and said, "Will it be beef?" For a moment, there was complete silence. Tang Dynasty, Chang'an. Under the feet of the emperor. Who dares to eat beef? Who dares to eat beef in Chang'an? Plowing cattle are the most precious things in the world. If you are the owner of a restaurant that eats beef, the grass on his grave will be 3 feet high. Unless, you are the most famous devil in Chang'an, Cheng Yaojin. It is said that the cattle in his family often hang themselves for no reason. May I ask who the old man is? The old man is none other than Li Yuan. If I didn't eat it yesterday, I naturally couldn't miss it today, especially when I heard that there were new dishes today. That feeling made Li Yuan unable to sleep in the middle of the night. At this time, Li Yuan was wearing a coarse cloth with a thick fur coat inside. He looked no different from ordinary people on the outside. In addition, he looked old, so he instantly integrated into the people of Tang Dynasty. I am just an ordinary old man. It's okay to eat some beef. Although beef is expensive, it's worth it in the hands of Brother Lucien. If I were a cow, I would definitely die a worthy death. No one dared to answer this, which made Li Yuan a little surprised. I came from the people and went to the people. Is it really impossible to achieve this? I am so wise and brave, so extraordinary, so dazzling, and so out of place. Old man, I advise you to be careful with your words and deeds. If the current emperor meets someone who eats beef, he will behead him directly. In the Tang Dynasty, eating beef would not lead to death, but it would definitely lead to severe punishment. Li Yuan sneered. I can recite the Tang law by heart. Are you trying to scare me? Coward, what's wrong with eating beef? Just eat it with confidence. What are you afraid of? As soon as these words came out, everyone rolled their eyes, as if to say, if you want to eat it, go ahead. What do you mean by asking us to do it? When Li Yuan said this, his face was not red and he was not out of breath, which was completely different from the ordinary people who were afraid of talking about beef. Even if he ate beef, what could Li Shimin do? The unlucky ones were just those ordinary people who followed suit. The feeling of being fearless is refreshing. Li Yuan had never had such a strange and refreshing feeling. Not bad, not bad, it still feels good to queue up for food. No wonder Chang'e always said that it was boring to eat at Lucien's house. It was better to queue up directly. When people were crowded, you could feel the atmosphere of fireworks. Li Yuan enjoyed this feeling very much. Since he started his army, he had almost forgotten this breath that could soothe his heart. Seeing Li Yuan's arrogant look, a group of diners decided to ignore this kind of pretentious person. There are many people who pretend to be pretentious in the Tang Dynasty, and many of them were struck by lightning for pretending to be pretentious. Stay away from him, what if he gets himself into trouble? When Lu Xian arrived at the kitchen, the first ray of sunlight just shone through the kitchen window. It was like a golden thread, and it was also wrapped with the misty smoke in the air. Lu Xian opened the system and bought a whole sheep. Today's new dishes at the Tang Dynasty restaurant: mutton soup, braised mutton. The two dishes can be cooked together. The whole sheep in front of Lu Xian exudes a strong smell of mutton. A few days ago, Lu Xian used this mutton to make soup, which was really a unique way. Today, not only does he have to make soup, but also braised mutton, so naturally he has to separate the mutton. The sharp blades flew in the air, and soon, the whole sheep was divided into various parts. For stewing, it is natural to keep rolling in the pot, the more rotten the better. For stewing lamb, it is natural to cook only 80% done, and use another pot to cook it. In the system store panel, Lu Xian searched for a while and finally saw the ingredient he needed: potatoes. 1 penny per pound, large, bright color, soft and fragrant potatoes. Lu Xian directly bought 10 pounds. After each piece of mutton was cut into the right size, add cold water to the big pot and throw all the mutton in. Put the cold water into the pot and boil it over high heat until it floats slightly and foam appears on the water surface. At this time, if someone was in front of Lu Xian, they would be surprised. Because facing the boiling pot, it was full of boiling hot water and mutton that had been boiled for a while. Lu Xian directly stretched out his 2 hands, smiled and grabbed the hot bones and meat inside, and took it out easily and casually. The ruthless iron hand was so terrifying. This scene, of course, could not be seen by others. In another pot, warm water had been prepared long ago, just right for washing away the remaining foam on the mutton. In the kitchen, there was a dong 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 sound from time to time, like cutting vegetables or chopping meat. Today, Daz Wang and Yaya did not come with them. Lu Renayuan and Shui Rongui also went to the temple. Only a group of maids were waiting outside the door. Click, click. I don't know when, Lu Xian always heard the sound of water drops falling to the ground, and it became more and more frequent. It was like rain hitting the bead curtain, blending into the bead curtain. Feeling that the mutton was almost done, Lu Xian said to the outside, "Open the door." Outside the Datang Hotel, the boiling crowd was like eating gunpowder. When the weather was cold, the people in line were very irritable, and when the weather was hot, the people in line were even more irritable. The temper of the people in Chang'an was just like Chang'an, with a little arrogance in the irritability. As soon as they saw that the Datang restaurant was open and there was no tall and strong servant from the marquee mansion watching today, the people in line became excited instantly. If Lu Renayuan was not there, wouldn't they be able to take off? Luo Wanggu and Ying Liufang rushed in first. They were good at everything except eating. They sat down on the bench and asked, "What's the new dish today?" The maid in Cheongsam twisted her body and said with a smile, "Guest, there are more mutton soup and braised mutton today." It turned out to be mutton? Luo Wanggu and Ying Liufang were instantly excited. They worked too hard last night, so today was a good time to replenish their bodies. 2 servings each. Xiao Lanping was the second table to enter the Datang restaurant. Without saying a word, he ordered a bowl of mutton soup to moisturize his body. In the crowd, Chang Sunying's eyes were burning. At this moment, she finally understood why those people in line were anxious. She knew that as long as she entered the house, there would be countless delicacies, but she just couldn't get in. People outside the door want to get in, and people inside the door want to block the door. This is what the diners of Datang restaurant think. Everyone's eyes are green, exuding an irresistible primitive desire, the desire to eat a full meal. Chang Sunying was quite reserved at first. After all, she was a girl, but soon, the disadvantages of her not going out much since she was a child were revealed. Once people are familiar with the environment and begin to relax, especially when attracted by some wonderful flavors, they will forget the environment they are in, thus showing some of their essence. For example, she is jumping up and down now. Why are you so slow? It's so strange that people still eat at the Tang Dynasty restaurant when the cooking speed is so slow. What's outside the door? The ground is not flat, and the words on the plaque are so rough. Although he kept finding faults, the corners of his mouth occasionally lit up with a crystal color, reflecting the rising sun. It's true that he is honest but not honest. Li Yuan was a little behind, stroking his beard with a smile, and he was not in a hurry. At this age, everyone likes to stroll. Li Yuan can stroll dozens or hundreds of laps in Dun Palace every day. Last time, He was careless and the shoes he wore were a bit hard. He got tired after standing for a long time. This time he came prepared. The boots under his feet were padded with soft animal skins. What a lively scene! Oh, it's the smell of mutton soup. Li Yuan's nose twitched twice, and he instantly realized that something was wrong. Although Li Yuan's enlightenment to delicious food was a chicken, his favorite food was still mutton. After all, lamb is delicious and you can enjoy it no matter how you eat it. In the palace, the imperial chef is good at making all kinds of lamb. When he was the emperor, he would eat a sheep a day. Lu Xian is a good guy. Let me taste your lamb later. I have eaten more lamb than you have walked. Huh? This tastes different. Hiss, sizzle. I don't know why, but suddenly, Li Yuan regretted his idea just now. The taste of this mutton, just from the smell, feels completely different from all the mutton I have eaten before. In an instant, Li Yuan became calmer. Hurry up, I'm already hungry. Can you bear to watch me starve to death? There is always no shortage of guests at Jialan Temple in the early morning. There are many temples in Chang'an, and the pilgrims who go to the temples are always devout. After entering, I bought incense and candles and went straight to the Mahavira Hall to worship the Buddha devoutly. This is the general process. But it's different in Jialan Temple. This is why Lu Xian believes that Jialan Temple will definitely buy those colored glazes. In Jialan Temple, monk Guangliang has already prepared money. This batch of glass is of very good quality. If he buys it, changes hands and adds profound Buddhist teachings, and makes up a story, the price will double. There is no shortage of rich people in the Tang dynasty. The richer the people are, the more they are afraid of death. These colored glazes are sold to those people. The pilgrims were all bulging when they entered, but when they went out, they were clean. At the door of the wing where they entered, there were 2 strong monks standing, and several novice monks were waiting inside. This is the most important place of Jialan Temple. If you are short of money, if someone guarantees it, you can come to this small house and Jialan Temple will lend you money. That is merit. God has the virtue of good life. I, a Buddhist, give merit to others. Isn't it too much? You can borrow and repay. It is not difficult to borrow again, and you receive some interest. That is the blessing of the benefactor. In Chang'an, whoever has some family fortune knows about Jialan Temple. As for ordinary people who want to be enlightened by Buddha, just kidding, I don't save poor people. Lu Renayuan and Xuerongui held their heads high. When they entered the temple, they looked around and saw not devout pilgrims, but blood-sucked Chang'an people. Old Xue, I just found out last night that this Jialan Temple is nominally to convert others and lend money, but in recent years, the money has become more and more, and the industry has become bigger and bigger. You know now Dunyai Fang, Gia Fang who are the biggest landowners in the south of the city. Old Lu, are these the monks? Yes, it's Jialan Temple. Lu Renayuan couldn't sleep in the middle of the night last night, so he found a book about the Chang'an Temple during the day year. These things were all in the warehouse of Chang'an County. After checking them, Lu Renayuan completely understood that the marquee the meaning of what Mr. Ho said is really good. When the giant fish dies, all things will survive. Jialan Temple must have taken away a lot of land and real estate in recent years. At first, Lu Renayuan thought that Lu Xian just wanted to defraud Buddhism for some money. But now that he thought about it, the Marquis never wanted to deceive people, he just didn't like Buddhism. Monk Guangliang's smile suddenly made Lu Renayuan disgusted. Master, we brought a lot of colored glaze here today. The several huge boxes behind Lu Renayuan were full of high-quality colored glazes. Some had simple patterns and average transparency, but they were many times better than those sold by Hu people. These are so cheap that you can get them for just over 100 guan. The better one, the more transparent one, will naturally cost thousands of strings. Guang Liang was not ambiguous. If others saw these colored glazes, they would only think, after buying them, could they be used to sell them to pilgrims to make money? And he, after running Jialan Temple for so many years and being a senior brother for so many years, he has long understood the truth. This kind of thing is not for sale, but to show the reputation of Buddhism. Even if you give it away for free, after a period of time, the money will naturally come back 100 times 1,000 times. 2 donors, I want all of these. Lu Renayuan and Xuerongui didn't expect Guang Liang to be so happy, and they were a little at a loss for a while. Xuerongui said at this time, Master, where is the money? You too, please come with me. This is too smooth, right? It's so smooth that it feels fake. If Xuerongui and Lu Renayuan knew what the warrior Yu was doing at this time, they would probably be even more surprised. Of the dozens of Liulai statues behind Samurai Sun, only the last one remains. Looking at the brocade box in his hand, he took a long breath. His Majesty should be very happy to convert these things into money, right? Each and every one of that wealthy family is urgently ill and seeking medical treatment, eager to receive blessings of great luck. But people with great luck are never people who just improvise. Walking on the road, Samurai Yu felt comfortable all over, and the previous hazy feeling in his mind was gone. Sure enough, doing business is still comfortable. Passing by the West Market, the warrior Sun Xiaoyingying walked in, intending to buy something for the little girl. My little daughter has always been a bit greedy recently. She is 10 years old, has a ghostly spirit, and is smart at first glance. With people waiting aside, Samurai Yu went into the West Market and was walking. Suddenly, Samurai Yu heard a buzzing sound. Where can there be such a strong smoke of fireworks in the West Market in the early morning? The foreigners and merchants from the West Market had just packed up their shops and probably just set up their stalls. Why were there so many people there so quickly? Warrior Sun took a curious look, and this look directly shattered his understanding of business. Datang Hotel, with 4 big characters, comes into view. He could see nothing but this. The crowd swarmed outside the door of Datang Hotel, blocking everything inside. Everyone poked their heads inside, but they didn't poke their heads in, as if there was some savage beast inside. As long as you stick your head in, you can't get out. Datang Restaurant, this name is interesting. There are not many places in the world that dare to use the word Datang. I want to see this. I haven't seen such a courageous person in Chang'an for many years. What Wu Shigi said is true. In recent years, the wind in Chang'an has been tense. What is courage? Can it be eaten? Can it save lives? This year is better. After all, His Majesty seems to have encountered some happy events and has relaxed a little. In previous years, I don't know how many people were arrested and taken to the prison in Chang'an County for no reason. Thinking of this, Wu Shigi walked over with his hands behind his back. Just a few steps out, he saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Wu Shigi rubbed his eyes hard, thinking that he was old and blurry. But when he looked at the back carefully, his heart suddenly jumped and his chest hurt. It's him, it's him, it's him. The Emperor? The crowd was so crowded that an elderly person couldn't squeeze through, but Wu Shigi was different. He seemed to be full of strength at this moment. Some discordant voices suddenly appeared in the crowd. Who are you? Why are you squeezing? Ouch, you stepped on my foot. No, what's going on behind me? What are you touching? I'm a man, ouch, don't poke me. It's like accumulating strength for many years, pampering yourself, holding back and not using it, and accumulating it with all your strength. At this moment, it finally broke out. Samurai Sun's strength today was astonishing, even though he hadn't eaten anything, and his stomach was still rumbling just now. At this moment, he was like a starving ghost seeing delicious food, squeezing forward desperately. I don't know how long it took, but the sweaty warrior Yu was panting like an ox, his whole body was steaming, and his originally decent robe was now wrinkled and out of shape. There is only one reason why a duke of the Tang dynasty, a nobleman of the Tang dynasty, is in such a miserable state. The things he did and the people he wanted to meet were worthy of being so embarrassed. Your Majesty, well, old man. Samurai Yu tried to calm his breathing and called out. Li Yuan did not move, and still looked inside the Datang Hotel. There seemed to be many people in the team. Amidst the noise, Li Yuan did not notice the voice of Samurai Yu. Old man. Warrior Sun raised his arm this time and put it on Li Yuan's shoulder. Li Yuan suddenly turned around and saw the embarrassed warrior Yu, whose hair was a little disheveled but whose expression was respectful. The two looked at each other, speechless, with red eyes. I didn't expect to see you here. Li Yuan grabbed Samurai Yun's arm. I didn't expect to see you here. Li Yuan turned around and looked at the drowsy and yawning young man behind him. I'll pay you $100 to buy your position. Are you willing? Li Yuan seemed to be 30 years younger at this moment, with a majestic look in his eyes. Even if he is old, this kind of imperial power only exists for a moment. But this moment was enough to make the young man startle and fall into a trance. Today I met an old friend and I have something important to say. Young man, with 100 guan you can eat at the Datang Hotel for a long time. Most of the people who can eat at Datang Hotel have a good family background. Even if they have a good family background, they still cannot afford to eat here every day. Li Yuan threw out the 100 sticks. While the young man was still hesitating, someone from the team behind him already stood up. Old sir, I'm willing to sell it to you. 100 guans is a sky-high price. How much is the price of rice in Datang now? An ordinary family, with 100 guan, can feed themselves for several years without any problem. What's more, no matter how rich a person is, if you pay a lot of money, he may mind. Who are you looking down on? But 100 strings is as powerful as the former merchant and later the duke. The warrior Yu, who had seen a lot of money and spent money like water, was also shocked at this time. Li Yuan casually took out a gold ingot and threw it over. The fast-talking man ran away holding the gold ingot. At this moment, the young man realized what he had lost. Old man, Datang Hotel. I have never heard of this place. The warrior Yu stood behind Li Yuan and arranged Li Yuan's clothes respectfully. The two of them had been emperors and ministers for many years and were old friends. Lao Wu, you and I haven't seen each other for a few years. Since Li Yuan was placed under house arrest in the palace, Samurai Yun had indeed not seen Li Yuan for 7 years. It has been 7 years, old man, you are still as charming as ever. Li Yuan laughed at himself. I am old, now it is the world of young people. Old men like us should eat and drink. This Datang Hotel is a nice place. I like to come here to eat recently. It's rare for you and me to see you today. I'll treat you to it. The warrior Sun was curious about the Datang Hotel. Looking at Li Yuan's anxious look, the doubts in his heart became heavier. But when he heard Li Yuan invite him to dinner, the warrior Yu immediately said, I'm coming, sir, how can I let you come? Li Yuan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered what Samurai Sun used to do. He sighed and shook his head. For so many years, you have always been the one providing the money. Without your money back then, I wouldn't have had the future. Lao Wu, I'll do it this time. In the lobby of the hotel, Lu Xian looked at Xiao Lanping's pale face and became less calm. Is this the middle-aged version of Mr. Kong with kidney deficiency, right? Little shopkeeper. Lu Xian grinned, please tell your story. When Xiao Lanping was teased like this by Lu Xian, his face was instantly filled with embarrassment and self-deprecation. Little shopkeeper, I'm kidding someone. I'm so embarrassed this time. Xiao Lanping gulped down the mutton soup, feeling extremely depressed. Tell me, our business is good. You must be curious. You must be curious. The ancients often said that color is a bone-scraping steel knife. Xiao Xiao finally figured it out this time. When Lu Xian heard this, he immediately reassured him, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. If you practice this for a while, your body will be strong and your face will be radiant. Shopkeeper Xiao is usually in such good spirits that he recovers much faster than ordinary people. Xiao Lanping smiled bitterly, come to think of it, shopkeeper Lu, I blame Mr. Xiao for being greedy. The customer you introduced took a lot of medicine from me. Mr. Xiao himself can't believe it. So, I gave it a try. Needless to say, Lu Xian understood what was going on. After Fang Xianling went there and bought Xiao Lanping's medicine, he looked so majestic and heroic, which made Xiao Lanping start to doubt his life. Is this the normal reaction from drug dealers? Could a serious drug dealer react like this? As the name suggests, people have no products. Xiao Lanping tried it himself. Drink more soup and some meat. Xiao Lanping nodded vigorously. After drinking the mutton soup, he felt full of strength all over his body, as if he was back to normal. This feeling of replenishment is very comfortable. Manager Lu, give me some more mutton. After drinking your soup, I feel that I am cured. Today, many people ate the previous dishes, and the most people drank mutton soup. The main reason is Luo Wanggu and Yang Liufang. These two guys drank the soup as soon as they came up, and the slurping sound was like they had never eaten. Recently, there are many regular customers in the Datang Hotel, most of whom have seen the world. Although the food is delicious, the first few bites should at least maintain the dignity of the old Chang'an people, right? The old Chang'an people are all particular people, all decent people, and people who are not surprised by surprises. But this mutton soup is really too surprising. Now, there are a lot of people slurping soup, and the sound is like a cat's cry in spring. You can hear it clearly no matter how hard you cover your ears. Even if your ears can't hear it, your body will react. Even if your body doesn't react, your heart will be scratching. Brother, this mutton soup is so delicious, I want more. Yes, yes, brother, I want more mutton. Luo Wanggu and Ying Liufang have already had their fourth bowl, and they don't feel bloated at all. Don't ask, if you ask, you will know that they are big eaters. Finally, the first wave of 20 guests reluctantly came out of the Datang Hotel. The 20 seats vacated made Chang Soon-ying feel at ease instantly. She followed the flow of people in front of her and walked slowly towards the lobby hotel. The big and fierce guard of the Marquis mansion was not there today, but strangely, no one cut in line, and no one took advantage of the queue quota. This is really a strange place. Chang Soon-ying put her hands behind her back and took steps. As soon as she entered the Datang Hotel, she felt different. When she was outside, her body was cold, and her whole body, except for her mouth, seemed to be blown through by the wind. But once she entered the Datang Hotel, she felt like she was wrapped in something, and warmth began to spread gradually. In her mouth and nose, the fragrance of food flowed along her body, penetrating every hole. Her saliva flowed out unconsciously as if the floodgates were opened. This time, after swallowing her saliva, Chang Soon-ying straightened her back. This time she cued in, so there should be a place to eat, right? Others were crowded and had already started to sit down. Chang Soon-ying was in a hurry and was still quite reserved. After all, it was a meal. I have been to restaurants before, and there are usually exclusive places. But it was very fast. After a while, Chang Soon-ying found that there was only one corner of the first floor. 3 seats of the square table were already occupied. At this moment, she finally realized one thing. Sometimes, you have to fight for a seat to eat. Sitting on the bench, a maid came to the table and saluted. Looking at the maids serving in the restaurant, Chang Soon-ying blushed. Why are they wearing such strange clothes? Those clothes are extremely bold, just like those women who are ruining the country and the people in the storybooks wear them. No, those women in the storybooks are not so exposed. Look at the degree of closeness, look at the fork. Chang Soon-ying pouted. The owner of the Datang restaurant, Datang Lanshanho, is also a pervert, right? Don't worry, I'll know if you're just a name after I finish my meal, and it'll be too late to expose your true colors. 1 serving of fried tomato and eggs, 1 serving of dongpo pork, and 1 serving of rice. The woman opposite was dressed elegantly and gracefully, and she looked like a lady from a wealthy family. Twice cooked pork, boiled fish. I want mutton soup, braised mutton. For a while, the sound of ordering dishes rang out. Chang Soon-ying wanted to speak, but suddenly she realized that she didn't seem to know what dishes the Tang Dynasty restaurant had. How to order dishes if you don't know what dishes are available? At this time, the maid pointed to the sign in the upper room of the main hall not far away with a smile. Miss, there are the names of the dishes on it. Chang Soon-ying blushed and looked up. There were small wooden signs hanging on the top, and the words written on them could be seen clearly even if you were sitting farthest from the counter. What? Dongpo pork costs 200 coins. Why don't you go and grab it? What dish is so expensive? Twice cooked pork, 300 wen? Egg fried rice, 500 wen. What is that? How come I have never heard of any of these dishes? After ordering the dishes, the other 3 people at the table sat aside, waiting quietly, their eyes bright, as if they were preparing to feast on them. There were so many dishes that I had never heard of or seen, and I didn't want to miss any of them. Some people couldn't hold back their excitement just by looking at the names, and their saliva kept flowing down the corners of their mouths. At this time, someone had already kindly brought the thing around her neck over, and Chang Soon-ying blushed. If it really doesn't work, just order from top to bottom. The mutton soup seems good. A bowl of mutton soup, a portion of braised mutton, and a bowl of twice-cooked pork. After a bowl of soup, 2 dishes, and a portion of rice, Chang Soon-ying let out a long sigh and sat on the bench. There are traces of her in all the famous buildings. She has never been restrained since she was a child, but in the Datang restaurant, she seems a little restrained, so restrained that she always cares about other people's eyes. When they say that I don't know how to order dishes, will they scold me as a bumpkin in their hearts? Why do I seem to be out of tune with them? How can I pretend to come here often? It's so urgent. A moment later, in front of Chang Soon-ying, the mutton soup has been served, the braised mutton has also been served, and the twice-cooked pork has also been served. The rice is steaming and exudes an enticing smell. This rice seems to be unusual. It tastes a little more fragrant than the rice I have eaten. Just when Cheng Sunying was still hesitating about how to start eating, the noble lady next to her had already started to pick up the rice and eat it. When Cheng Sunying saw the woman eating, she couldn't hold it back in an instant. No, you are a woman after all, how could you eat so fast? Shouldn't you chew slowly? A moment later, the corners of Cheng Sunying's mouth and body were already covered with rice grains, and the tears flowing from the corners of her eyes made people think that she was bullied. It's so delicious. At this moment, Cheng Sunying seemed to have forgotten her previous purpose. What else did she do at the dating restaurant besides eating? What was more important than eating? Huff 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 huff. Today, there was no Cheng and female hero Cheng Sunying, only a little girl eating. The more Cheng Sunying ate, the more sad she felt. In the end, she couldn't stop crying. This is not an ordinary dish, it's a delicacy. No wonder the price is so high. A bowl of mutton soup costs 100 coins. I thought it was a fraud, but now it seems that I, Cheng Sunying, underestimated this mutton soup. As for the braised mutton, she had already eaten it up. After eating and drinking, she felt warm in her stomach and her whole body. There was a spring flowing in her ears, birds singing and flowers blooming, and there was a constant aftertaste in her mouth and nose. In the past years, I, Cheng Sunying, claimed that I ate all the delicacies in the world, but now it seems that it's just some ordinary meals. Forget it, this dish is worth the price, and I, Cheng Sunying, am not the kind of person who holds grudges. I won't sue the officials. Looking at the women wearing cheongsams again, Cheng Sunying suddenly felt that they were much more pleasing to the eye. What a good dress, the women's figure is undoubtedly highlighted, with beauty, and beautiful looks. It is indeed the dating restaurant. Just then, Cheng Sunying heard a voice. Oh, I have to wait in line today. It is not easy, not easy. Lao Wu, you order more dishes, don't save money for me. Did I seem to have seen this voice yesterday? Looking back, isn't this the old man who loved to listen to stories and was cheated yesterday? The dating restaurant is really a wonderful place. Cheng Sunying suddenly had a bold idea. I want to eat such delicious food every day, but I am afraid it is not possible. The pocket money given by my father does not seem to be enough. A meal costs 1 guan, how can I spend 1 guan every day? More than 300 days a year, that is more than 300 guan. I dare not think about it. But, if my eldest grandson Ying finds a job in this Tang Dynasty hotel, not only will I not have to spend money on food, but I can also make money. In an instant, eldest grandson Ying straightened his back and chest. Right? I am so smart. Li Yuan and Wu Shigi sat at the door. The cool breeze was blowing outside, but it was warm inside. Wu Shigi felt that his fur coat was full of sweat. Grandpa, why is it so hot in here? Li Yuan smiled and pointed to the stove in the middle against the pillar. Old Wu, you don't know about this thing yet, do you? This stove is the best thing in the Tang Dynasty now. It costs 20 wen each. I heard that this is the price specially authorized by the current emperor, so that everyone can afford it. Wu Shigi opened his mouth wide and looked at the stove in front of him, his eyes flickering. After a long time, he said slowly, Old man, Erlang is like you, kind-hearted. Even if he loses money, he must let the people benefit. Li Yuan raised his head unconsciously. Although he had a lot of resentment towards Li Shimin, Li Yuan thought that Li Shimin did a great job in this matter. This stove is so cheap and dares to sell it. I don't know how much loss it will lose. Do you know what is burning in it? Coal. Li Yuan asked and answered mysteriously. Wu Shigi frowned. He knew about coal. In the early years, when doing business in the north, some people used this as fuel. Wu Shigi also knew about this. But after burning, the coal smells bad, and many people died when they woke up. At that time, some people said that coal was very evil and it was unlucky to use it. After all these years, has coal really been used? I heard that this coal is different from the original coal. As long as you use this stove, nothing else will happen. Li Yuan stroked his beard, very proud. Where I live, I already have it. It's warm, I'm at home, even if I wear a short coat, it's very comfortable. Wu Shigi suddenly remembered that the black carbon that was a hot topic in Chang'an a few days ago seemed to be called coal. So that's it. Wu Shigi slapped his thigh, no wonder he always felt that this thing looked familiar. Grandpa, I'll make some for my family when I get home. Are you afraid of the cold in this winter? Li Yuan was very proud, as if he was a man who had experienced it. Calm down, Lao Wu, we are old, we should be calm. Well, you order the dishes. Wu Shigi raised his head and saw the direction of Li Yuan's finger, and then his whole body was shocked. Hiss! This restaurant is still good at making money. Grandpa, why is it so expensive? What good things has Wu Shigi not eaten in his life? He used to spend money like water, but now seeing this dish, he suddenly realized that the people queuing outside the door were doing something. Li Yuan stroked his beard and looked at Wu Shigi's surprised look, and was very satisfied. Lao Wu, calm down and put away your inexperienced look. This Daetang restaurant is unparalleled in the world. Do you know why the dishes in Daetang restaurant are so expensive? Wu Shigi was confused and shook his head repeatedly. Look at that name, can you hear it anywhere else? After you came in, have you smelled this smell anywhere else? Li Yuan looked calm, but Wu Shigi was very excited. With this kind of income, a dish of a few hundred coins is already cheap. The ingredients they use are good and the taste is unique in the world. This price is not excessive. I never thought in my life that I could eat such delicious food at the end of my life. I plan to come here often in the next 2 years to make my life worthwhile. Wu Shigi sucked in a breath of cold air. You know, he is the person who knows Li Yuan best in the world now. The Li Yuan he knows is absolutely impossible to say such words. Such unruly words came out of Li Yuan's mouth. Wu Shigi couldn't help but look at the piles of dish names. The food in the Daetang restaurant actually has such magical power? Old man, then I will order it. Wu Shigi took a deep breath. At this time, Li Yuan was already impatient. Hurry up, I'm hungry. He said silently in his heart, you were once a wealthy man in the world, and you followed me to conquer the world. Look at how reserved you are now. Li Yuan looked smug, and completely forgot the dilemma he encountered when he first came to the Daetang hotel. Braised chicken, mapo tofu, hot and sour soup, boiled fish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Wu Shigi had never heard of these dishes, and he reported the names of the dishes word by word. Li Yuan stroked his beard at this time. Add 2 more bowls of mutton soup. Old Wu, the mutton soup here is absolutely delicious. My mouth is watering now. Wu Shigi's ears were only buzzing. The people outside the door were urging him, and the people inside the door were reluctant to leave, and drooling. This scene was really the first time he had seen it in his life. Not long after, when the dishes came up, Wu Shigi felt that his whole body was boiling. Lao Wu, don't look at this dish as expensive. In my opinion, it's still cheap. Come, try it. After a mouthful of mapo tofu, Wu Shigi's mouth was numb, as if a bug was crawling through it. Waves of saliva kept rolling in his mouth, and he felt that the tofu suddenly melted in his mouth, and then quickly wrapped his entire tongue. He was obviously hungry, and his stomach was growling, but he just couldn't bear to swallow it. That kind of hot feeling. I seem to have never experienced it before. Looking at the reserved Wu Shigi, Li Yuan took a deep breath, picked up the rice bowl, and then buried his head in eating. How can you waste time on such delicious food? As if he didn't want to waste any second, Li Yuan ate frantically, 1 mouthful of food, 1 mouthful of rice, and Wu Shigi couldn't sit still. He was thinking about how to be elegant in his mind, but his body couldn't help but be wild. There seemed to be a voice in his ear, eat freely and be yourself. Before noon, the 100 guests in the Daetang hotel had almost finished eating. Lu Xian washed his hands and then slowly came out. As soon as I came out, I saw a little girl with a red face in the corner. Isn't this girl Cheng Suning who was indignant yesterday? What happened? Was she teased? Why didn't she have the same attitude as yesterday today, but was rather shy and a little uncomfortable? Isn't this Miss Cheng Sun? Are you in line today? Just when Cheng Suning was about to speak, she suddenly realized that she was full. She was afraid that if she opened her mouth, the delicious food would burst out of her mouth. Hey, little friend Lu Xian, you're out. Li Yuan winked at Lu Xian and sat on the chair. Come on, let me introduce you to a capable person. Lu Xian smiled and looked at the elderly man sitting next to Li Yuan. Oh, old man, this person should not be an ordinary person, right? The people who can sit next to you, old man, must be close friends, except for family members. Li Yuan likes Lu Xian like this. When he needs to be tough, he is really tough. When he needs to be gentle, he is really like a spring breeze. Oh, Lu Xian, what you said is that I, old Li, am approachable. How can it be so exaggerated? This is Lao Wu, a little old man like me. He used to do business, but he has been in poor health these years, so he gradually stopped doing it. After hearing Li Yuan's introduction, Wu Shigi instantly understood one thing. The man in front of him, Lu Xian, did not know Li Yuan's identity. So he stood up and saluted Lu Xian. Manager Liu's cooking skills are unparalleled in the world. Today, Lao Wu can taste such delicious food. Even if I die, I will rest in peace. Lu Xian waved his hands repeatedly. You're welcome, you're welcome. Lao Wu, if nothing unexpected happens, considering his age, he should be Wu Shigi, right? Who is Wu Shigi? If Datang is a company, Wu Shigi is the institution that invested in Datang when it was still a startup team. It can't be considered an angel round, but it is definitely the earliest investor. Lu Xian remembered that when Li Yuan died, Wu Shigi heard the news and fell ill, and soon followed. The relationship between Wu Shigi and Li Yuan is extraordinary. It is the relationship between Bol and Qian Lima. If you go deeper, it is not an exaggeration to say that they support each other, share weal and woe, and are as close as brothers. Li Yuan ascended the throne and the world was just settled. The first thing he did was to confer the title of Duke to Wu Shigi. Looking at Wu Shigi's old face, Lu Xian suddenly felt that those who started the business of Datang Group seemed to have worked too hard. Old Wu, you are too kind. Just come and visit me more often, bring your family and your daughter to taste my cooking skills. You can bring your daughter, but not your son. After all, I know what kind of person your son is. Your two daughters are now 11 and 10 years old. Walk around when you have nothing to do. Don't be so stingy. Wu Shigi was delighted when he heard this. Apart from other things, his two daughters were the ones he cared about the most, the apple of his eye. When he heard about his daughters, Wu Shigi thought of Wu Shen and Xiao Wu, and he felt happy for a while. Of course. Shopkeeper Liu's craftsmanship makes Wu want to bring his whole family to taste it. Li Yuan rolled his eyes. Old Wu, shut up first. Well, Lu Xian, almost everyone has left now, hurry up, continue telling stories. Liang Shan, this time I have to listen carefully to what Liang Shan does. The last time I heard the story of Liang Shan, it seemed that I was not satisfied. This time Li Yuan wanted to go deeper. Old man, don't be impatient. This story has to start with a man named Song Zhang. As soon as Lu Xian opened his mouth, a fragrant breeze blew over. When he turned around, he saw Chang Sunying sitting blankly on the other side, holding her head and looking at Lu Xian. Her big eyes were bright and seemed to be waiting for Lu Xian's story. Afternoon, when they came out of the Tang Dynasty Hotel, Wu Shigi helped Li Yuan get on the carriage. Li Yuan looked at Wu Shigi at this time and sighed. Old Wu, do you know what this Lu Xian is? Wu Shigi was stunned. Lu Xian? I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Wu Shigi's time in court was relatively short, but he was very gossipy, and his mind was full of strange things in Chang'an every day. Suddenly his eyes lit up. I remember, it's him. Marquis of Lanshan. Li Yuan nodded. Haha, Erlang does things, I don't interfere. Li Yuan looked like I don't care, it's all young people's business, the key is that he can't interfere even if he wants to. He was a little tough on the mouth, after all, he was once a respectable person. But this Lu Xian, from a commoner, jumped to the Marquis of the Tang Dynasty, and heard that he was promoted 3 levels in a row. This is extraordinary, and he must have something extraordinary. Wu Shigi narrowed his eyes and thought in his heart. Is there anything that Lu Xian is not as good as ordinary people? When His Majesty bestowed the title, it seemed that he did not explain the reason. It was more like telling the ministers that this person would be the Marquis of Lanshan in the Tang Dynasty from now on. Wu Shigi suddenly realized that he had been a little negligent before. He should pay a visit to the person who can make His Majesty value him. Too careless. Of course, if he knew that Lu Xian was very low-key after being conferred the title of Marquis, he would be more curious. In the restaurant, Cheng Sunying refused to leave for a long time. Miss Cheng Sun, what are you doing? It's noon, you should go home for dinner. Cheng Sunying was stunned and looked at Lu Xian with resentment. Manager Lu, I have eaten the delicious food of your Tang Dynasty restaurant, how can you let me eat other things? I understand now, you used this method to seduce those diners, right? You are really smart. Lu Xian smiled. What are you going to do with that girl? Cheng Sunying stood there, with her hands on her waist. I, Cheng Sunying, have never been inferior to others in my life. What others can eat, I also want to eat. I want to eat what others can't eat. I've made up my mind. I want to work at the Tang Dynasty Hotel. You are the Marquis of Lanshan, and I am not ordinary. I will do odd jobs here and run waiters. You should provide meals, right? Lucian was drinking water and almost spit it out. It seems that Lucian didn't know enough about the tolerance and openness of the Tang people before. Cheng Sunying was obviously serious. That won't work. Your family is so powerful. If they knew you were doing odd jobs here, they would smash my store, especially your father, who is a royal relative, and your brother. They dare. Cheng Sunying's eyes widened. My brother was beaten by my father and couldn't get out of bed. I will definitely let my father continue to work. He will lie down for the next 6 months. As for my father, he will definitely not say anything as long as I want. Cheng Sunying's heart was excited. She felt relieved when she thought that she could eat Lucian's food every day. Lucian, you don't want me to make your tricks public, do you? You don't want me to sue the authorities, do you? Lucian was speechless. You are the daughter of a duke, and your status is extremely high. In the Tang dynasty, the gap between nobles and ordinary people is like that between Brahmins and Dalits. We can't say that they are reproductively isolated, but at least they can't mix together, right? You're making it very difficult for me. Okay. Lucian grinned. My family needs a night incense burner, do you want to try? Lucian just said it casually. After all, Cheng Sunying's status is there. How could such a woman work as a handyman for others? Is this a joke? Right? Zhang Luan? Lucian looked at Cheng Sunying. You have a luxurious life and no pressure. You should not need to do such a humble thing, right? You know, if Cheng Sunying does handyman, she will be mixed with other maids every day. Those maids were bought from the pawn shop. They are all women who have undergone a lot of training. They are diligent and have been tamed long ago. You Cheng Sunying are unruly, okay? Brahman and Dartley work together? Lucian, don't believe this kind of ridiculous thing anyway. Cheng Sunying seems to be struggling with something, and sweat is coming out of her face. You Lucian, you actually insult me with such a thing. I, Cheng Sunying, have never been inferior to others in my life. How could I do such a thing? No, is it possible that Lucian is testing me now? Yes, it must be. He is the Marquis of Lanshan in the Tang dynasty and also a nobleman. Why should a nobleman embarrass a nobleman? He must be testing whether I am firm in my heart. Good Lucian, you are young, but you have a lot of fancy tricks. Go if you want, what are you afraid of? My Cheng Sunying is not made of clay. Lucian was still waiting for Cheng Sunying to explode, but when he heard Cheng Sunying's words, he was suddenly stunned. Can you accept this? By the way, is the pride of Cheng Sunwuji's family gone in this generation? Lucian smiled and looked at Cheng Sunying. Miss Cheng Sun, are you really willing? Do you know how many good things can be made in my family of dozens of people in one night? And my brother, one is 10. This is said in other scenes, no problem. There are many people in the family, dozens of people, and more cloth, more tables and chairs, and more iron stoves can be made in a day, without any sense of disobedience. There is strength in numbers. Especially with Dezhuang, one can beat 10. But at this moment, Cheng Sunying didn't know what was in her mind. Suddenly, she showed a look of fear in her eyes. Lucian, do you really want me to go? I don't accept it. I just want to be a handyman. Why do you bully me? Cheng Sunying's eyes were filled with tears, and her voice became high-pitched, like a rooster with its neck strangled. You are a big man, what's the point of bullying a woman? If it was Lucian in the future, he would definitely be at a loss. After all, no matter how much experience he had, Lucian was still innocent. But in the Tang dynasty, Lucian had long realized one thing, that the women of this era were extremely fierce, and those who dared to say this in front of you were not easy to deal with. Lucian crossed his arms. Miss Cheng Sun, you've gone too far. Go out and ask the neighbors. Everyone knows that I, Lucian, am well-mannered and handsome, and even hums little songs from the Tang dynasty. You sing and I sing along. I always respect girls, so if you say you want to eat, I will give you food. If you want to eat other things, I will also try my best to give them to you. You want to go to the night incense, then I can only agree. If I refuse you, wouldn't I be letting you down? The corners of Cheng Sunying's mouth twitched. As a girl who rarely goes out, but has been going out frequently recently, Cheng Sunying's mind was empty in an instant. Each word of Lucian's words was plain, but when put together, why did it feel like she was getting more and more angry? It was you who said that the only job was to pour night incense. Forget it, since Miss Chang Soon doesn't want to pour night incense, why didn't you say so earlier? How about chopping wood? Although the Tang Dynasty restaurant now uses coal stoves, cooking is sometimes more comfortable with wood stoves, and the taste is closer to nature. You didn't lie to me? It's chopping wood, not pouring night incense. Chang Soon Ying blinked. Lu Xian nodded. Tang people don't cheat Tang people. Chang Soon Ying was overjoyed instantly. The wages were not important. What was important was that she could eat delicious food every day. What's wrong with chopping wood? I, Chang Soon Ying, have never been inferior to others in my life. Isn't it just chopping wood? If others can do it, so can I. The Tang Dynasty nobles really don't bully the Tang Dynasty nobles, and the Tang Dynasty people don't cheat the Tang Dynasty people. Lu Xian saw that the time was almost up, and after inviting everyone to drink mutton soup, he left early. The carriage outside the door had been prepared long ago. Lu Xian was not in a hurry, but Lu Renayuan and Xuerongui could not wait. My lord, so much money. The two of them had a light in their eyes and were shaking all over. As soon as Lu Xian came out, they could not hold back their excitement. Lu Xian nodded calmly. It's just a few dollars, so excited. Lu Renayuan and Xuerongui could not help swallowing their saliva. After all, he was a young man who could be made a marquis. He was calm and collected so much colored glass. He could take back tens of thousands of strings in the temple. That was not a small amount. As if they were infected by Lu Xian's calmness, they didn't say anything at this moment. In 2 days, continue to sell colored glass to them. At least they should pay 200,000 strings a year, right? Lu Xian roughly calculated that the Buddhist sect produced a lot a year. Someone once said that the more prosperous the place is, the more powerful and wealthy the place is, the easier it is for religion to thrive. Don't think that those colored glazes are not very good, but if they are in the hands of those monks, they can play with them. This is a win-win situation. The only variable is when Lu Xian is ready to mass-produce the entire colored glaze factory and do wholesale. At that time, the colored glaze in the world will be the same price as the clay pot. When the quality is good and the price is similar to the clay pot, when people can afford it, they will naturally choose the good-looking one. That's when Buddhism will cry, "My lord, you are still amazing." Xuerongui blushed. When he was farming at home before, he was lucky to save money all year round, not to mention that most of the time, the harvest from farming was exchanged for food, which was just enough to barely have enough food. That kind of life is completely incomparable to the days in the Marquis mansion. By the way, my lord, Lao Li is here to visit you. Lu Xian smiled immediately when he heard the news. Needless to say, Li Shimin had dug out something good and came here to show off. As soon as he returned to the mansion, Lu Xian saw Li Shimin swaggering at the door, walking sideways, afraid that others would not know how awesome he was. Hey, brother, you're back. Li Shimin raised his head, looking very proud. Old Li, what's wrong? You didn't come in to sit down when you came. It's so cold outside. Li Shimin raised his head even higher. Brother, let's go to your little room. I'll show you a treasure. Li Shimin held a box in his arms, his face mysterious, looking left and right. When Lu Xian was not there, he was very proud. As soon as Lu Xian appeared, Li Shimin instantly became cunning. His eyes swept around, and the corners of his mouth raised, just like a thief who succeeded in stealing things, and looked at the people who jumped up and down and couldn't find the culprit, and laughed honestly. In the mansion, Yaya and Daz Wang had things to do today, so naturally they were not so noisy. As soon as he entered the door, Li Shimin closed the door with his backhand, and kept looking outside through the crack of the door. He looked for a long time before he felt relieved. Brother, I found something good this time. The good things that surprised Li Shimin, in addition to the imperial seal, were some unique treasures. Li Shimin closed the window, and the whole room was a little dim. Lu Xian frowned, but was not in a hurry, just to see what Li Shimin was going to do. The moment he opened the box, Li Shimin couldn't help but get closer to look. A faint green light, like a firefly in the dark, was so dazzling. Li Shimin grinned and looked up at Lu Xian. The green light reflected his chin and his big white teeth, and the atmosphere instantly became eerie and strange. Brother, hee. Lu Xian felt that all his muscles were stiff. Old Li, please speak properly. You can laugh, but don't make such a sound. Fortunately, Lu Xian has seen big scenes and watched countless horror movies, otherwise he would have punched him now. Li Shimin swallowed his saliva and took out the round thing from the box. Night Pearl, I never thought that I could find this good thing with just a few shovels. Li Shimin raised the fluorescent Night Pearl, and the green enveloped him, especially the top of his head, where his black hair was dyed into green grassland by the green light. How is it? Good stuff, right? Lu Xian carefully looked at Li Shimin at this moment, and the words came to his lips, but he swallowed them back. There seemed to be only one song in his ears. I heard the sound of rain falling on the green grass. Brother, why are you silent? You must be shocked by the treasures dug out by your brother. It doesn't matter. This thing is given to you. You can hold it and play with it when you have nothing to do in the future, and hold it when you sleep. The treasures in the world belong to the virtuous. If you dig out good things later, I will give one to Yaya and Dazwang. Lu Xian couldn't help it. It's fine if you give it to me. Things like night shining pearls, to put it nicely, are treasures. To put it bluntly, isn't it just a glowing stone? Can a glowing stone be a real stone? It has a built-in micro-reactor and strong radiation. Or it can be said that those who owned night shining pearls in ancient times generally didn't live long. There is no way, so someone came up with the words the virtuous belong to it to prevaricate. The real reason is that the radiation is too strong. If you can endure it for 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, or 1 month, can you endure it for a year? Generally, after a year, the life of the owner of the night pearl is almost over. Lu Xian is invulnerable to water and fire, but the system does not say that he is not afraid of radiation. Lu Xian is like this, let alone Yaya and Dazwang. Old Li, you must keep this thing for yourself. I don't need the night pearl here. The moon pearl in the sea has tears. You must give this thing to the person you hate the most and the person you dislike the most. Li Shimin was immersed in the green surround, his face was glowing green, and his teeth were dyed green. Suddenly, he was choked by Lu Xian's words. What? Brother, I shouldn't have heard it wrong? You just said to give it to the person you hate the most. For a moment, Li Shimin didn't know what to say. He widened his eyes, emitting a green light in his eyes, and he didn't understand it at all. Why? Lu Xian smiled mysteriously, put that thing in first, and talk it over, don't rush. Li Shimin made a dissatisfied sound in his throat, and he felt more comfortable only when he was in front of Lu Xian. In normal times, his identity determined that he had to think about what he said, and he had to be cautious and cautious. It was a small matter to reflect on himself. The most difficult thing was that when people were in a high position, it was normal for no one to speak. Only Lu Xian made Li Shimin feel like he was back in the past, when he was a gangster in Taiyuan. This night pearl is not a good thing anyway. If you want to sell it for money, do it as soon as possible. If you don't want to sell it, it depends on who you hate. As long as you give the thing to that person, within half a year, that person's health will definitely deteriorate, and he will die with hatred in the end, even if he is a young and strong man. Li Shimin raised his eyebrows, and his eyes trembled. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Throughout the ages, night shining pearls have been rare treasures, how could it be possible? He didn't believe it. But would Lu Xian lie to him? Brother, are you serious? At this moment, Li Shimin was already disappointed, and at the same time, he had already begun to think about how to deal with the night shining pearl. Evidently, he didn't believe Lu Xian's words, but he subconsciously made this inner choice. Li Shimin is now like a woman, saying no with his mouth, but his body is very honest. Old Li, you and I are brothers, can I lie to you? Just tell me how much you can sell a night shining pearl for now. Li Shimin pondered, the price of a night shining pearl should be higher than that of glass, right? There should be no more than a dozen people in Chang'an who can afford the night pearl, right? Tell me what's going on. Lu Xian smiled calmly, pulled open the curtains and opened the window. Let the sunlight in, it won't kill anyone. I can't tell you what's inside this thing. The main thing is that if I tell you, you may not understand. You may not understand. These words are insulting to Li Shimin. Li Shimin, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, such a powerful person, so knowledgeable, I don't understand? But the next moment, Li Shimin was like a deflated pig bubble, he really didn't understand. Just remember, this thing should be put in a lead box and put it far away. No matter who you give it to, remember to use a wooden box or something. If you don't believe it, then put it on the bedside and sleep for a night. If you feel refreshed tomorrow, just ignore what I said. After these words came out, Li Shimin no longer argued. He had completely believed what Lu Xian said. One good thing about Li Shimin is that he listens to advice. If Yang Guang heard what Lu Xian said, he would definitely look in the mirror, be narcissistic, look down on others, and throw Lu Xian's words out of his mind. But Li Shimin is different. Li Shimin can listen to what Wei Zhang says, let alone Lu Xian. Li Shimin may not have heard the saying listen to advice and eat enough, but he is definitely a wise ruler in his bones. He has been listening to advice since he was a child and has his own opinions. He is the material of a wise ruler. Lu Xian, I don't know what to say. The ups and downs of life are a bit exciting. I'm a little hungry, I want to eat something good. Lu Xian smiled. After experiencing some incomprehensible ups and downs, people will unconsciously start to want to eat. By the way, I heard from Lao Chang that you asked them to take good care of their sons. Li Shimin was not interested in anything at this moment. Even if there was a peerless beauty in front of him, naked, he didn't want to do anything. Hey, Lao Chang and Lao Niu's children are always making trouble. What should they do if they don't study these days? Studying can make you powerful. If you don't study, their family business can't stand it. Li Shimin's voice was full of fatigue. Have some mutton soup, I won't charge you today. Li Shimin widened his eyes, opened his mouth, and couldn't say a word for a long time. When he came, he brought 3 boxes of money for Lu Xian. No matter how you listen, this meal is a bit awkward. But when he thought of Lu Xian's cooking skills, Li Shimin didn't think too much about it. It was rare for Lu Xian to be so generous. In the backyard, Lu Xian was busy cooking mutton in the kitchen. Li Shimin was chopping wood outside. Have you ever seen an emperor chopping wood? Maybe, but not often. Even Lu Renayuan was confused. He wanted to go up to help, but when he saw Li Shimin's eyes, he immediately rolled away. When Li Shimin chopped wood, his heart was quiet, especially every time the axe fell. Watching the firewood split from the middle, and then fell down and broke into 2 halves, something in Li Shimin's heart seemed to be split and crushed. Comfortable? Suddenly, Li Shimin felt something moving in his body. Turning his head, he saw the kitchen door open. Lu Xian, if it weren't for your good cooking skills, forget it, I'll eat first. Li Shimin stood up suddenly. Lu Renayuan, you come and chop wood. Lu Renayuan had just left, and before he turned around, he was called back by Li Shimin. Your Majesty, you always go in and out like this, it's not good. In the kitchen, Li Shimin didn't pretend. He squatted on the small stool, holding a large bowl, and began to slurp. The mutton oil chili tasted fragrant, and the spicy taste brought a feeling of cracking, like a huge forest, which was instantly cracked under the unstoppable terrifying force. Lu Xian also gave this rough feeling a name, Spicy Forest. Awesome. Li Shimin was sweating on his head, and the sweat accumulated on his body when chopping wood just now was like a floodgate, and it came out directly at this moment. Brother, when did old Cheng look for you? Lu Xian smiled. No, we just met by chance. Li Shimin looked unconvinced. He knew Cheng Yaojin's temperament. When he had no other options, he would never go to the imperial study to complain. He would only use some strange methods to solve the problem, even at the cost of self-defilement. You said this man had never been to school, but he was not stupid at all. You said he was smart, but he just couldn't read. Li Shimin shook his head and sighed. Do you have any solution? I also have 2 sons who are a bit useless. If you have a solution, I will let them follow you. Lu Xian almost spit out water when he heard what Li Shimin said. Your 2 children, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Child, I can't teach them. That level of intelligence must be taught by Li Gang. After all, Mr. Li Gang has taught many students. What? Are you unhappy? My 2 children are very smart. Lu Xian didn't say anything, and filled the bowl with mutton soup. Yorong, send it to Yaya and Dazwang. Zheng Luan heard Lu Xian's voice, twisted her waist, like a lotus emerging from water, bowed to Lu Xian after entering the door, and then went out with the plate. Li Shimin snored. To be honest, if you can make my 2 sons more motivated, it might not be a bad thing. Lu Xian glanced at Li Shimin. Old Li, how many sons do you have? Well, not a few, the family is big, but there are 2 or 3 who can learn from you. In Li Shimin's heart, Li Chingan and Li Tai are relatively likable at present. Li Kai is very good and smart, but it's a pity that he is not a legitimate child. Lu Xian was speechless. Why do you want them to learn from me? You know about recognizing words, I am just mediocre. Li Shimin narrowed his eyes. Lu Xian, if I didn't know what you did at the poetry meeting. You really fooled me, old Li. I'm sorry, Li Shimin, I knew your extraordinary talent a long time ago. Hey, brother, don't be so modest. If you can't do it, you can teach them cooking. Li Shimin made Lucian speechless. He just opened his mouth and said, aren't you afraid that I will teach them water margin? No, no, cooking is a trick that is not presentable. You have a big family and they will have to inherit the family business in the future. You don't want to see your son become a chef who stands tall and proud, right? Li Shimin looked at Lucian lazily. It's not impossible. There are so many things to do in the world. If you can't do it, they can be a cook, a carpenter, like driving, and cross the Wei River, which is also good. Lucian almost laughed out loud. Carpenter Emperor, are you happy? Tamubeo God of War, are you happy? Jaeliang he old driver is okay. It's settled. I'll send it to you when the time comes. It's not a big deal. They can come and learn from you when they are free. Li Shimin stroked his beard with satisfaction. Where's the pot? I'll have another bowl. Li Shimin left and Lucian got on the carriage and went directly to the Lanshan glass factory. After not seeing each other for a few days, a circle of walls had been built outside the glass factory, and some simple small houses were built inside. Although they were just ordinary thatched grass and wooden stakes, at least those craftsmen had a place to shelter from the wind and rain. When Lucian arrived outside the door, the guards saluted Lucian. Lucian nodded, motioning them to continue on duty, and he walked slowly into the factory with his hands behind his back. Smoke and dust rose everywhere, and thick smoke billowed. The earthen kiln like a tomb seemed to have opened a hole in the earth, and the angry land kept spraying hot air. The glass factory was not big, about the size of a factory building in the future. Lucian did not disturb the focused craftsmen, but went straight to a shed at the end. In the shed, two burly men were swinging hammers vigorously. Bang, bang, bang. There were constant sounds. When they looked up, they saw Lucian. My lord, you are here. The craftsman's voice was full of enthusiasm. These craftsmen can forget anyone, but they will never forget Lucian. When they were in the most difficult time and couldn't survive, it was Lucian who gave them a chance to live. When they were starving to death, Lucian recruited workers and gave them a bowl of rice. After so many days, every craftsman in the factory worked hard and refused to rest. Human nature is lazy, but here, everything seems different. You say they won't cheat or slack off. That's naturally impossible. Because of Lucian's kindness, they would rather work more now, otherwise they will always feel uneasy. The relationship between people in this era, especially among this group of people, is still relatively simple. Lucian nodded. How is it? Can the hammer be hammered out? The man nodded. Please rest assured, Lord. If I can't hammer it out, Lord, take off my head and use it as a chamber pot. Lucian looked at the guy's big head and shook his head. I don't need such a big chamber pot. The two blacksmiths grinned and sneered. Lucian motioned them to continue, and he walked to the open space on the other side. At the end of this place is a bamboo forest, and behind the bamboo forest is a river. The weather is getting cold, and there seem to be fewer fish in the river. If it is winter, it will freeze. Lucian looked at the flat terrain beside the woods and waved to the corner on the side. Lu Renayuan came out happily. Starting from here, along the river, build some workshop-like houses, connected into a piece. This bamboo forest is great, a really good place. Lu Renayuan scratched his head. My lord, what are you going to do? Although bamboo grows well in this area, it can only grow bamboo. Building a house by the river, if the water rises. Lucian waved his hand. This river is just a small one. The reason why we build houses here is to make use of these bamboos. Look at these bamboos, how good they are. Lucian looked at the dense bamboo forest. It would be a pity if it was not used to make paper. Go to the river and dig some black mud with yellow. Dig a few buckets. Find some pine oil. Lucian said more than a dozen things in succession, and Lu Renayuan nodded and remembered them all. This is the most critical skill for being a guard around the emperor. Li Shimin only said some words once. After all, he might forget what he said when he wanted to repeat it. But Lu Renayuan is smart, remember to ask, that's enough. Papermaking is not difficult. As for movable type printing, Lucian, who was once skilled in making seals, has long realized that clay seals are most suitable for movable type printing. In the past, Lucian was in the technological society of the future, and did not realize that innovation would improve productivity. Today, Lu Xian suddenly understood one thing, that various technologies are simply natural dimensionality reduction attacks. Once movable type printing and papermaking are available, as long as the cost can be controlled, it won't take long for Lu Xian to become the owner of the largest printing factory in the Tang dynasty. In addition, Lu Xian's identity as Lan Shenhou. This. I dare not think about it. In the palace, 3 big men stood in front of Li Shimin. Although they were strong and healthy, they were trembling in front of Li Shimin. I'm not saying anything to you, but can you please have some shame? I asked you to educate your son, but you went straight to Lu Xian. Who is Lu Xian? He is the Marquis of Lanshan in the Tang dynasty. He has so many things to do every day. How can he have so much time? These words confused Cheng Yaojin. No, Your Majesty, you are too good at making up stories. It's normal for the Marquis of Lanshan to spend so much time cooking and taking care of several children every day, right? Besides, Lu Xian has agreed to use stories to enlighten our little son. We are not in a hurry, so why are you in a hurry? It's true that the emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is. Your Majesty is right. There are thousands of thoughts in the mind, but they don't count when they come out. Cheng Yaojin grinned, hee, Your Majesty, you are wise and brave, so naturally the princes are also very smart. I am different. You know, my eldest son is always causing trouble. Li Shimin sighed helplessly, it's not your fault. Back then, I was busy fighting, and you followed me to fight all over the country, so you didn't have time to take care of your family. It's just that I'm angry. Li Shimin gritted his teeth, I trust you the most, but your children are not very capable. I am teased by the 5 surnames and 7 families every day. The Lu family of Fanyang is a family of poetry and books, and the Wang family of Taiyuan is also not good at talking, not to mention other families. You should fight for your dignity and let them see that my confidants have successors and are both civil and military. Can you be a little tougher? After saying this, Cheng Yaojin and the other 2 blushed. Li Shimin was also very angry when he saw the 3 people blushing and thick necks. There is no need to fight in the world now, but Li Shimin feels that it seems to be more difficult than the days of fighting in the past. Those civil officials are more cunning than each other, or these military generals are simple and honest. Cheng Shija, Niu Jinda, Yu Qigong, the 3 of you, go to Lu Xian when you have nothing to do. This method of teaching children must be figured out as soon as possible. I plan to go to Mount Tai next summer. Li Shimin was full of pride. After the Fengshan ceremony, it was time to take action against the 5 surnames and 7 families. The timing is not right now. After all, if you take action against the core of one of the 5 surnames and 7 families, countless officials will immediately plead for mercy. You don't even know where these officials came from. It's not easy to be an emperor. If you kill the 5 surnames and 7 families directly, tomorrow you will find that most of the court is paralyzed. They have students everywhere, relatives everywhere, classmates everywhere, and friends everywhere. It's really hard to deal with the complicated relationship. Cheng Yaojin and the other 2 grinned, Your Majesty, I will go to find Lu Xian in a while. Something weird happened in my house last night. I don't know what happened to the cow, it just went crazy. I told you that the feng shui of the cowshed is not good, but the national teacher just refused to go and see us. Li Shimin waved his hand, okay, I know, you can leave. Li Shimin didn't want to hear any more stories about Cheng Yaojin and the cow in Cheng Yaojin's family. Walking out of the imperial study, Cheng Yaojin and the other 2 looked at each other. Your Majesty, why didn't you say it when we were eating beef? Now he is unhappy when we say we are killing cows. The 3 walked out and saw a sinister man with narrowed eyes and his hands behind his back. Isn't this Lord Sikong? I heard that your son is very brave. He smashed 10,000 strings of colored glaze in the West Market. Cheng Yaojin asked maliciously. Cheng Sunwuji was upset recently, and suddenly he was hit like this, his face turned green. Who the hell told this matter of 10,000 strings of silver? How come Cheng Yaojin knew about it? If Cheng Yaojin knew about it, wouldn't the whole Chang'an know about it? It would be better to post a notice on the roadside. Cheng Sunwuji put his hands behind his back, raised his head, and walked towards the direction of the imperial study in a proud manner, not wanting to pay any attention to Cheng Yaojin at all. Cheng Yaojin looked at Cheng Sunwuji's back with a smile. I heard that Lord Sikong has made a lot of money from selling stoves recently. If you don't have money to compensate the Hu people, you can find me, old Chang. Chang Soon-Wuji staggered. This black guy, he was talking about something else. Chang Soon-Wuji's face was red in the sunset, and it was a liver color from time to time. He staggered when he walked, gnashed his teeth, and his eyes could not see any more. Chang Yaejin smiled and put his hands behind his back, swaggering, although our son doesn't study, he won't do such a thing. 10,000 strings, 10,000 strings, ordinary people can't spend it all in their lifetime, can't spend it all in their lifetime. Chang Soon-Wuji felt like he was going to vomit blood. There is only one purpose for coming to the imperial study today, that is, to ask His Majesty to raise the price of the stove. This thing really doesn't make money, it's completely losing money. Your Majesty, you make a lot of money selling coal, and I, a stove seller, have to keep up. Each stove can only sell for 20 coins, and I have to pay 30 coins. This number, I dare not think about it. Just as I walked outside the imperial study, I heard a loud shout from inside, I am not making any money now, I have been losing money, don't I like money? Everyone listen to me, this move is really helpless, if I have any way, I won't do this. Ahem. Chang Soon-Wuji's heart trembled. In the imperial study, Li Shimin thought about it and felt that this taste was not enough, so he continued to practice facing the empty wall. Tomorrow, he would tell his ancestors about the tomb-touching matter. It would not be too much to practice in advance, right? Ahem, Grandpa, you know me. I have united my brothers since I was a child. If it weren't for the fact that the Tang dynasty was really out of money, Li Shimin practiced facing the wall, trying to find a suitable reason to seek peace of mind in the ancestral hall. At this time, Chang Soon-Wuji outside the door became stiff after hearing it. Do I have to keep paying for it? This is not a small amount. Forget it, I can only earn it back from other places. In the Marquis mansion, Lu Xian seriously told Daz Wang that he could not touch the wall casually before it solidified, because it was easy to collapse. Daz Wang blushed, and there were some brick and stone fragments on his neck, body, and lapels. It can be seen at a glance that the wall collapsed several times today, and Daz Wang was not spared. Building a wall requires patience, just like watching ants. Although ants are small, they can lift things that are thousands or hundreds of times heavier than them. Even if the things are very heavy, they will not give up. De Zhuang seemed to have suddenly realized something, and he looked at Lu Xian's movements carefully, with a serious look in his clear eyes. Master, you are really amazing. De Zhuang's honest voice made people laugh, and Lu Xian touched De Zhuang's head. De Zhuang is also amazing. If you are hungry, go to the kitchen to get cooked mutton for yourself, but don't give Yaya too much. At this time, Yaya, needless to say, was on the trampoline, shaking with Shuironggui's 3-year-old child. Because of their young age, it was a bit difficult for them to stand firmly on the trampoline, so they just sat on it, bumping and shaking constantly. Giggle from time to time. The happiness of children is very simple. If you give him a little guy, he can play for a whole day. Looking at Yaya, Lu Xian always thinks of his childhood playmates. Looking at Daz Wang, I always think of the village guards in my hometown. All living beings suffer. Daz Wang and Yaya met me, otherwise they would have starved to death or begged on the street. Yaya's bright smile and Daz Wang's proud smile after laying bricks made Lu Xian feel very at ease. Back in his study, Lu Xian began to write and draw on paper. The first thing to do now is to restore movable type printing. Lu Xian remembers every step of the ancient movable type very clearly. The only thing that may be a little unskilled is the reverse engraving link. Don't worry, take your time. In the evening, the sky was gloomy, and signs of winter were faintly visible. Cheng Yaejin came to the door of Lanshan Marquis' mansion alone. Niu Jinda and Yu Qigong were still hesitant about what His Majesty said today, but Cheng Yaejin didn't think so much. His Majesty asked me to urge Lu Xian, so I came. Anyway, if there is any problem, His Majesty will take the blame. Cheng Yaejin grinned and took a deep breath. Ahem, is the Marquis of Lanshan here? Inside the door, 2 yawning guards poked their heads out. It's not that the guards were not good enough and slacked off while on duty. The main reason is that they are on duty for a long time now. A group of people have been assigned to the factory. The fewer people stay in the Marquis mansion, the more work each person will get. It turns out to be General Cheng. Please come in. The Marquis is inside. Cheng Yaejin shook his head. Go and report first. You are not a Jinryu guard now, but a servant of the Marquis mansion. You can't forget the rules. The guard was stunned, and then smiled awkwardly. Although he is no longer a Jinryu guard, his subconscious behavior is still there. Soon after, when Lucian came out with a pancake in his mouth, Cheng Yaojin couldn't hold it anymore. Brother Lucian, you finally came out. Gurgle. What did you eat? Lucian looked at Cheng Yaojin in confusion, looking left and right. Old Cheng, why did you come out alone today? Where are Lao Niu and Lao He? Cheng Yaojin's body trembled, and then he was shocked. Niu? Where is the cow? Oh, I brought the cow. He. Cheng Yaojin was hungry at first glance, and he was trembling when he walked. After arriving in the inner room, the warmth surrounded him, and Cheng Yaojin let out a long breath. Brother Lucian, how about sending my kid over now? Why is Cheng Yaojin so anxious? Lucian looked at his dark face and suddenly smiled. Old Cheng, why are you in such a hurry? Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. We have to sharpen the knife first. No, make something first. Cheng Yaojin's eyes rolled around. Brother Lucian, tell me what you need to do, and I, Old Cheng, will do it with you. Besides, I, Old Cheng, have plenty of strength. Lucian wanted to refuse, but suddenly remembered that Cheng Yaojin was born in poverty and heard that he had carved stone tablets before. This skill should not be wasted. Old Cheng, tell me, why are you so polite? How can I let you work? But you are right, then help me carve the words.